The planet Kyushu fell into unprecedented chaos due to energy depletion. A nuclear war broke out, and the world quickly slid into the abyss of destruction. In despair, Heavenly Wei descended. It took over the Kyushu planet with irresistible force, cleared all nuclear energy, and teleported all mankind to a new space called Lord World. However, the Heavenly Tao immediately promulgated an almost cruel rule. Those who fail to pass the test within 7 days will lose their qualifications as lords and be forced to return to the Kyushu planet to face the final judgment. Every person who first enters the Lord's world has an extremely difficult starting point. There is only one person, one wooden house, one crystal and one talent, and all resources must be explored and developed by oneself. I am an ordinary person on Earth, and was originally buried alive by an earthquake. However, my soul unexpectedly traveled through time and ended up living in the body of a person with the same name as me on the planet Kyushu. During one of my trips, I accidentally picked up a shiny stone. I was planning to take it back for research, but I was forcibly teleported to the Overlord world without any warning. And that stone actually merged directly into my body. Then, a cold but inspiring voice rang in my mind. Congratulations on obtaining the only talent, fusion. You can fuse anything into a more advanced item. Ordinary barracks can be integrated into tiger and leopard cavalry, Gene warriors, dragon cavalry, elf archers, phantom fox soldiers, and even dark night cat girls. A simple, wooden house can also be upgraded to a tile house, Sihiyuan, Royal Sihiyuan, Imperial Palace, and finally into the legendary Heavenly Palace. When my fusion talent began to show its edge, the entire Lord's world was shocked. This Sufeng is too outrageous. His soldiers are riding dragons? Report! Report! This is clearly cheating. Starting from an unknown small territory, I went all the way to change my destiny and finally created the Supreme Kingdom of God. Looking around, my eyes stopped at 2 buildings in front of me. One was a simple wooden house. The other is a crystal that emits a brilliant light. This crystal is called the Lord Crystal. As long as I activate it, I can become a lord. In addition to the 2 buildings, I noticed a small farm field nearby, as well as a hoe and several packets of seeds. After feeling a little emotional, I stepped forward and gently placed my hand on the crystal. The territory crystal is being activated. Please name the territory. As for the name, let's call it Huaxia City. I answered without hesitation. The name is not repeated. The naming is successful. Please protect the Lord Crystal. Once the crystal is destroyed, you will lose the qualification to become a lord. Looking around, the entire territory only had 3 simple buildings: crystal, wooden house and farmland. Although simple, everything seemed to be in good order. I opened the properties panel and started to examine my situation. Name, Sufeng talent, fusion, unique, level 0, experience 0/100, strength 10, constitution 10, stamina 10, agility 10, spirit 10, magic defense 10, physical defense 10, luck 10, talent 10, elemental bonus, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, all 0. Elemental resistance, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, dark, all 0. Free attribute points 0, skill points 0, combat skills, none, life skills, none, territory level, LV 0, territory resources, gold 100, wood 0, stone 0, food 0, territory buildings, crystal LV 1, wooden house LV 1, farmland LV 1. Looking at the full initial attributes, I guessed that this was closely related to my experience of martial arts since childhood. This was a good start, and I quickly adapted to this unfamiliar environment. Everyone has a system package. I opened my package and found 10 storage compartments, 4 of which were filled with items. First grid, a novice sword, with the following attributes: equipment, novice sword, quality, white, durability, 100% attributes, strength +1. Although it is only the most basic weapon, it is better than nothing. Second grid, initial gold coins 100. The third frame, an axe, which looks like a tool for chopping wood. The fourth grid, a building blueprint. After checking the properties, we know: item, barracks blueprint, quality, white, resources consumed, 100 gold coins, 100 wood. After building the barracks, you can summon soldiers. With this blueprint, future security seems to be more secure. However, staying alive is the first step. And the key to survival is food and water. I don't have these resources at the moment, but my ideas are gradually becoming clearer. Before continuing my exploration, I browsed through the system functions one by one. In addition to attributes and packages, there are also Chat Channel and Trading Channel. Chat Channel is divided into World Channel and National Channel. My country is Longting Country, which has a very similar background to Huaxia Country, which makes me feel a little more at home. Click on National Channel. What the hell is this place? I'm hungry and thirsty. I want to go home. Everyone, my talent is a 10% bonus to strength. What about you? Mom! Save me! I don't want to stay here. Everyone, come on, you must develop your territory and work hard to survive. National Channel, you can only speak 3 times a day, and the number of words is limited to 500. There are many soothing messages released by the top leaders, and it seems that order is still good. The situation in the World Channel is similar, but you can only speak once a day. As for the Trading Channel, it is currently empty. Apparently everyone is still in the early stages of exploration, and there are not many supplies available for trading. Then I check the seeds. Name, corn seeds, quality, white description, maturity time is 24 hours, good cultivation can accelerate growth. Mature in 24 hours? I was stunned for a moment, thinking to myself, this efficiency is too high. It seems that this is indeed part of the rules of the Lord's world. Then an idea popped into my mind. I wonder if the fusion talent can improve the quality of seeds. I did it right away and picked 2 corn seeds and started to fuse them. A green light flashed, and the 2 seeds merged into one, emitting a faint green light. After checking the properties, I was pleasantly surprised to find name, corn seeds, quality, green description, maturity time, 12 hours, good cultivation can accelerate growth. The quality of the seeds has been improved to a higher level. In this world, everything has different qualities, which are divided into 5 levels: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Now, the quality of corn seeds has been improved to a higher level, and the time it takes to mature has been shortened by half. The effect is amazing. I am extremely satisfied with my talent. With 100 seeds in hand, I immediately began trying to fuse them. However, when he was fusing the 10th one, he suddenly felt dizzy and could not continue the operation. I quickly checked the reason, only to find that my mental strength had been exhausted to 0. It turns out that this fusion skill consumes mental energy. After resting for a while, I felt a little better, so I picked up the hoe and started farming. This time I only planted 10 fused corn seeds, and it was very quick. But to my regret, there was no water source nearby. Although the rules do not explicitly state that crops can be grown without a water source, I know that with the help of water and fertilizer, crops will grow faster. I remember when I was a child in the countryside, my parents often used animal manure as fertilizer. Human manure and urine can also be used, but the amount of urine should not be too much, otherwise it will damage the seeds. It's a pity that there is no water source at the moment, otherwise I might really try this method. After planting the land, I opened the chat channel to check the situation. The channel was filled with all kinds of voices. Some were crying, some were asking questions, and some were trying to comfort or share their experiences. But there are more complaints, and some people have even started talking about suicide. There are also people who want to buy wood, probably to build a barracks. However, who has wood at this stage? All resources have to be obtained by yourself. From the chat I learned that everyone has different seeds. There are potatoes, rice, sweet potatoes, as well as apples, bananas, pears, and other fruits. I was lucky enough to draw corn seeds. After all, when I was in the countryside, I ate a lot of raw corn, and it tasted quite sweet. Of course, cooked corn is more fragrant and can be roasted, but now there is no pot, no water, and even no way to make a fire. Drilling wood to make fire? Forget it, I don't believe I can do it. After finishing farming, I noticed that there was a blueprint for a barracks building in the package, but it required wood resources to build it. Thinking of the quiet forest 100 meters away from the territory, I decided to try my luck. The novice protection period is only 7 days. If you want to become a powerful lord, you must seize the time to improve yourself. I grabbed my weapon and headed for the forest. After entering, I was careful and alert about my surroundings. When I was a child, I heard stories about ferocious beasts in the forest, so I did not dare to be careless. After searching for a while, he found that there was no danger in the forest for the time being, so he took out his axe and started chopping trees with confidence. Wood +1, wood +1. The felled wood can be directly put into the package, and the same items can be stacked up to 999 units, which is very convenient. However, physical work like chopping trees is very energy consuming. When I get tired, I stop to rest and check the useful information in the channel. Suddenly, a Heavenly Dao prompt popped up. Heavenly Dao prompt: a newcomer has died and been eliminated in the Lord's world, and the live broadcast mode has been turned on. The eliminated will return to the Kyushu planet and can watch the live broadcast of any lord in their country. This news caused a stir. The chat room instantly became lively. Haha, can I return to Earth after I die? Bye, I'm going to die. I don't want to stay in this damn place anymore. I'm looking for death plus one. There are endless opportunities in the Lord's world. You are so stupid to give up. I am already 80 years old. I can enjoy my old age when I go back. I will leave this place to the young people. Some people really chose to commit suicide. They cut their throats with their novice swords, hit rocks, and rushed into the monsters. There were even people who tried to crush themselves to death with a wooden house, but found that the house collapsed and the people were unharmed. Those who committed suicide and returned to Kyushu planet found the world to be peaceful. Out of curiosity, they turned on their phones and began to watch the live broadcasts of the lords randomly. On my side, felling trees is hard work, but progress is going smoothly. After I had enough wood, I chose to take a rest and continue to pay attention to the useful information in the channel. I killed a pheasant and gained a little experience points. I killed a snake with a rock, and a gold coin popped out. It feels a bit outrageous. Oh my god, I found a wooden box in the wild, and when I opened it, I found a fishing net. The problem is, there is no river near me. What use is this thing? I actually found a pair of men's underwear from a wooden box. What's even more outrageous is that someone even offered an inflatable doll. What the hell is that? From the chat channel, we can see that all kinds of strange and bizarre supplies can be found in treasure chests in the wild. These things should be important survival resources. After regaining my strength, I gripped my novice sword tightly and explored deeper into the forest. After gathering enough information, I decided to try my luck and began to carefully search the surroundings. Suddenly, a glimmer of light in the grass caught my attention. After carefully looking around, I confirmed that there were no lurking dangers or hidden monsters. This is a wooden box? A wooden box can contain various materials that are useful to the Lord. I opened it with great expectations. But the result is... Goose, women's underwear? I'm a man, why give me women's underwear? Speechless, I still put this equipment away. After all, maybe it will come in handy someday. Just then, a white shadow jumped into my sight. Oh my god, this is a white rabbit! A huge rabbit jumped in front of me. But this rabbit is too big, half a meter tall. I opened the message and took a look. Monster, wild rabbit, quality, white, level 1, skill, bite, introduction. This is a rabbit that eats meat. Be careful not to be bitten by it. A rabbit that is half a meter tall is still called a hare? Do you think I have never been to elementary school? But since there is no country here, it is reasonable for the rabbit to become a spirit. Although I was surprised, I was not afraid. According to the chat room information, it shouldn't be difficult to kill the monster. But this hare is level 1, and it's obviously not easy to deal with. From its sharp eyes, I can tell it's not simple. A man and a rabbit met on a narrow road and looked into each other's eyes. The hare took the first step, leaping up and rushing straight into my face with a ferocious bite. I watched its movements, swung my novice sword to meet it, and stabbed it accurately in the neck. Puff! The sword blade pierced the hare's vitals, blood splattered, and the hare fell to the ground and struggled violently. I struck several more times without hesitation until I chopped off its head. I was covered in blood, but I didn't mind at all because the reward was right in front of me. Experience plus 10, drops, gold x3, skill book x1. I picked up the dropped item, opened the skill book, and a smile appeared on my face. Skill, gathering technique, quality, white, introduction, can be used to gather the bodies of dead monsters. Good stuff. I learned the skill without hesitation and opened the panel to see, life occupation. Gathering technique LV1. The gathering technique is not only practical, but also upgradable. According to my speculation, skill points should be obtained by upgrading the level. And if I can accumulate enough gathering skill books, I may be able to fuse higher quality skills. But with this kind of drop rate, it's already a huge luck to get one. I used the harvesting technique on the rabbit corpse, and a piece of rabbit meat appeared in the system package. As I continued to harvest, the harvest gradually increased, rabbit meat times 10, rabbit skin times 1. The hare completely disappeared, and I was quite satisfied with this skill. Next, I urgently needed a lighter to put these resources to use. However, the acquisition of these materials can only rely on unpacking or trading at this stage. Moving forward again, I spent 10 minutes discovering a bamboo forest, but I didn't explore it in depth for the time being. Another 10 minutes later, I spotted a lake in the distance. There is a water source! This discovery made me very excited. The water source meant that I didn't have to worry about drinking water anymore. In the chat channel, water has become a scarce commodity, and many people are even willing to exchange it with gold coins. But even if they find a water source, they don't have the right tools to store it. Thinking of this, I immediately ran back to the bamboo forest, took out an axe and started chopping bamboo. After being cut down, bamboo can be used not only to hold water but also various items. So, I removed the excess parts of the chopped bamboo and cut it into small sections that were convenient to use. No one is selling water right now, but the demand for water is high. This is a great opportunity. I have to seize the time. The bamboo forest in front of me is vast and boundless. I can cut as much as I want. After an hour of hard work, I had cut a lot of bamboo and processed it into suitable segments. Then I took the bamboo tube to the lake. The lake water is crystal clear and the fish are swimming happily. It is simply a gift from nature. I approached cautiously and filled the bamboo tube with water. After packing dozens of cans, I opened the trading hall and started putting the goods on the shelves. The trading method is very simple. You can buy with gold coins or barter. I set a standard of 1 can of water for 1 unit of wood, and put 5 cans on the shelf in the form of 1 can of water for 1 lighter. Then I sent a message in the chat channel. Friends who need water, the trading hall has put water on sale. You can exchange it with items, or add friends to privately chat and trade. As soon as the news was released, it immediately caused a sensation. Wow! I'm so thirsty, finally someone is selling water. Why can we only barter? Where can we find wood? Brother, my territory is a desert, can I buy it with gold coins? I have matches. Can I exchange them for some? I noticed a guy named I Have Big Sausage, who sent me a private message and asked, Brother, can I exchange a box of matches for 5 cans of water? I know how scarce water is at the moment, but I can't let people feel that they can't live without it, so I replied. Someone just offered a box of matches for a can of water. The other party was anxious and asked quickly, How about 3 cans? 2 cans at the minimum, any lower and I won't exchange. I stood my ground. Okay. The other party agreed immediately. After the successful transaction, I finally got a box of matches, solved the fire source problem, and no longer had to worry about raw meat. However, there are still many people who had me as a friend, mainly wanting to trade gold coins for water. After thinking about it, I decided to open gold coin trading and set the price to 10 gold coins per can of water. As soon as the price was announced, it immediately sparked heated discussions. This is a robbery! 10 gold coins for a can of water, and the initial gold coins are only 100. It's good to have water. I'll buy 2 bottles first. Boss, can you make it cheaper? I don't have much gold coins. Despite the constant criticism, many people still choose to buy it. I ignore the complaints and focus on the people who can actually trade. At this time, a lord named Tianxiao Wishuang sent me a private message. Boss, I am trapped in the forest, surrounded by wood, but lack of water. Can you exchange 1 piece of wood for 2 cans of water? Wood is a key resource for building a barracks, so I immediately replied. If you can provide more than 50 pieces of wood at a time, I can agree to it. Okay. The other party agreed readily and then traded 60 pieces of wood, which surprised me greatly. Where did you get so much wood? I couldn't help asking. My talent is resource development speed plus 30%, and there is a bonus for cutting down trees. The other party answered proudly. There are many lucky people, but I am more talented. After completing the transaction, I used the wood to build a barracks and summon more people to expand the territory. At the same time, some people want to buy water with gold coins. I lowered the price to 5 gold coins per can, and it sold out quickly. Then, a lord named Little Butterfly asked, I have iron ore, can I exchange it? Although the iron ore is not useful for the time being, it will definitely be valuable in the future. I agreed. 10 units of iron ore for 5 cans of water. The other party bargained and I finally added a can and made a deal. The water is almost sold out. After I drank enough water, I immediately returned to the territory. Next, I will use wood to build a barracks to prepare for future development. I quickly took out the barracks building and clicked to build it without hesitation. Gold coins 100, wood 100, successfully built barracks. The architectural drawing in his hand turned into a dazzling light and fell to the ground. As the light faded, a simple ancient barracks suddenly appeared before me. I clicked on the barracks out of curiosity and checked the properties: building, barracks, quality, white level, LV1, 200 gold coins and 200 wood required for upgrading, introduction, consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently 0 out of 10 can be summoned. Seeing this attribute, I immediately understood the importance of gold coins. Before I could sigh, a reminder from the Heavenly Tao sounded. Heavenly Tao reminder, the Lord of Huaxia City is the first to build a barracks, and will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins and 10 points of reputation. Geez! I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that there would be a reward for building the first barracks. 1,000 gold coins is a big surprise, which means I can summon a full 10 soldiers. As for the 10 points of reputation, I don't know what they are used for yet. National channel, the atmosphere exploded instantly. When I saw the prompt, I just wanted to recite a poem, but I have no culture, so I can only say fuck. Master Huaxia City, please take me with you. I can sing and dance, play all kinds of instruments, and I'm willing to bear a child for you. Boss, please accept my knee. Lord of Huaxia City, why are you so outstanding? Friend requests came in like snowflakes, and I decisively chose to reject them all, leaving many people helpless. Congratulations, big boss! This was the message from the Unrivaled. He was regretting and crying silently. Carrot. If he had known that there would be a reward for building the first barracks, he would never have sold the resources to me. But there is no such thing as knowing earlier in the world. At this moment, he felt as heartbroken as if his girlfriend had cheated on him. Congratulations, congratulations, I'm so envious! Little Butterfly also sent congratulations. Boss, what is the function of the barracks? Duga's sword sent a question. Many of my friends sent me messages asking questions. Someone would build the barracks sooner or later, I just got there first. Since they asked, I told them. As the attributes of the barracks were exposed, the importance of gold coins was gradually realized by everyone. But for most people right now, survival is the priority. Despite this, the number of voices requesting timber purchases immediately increased in the chat channel. I didn't have time to pay attention to them and started spending gold coins to summon soldiers. Gold coins minus 100, summon a soldier. Gold coins minus 100, summon a soldier. 10 summons cost exactly 1,000 gold coins, not counting the money I made from selling water. Hello, Lord! 10 soldiers stood in a row, all of them looked about 18 or 19 years old, and bowed to me respectfully. I looked through their properties. Name, Zhang San, talent, none, loyalty, 50, initial value, below 10 there is a risk of rebellion, level, 0, experience 0 out of 100, strength, 7, constitution, 4, stamina, 7, agility, 4, spirit, 9, magic defense, 2, physical defense, 5, luck, 5, combat skills, none, life skills, none. Among the randomly generated attributes, only Zhang San's spirit value is as high as 9 points, almost full. As for the names Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang San, Zhang Shi, they are really easy to remember. Zhang San, I appoint you as the captain of the team. Everyone, follow my orders. Yes, Lord! Zhang San responded excitedly. His loyalty instantly rose to 60. He was quite easily satisfied. I brought the soldiers to the bamboo forest, gave the axe to one of them, and asked him to chop the bamboo. Another one held a novice sword for protection, and the rest were responsible for carrying the bamboo to the lake to collect water. After the division of labor was clear, I waited leisurely by the lake and checked the news. Many people sought to purchase water, and some even proposed trading materials for it. I selected a few sincere lords and asked them to add me as my friend to discuss the deal. I have a stone, do you want it? Asked Lonely Cigarette. Stone, is it used as a pillow now? I joked. Boss, is it really impossible? 2 units in exchange for 1 can of water. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. At least 5 units, I countered. Finally, the deal was made for 3 units per can. He gritted his teeth and agreed, calling me a profiteer but not daring to go back on his word. Some people even brought lighters, quilts, and even coffin boards to exchange for water. The other party was serious, but I couldn't help laughing. Coffin boards are also used to exchange for water? Are they used to fill themselves? As the soldiers continued to bring in bamboo tubes, I took the time to purchase various supplies, towels, cigarettes, men's underwear, and even slippers. As long as they could be exchanged, I would accept them all. Taking advantage of the fact that no one is selling water, I seized the time and frantically exchanged supplies. In front of me, there are piles of various scarce resources, and each item is full of practical value. How many people are there in London country? According to last year's census, there are currently about 2 billion people. Even if some people choose to commit suicide and return to Jojo planet, there are still at least tens of billions of people left here. Although not everyone lacks water, as long as some people need it, and they are willing to trade with me using the resources at hand in order to survive, this is enough for me to accumulate a lot of wealth. In addition to supplies, some people also use gold coins to purchase water. Therefore, Whether it is gold coins or supplies, my gains are considerable. At this stage, many people have begun to go out of the territory to search for resources. They don't want to return to the Jujo planet, so they can only do their best to survive. Seeing the mountains of supplies, I immediately arranged for several of my men to transport these resources back to the territory in sacks. These sacks were also supplies obtained through trade. In my eyes, no matter how useless something seems, it may be useful at some point. Even a box of condoms might come in handy. Interestingly, a lord who called himself Tianshan Tonglao exchanged a white weapon for 20 cans of water from me. I was very satisfied with this transaction because that weapon increased its strength by 2 points, 1 point more than the novice weapon. This kind of attribute bonus can determine the outcome of a battle, or even save your life at a critical moment. When I heard the Tianshan child fairy say that her territory was on the Lust Plateau and water was scarce, I also understood why she was willing to exchange weapons for the Fountain of Life. So, we added each other as friends. After all, I was the only one with water supply at the moment, and she had to continue trading with me. The work of exchanging supplies lasted for a long time. At the end, I didn't know how much supplies I had exchanged, but I knew that the amount was huge. I was definitely the person with the richest supply reserves at the moment. No one could compare. In the chat room, many people envied me, and some even asked me to provide free water. I ignored all of this. It was still early, so I called the soldiers together, and after a simple meal, I prepared some weapons to continue exploring. The food was spoils of war that others had opened in wooden boxes, which I used to exchange for water. After eating, I ordered the soldiers to make simple weapons with bamboo, which are much better than bare hands. The sharpened bamboo tail is extremely sharp and is completely sufficient for emergency use. I held the sword with strength +2 tightly, while the others held novice swords, axes or bamboo weapons and prepared to set off. Not long into the walk, we spotted a level 1 hare. When it saw us, it turned and ran away. I quickly took the long bamboo from the soldier's hand, aimed and threw it over. Puff! Experience +10. I am very satisfied with my accuracy. After all, I practice a lot. After confirming that no one else had gained experience points, I realized that whoever killed the monster would get the experience points. Without a team sharing mechanism, this distribution method is reasonable. Afterwards, we divided into groups of 3, keeping a distance of several dozen meters to improve search efficiency and safety. Soon, Zhang Yi found a wooden box. When I opened it, I found a dagger with strength +1 inside, which I distributed to the unarmed soldiers. As we continued to explore, a wild cat blocked our way. This level 2 wild cat is about the size of a dog, and is extremely aggressive. I looked at its properties. Monster, wildcat quality, white level 2, skills, bite, claw, introduction, a wild cat with a lot of savagery. Be careful of its sharp claws and teeth. The wild cat showed no fear and pounced directly at me. I quickly dodged to the side, but the wild cat hit the tree trunk behind me. I laughed to myself, is this what we call sitting and waiting? When the soldiers surrounded me, I seized the opportunity and stabbed the wild cat in the vital points with several swords. After a struggle, the wild cat finally fell to the ground. Experience 10. A level 2 monster only has 10 experience points. This is a bit abnormal. Lord, I got 10 experience points, Zhang Jiu said next to him. Lord, I also got 10 experience points. Another warrior also spoke. It turns out that only team members who have attacked the same monster together will be given experience points. After understanding the distribution rules, I was relieved why I only got 10 points. Looking down, there were still only gold coins on the ground, but this time there were 5. It seemed that even if the luck value reached 10 points, it was not easy to get extra items. It was almost impossible to get equipment by killing monsters. The promised 10-fold explosion rate even made me start to doubt whether it was fake. I put away the gold coins and collected the wild cat's corpse. Cat's claw 1, cat's claw 1. After the 4 claws were collected, the wild cat's body disappeared. It seemed that only this thing was worth a little money. I continued to explore deeper into the wilderness. With my teammates by my side, I became much bolder. The further you go, not only do the number of monsters increase, but their levels and strengths also increase, and naturally the difficulty increases a lot. However, the good thing is that the chance of chests appearing seems to be much higher. I found several wooden chests one after another and opened a large bag of bread, a comb, a bow and a pair of slippers. The bread turned out to be a big bag, which made me understand why the man had exchanged 3 small bags of bread for 3 cans of water. With the advantages of teammates and strength, I dare to go further, while other lone travelers obviously do not have such conditions. Monsters fell before us one after another, and boxes were opened one after another. Although there were not many good things, we did manage to accumulate some daily necessities. The experience points have also risen to 87 points, and it is not far from the upgrade. As for whether someone has reached level 1, and whether there will be rewards from the heavenly Tao, these are not my concerns. I only know that improving strength is always right. Looking at the bow in my hand, I feel a little regretful that there are no arrows, otherwise it would be a good piece of equipment. After killing 2 more level 2 monsters, I finally succeeded in upgrading. Level increased to level 1, gain 10 free attribute points, 1 skill point. Leveling up will give you 10 attribute points and 1 skill point. I was ecstatic and started allocating attribute points immediately. After much thought, I decided to add 2 points to each attribute: strength, constitution, stamina, agility, and spirit. Most people would not give priority to spirit attributes, but my talent requires mental energy, so it must be strengthened. After allocating the attribute points, I could clearly feel the overall improvement of my body, and even my spirit and energy were refreshed. Even the small wound on my finger that was scratched by the grass disappeared without a trace. Upgrading not only restores status, but also repairs wounds. Could this also be effective for disabled or seriously ill patients? If so, wouldn't upgrading be their second life? Out of curiosity, I posted a message in the national chat room. After the upgrade, the condition will return to its peak. Whether it is disability or cancer, it may be cured. Of course, this is just my speculation, and the specific situation is still unclear. As soon as the news came out, the chat room exploded. Brother, is this true? Can you tell me more about your feelings after the upgrade? Is there a cure for my impotence? Brother, can upgrading cure infertility? Then my AIDS can be cured? Faced with this mess of questions, I couldn't help but hold my forehead. Those who really need help haven't spoken yet, but these guys are the most excited. Fortunately, I turned off the friend adding function in advance, otherwise I would be bombarded with countless strange questions now. Amid the chaos, someone finally spoke up. Thank you for telling us this news. Whether it's true or not, it's hope for me. I lost a hand while gambling. If it grows back, I can play mahjong again. Can people with congenital disabilities become normal? I look forward to trying. I contacted a player named Keep On Living Strong, who has a broken arm. He thanked me profusely and said he would try to survive regardless of whether the upgrade could restore his arm. I also have high expectations for him. Come on! After upgrading, I did not receive any reward notification from the Heavenly Tao, nor did I hear any special notification about the upgrade. It seems that there is no extra reward for upgrading to level 1. I looked at the sky and saw that it was gradually getting dark. I led the soldiers back to the territory. After all, the danger in the wild should not be underestimated, and with their current strength, they were not strong enough to face monsters at night. After returning to the territory, I immediately went to the farmland to check the growth of the corn. The corn had grown very tall, and the cobs were already hanging on the branches, but it was still not ripe. It would take more than 2 hours for it to mature. When I was in the wild, I found that my mental strength would gradually recover over time, and whenever it recovered to a certain level, I would use it to fuse corn seeds. Now, I have successfully fused a lot of green corn seeds. However, every time I fuse, I will leave a part of my mental power to avoid fainting after exhaustion. Now that my mental strength has been restored, I immediately began to fuse new corn seeds. After completion, I arranged for the soldiers to plant these green corn seeds. The quality of green corn seeds is obviously better than ordinary white seeds, but the specific effect can only be determined after they mature. At present, the territory has sufficient food and water reserves, but the overall security is worrying. There are no defense facilities around the territory, and there are open spaces everywhere. The only existing buildings in the territory are crystal, wooden house, farmland, and barracks. The most important thing is the crystal building. Although you will not be attacked by monsters during the 7-day novice protection period, you will definitely be attacked by enemies once the protection period ends. It would be great if there were defensive buildings, so the security of the territory would be greatly improved. I sighed. However, these buildings can only be obtained from the wild. Looking through the chat room, I saw that some people had gotten lucky and had obtained some additional buildings. Although my initial attributes are all full and even my luck value is top-notch, good luck will not only favor me. An idea struck me, and I ordered the soldiers to surround the crystal with stones. Some of the stones I had accumulated previously had no other use for the time being, but they were perfect for protecting the crystal. The soldiers were quick and nimble, and quickly built a simple protective circle with stones. Although it couldn't completely cover the crystal, it was better than nothing. Afterwards, I contacted my good friend Lonely Cigarette. Have you eaten yet? Where is the food? I've been mining stones all day long. The other party was helpless. Want something to eat? I can exchange it for stones. Yes. I need both food and water. Lonely Cigarette, responded impatiently. 10 units of stone for a loaf of bread, I calmly offered. Brother, it's very difficult to mine 10 units of stone, okay? You are too mean, he almost cried. I patiently explained. Look who else is selling food? I saved money to help you. I only thought of you first because we have a good relationship. After hearing this, he had no choice but to agree, and finally exchanged 9 units of stone for a few loaves of bread and bottles of water. Following the same routine, I contacted another friend, Tian Xiaowu Shuang, and exchanged 6 units of wood for some food. Even though the price was slightly higher, the current scarcity of food meant that these transactions were still in short supply. I tried listing a batch of bread in the chat room, priced at 10 units of wood or stone each. As expected, despite the curses in the chat room, the supplies on the shelves were quickly sold out. I can't help but sigh that these people are really willing to spend a lot of money just to fill their stomachs. That being the case, I continued to add more food to the shelves and adjusted the prices according to quality. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched the resources accumulated grow. With these materials, I could start upgrading the cabin and further strengthen the infrastructure of the territory. I looked up at my wooden house. Architecture, wooden house, quality, white, level, LV1, 200 gold coins and 200 wood required to upgrade. Introduction. This is a simple residence that can shelter from wind and rain. Right now, I already have 10 soldiers under my command. I can't let them all sleep outdoors, right? However, this level of wooden house is too small. The house is filled with supplies, and there is little space left. Even I can barely live there, let alone others. I also hesitated whether to prioritize upgrading the barracks. After all, upgrading the barracks will allow you to recruit more soldiers, but the problem that comes with it is that as the number of people increases, the demand for housing and rations will also increase. After comprehensive consideration, it is more cost-effective to upgrade the wooden house first. Besides, it is only a temporary upgrade now. I will find an opportunity to take advantage of it later, and the wood problem should not be difficult to solve. Just when I was thinking about upgrading the wooden house, I suddenly saw a message. Someone actually wanted to exchange architectural drawings for food. My hand speed, which I had honed over the years of being single, came into play instantly, and I quickly added that person as a friend. You become friends with. I have a lollipop. The names of these people's territories are more bizarre than each other. Can't they be more serious like mine, Sufeng? The other party started by saying, I have a blueprint for a log cabin. I want to exchange it for 100 loaves of bread. Bye. I ignored him for a second and cursed in my heart. Do you think I run a bakery? Wait, brother, can we negotiate the price? Don't be so stingy. The other party was anxious. Okay, let's negotiate the price. I responded in a pretentious manner. Good. 10 loaves of bread. This is too outrageous. The other party almost ran away on the spot. Who would want your building at this stage? Everyone is lucky enough to be alive, so who has the mood to build houses? Keep it, I replied calmly, seeming nonchalant. The other party obviously knew this, but the price of 10 loaves of bread still made him feel depressed. So, the two of us started a bargaining duel that was comparable to the Battle of Mount Huashan. You used the sunflower manual, and I used the kick to cut off the offspring. You used the bone-dissolving palm, and I used the chest-grabbing dragon claw. In the end, I have a lollipop. Had to admit defeat. After all, he was the one who urgently needed to exchange food. Finally, I successfully obtained the wooden house architectural drawings at the cost of 20 loaves of bread and 10 cans of water. Check the blueprint information. Item, wooden house blueprint, quality, white, introduction, requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood. I chose a vacant lot and started to build the second cabin. As the materials were consumed, the blueprint in my hand turned into a beam of light, and a brand new cabin suddenly appeared before my eyes. Looking at this new building that looks exactly like the original log house, I smiled with satisfaction and then noticed my own innate skills. How about trying to see if I can integrate it? So, I concentrated and started to merge the two cabins. As his mental energy was consumed, the two wooden houses gradually merged into one, and their quality was upgraded from white to green. Fusion of wooden houses is successful. It actually works. Looking at the result obtained after consuming 5 points of mental energy, I smiled excitedly. The fused wooden house is twice as big as before, its exterior is more solid and exquisite, and the interior space has expanded from a dozen square meters to 30 square meters. However, buildings glowing green always make me feel a little weird, as if I will be greened if I live in them. View information, building, wooden house, quality, green, level, LV1, 200 gold coins and 200 wood required for upgrading, introduction, This is a comfortable residence that can not only shelter you from the wind and rain, but also provide a comfortable living environment. Compared with the white one, this green wooden house is indeed much better. After building the wooden house, there was very little wood left, so we had to temporarily give up the idea of upgrading the barracks. Satisfied, I walked outside the wooden house, lit a fire, added seasonings to the collected rabbit meat, and taught the soldiers how to barbecue together. When the rabbit meat was cooked, the aroma made me eager to take a bite. It smells so good. This game is not only delicious, but also can replenish physical strength. After eating, I had an idea and divided the barbecue into small portions and put them on the trading platform, exchanging one portion for 10 units of wood or ingredients, or 20 gold coins. Soon, the barbecue was sold out, so fast that I didn't even have time to shout in the chat channel. Looking at the transaction records, I suddenly had a bold guess. Is the trading platform universal? I put the barbecue on the shelf again. This time I raised the price slightly, and one portion can be exchanged for 12 units of materials. Sure enough, although the transaction slowed down, it was still sold out. This further confirmed my guess. I struck while the iron was hot, and put up the price of the remaining barbecue at 15 units of material per portion. Although the transaction speed slowed down, this time someone from the national channel finally noticed the barbecue I was selling. Fuck! Big brother, you still have barbecue for sale? Is it enough for you? How stupid! If they dare to sell it, it means they have already eaten their fill. Brother, this price is too outrageous. 15 portions of ingredients for just one bite of meat? Swindler! Big swindler, how can you sell it at such a high price? There was a lot of criticism on the World Channel, and even on the National Channel, some people were angry about my high price. I guess they were furious when they saw the exchange rate. But I don't care, I'm not forcing them to buy it anyway. Soon, everyone realized that the trading channel is common to the whole world and not just for a certain country. I laughed secretly in my heart. If you have the ability, just go and roast it yourself, don't be critical of whether the price I set is reasonable or not. In the World Channel, I also saw many people actively trying to add me as their friend. They had sufficient resources and seemed to be here to discuss cooperation. I accepted their friend requests one by one. You become friends with Kingdom Lords. You become friends with what is noble. You become friends with become the strongest lord in the world. After chatting with these people for a while, I found out that they were all foreign lords who wanted to exchange resources for my food. For those guys with bad attitudes and bad intentions, I will simply delete them as friends and block them. As for those who are sincere in trading, I will naturally welcome them, and give priority to the lords of my own country. After all, barbecue should not be allowed in the fields of outsiders. The lords of my country gave me a lot of materials, and after the price was agreed upon, the transaction was successfully completed. Looking at the new resources at hand, I smiled with satisfaction. Lord, the corn is ripe! Zhang San reported excitedly. Okay. I immediately ran to the field, looked at the plump corns, and couldn't help laughing. Hurry up and pick them and taste them! Soldiers quickly picked the corn and replanted it. I also took a few green and blue seeds and tried to fuse them, which resulted in higher quality purple seeds. Name, corn seeds, quality, blue, introduction, maturity time is 6 hours, good cultivation can further accelerate it. Purple seeds only take 3 hours to mature. Although there are other seeds, corn is undoubtedly the best choice at this stage. After planting the corn, I asked the soldiers to build a fire and start roasting the corn. There is no need to peel the leaves, just stick them on branches and roast them over the fire. The fragrance wafted out, and I couldn't help swallowing. This tastes amazing! Taking a bite of the roasted corn, the sweet taste made me very satisfied. As the soldiers ate and drank, their loyalty soared to 80, which made me feel very relieved. Taking advantage of the hot sales of corn, I launched an advertisement in the trading channel. Selling corn! Freshly roasted corn, fragrant and crispy. If you need it, please report the resources and add friends to trade immediately. As soon as the message was sent, countless people came to chat with me privately, wanting to exchange various resources for corn. Some people questioned why my corn matured so quickly, while others offered me silver ore, kitchen knives, and even strange props to trade. I carefully screened the messages, determined the transaction amount based on the value of the items, and tried to be fair. In the evening, I counted the materials again and found that the resources had increased significantly, so I started to upgrade the territory buildings. Building, barracks, quality, white, level, LV2, upgrade requires 300 gold coins and 300 wood, introduction, consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently, 20 soldiers can be summoned. Chapter 11, Purple Corn. After the barracks were upgraded to LV3, the Soviet side began to upgrade the wooden houses. In case it rained, they couldn't spend the night outside. Gold 200, wood 200, cabin level 1, current level 2. Gold 300, wood 300, log house level 1, current level 3. The wooden house is only level 3, but it is over 100 square meters. The Sioux side had previously exchanged 2 tables, several stools, and 4 wooden beds, plus quilts, pillows and everything else, so he could have a comfortable sleep tonight. The Soviet side asked one of the soldiers to stay behind to keep watch, and the remaining 9 went to sleep. He looked at the time, and it was almost 1 a.m. The weather was a bit cold. I didn't feel it before I left the fire, but after I left the fire and the cold wind blew, I felt it. You know, Sufeng is now level 1, and even he can still feel a little cold. You can imagine how miserable those lords who have not yet upgraded will be. It can also be seen from here that wooden houses are still very important. There are now 3 rooms in the wooden house. As the lord, Sufeng must live in 1 room, and the remaining 2 rooms are for the soldiers to live in. After summoning soldiers again tomorrow, this room will be a bit crowded. It seems that I still need to upgrade the wooden house. I opened the chat room and looked at their messages. Fuck! I didn't expect it to be so cold at night. I don't even have a quilt. Could any big man please sell me a quilt? I am now sleeping on the cold floor. I can't fall asleep. It's mainly because I am freezing. Who has a cotton coat? I'm willing to exchange the materials for it. My little sister is so cold now, can any kind-hearted older brother or uncle give me a quilt? Damn it! I'm so cold that my period has come. If anyone has sanitary pads, please let me know if you need anything. Woo woo woo! If I had known it was so cold, I shouldn't have exchanged the quilt for water during the day. Cold? For the Soviet side, it does not exist. Sufeng is now lying on the wooden bed, with a pillow and a quilt covering him. He feels so comfortable. So when Sufeng saw that so many people were lacking quilts, he started laughing again. He had the foresight to exchange a lot of things before, and now, they can come in handy again. However, his good friend sent a message. It was Tianshan Tong Lao. She sent a message asking, do you have that thing for girls? Sufeng was stunned and asked, I only exchanged men's underwear today, not women's. No, not this, but, well, a sanitary napkin. The childlike grandma of Tianshan was obviously embarrassed. Sufeng. Straight face. A woman asked him about this thing, thinking this was a supermarket. However, when Sufeng ran up to check and saw a large bag of 7th Dimension brand items, he was stunned. He had forgotten when he had exchanged these items. So Sufeng replied, Yes, it is true. I don't have much else here, but I have a lot of soil. This thing can be used to upgrade farmland. You should also know the value of this thing. The childlike grandma of Tianshan put forward her own conditions. When Sufeng heard this, his eyes lit up. He naturally knew the value of this thing. In the future, the more people there are, the more food there will be. The importance of farmland is self-evident. Sufeng currently has no source of soil, and only Tianshan Tonglao has it now. In the future, he will inevitably have to buy it from her, so Sufeng asked, How many copies do you want to exchange for 1 bag? 2 pieces of soil in exchange for 1 bag, replied the childlike grandma of Tianshan Mountains. Sufeng thought for a moment and said, 5 servings. No, there is too much. This soil is not easy to collect. 5 portions are absolutely not enough. Let's each take a step back and try 3 portions. Any more will not do. The attitude of the child fairy of Tianshan is very firm. Sufeng also felt that it was enough. This thing was of no use to him anyway. He might as well upgrade his farmland and grow more food. Okay. Sufeng replied and asked, How much soil do you have now? I can only trade 10 bags with you now, replied the child fairy of Tianshan. Okay. Sufeng took out 10 packages from the whole bag. There were 24 packages in total, and he could trade a lot of them next time. The Soviet side started to trade with the childlike fairy of Tianshan. After obtaining the soil, Sufeng couldn't wait to come outside and start upgrading the farmland. Gold coins 100, soil 20, farmland level 1, current LV2. Gold coins minus 200, soil minus 30, farmland level 1, current LV3. Building farmland. Quality, white. Level, LV3, lower level requires 400 gold coins and 400 wood. Description, land that can be used to grow crops. After the farmland was upgraded to level 3, 2 more farmlands were added, and the Soviet side was able to grow more crops. Zhang Yi, come and plant some crops. Sufeng quickly called the soldiers on guard, and then the 2 of them began to plant crops. This time, the Soviet side planted potatoes and sweet potatoes because the yield of these 2 crops is also quite high. Among them are also green seeds and blue seeds that have been fused by the Soviet side. The main purpose is to see the approximate difference between high-quality seeds and low-quality seeds. After the planting was completed, Sufeng instructed Zhang Yi to pay attention to the crops that were about to mature, and to harvest them and replant them after they were ripe. After Sufeng finished giving his instructions, he returned to his room and began to rest. The next day, Sufeng got up early and brushed his teeth and washed his face. Whether it was toothbrushes, toothpaste or towels, the Su side had plenty of them, even wash basins. Zhang Yi went back to rest and sleep. After all, keeping watch all night was very tiring. The others had already roasted the corn and the meat, and were waiting for Sufeng to get up. Lord! The soldiers were in high spirits and obviously in a good mood. I looked at their loyalty, and it didn't increase much. After reaching 80, it was quite slow to rise. Sufeng looked at the chat room and found that there were fewer people who needed food. After all, a day had passed, and the food they grew was mature. The first thing Sufeng saw was some different crops, all of which were placed in baskets. Especially the corn with a light purple glow is very eye-catching. After looking at the purple corn, I found that its yield was very high, several times more than that of the blue corn. The higher the quality of the seeds, the higher the yield will be. Apart from yield, purple corn seeds have no additional properties and can only be used as food, which makes Sufeng a little disappointed. Sufeng immediately took out a few purple corns and said to the soldiers, "Roast some and try." Chapter 12, Refresh Box. Afterwards, the Soviet side had people peel the remaining corn and hang it up to dry, because corn seeds themselves are grown from corn kernels. However, if you want to plant it, you need to dry it, and Sufeng really wants to know if it has any special effects if it is golden corn. Now that Sufeng has purple corn, he will be able to integrate it into golden corn in the future. But he doesn't know if this golden corn can only fill his stomach. The fragrant corn once again spread around. This aroma alone was much more fragrant than green corn. After peeling off the leaves, Sufeng couldn't wait to peel it open and take a bite. It's a delicacy. Sufeng was very satisfied. Both the texture and taste were much better than green quality corn. Then, Sufeng had an idea and began to fuse the two purple corns together. After the fusion was completed, a light golden light appeared above the corn, and Sufeng immediately checked the properties of the corn. Name, corn. Quality, gold. Introduction. After consumption, within the next 4 hours, physical strength will be restored by 100%, and hunger will be reduced by 100%. Sure enough, additional attributes appeared, and they could restore physical strength and reduce hunger. It was very good, and Sufeng was very satisfied. He had the soldiers roasted, and then began to fuse other types of seeds, but his mental strength was still too little to fuse into golden seeds. Although they can no longer rely on selling food to obtain materials, there are still many people who lack water. Moreover, the Soviet side feels that after others set up barracks, there will still be a lot of food shortage. It is still beneficial to store more food at this stage. Sufeng began to summon soldiers again, calling out all 20 soldiers. In this way, the number of his soldiers increased to 30. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have as many gold coins as he did. It would take a total of 3,000 gold coins to summon 30 soldiers. This is definitely a huge amount of wealth for other lords, and it will take a long time to collect it. But after Sufeng summoned these soldiers, he still had more than 1,000 gold coins left. The Soviets have started taking their soldiers out into the wild, and now is a good opportunity to make some money. However, not long after they walked out, they encountered monsters again, but these monsters were level 0 and level 1 monsters. Such a weak monster was no match for so many Soviet soldiers and was quickly killed by them. On the way out, Sufeng found that there were more monsters, several times more than yesterday. There are even more level 1 monsters. These monsters are not very difficult to deal with for Sufeng, but it is hard to say about others. At this stage, the Soviet side is extremely short of weapons, but there is nothing they can do but arrange a soldier to go cut wood first. Then he arranged for some soldiers to continue cutting bamboo and then start to fill water to sell. Because many people still lacked water, Sufeng was unwilling to miss this good opportunity to make money. The Soviet side also took a look at the trading channel and found that there were no corresponding weapons for sale. The Soviet side could only let the soldiers temporarily use bamboo instead of weapons. "Lord of Huaxia City, do you still have water for sale?" asked Little Butterfly. Yes, yes," Sufeng replied quickly. Several friends needed water. A new day, a new beginning. Everyone has enough food, but many people are still short of water. However, they don't have large containers of water, so even if they have water, they cannot sell it and can only buy it from the Soviet side. Many people in the chat channel were starting to feel short of water again, so Sufeng once again took the opportunity to plunder a large amount of gold coins or resources. Because there were more people, the Soviet side filled more water. There was even a foreign friend who was willing to exchange his axe for 50 cans of water. The Soviet side didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he was willing to give up this thing in exchange. It was naturally impossible for Sufeng to exchange his axe for 50 cans of water. In the end, Sufeng bargained the price down to 20 cans and made the deal. The Soviet side found that these foreigners were still willing to buy things, so the Soviet side was able to exchange for a novice sword, a pair of boots, and some daily necessities. The lake is so big that Sufeng is not worried at all about selling all the water. After shearing all the wool, Sufeng asked 2 people to continue cutting bamboo, and the rest of the people followed him to open up wasteland. "Lord, there's a box," a soldier shouted. "Lord, there are some here too," another soldier shouted. Sufeng was stunned. They had checked yesterday and there was no box here at all, but it appeared again today. Looked at the chat room. "Oh my god, this box refreshes every day. A box appeared in the place I searched yesterday. It turns out that everyone is the same. I thought I was the only one who was special. Good, good, now that I have the quilt, I don't have to suffer from the cold at night anymore. I found a bucket. This thing is good for holding water, but it's a pity there is no lake. Not only have the boxes been refreshed, but there are also more monsters. Everyone should be careful when going out. Oh my god, several of my friends are missing. They must have been killed by monsters." Sufeng immediately contacted the man who opened the bucket and asked him if he was willing to sell it to him. The other party also answered directly that they needed water, so the Soviet side directly exchanged 10 cans of water for the bucket. After getting the buckets, the Soviet side asked one of the soldiers to fill them with water and water the crops. If there was water, the time it took for the crops to mature would definitely be shortened. These lords have not yet built barracks. Once they build barracks, they will definitely lack food and water, so Sufeng's business can continue. After the monsters outside were dealt with by Sufeng, he asked the soldiers to start dealing with the surrounding monsters in 2s and 3s. As for the treasure chests, he asked them to collect them and wait for him to open them. Sufeng's luck value is still relatively high, so no matter what, he can still get some good things. Within 1 kilometer outside the territory, the number of monsters is still relatively small. After 1 kilometer, the number of monsters will increase. After opening a few boxes, Sufeng found an axe and a pickaxe. He was lucky, so he asked one of the soldiers to take the supplies back to the territory and also go cut wood. At this stage, wood is still a very important resource. As for pickaxes, they are used for mining. The Soviet side has not yet found any mines nearby, so they cannot mine. However, the Soviet side did collect some other minerals yesterday, such as silver and gold, but it is not known whether the gold can be refined and used as gold coins. Chapter 13, Wild Chicken Boss. The Soviet side felt that this was a little impossible. The purpose of the gold mine should only be to create equipment. As for the specific situation, we still need to wait and see. The Sioux side had more people, so they were quite efficient in killing monsters. Plus, Sufeng himself came from a family of martial arts, so his inherited marksmanship was pretty good. Although he has not yet acquired weapons such as spears, he has practiced with swords and other weapons, but his spear skills are not as good as his spear skills. His spear skills are fast, accurate, and fierce. However, he only practiced on his own before and had very little actual combat experience. Now he mainly uses these monsters to increase his combat capabilities. It is not a problem for Sufeng to fight against a level 2 wildcat alone. He can gain a lot of experience by killing monsters of higher levels. A level 2 wildcat can give him 30 experience points. There are a lot more wild monsters in this area than yesterday. Sufeng doesn't dare to face too many monsters and can only kill them one by one. When the level is increased to 2, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Sufeng leveled up again and gained 1 skill point and 10 free attribute points. Sufeng still distributed the 10 free attribute points equally according to the previous allocation. After the distribution was completed, Sufeng once again felt the powerful feeling coming from his body. There are many monsters here, including wild cats, pheasants, hares, wild geese, wild mice, and so on. The levels of these monsters range from level 1 to level 2, and no level 3 monsters have been found yet. After his strength was improved, it became much easier for Sufeng to face the level 2 monster again. He could basically kill one little kid with one sword. Experience 20. Sufeng discovered that after his level was raised, the experience points he gained from killing a level 2 monster again were 10 points less. Moreover, these monsters can basically only drop gold coins. As for equipment, none has dropped yet. It is better to open boxes, but boxes cannot give experience points. You can only kill monsters to level up. Sufeng even felt that these monsters would not drop equipment, only gold coins. Several level 1 monsters appeared, and Sufeng quickly stepped forward and killed them. Experience 5. Experience 5. Killing a monster that is one level lower than you will reduce your experience points by half. If you want to level up quickly, you still have to kill monsters of a higher level. Sufeng looked at the soldiers. They were very close to upgrading. There were still many monsters here. After the soldiers killed the monsters, Sufeng asked them to gather the monster corpses together, and then began to collect them. These monsters are all valuable, and can be sold for quite a bit of money. After completing the collection, Sufeng continued to explore the wild. Suddenly, a monster appeared. It was a pheasant, but this pheasant was twice as big as the previous one. Sufeng was very surprised and looked at the information of the pheasant. Monster, pheasant boss. Quality, white. Level, level 2. Skill, peck. Introduction, the strongest among pheasants, the fighting chicken among pheasants. The fighting chicken among the pheasants. Sufeng was speechless, but this pheasant turned out to be a boss, which was beyond Sufeng's expectation. This pheasant was indeed full of aggressiveness. After seeing Sufeng, it screamed, "Cluck!" and then flapped its wings and took the initiative to attack Sufeng. Sufeng took a look and was not in a hurry. He stood where he was, weapon in hand, but his eyes were always on this wild chicken boss. It's like saying, "Come here if you dare." The pheasant also expressed its opinion through practical actions. "Come here." When the pheasant boss flapped its wings and jumped up, stretching out its beak to peck at Sufeng, Sufeng quickly dodged the attack of the pheasant boss, then raised his weapon and fell down quickly. Puff! The pheasant boss's head was chopped off by Sufeng, and a lot of blood was splashed on Sufeng's body. Reputation 2. Experience 50. The experience gained from the boss is pretty good, much more than that gained from ordinary monsters. In addition to experience points, killing the boss will also reward reputation. Moreover, this boss was much more generous than the small monsters. It actually dropped a bunch of gold coins. There were at least 10 to 20 of these gold coins. It was very generous. Oh, something has appeared. Sufeng looked at a book on the ground and wanted to pick it up. However, at this time, Sufeng suddenly heard a hint from heaven. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first to kill the first white quality boss, and will be rewarded with 10 free attribute points and 10 reputation points. Sufeng was also surprised when he saw the sudden hint from heaven. He never thought that there would be a reward for killing the first boss. Sufeng was very happy with the 10 more free attribute points. In this way, he had 10 more attribute points than others, which was definitely a huge advantage in the early stage. After allocating the attributes, Sufeng's basic attributes all reached 16 points. Luck and talent attributes cannot be increased through attribute points. Sufeng does not know how to increase them specifically yet. Sufeng quickly picked up the books on the ground and took a look at them. Skill, powerful attack. Quality, white. Description, aim at the target and strike with all your strength, causing 10% additional damage. It's actually a skill book. Sufeng was indeed surprised. He didn't expect to get a skill book. Although it was only a white skill, having one more skill would definitely make him stronger. The Soviets immediately used it. Learn. Powerful attack LV1. Look at the skill list. Combat skill. White strong attack LV1. Skill points are used to upgrade these skills. Sufeng understood. He now has 2 skill points, but skill points are very precious and cannot be used easily. If it is a general skill, it is better not to add it easily. Now we must first try out the effect of this skill before deciding whether to upgrade it. Sufeng first collected the corpses of the pheasant boss on the ground. Feather 5. First level crystal 1. Chicken feet 1. Oh, we can actually collect first level crystals. Sufeng seemed to understand that the crystals needed for crystal buildings should be obtained from these bosses. This is a good thing. After knowing the source of materials such as crystal, you will know where to get it when you want to upgrade the crystal in the future. After completing the collection, Sufeng took a quick look at the chat room. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Why is it this guy from Huaxia City again? Do your family members know that you are so awesome? At least it proves that the person who received the reward is from our Longting country. Well done. As long as they are not foreign lords, that's a good thing. Those guys would love to see us destroyed. Boss, are you still accepting younger brothers? I want you to accept my niece. Lord of Huaxia City, did you get any rewards after killing the boss? I don't believe that these are the only rewards from heaven. Chapter 14, Green Monster. The Soviet side naturally would not pay attention to them. What he gained had nothing to do with them. However, at this time, a group of friends added by Sufeng sent messages of, congratulations, and Sufeng directly replied to the group. Thank you, everyone work hard. After seeing this news, those who did not congratulate the Soviet side had many questions in their minds. As a result, they felt that it would be insincere if they didn't congratulate the Soviet side. So, all of Sufeng's friends sent him messages of congratulations. Sufeng looked at these words of congratulations, and suddenly felt a little strange, as if she was about to give birth to a child. Sufeng didn't say anything else. He had said everything he needed to say. After doing all this, Sufeng continued to move forward and gain new knowledge. There were many treasure chests here, but there were monsters next to each treasure chest, as if they were guarding these treasure chests. These are all new monsters. Sufeng first looked at the information of these monsters. Monster, wild dog. Quality, green. Level 3. Skills, bite, claw. Introduction: if you want our treasure chest, I'll bite you to death, woof woof woof. These wild dogs exist to guard these treasure chests, and these monsters are actually of green quality. Sufeng doesn't know how strong the green monsters are, but he feels that these monsters must be difficult to deal with. The Soviet side not only wants the treasure chest, but also the wild dogs. Ugh, they want to kill the wild dogs too. There are about 3 to 5 wild dogs next to a treasure chest. The number is not large. It is not a problem for Sufeng to face one alone, but he is afraid that the other party will not abide by the moral code of martial arts and will attack together. Many of the Soviet soldiers are at level 1, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to resist these wild dogs. Therefore, the Soviet side gathered a dozen soldiers. Their bamboos were long, and using this advantage, it should not be a problem to resist the 2 wild dogs. Sufeng started to move towards the place where there were the least wild dogs. In order to test whether he could attract monsters, Sufeng threw a stone over there. Who would have known that as soon as the stone was thrown over, 3 wild dogs rushed towards him. Woof woof woof. Shit! Where's the promise to lure the monsters? Sufeng discovered that he had a great talent for luring monsters, and he lured 3 at a time. Get ready for battle! The level 3 wild dog runs so fast, almost as fast as a cheetah. These are monsters, not the dogs at home. Their fighting power must be strong, so Sufeng naturally needs to be careful when dealing with them. These level 3 wild dogs are much more ferocious than the wild wolves in the forest. Sufeng even thinks that 3 wild dogs can fight a tiger. This is no joke, they really have such strength. The Soviet side asked the soldiers to take advantage of the woods, circle around the wild dogs, and be as careful as possible about their attacks. The Soviet side had previously taught these soldiers some basic combat skills. These soldiers, like normal people, needed to learn many things temporarily, but these skills all required practice. As for how much they could master, it depended on their own talent and hard work. Everyone hid in the woods, and 3 wild dogs soon pounced on them. Sufeng's current attributes have reached the 3rd level standard, and with years of martial arts training, he can also calmly predict the movements of the wild dogs. When the wild dog pounced towards him, Sufeng dodged quickly and soon avoided the attack of the wild dog. Then the man and the dog began to stare at each other from a close distance. The wild dog opened its sharp mouth, bared its teeth, and made a whining sound, staring at Sufeng with ferocious eyes. Then, the wild dog took the lead in attacking and quickly bit Sufeng. Sufeng dodged and raised the weapon in his hand and chopped at the wild dog. A wound appeared on the wild dog's body. The wild dog screamed, and traces of blood were left on its body. Sufeng raised his weapon again and stared at the wild dog, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. The strength of the wild dog was much stronger than that of humans. It should be said that wild monsters of the same level are much stronger than humans of the same level, not to mention that these monsters are of green quality. Sufeng also discovered that these green quality monsters were much stronger than the white quality monsters. Ordinary people would not be a match for these wild dogs. On the other side, a dozen soldiers were dealing with 2 level 3 wild dogs. They took advantage of the length of their bamboo weapons to keep the wild dogs from getting close. There was no danger for the time being, but they still needed to be careful. The Soviet side began to deal with the situation carefully. If they were not sure, they would never take the initiative to attack the wild dogs. They were always looking for the wild dogs' weaknesses to attack. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have the courage to attack, but Sufeng, as a martial artist, has a very good foundation, and that is his advantage. The man and the dog stared at each other for a long time. Finally, the wild dog took the initiative to attack and bit Sufeng. Sufeng found the right opportunity and stabbed the wild dog's mouth with the sword. Sufeng poked it in hard, then quickly left. He then took out the bamboo from the package, aimed it at the injured wild dog, and started poking it. After being stabbed several times, the wild dog finally stopped struggling. Experience 60. Sufeng didn't care whether the wild dogs had dropped anything good or not. He went straight to where the other 2 wild dogs were. He took the initiative to use the bamboo in his hand to attack one of the wild dogs. Puff! Sufeng stabbed the wild dog hard with a bamboo stick. Sufeng's spear skills were very good. Although the bamboo stick was not a spear, it was almost as good. His attack was fast, fierce, and powerful. But I don't know how the wild dog suddenly turned around, and as a result, the knife went straight into the wild dog's back door, causing the dog's entire face to turn black. Goose, I really didn't mean it. Sufeng was also speechless. This wild dog really ran into the muzzle of a gun. The Soviet side simply used force and stabbed it directly and thoroughly. With the help of the soldiers, the wild dog was immediately stabbed with 5 or 6 holes and died in suffocation. Experience 10. There was only one wild dog left, but it finally fell down in the face of so many people. Everyone wiped the sweat off their face. The green monsters were indeed more difficult to deal with. If possible, Sufeng still preferred to kill the white monsters. Because white monsters are weaker than green monsters and not as dangerous. Green monsters are much stronger than white monsters. 3 green monsters exploded with a lot of gold coins. The soldiers picked them up and handed them to Sufeng, who then began to collect them. In the evening, we can finally stew dog meat. However, what the Sufeng cared about most was the treasure chest guarded by the wild dogs. Chapter 15, Green Equipment. Walking towards the treasure chest, Sufeng looked at it in surprise. This is not a wooden box, but an iron box. Are there many kinds of boxes? Sufeng still opened it, and then an axe appeared in front of Sufeng. Equipment, axe. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 5, destructive power 5, logging efficiency 20%, logging stamina consumption minus 20%. It's actually green equipment. Sufeng was very shocked. I never thought that I could get a green axe, and this piece of equipment is actually a piece of equipment specially used for logging. No matter when, wood is a very important resource. It is definitely a very happy thing to be able to have such equipment in the early stage. Therefore, the Soviet side asked the soldier who had reached level 1 to go cut wood with the axe. Level 1 soldiers have stronger attributes and are more efficient in logging. With this axe, they can obtain more wood. Sufeng was very happy. After resting for a while, he led his soldiers to the place where the next treasure chest was located. Through the last attack, the Soviet side discovered that using bamboo to attack these hunting dogs had more advantages. Although bamboo had no attribute bonus, it was relatively long and could limit the wild dog's forward pounce, making it very effective against them. So, General Sufeng took out the bamboo and walked towards the group of wild dogs. This time he chose the place where 4 wild dogs were. After seeing humans, they took the initiative to attack. But after running a few meters away, they stopped moving forward. The bamboo in the hands of the Sufeng and the soldiers made them feel threatened. The Soviet side took advantage of the bamboo and began to attack the wild dogs, then looked for opportunities to kill them. With the cooperation of Sufeng and his men, they began to attack the wild dogs one by one. With the cooperation of Sufeng and the soldiers, they killed the 4 wild dogs again, and then opened a black iron treasure chest. After taking a look at the things inside, he found that it was a pot of arrows, with 20 arrows in total. This made Sufeng very happy. He had a bow and arrow before, but no arrows. Now, the bow and arrows could come in handy. So, Sufeng looked for the next treasure chest guarded by a wild dog again. Sufeng had never learned archery, but with his current strength, he could easily pull the white bow. In order to improve his accuracy, Sufeng practiced his archery before attacking the wild dogs. The first few arrows did have a lot of deviations, but Sufeng found the feeling from the previous few arrows and started practicing for another dozen arrows. Although it's not 100%, it's still possible to launch an attack. So, Sufeng and his soldiers launched an attack on the wild dogs again. This time they had to face 5 wild dogs. After seeing the wild dogs rushing towards them, Sufeng quickly bent his bow and drew his arrow and shot at the wild dogs. Call out! The first arrow hit the wild dog accurately, but did not kill it immediately, only injured it. However, Sufeng only needed to injure it to achieve his goal. Sufeng shot again, but this arrow deflected and did not hit the wild dog, so Sufeng shot again. Call out! This arrow was quite lucky and hit the thigh of a wild dog. I guess it was also good luck. The third arrow missed. After the third arrow was shot, the wild dog finally closed the distance and began to roar at them. Woof woof woof! 2 wild dogs were injured, and there were only 3 in the front. Sufeng took advantage of the fact that the 2 wild dogs were still at the back and took the initiative to attack the wild dogs. With their efforts, the 3 wild dogs were quickly killed. The 2 wild dogs behind also fell down soon. This time it went very smoothly. As expected, after gaining more experience in killing the same kind of monsters, I felt that these monsters were not very difficult to deal with. Of course, it was also because they had more people, and as they became more proficient in coordinating, it became much easier to deal with these wild dogs. If it were just one person, it would definitely not be that efficient. Moreover, if it were a single person, he probably wouldn't dare to kill such a green monster. Green monsters are not something that ordinary people can deal with. After collecting the bodies of the wild dogs, the Soviet side opened the iron box again. This time, there was a piece of armor inside, but it was white in quality. For Sufeng, who was short of equipment, any piece of equipment was very important. Moreover, the Soviet side discovered that the things that came out of these iron boxes were basically equipment. The things that came out of the wooden box were mostly supplies, and there were all kinds of things in the wooden box, including salt, MSG, clothes, cigarettes, tea, cups, etc. It was very diverse. But the things inside the wooden box are what they need in their daily life, and the things inside are still very important to them. I looked at the properties of this armor. Equipment: black armor. Quality: white. Durability: 100%. Attribute: physical defense 5. The properties are very simple, just adding 5 points of physical defense, which is better than nothing. Sufeng put on this armor. Although it added a little weight, it didn't matter much to Sufeng. In this way, the Soviet side began to clear out these wild dog monsters along the way, and the harvested things became more and more. Weapons were opened out one by one, and pieces of armor, boots, pants, and gauntlets were also opened out. Except for the green axe that was opened at the beginning, all the equipment that was opened later were white. It was pure luck that I was able to get green equipment for the first time. Sufeng also tried to use the powerful attack. After activating this skill, it can indeed increase the attack power a lot. At the critical moment, it can even give the monster a fatal blow, but Sufeng still kept the skill points. He wanted to acquire more skills and then tried to integrate them. Although this would be difficult, Sufeng felt that this would definitely be beneficial to his future development. When the level is raised to 3, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After upgrading again, the time is almost up. The soldiers are also level 2. Tomorrow, the Soviet side decided to send these level 2 soldiers to cut wood, and then bring up the lower level soldiers. Sufeng walked back and collected the water that the soldiers had bottled. When we arrived at the lake, the floor was covered with water filled with bamboo cans. Each can of water was covered with large leaves and then covered with small stones, so there was no dust. After all, Sufeng is a hygienic person and cannot sell dirty water to others. Pack up all the water and put it on the shelves. At this stage, those who can survive will basically go out to hunt monsters, but water is also needed to clean the monster's internal organs, unless they also have the same gathering skills as Sufeng. Chapter 16, Warehouse Building. But the Soviet side felt that there would definitely not be too many such people. Whether it is cleaning internal organs or washing clothes, vegetables and fruits, it is definitely a very painful thing for people without water. And as the number of people increases, their water consumption will increase a lot, and this is an opportunity for the Soviet side to make money. Of course, as more and more people find containers to hold water, water will become very worthless. If you don't take advantage of it now, you will miss the chance later. After all, the entire market is only this big. Now quite a few people have already established barracks, and food, drink, clothing and shelter are all issues that these lords need to consider. Many people complained in the chat channel that it was difficult to be a lord. They had nothing and felt overwhelmed. Only when you run a household do you know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. Who said it wasn't true? The 2 soldiers I just summoned had no food, shelter, or clothing, so their loyalty dropped to 10 points. I was really afraid that they would kill me directly. Now I lack everything, even gold coins. It's too difficult to be the boss. Sometimes I really want to give up. But the powerful feeling brought by the upgrade makes me feel that there will definitely be bigger surprises waiting for me in the future. That Huaxia city lord is right. I was not in good health before, but after working hard to upgrade today, I found that my health is much better. You might have kidney deficiency. It should be impotence. After reading these conversations, Sufeng discovered that many lords were short of things, and many even lacked food. When Sufeng had a general understanding of the market, he started selling things again. He directly put on the shelves all kinds of meat he had collected. Anyway, Sufeng would definitely not worry about food in the future. In addition, his crops mature faster than others, so he will never lack food. Sufeng priced a piece of raw meat at 5 gold coins, which was not expensive and it was pre-cut. They only needed to buy it and roast it, and they could eat it, which was very convenient. Sufeng felt that the price was very cost-effective. As for the price of corn, Sufeng set it at 3 gold coins per corn. After all, his corn tasted quite good. Of course, if they were willing to exchange the supplies in their hands with themselves, the Soviet side would not mind. As for supplies, the Soviet side would never think that they had too much. After the products were put on the shelves, Sufeng immediately said in the chat channel, "All kinds of fresh meats are freshly baked and cleaned. You can just buy them and cook them. There are also a lot of corns waiting for you to buy. The quantity is limited, first come first served." After hearing the news, many people opened the trading channel and found the sales information of the Lord of Huaxia City. Many people had already clicked to follow, so they would get notifications as soon as something was put on the shelves. "Brother, you're selling a piece of raw meat for 5 gold coins. That's too shady. 1 corn costs 3 gold coins, go grab it. Black businessman. Swindler. Actually, you don't need to say that. After all, he didn't force you to buy it. If you have the ability, go and process the monster meat yourself. Look at the meat. It's cut so well. I seriously suspect that he is a chef. I guess he graduated from Lunxiang." Sufeng's pricing is definitely not expensive, but it is not cheap either. Everyone is short of gold coins now, and not many gold coins are dropped from killing monsters. But whether they choose to fill their stomachs or choose gold coins is not a problem that the Soviet side needs to consider. He will sell it at this price. As for whether to buy it or not, that is their own business. Many friends sent messages, and Sufeng opened the messages and took a look. "Brother, can we trade wood for meat?" asked the Unparalleled. "You actually have so much processed meat for sale. I want 100 pieces of meat," Lonely Cigarette also said. "I'm so envious. Can you give me a cheaper price? I'll trade you the seeds," Little Butterfly also said. After seeing this news, Sufeng was very happy. He no longer felt that he had too many resources. He quickly replied to Tian Xiaowu Shuang. "Of course, 1 piece of wood for 2 pieces of meat." The Unparalleled. "We've been doing business for such a long time, and you're still so ruthless." The Unparalleled really wanted to beat up this unscrupulous businessman. "Okay, we're old friends, so let's add another one." Sufeng smiled. If he asked for too high a price all at once, how would he do business? A piece of wood in the market now costs about 20 gold coins, so his price is about right. 4 pieces of meat for 1, a fair trade," the Unparalleled replied. "Okay, deal, how much do you need?" Sufeng laughed. He had plenty of meat, it just depended on how much the other party needed. Therefore, Tian Xiaowu Shuang purchased 80 pieces of meat, probably for the soldiers in the territory to eat. Afterwards, he conducted another round of transactions with friends such as Lonely Cigarette and Little Butterfly, and Sufeng obtained a lot of resources again. However, when I'm a Tombo sent him a message, Sufeng immediately lost his composure. "I have a warehouse blueprint, and want to exchange it for the food in your hand. Name your price," said I'm a Tombo. "It's another architectural blueprint." Sufeng was also very envious. Why couldn't he open a building with such a high luck value? It seems that he is not the only lucky person. The other party is short of food now, so that's easy to deal with. For Sufeng, no matter how much food he has, architectural blueprints are not something that can be obtained easily. It really requires a lot of luck to obtain them. The Soviet side thought about it, and decided that the price of the current construction drawings was hard to say. Those who wanted to build did not have the materials, and those who did not want to build did not know the market price. This was the Soviet side's advantage. He now has a lot of resources, but lacks buildings, especially this warehouse, which can be used to store material resources. As long as this building is built, there will be no need to store so many resources in the wooden house. The Soviet side must take over this building. But in the entire Lord's world, it is estimated that only a few people need it. After all, there are really few people who can possess a large amount of supplies. So Sufeng replied, "I thought it was some kind of blueprint, but it turns out to be a warehouse blueprint. It doesn't seem like there's much to store after this thing is built, but it's still a building after all. How about this, 50 pieces of meat?" 50 pieces of meat, at 5 gold coins per piece, that would be 250 gold coins. Although this number doesn't sound good, the Soviet side certainly cannot offer a high price at the beginning. I'm a Tomba is obviously not happy. Although no one has sold this building yet, and at this stage, even if someone obtains this building, few people will build such a building that has not much use, but it is still a building after all. Chapter 17, Fusion of Gold and Corn. 50 pieces of meat are obviously not enough to satisfy. I am a Tombo. 200 pieces of meat. I'm a Tombo, stated her price. 200 pieces of meat. Do you know how many monsters we have to kill? How long does it take to clean all this meat? It's too much. 60 pieces of meat. Now no one knows about the skill of gathering, so Sufeng naturally cannot let people know that he only uses one skill to process the meat, so he has to let the other party understand the difficulty of processing the meat. Sure enough, after Sufeng said this, "I'm a female Tom," hesitated for a long time. Obviously, it also knew that at this time, although this building seemed very rare, there would probably not be anyone who would actually build it. They even have a problem with food, so who would spend resources to build this building? If we have the resources, we might as well build wooden houses and barracks. It is absolutely impossible to build this warehouse. 150 pieces of meat is a building after all. You should know how difficult it is to build a building. "I'm a Tombu," stated his offer. The Sioux side was sure to bargain for the price, and in the end, the two men successfully made the deal at 120 yuan for the meat. The Soviet side received the warehouse drawings with satisfaction and began to check what materials were needed for the building. Item: warehouse blueprint. Quality: white. Description: requires 100 gold coins, 50 wood, and 50 stone. The Soviets have all these things, so there is no need to worry about the materials. Gold 100, wood 50, stone 50, the warehouse is successfully built. The drawing in Sufeng's hand turned into a ray of light, and then a warehouse building appeared in front of Sufeng. Although the warehouse was not large, Sufeng did not plan to upgrade it because it was sufficient for use at this stage. "Jean-san, Jean-si, the rest of you move all the supplies in the wooden house into the warehouse for storage." Sufeng immediately gave the order. Next, Sufeng continued to sell the meat in his hands until he had enough left for himself. The food on the trading channel was quickly sold out. Many people were short of food, which made the Soviet side see a great business opportunity. When they arrived at the farmland, Sufeng saw that many crops had begun to grow. Sufeng had left 2 people to take care of the crops. As soon as the crops matured, the soldiers would collect them and sow new seeds. Therefore, Sufeng's harvest of corn was not small, and the corn he sold was all cooked. Because the Soviets didn't want others to buy them for planting. It is better to have high-quality seeds in your own hands. The white seeds take 24 hours to mature and produce less. Not only does the green seeds take half the time to mature than the white seeds, but their yield is also twice that of the white seeds. The blue seeds take half the time to mature as the green seeds, and their yield is twice that of the green seeds. By analogy, after reaching the golden seed level, the food produced can also have certain attributes. For example, golden corn can restore 100% of your physical strength and reduce hunger by 100% within 4 hours. As for other things, the Soviet side is still experimenting. The corn had been dried yesterday, but it was not completely dry yet. Soviet officials asked the soldiers to take 2 corns and dry them, then gave them to him to blend into golden color, and finally gave them to the soldiers to plant. He did not waste any mental energy today and had been fusing the seeds all the time. Therefore, Sufeng took out a lot of golden seeds after fusion, namely potatoes, apples, sweet potatoes, and cabbages. When he was in the countryside, Sufeng remembered that potatoes and sweet potatoes did not need to be planted by seeds. Potatoes were basically propagated asexually. The sprouted potatoes could be cut into several pieces and planted directly. As for sweet potatoes, they are mainly cultivated. You only need sweet potato vines to plant them directly. Just take out a piece of sweet potato vine and stick it into the soil and wait for them to sprout and grow automatically. Sufeng has planted it before, so he naturally knows how to plant it. I was born in the countryside and have planted it myself. But in this Lord's world, all food is grown from seeds. Of course, the Soviet side also knew that potatoes and sweet potatoes also have seeds, but they were not planted with seeds in rural areas. At least the Soviet side had never seen it, because the Soviet side heard that if these 2 things were planted with seeds, the yield would not be very high, and they would grow slowly. After giving these golden seeds to the soldiers to plant, they can get a harvest in just 1.5 hours. This is the power of the golden seeds. Sufeng is also looking forward to what properties these golden foods can have. Suddenly, Sufeng thought, if I merge the 2 golden corns, will there be any new effects? Although gold quality is the highest grade item, what if there is some hidden quality? So, Sufeng began to wait for his mental strength to recover, then he took some purple corn and started to fuse them. After merging into 2 golden corns, Sufeng began to fuse the 2 golden corns together. As a result, it really succeeded. But too much mental energy was consumed, and Sufeng almost felt like fainting. Looking at his mental power, Sufeng discovered that it would consume 5 points of mental power to fuse 2 golden corns. He must be careful next time. However, when Sufeng saw the corn in his hand with a stronger golden halo, he smiled. Name: corn. Quality: gold. Introduction. After consumption, within the next 8 hours, physical strength will be restored by 200%, and hunger will be reduced by 200%. The properties have doubled. Previously the corn only lasted for 4 hours, but now it lasts longer and can last for 8 hours. If this kind of corn is given to the logging soldiers, they can basically stay in peak condition and continue logging. The Soviet side seemed to have found a way to get rich. Sufeng was even wondering if he fused 2 more golden corns, and then fused the 2 golden corns that had been fused twice for a third time, would the properties be able to double? But mental power is a big problem. The first fusion of golden corn requires 5 points of mental power. After the second fusion, I am afraid that more mental power will be needed. Sufeng and the soldiers ate barbecue and chewed corn. They lived a good life and every soldier was very happy. They gained a lot today and obtained a lot of equipment. As long as they work harder tomorrow, I believe everyone will be able to get a piece of equipment. Lord, the golden corn grows so fast, and after watering, it will grow even faster. Zhang San hurried over and said to Sufeng. Oh, really? Sufeng came to the farmland out of curiosity. Torches had been lit around, and they could see everything about the farmland clearly. Chapter 18, Territory Upgrade. Zhang San scooped a spoonful of water and poured it into one of the golden cornfields. Not long after the water was poured, the corn began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a very strange scene, which surprised Sufeng very much. Looking at the situation, it won't take 1.5 hours to harvest, Sufeng guessed. Sufeng asked a few people to bring flashlights and be careful of monsters along the way. Then he asked them to go to the lake to fetch water and start watering the corn. If they could get the corn to mature in a moment, they could earn more gold coins. Afterwards, the Soviet side began to upgrade the wooden houses. The level 3 wooden houses could not accommodate so many people. Gold coins 400, wood 400, wooden house level 1, current level LV4. Now, Sufeng can only upgrade the wooden house to LV4 because he also needs to upgrade the barracks. Gold coins 400, wood 400, barracks level 1, current level LV4. After the barracks were upgraded, 10 more soldiers could be summoned, but Sufeng decided to wait until tomorrow morning to summon them. The higher the level of the soldiers, the stronger their attributes are, and the more wood they can cut. In addition, Sufeng can collect some wood from the world, so the amount of wood harvested in a day is quite good. Sufeng looked at his territory and found that it could be upgraded to level 1. The condition for upgrading the territory is to have 5 level 1 buildings, and it can be upgraded by spending 100 gold coins. The Soviet side had already met the conditions and began to upgrade the territory. Gold coins minus 100, the territory was successfully upgraded to level 1. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first in the world to successfully upgrade the territory to level 1, and is rewarded with 10 free attribute points and 10 reputation points. After the 3 reminders from the Heavenly Tao, the entire Lord's world was in an uproar again. Fuck! It's this Lord of Huaxia City again. How many times has this guy appeared on TV? Is this guy the son of God? Why does the goddess of luck always revolve around him? It makes people sad and upset to hear it. The main thing is that this reminder from the heaven has nothing to do with us. We can only envy, hate, and be jealous. Lord of Huaxia City, I am willing to be your wife and wash your clothes and cook for you every day. Please hold my thigh. Sufeng didn't expect that he would be on TV again, but he was not interested in being on TV. He is only interested in those things that are rewarded by heaven. There were another 10 free attribute points, and Sufeng immediately distributed them. As for reputation, he doesn't know what it will be used for yet. He now has 32 points of reputation. Brother, do your family members know that you are so outstanding? The Unparalleled sent the message sourly. Don't worry, they know what's going on in the afterlife, Sufeng replied. So he's an orphan? The Unparalleled was a little surprised. There's nothing we can do about it. The protagonist will basically bring death to his parents, Sufeng replied. Brother, do you have any shame? The Unparalleled said speechlessly. No, I have no shame, Sufeng replied. The Unparalleled. Another group of friends sent all kinds of envious and jealous words, and even Little Butterfly said, Please support me. I don't do that, Sufeng refused mercilessly. Oh, even if I want to be supported by you, I don't know where you are. Little Butterfly sighed. The world is so big, we can't meet each other. Don't think about me. I am not your dish, and you are not my soup, Sufeng said. You should be single, asked Little Butterfly. What's wrong with being single? It's enough to live a good life by yourself. You don't need to care about other people's feelings, Sufeng replied. You straight man. Little Butterfly didn't know what to say. It's better than being bent, Sufeng continued to answer. Little Butterfly. When you are bored, chatting with these people and then reading the news from around the world can still help you pass the time. Lord! The corn is ripe! Zhang Sen said happily. So fast, it seems like only an hour or so. Sufeng was very surprised. It can reduce watering time by half an hour, which is really good, Zhang Sen replied. When the Soviets arrived at the farmland, they saw that the soldiers had already picked the ripe corn and there was a large pile of corn stalks nearby. After these corn stalks are dried, they can be spread on farmland as fertilizer or used for burning, which is very useful. Cook these corns and prepare to sell them. Sufeng was very happy. He took out 2 more corns and then merged them into golden corns with stronger light. Sufeng put away the 2 corns that had been fused for the second time. His mental strength was insufficient now, so he would try the effect again after it was fully recovered. They built several fires, poured water on them, and put the corn into the water to cook. After it was cooked, Sufeng began to put the golden corn on the shelves. And the price was set at 50 gold coins per stick. If it weren't for the fact that no one had too many gold coins right now, Sufeng really wanted to set it at 100 gold coins. Given the properties of golden corn, it is indeed worth the price. Afterwards, Sufeng shouted again in the chat channel. Golden corn has just been put on the shelves. Hurry up and buy it if you want it. It has great attribute blessings. If you are late, it will be gone. Afterwards, the Soviet side shouted again on the world channel. There was a lot of golden corn, and Sufeng didn't think the people of Longting country could buy it all. After hearing the news, everyone opened the trading channel again and saw the information about the golden corn, which was still cooked. Fuck! Gold quality corn, Lord of Huaxia City, can you tell us where you got it? This is the first time I've seen food with attributes. This thing is really good. Not bad, not bad. Although the price is a bit expensive, I think it's worth it. It's that profiteer again. It's so expensive. If you were selling it for 10 gold coins, I would buy it. But if it's so expensive, I definitely won't buy it. Why do we sell cooked food? Can't we sell raw food? They are not stupid. They know to sell them raw to us because they are afraid that we will use them to plant. Even if it were me, I would not sell them raw to you. Selfish. Haha, a bunch of saints. Brother, it's okay if you sell me this corn at a lower price privately. I'll exchange it with you for wood. The Unparalleled sent a message immediately. Sufeng smiled and said, I've been waiting for you. No problem, 2 pieces of wood for 1 piece of golden corn. Sufeng replied. Was stunned. He didn't expect Sufeng to be so generous this time. He quickly said, Okay, deal. 50 sticks first. The Sufeng immediately traded 50 ears of corn to the Unrivaled. If they knew the yield of this corn, they would probably be jealous to death. After all, for the Soviet side, the higher the quality of the corn, the shorter the time it takes to mature, and the higher the yield. Unfortunately, these people probably don't know this. Chapter 19. More than 100,000 gold coins. Brother! Where did you get the seeds of golden corn? Little Butterfly, and others immediately asked. It was true that the Soviet side would bring them some surprises every once in a while, which made them both envious and sigh that the world was a bit unfair. If I say that these seeds were made by me, would you believe it? Sufeng said. You are a human, not a plant, and you can create seeds. Just brag. I can create humans. As soon as she finished saying, Little Butterfly, she felt a little embarrassed. She couldn't create a human being by herself unless... Oh, so embarrassing. If you want to buy it, I'll give you a discount price, 40 gold coins per stick. Sufeng said. 35 is okay, I don't have much gold coins. No one doesn't want such a good thing. They naturally know how important the properties of corn are, and Little Butterfly is no exception. Okay. Sufeng then traded 5 corns to Little Butterfly. Then Lonely Cigarette also sent a message asking, Tell me, how many stones do you need to exchange for a corn? Seeing that Lonely Cigarette was so direct, Sufeng did not want to lose such a big stone customer. After all, he might have to rely on the other party for stone in the future. 2 pieces of stone for 1, that's a good deal, said Sufeng. You still have some conscience. Let's make the deal. Lonely Cigarette was indeed very satisfied. At this stage, no one needs stone, only Sufeng needs it, so Lonely Cigarette was very satisfied after hearing such an exchange price. Afterwards, the Soviet side had many friends who used the materials in their hands to exchange for gold and corn with the Soviet side. Some were iron ore, some were silver ore, and some were gold ore. They all used the resources they had to trade with the Soviet side. In addition, the Soviet side always pays attention to those who have resources. Once they find them, they will immediately add them as friends and then exchange a large amount of resources from them. The Soviet side has accumulated a large amount of various resources. Although many of them are not used now, the Soviet side believes that they will be of great use in the future. Lord, the golden corn seeds can only produce purple quality corn. Zhang San hurriedly ran over and said. Oh, there's only purple. Sufeng was stunned, then walked towards the farmland and indeed found that the corn grown from these golden seeds was only of purple quality. Sufeng was full of doubts, and then asked, Are these seeds planted from the golden corn that matures later? Yes, Zhang San replied. The Soviet side has already understood what is going on. It turns out that only the golden corn that he personally fused can be used to grow golden quality corn. If you directly use the seeds of the fused golden corn to plant, you can only get purple quality seeds. In this case, even if people outside have high quality seeds, it is completely impossible to rely on this method to continuously grow high quality food. But the Soviet side can. He can completely merge these purple corns into golden corns again, so that he can continue to grow golden corns. It just requires the consumption of mental energy. But the rewards are totally worth it. So Sufeng started to have people collect the purple corn, dry it, and finally hand it over to him. The Soviet side turned the corns into golden color, and then gave them to the soldiers to plant. In this way, they could obtain a large amount of golden corn continuously. The golden corn sold very well and he earned a lot of gold coins. His current gold coins are almost breaking through the 100,000 mark. This is definitely a huge fortune. Money makes things easier. Sufeng felt that these gold coins would allow him to not have to worry about gold coins for a long time. The Soviets continued to put cooked corn on the shelves and began to plunder the world's wealth in large quantities. The people in the chat room cursed while watching Sufeng selling wave after wave of golden corn. They were indeed all shocked, wondering where the Soviet side got so much golden corn. Although they didn't know exactly how much the Soviet Union sold, they could imagine how terrifying the Soviet Union's current wealth was. This kind of monopoly business is really cool, because the Soviet Union is the only country in the world that has this kind of golden corn for sale. Although many people do not want to buy it, this corn is so useful for development that they have to buy it. Some people also wanted to try whether cooked corn could be planted, but the final result was naturally no, as cooked corn could not be used as seeds. This made everyone complain about Sufeng again, calling him a profiteer and calling him too dishonest and unrighteous. But the Soviet side ignored such people at all. Outstanding people are always prone to envy. Anyway, Sufeng still said the same thing. He never forced anyone to buy his things, but if someone needed it, he couldn't stop them. Lord, these are ripe golden potatoes, apples, sweet potatoes, and cabbages. Take a look. Several soldiers ran up to the Soviet side, holding a bunch of newly ripe crops in their hands, looking very excited. Sufeng looked at the foods that were emitting a light golden color, smiled, and then began to examine them. Name: potatoes. Quality: gold. Introduction: after consumption, hunger will be reduced by 150% within the next 4 hours. Although potatoes have a simple function, they are very filling, which is definitely a good deal for lords who are short of food. As long as they buy it for their soldiers to eat, their soldiers' loyalty will not drop. If the soldiers are not well fed, which soldier will fight for them? A potato can last for 4 hours, and a soldier only needs to eat 3 potatoes a day. Based on the price of 50 gold coins per potato, it only costs 150 gold coins a day to feed a soldier. As long as a soldier can create more than 150 gold coins in a day, it is very cost-effective. But the Soviet side also made a comparison based on the output of potatoes and found that the output of potatoes was twice that of corn. Therefore, if a potato could not be sold at the same price of 50 gold coins, they would definitely buy corn. Because the properties of potatoes are slightly worse than corn, I believe many people can accept 40 gold coins per potato. Therefore, the Soviet side once again ordered people to cook potatoes in large quantities, and then set the price of potatoes at 40 gold coins. If the products cannot be sold, the Soviet side does not mind lowering the price, but everything depends on market demand. When it comes to making money, the Soviets are absolutely unambiguous. Afterwards, Sufeng shouted again in the chat channel, asking them to focus again on what they were selling. When others saw that Sufeng had new food, the chat room became lively again. Chapter 20, Building a Fence. Fuck! Another golden potato. Where on earth did the Lord of Huaxia City get so many high-quality seeds? No one will tell us, so let's just go to bed. Alas! In order to prevent the soldiers from betraying me, I can only reluctantly buy these potatoes. I hope the soldiers will not betray me after eating them. I can't afford the loss. I tried it and it really worked. I didn't feel hungry anymore. Sufeng sold it to his friends again. The price was definitely cheaper than on the market. They only needed 30 to 35 gold coins to buy one. Afterwards, the Soviet side added a lot of friends and exchanged the food in their hands for a lot of supplies, and also exchanged several pieces of equipment from many foreign friends. It was not until a foreign lord took out a fence building and wanted to exchange a large amount of food from him that Sufeng immediately became excited. This building must be taken down. The Soviet side was also very surprised that the other party was willing to give up this building. Was they crazy because of hunger? You become friends with Fight for Freedom. Friend, how much food do you want to exchange for the fence? Sufeng asked hurriedly. No, I want to change the seeds, the uncooked ones, Fight for Freedom said. Sufeng then realized that the other party wanted to possess the golden seeds and then be able to grow golden food like him. But Sufeng laughed. If the golden seeds were not fused by him, the quality of the things that came out of the seeds would be reduced by one level. The other party wanted to use this method to obtain a large amount of golden quality food, which would not work at all. After understanding this, Sufeng immediately said, You should also know the role of golden seeds. A fence building alone is far from enough to buy them. The other party was unaware of this situation and only thought that after obtaining the golden seeds, they would be able to grow the highest quality food. Therefore, Sufeng naturally had to strive for more benefits. After all, he was the only one who possessed the golden quality seeds, and they were fused by him. He had the final say on the price. Sure enough, the other party also understood the role of the golden seeds. As long as they had the golden seeds, they would have a large amount of gold coins in the future, so the other party also offered his own price. I still have a weapon blueprint, plus 500 pieces of wood and 200 pieces of stone. Is this okay? Fight for Freedom. For the golden seed, he was willing to give up everything. 500 pieces of wood alone are worth 1,000 gold coins. God knows where the other party got them from. It is impossible that Sufeng is the only one in the world who has good luck. It's just that he doesn't know what benefits others have gained. In fact, Sufeng had already made a fortune, but he couldn't say it, so he said, Plus 500 gold coins. No, only 300 at most, said Fight for Freedom. 400. This is the final price, Sufeng replied. After a while, Fight for Freedom said, Okay. Sufeng was very happy and immediately traded a golden potato to him, saying, The yield of potatoes is very high. You should like it. I want golden corn seeds. Fight for Freedom also apparently knows that potatoes can't be planted right away. Whether you want it or not, forget it. I will get this building sooner or later anyway. There are so many people who want the golden seeds, Sufeng Lian said. Okay, just potato seeds. Fight for Freedom obviously also knows how valuable the golden seeds are now. After all, Sufeng is the only one in the world who owns them. It takes some time for the potatoes to sprout, and this period of time is when Sufeng makes money. After his potatoes sprout and are planted, he will find that he can only grow purple potatoes. At that time, I still won't be able to compete with him in the market. After all, who would want something without attributes? Sufeng felt that this business was not a loss at all. Of course, in the future, the other party will be able to use purple potatoes to grow blue potatoes, and use blue potatoes to grow green potatoes, until they become ordinary potatoes. Actually, it's not a big loss, it just takes a lot of time. By that time, it's hard to tell what the Soviet side has become. After the two finished the transaction, Sufeng couldn't help laughing. Hee. After Sufeng got the things, he immediately began to look at the two drawings. Item, fence blueprint. Quality, white. Introduction, requires 500 gold coins and 500 wood. This building requires a lot of wood to build, and the other party must have wanted to build it by themselves. However, for the sake of gold quality seeds, the other party gave up building this building, giving Sufeng a bargain for nothing. All the Soviets paid was a potato. Gold 500, wood 500, fence successfully built. After the drawings and wood disappeared, Sufeng saw that the entire territory was surrounded by fences. According to visual observation, the length and width of the entire fence were both 10 by 10. But such a fence could not even surround his wooden house and was only built outside the house. Moreover, the fence is not high, only about 1.5 meters, and looks very fragile, but the Soviet side also knows that most of the white buildings are like this, so it is good to have a fence. Anyway, the quality of this building can be upgraded later, so it won't be wasted. Because the fence was too small, the Soviet side could only protect all the buildings after upgrading the level of the fence. Sufeng looked at the materials needed for the upgrade. It still required 500 gold coins and 500 pieces of wood. It seemed that the materials needed to upgrade the fence were the same. This fence will definitely be the building that consumes the most wood in the future, but at this stage, it is also the only building that can increase the security of the territory. Sufeng began to contact several friends who sold timber, and asked them if they sold timber. Although they did sell timber, they would not sell too much. After collecting some from them, Sufeng began to set his sights on the world and exchanged gold and food for wood, 2 coins for 5 woods, and if he sold more, he could get a discount. For example, 10 pieces of wood can be exchanged for 5 golden corns. 50 pieces of wood can be exchanged for 27 ears of corn. In order to upgrade the fence, the Soviet side was rarely generous. As soon as Sufeng had mental strength, he began to fuse the golden corn, and then asked the soldiers to dry it and sell it. Anyway, it would only take an hour for a wave of corn to mature, and a lot of golden corn could be harvested each time. Under this promotion, many people began to exchange wood. Chapter 21, Level 10 Barracks. There are so many people in the world that the Soviet Union does not need to exchange timber. Just a part of the people would be enough to collect a lot of timber. The Soviet side quickly collected a large amount of wood, and found that collecting materials in this way was indeed very fast. Gold 500, wood 500, fence level 1, current level 2. After the fence was upgraded, the entire length and width became 20 by 20, but it was still not enough. Sufeng continued to upgrade and consumed 500 gold coins and 500 wood again, and the fence became 30 by 30. Building fence. Quality, white. Level, LV3, lower level requires 500 gold coins and 500 wood. Description, you can build a fence for your territory to resist monsters. Sufeng was basically fusing the golden seeds. Mental power was very important to him now. Apart from leaving a little mental power, the rest would be used to fuse the golden corn. In order to be able to harvest and plant corn as soon as possible, the Soviet side has prepared several soldiers to take turns guarding the farmland. Once the corn is ripe, it will be harvested immediately, and then new corn will be planted. After planting, they start cooking the corn and wait until he puts it on the shelf to exchange for various resources, or directly sell it for gold coins. Resources are very important now, and time is also very precious. Today is the second day. In 5 days, the territory will lose protection. No one knows what will happen then. The most important thing is to keep getting stronger and upgrade your territory. Afterwards, Sufeng looked at the properties of the last 3 golden foods. Name: apple. Quality: gold. Introduction: after consumption, within the next 4 hours, mental strength will be restored by 150%. Name: sweet potato. Quality: gold. Introduction: after consumption, within the next 4 hours, the strength will be 100%. Name: cabbage. Quality: gold. Introduction: after consumption, injuries will recover by 150% within the next 4 hours. After Sufeng saw it, he was shocked. He never thought that these foods would have such effects. Especially apples, this food is like a panacea to him. He was just worrying about how slowly his mental strength was recovering, but he didn't expect this apple to appear. It was really great. Crack! After Sufeng washed an apple, he started eating it directly. The apple was fragrant and crispy and really delicious. After eating the apple, his mental strength recovered much faster. As for sweet potatoes and cabbages, they are also good things, but it is a pity that these seeds can only be fused individually. If they could be fused one by one like corn, it would be great to have a large number of seeds each time they are fused. At this stage, it is more cost-effective for the Soviet side to integrate corn. As for apples, sweet potatoes, and cabbage, only some of them are integrated. Afterwards, the Soviet side looked at the weapon blueprint for the transaction. Item: longsword blueprint. Quality: white. Introduction: it requires 10 iron ore and a person with forging skills to forge it in a blacksmith shop. Although he obtained a weapon blueprint, he was unable to forge it because this weapon blueprint required forging skills and a blacksmith building to forge it. At this stage, no one should be able to obtain a building like a blacksmith shop, so it is impossible to forge it. No wonder that person was willing to bring such a blueprint to trade with him. Despite this, the Soviet side still felt that it would be useful to collect them. The Soviet side would basically rest for an hour or two, then wake up to blend the corn and put the corn that the soldiers had already cooked on the shelves. Sufeng is now happy and painful. As he sees more and more resources, he feels that everything is worth it. In the morning, Sufeng looked at his resources and was very satisfied. After a night's harvest, he had a very abundant supply of timber. The Soviet side decided to upgrade the barracks. Gold 500, wood 500, barracks level 1, current level LV5. Gold 1000, wood 1000, barracks level 1, current level LV10. And the barracks was upgraded to LV10 at one time, and 70 more soldiers could be summoned. Tiandao Tip, the first lord of Huaxia City, to upgrade one of the buildings to level 10 will be rewarded with 2,000 gold coins, 20 reputation points, 10 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. There were 3 more reminders from heaven, which made Sufeng never expect that he would trigger heaven's reward again. To be honest, he never thought that he could get a reward from heaven in this way, but since he could get a reward in this way, Sufeng must be very happy. He immediately redistributed the 10 free attribute points. In this way, Sufeng's basic attributes have reached 22 points. With the bonus from the equipment, his current attributes are equivalent to those of level 6. Nima! This Huaxia city lord won't let anyone else live. You should be thankful that he is from our Longtan country. It's a pity that many people can't stand seeing others do well. To be honest, I am jealous. This boss must be the son of God. Big brother, please add me as a friend and accept me. Naturally, there was envy and jealousy in the chat room, and almost all of his friends sent messages of celebration at the same time. It was as if they had made an appointment. As long as there was a hint from heaven, they would definitely send a message of congratulations. The Soviet side sent a mass message of thanks, asked them to continue their efforts, and then began to summon soldiers. Gold -100, summon a soldier. Gold -100, summon a soldier. After spending 7,000 gold coins, Sufeng successfully summoned 70 soldiers. In this way, the number of soldiers in the Soviet territory reached 100. As for the construction of the wooden house, we will talk about it at night. Sufeng then couldn't wait to collect his own reward. In that lucky draw, Sufeng was very much looking forward to what he could sell. After receiving the lucky draw, a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of Sufeng, with all kinds of things appearing on it, at least hundreds of them. There are items ranging from white quality to gold quality. White items have the largest range, green items the second largest, and gold items the smallest. Although he couldn't see the information, Sufeng was still looking forward to drawing something good. After taking a deep breath, Sufeng started pressing the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune began to spin rapidly. Sufeng could not see the speed of the wheel at all and started pressing the stop button. The lucky wheel began to slowly stop. Sufeng kept his eyes on it. After a minute, the speed of the lucky wheel finally began to slow down. White, no, go over there, go over there. When Sufeng saw the pointer turn to the white object, he felt distressed, but when he saw that the turntable was still spinning, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 22, Golden Unique Building. The next one is a blue weapon, which isn't great either, but it's not bad either. However, the turntable did not stop and started moving again. The next thing was a blueprint of a green area. Sufeng's heart started moving again. We have no idea what these things are. We can only roughly guess that they are weapons, blueprints, skills, or even direct buildings. Go quickly, the next one is a golden building. Sufeng kept looking forward to it. The next one was a golden building. Although he didn't know what it was, gold represented top-level items and was definitely a good thing. But the pointer almost stopped, and finally stopped in the middle between green and gold. The Soviet side also didn't know what was going on. Congratulations on winning the only golden building. Holy crap! I actually won the golden building! Sufeng was suddenly shocked. Sufeng thought he had missed the golden item this time, but he didn't expect that God was so good to him and gave him a golden building. And this building is unique. There is only this one building in the entire Lord continent, and Sufeng immediately took it into his hands. This building exudes a ghostly energy, like a soul, full of strange energy. The entire building is weightless and looks like a 3D model, which is very strange. Sufeng clicked on the information of the building and began to look into it. Building, Soul Temple. Quality, gold only. Level, LV1, the next level requires 200 gold coins, 200 wood, and 200 soul points. Attributes, can automatically absorb the souls of those who died within 100 meters of the territory. Current soul value, 0 points. Introduction. Every time you consume 10,000 soul points, you can enter the Soul Hall to summon a gold quality hall hero. Currently 0/1 can be summoned. When Sufeng saw it, he was a little surprised. This building could be built directly without any construction. It was very convenient. Moreover, this is actually a summoning-type golden building. But this building requires soul points, and the way to obtain soul points is also very simple, that is, to obtain them by killing monsters, and they can only be obtained by killing monsters within 100 meters of the territory. But it takes 10,000 soul points to summon a hero, which immediately made Sufeng speechless. He had no idea how much soul points a monster could provide to this building. If a monster can only give him a little soul value, then he would have to kill 10,000 monsters before he could summon a hero. Although this building is very powerful, Sufeng is not sure what kind of hero it will summon. Sufeng looked at the territory, and then began to place the building on an open space. The Soul Temple was built successfully. The building on the ground suddenly turned into a ray of light, and came to the center of the territory, as if there was an extremely mysterious palace in the sky. This surprised Sufeng very much, and he found that with just a thought, he could go directly to the Soul Hall. Sufeng was curiously teleported to the building. The next moment, Sufeng disappeared from the ground and arrived at the Soul Palace in the air. Looking down from above, Sufeng felt it was very strange. Everything around him was in his eyes. He found that as long as he arranged soldiers to observe here, the enemies around would not escape their eyes at all. This was simply a natural lookout tower. The key point is that there is a fence around the building, and I don't know what material it is made of. It's gray, and the whole building seems to exude a chilly cold air. Sufeng looked around and found that it was basically all forest, blocked by tall mountains in the distance. Arriving at the very center of the Soul Hall, there is an ancient bronze door with various exotic beast patterns carved on both sides of the door. Sufeng wanted to open the door and go in, but he stopped after hearing a voice. The soul value is less than 10,000, and the summoning ritual cannot be performed. Well, without soul value, even if he is a lord, the door will not be opened for him. The Soviet side had no choice but to leave. Sufeng first let the newly summoned soldiers eat. After all, there was enough food in the territory, and only after eating a full stomach would they have the strength to work. Even though a lot of food from the territory was sold, the uninterrupted planting that night was still enough for everyone to eat. After eating, the Soviet side began to assign tasks for the day to the soldiers. Some soldiers continued to plant crops, some soldiers continued to cut bamboo, some soldiers went to cut wood, and some soldiers went to fetch water. The rest of the people naturally went to hunt monsters. After the arrangements were made, the soldiers in the entire territory began to get busy according to Sufeng's instructions. There is strength in numbers. With more soldiers, more things can be done. As soon as Sufeng and his soldiers came outside, they found several treasure chests and some monsters. There were a lot more monsters than yesterday. There were no monsters here yesterday. It was obvious that they had just been refreshed. These monsters were all level 0 monsters. After killing them, Sufeng and his soldiers came to the bamboo forest first. Sufeng discovered that the bamboo forest that was cut down yesterday had also been refreshed. This was a good thing for Sufeng. Although the bamboo forest was very large, Sufeng felt that the bamboo itself was a resource, and the more bamboo there was, the better. "Lord, a monster was found in the bamboo forest," said a soldier. "Oh, in that case, let's assign some people to hunt monsters here." The Soviet side arranged a group of soldiers to eliminate the monsters in the bamboo forest, and then arranged people to cut bamboo. After each soldier carried 2 long bamboos, Sufeng asked the remaining soldiers to go to other places in groups of 3 or 4 to hunt monsters for upgrades, and asked them to gather the corpses of the killed monsters together so that he could collect them together later. In order to improve their strength, Sufeng also gave each person 3 sweet potatoes. These sweet potatoes can not only fill them up, but also double their strength attributes. The effect can last for 4 hours. It is a very good food. It was a new day. Sufeng hoped that he would have better luck than yesterday. Others could draw up architectural drawings, so why couldn't he? Because there were so many people, Sufeng did not open the boxes one by one. He told the soldiers to open them directly after they got the treasure chests, and collect all the supplies inside. After eating the sweet potatoes, the strength attributes of these soldiers doubled, so it would not be difficult for them to deal with monsters that were 1 or 2 levels higher than themselves. After doubling their strength, the soldiers' efficiency in hunting monsters has also increased significantly. I believe it should not be a problem for them to upgrade to level 3 today. Sufeng decided to hunt monsters by himself because he wanted to be the first to increase his level, so that he could reach the advanced level faster than others and get the reward from heaven. Chapter 23, Opening the Bronze Treasure Chest. Sufeng was not far from the soldiers. Although Sufeng needed to upgrade, he would not put himself in danger. If he encountered a monster that was too strong, he could quickly ask the soldiers for support. The soldiers around Sufeng were still the ones summoned at the beginning. The level of these soldiers had reached level 2, so Sufeng decided to explore deep into the wild and look for higher level monsters to hunt. After killing some low-level monsters, Sufeng successfully obtained some wooden boxes, which contained some daily necessities. As they went deeper into the wild, Sufeng soon discovered a group of more powerful monsters. Monster Wild Wolf. Quality White. Level 5. Skills Bite Claw. Introduction. This is a group of very ferocious wolves, and they can fight in groups, so don't get surrounded. These are level 5 wild wolves that live in groups. Sufeng discovered that among these wild wolves, there is actually a bronze treasure chest being guarded. Because through the sunlight, Sufeng saw that the treasure chest is bronze in color. Sufeng looked at the group of wild wolves and was surprised to find that there were 8 of them in total, which was not a lot. Sufeng is now level 3, and with the 3 heavenly Dao rewards, his strength attribute has reached 22 points. After eating sweet potatoes, his strength attribute has doubled and has reached 44 points, which is definitely a very powerful attribute. And there are dozens of people around Sufeng. These wild wolves fight in groups, but Sufeng does not fight alone. Sufeng took out several huge nets and asked the soldiers to set them up according to his method. He also told them that after he lured the monsters over, they would hang up the wild wolves. After completing the arrangement, Sufeng still tried to see if he could lure a monster alone. Finally, he found that 6 wild wolves were coming towards him, and the remaining 2 wild wolves were guarding the treasure chest without leaving. It was a good thing to have 2 less monsters. After Sufeng lured the monsters, he immediately came to the ambush place. These wild wolves are very fast, but Sufeng's agility is also not low, and he left the monsters far behind. "Get ready!" Sufeng shouted and stopped in front. "Pull!" Sufeng shouted. The soldiers on both sides immediately pulled up the ropes, and 3 wild wolves were quickly hung up and began to struggle constantly. But some soldiers immediately took out bamboo and stabbed the hanging wolf. Sufeng did the same. He picked up a bamboo and stabbed it directly at the hanging wolf. It was a fatal blow as the bamboo pierced through the wolf's neck. Experience value, 70. The experience points were taken away by him alone, which also proved that the soldiers who pulled the trap did not get any experience points. Very good experience points. Without help, even a level 5 person would not be able to kill a level 5 wild wolf so easily. After the 3 hung wolves were killed, there were still 3 wolves left, and they were all driven together by the remaining soldiers with bamboo. The 3 wild wolves bared their teeth, growled ferociously, and made attacking gestures. After being in contact with these monsters for a long time, you will naturally be able to see the monsters' postures. After killing 1 wolf, Sufeng rushed towards the 3 living wolves again. Holding a long bamboo stick, he waited for the right moment and stabbed the wolves immediately. Puff! The wolf was wounded by the Soviet side, and the remaining soldiers immediately stabbed it, and the wolf was killed. The remaining 2 wolves roared and pounced forward, but were quickly stabbed by the soldiers with bamboo. Not only did they fail to save their companions, they also got hurt themselves. He was finally killed by Sufeng and others. These wild wolves dropped several gold coins, which were picked up by the soldiers. The Soviet side began to collect the bodies of the wild wolves. After collecting the bodies, the soldiers put away the nets. One of the nets was a little torn, but it was still usable. They began to walk towards the last 2 wild wolves guarding the treasure chest. The 2 wolves roared continuously. They were demonstrating, but it had no effect on Sufeng and his men. Sufeng and others, holding bamboos, slowly approached the 2 wild wolves. The wild wolves finally launched an attack and pounced towards Sufeng and others. Sufeng aimed at the target, poked a bamboo into the mouth of a wild wolf, and then poked it hard, directly piercing the wolf's mouth. Then he quickly took out the sword and stabbed it into the wolf's body again. After struggling for a while, the wolf fell down. Another wild wolf also died in the beating by the soldiers. The higher the level of the monster you kill, the more experience points you will gain. Sufeng walked towards the bronze treasure chest and opened it. A green light flashed, and inside was a green quality object. The Soviet side was very happy when they saw the weapons inside. "I didn't expect it to be a spear. It's like having a pillow when I feel sleepy." Sufeng was very happy. He had wanted a spear for a long time, and now that he finally got it, he was naturally very happy. The Soviet side looked at the information about this weapon. Equipment, lance. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 12, agility 4. It increases strength by 12 points and agility by 4 points. This attribute increased too much, and Sufeng's strength attribute reached 56 points in one go. The strength attribute on the equipment is not doubled. The doubling of the sweet potato attribute can only increase its own strength attribute. Even so, it was still very good, and the Soviet side thought it was very good. Keep going! The bronze treasure chest could contain green equipment, which made Sufeng very happy. He wanted to open a few more bronze treasure chests. He found another wolf, but this one was alone. Sufeng said directly, "Let me deal with this wolf alone." With the spear, Sufeng became more confident. He had been holding the spear all his life, so naturally he had great confidence in it. Holding a spear, Sufeng took the initiative to walk towards the wild wolf. The wild wolf was not a cowardly monster, and also ran towards Sufeng. Bang! The moment the wolf pounced, Sufeng raised his spear, picked it up, and threw it hard onto the tree. The wild wolf did not die immediately. Sufeng stepped forward again and stabbed the wolf's head fiercely. The powerful force immediately pierced the wolf's head. The wolf struggled for a long time before dying. Experience value, 70. Sufeng stepped forward and began collecting. Wolf skin 1. Wolf meet 1. Wolf whip 1. Afterwards, Sufeng encountered wild wolves in groups of 3 or 4. He thought that there were bronze treasure chests everywhere, but he was wrong. Bronze treasure chests were not common. He was really lucky to find one before. Although the bronze treasure chest was not found, wooden boxes and iron boxes were indeed found. Some were guarded by wild wolves, while others were not. At the same time, the Soviet side also discovered that there was another monster nearby. Monster, wild sheep. Quality, white. Level 4. Skill, charge. Introduction. Be careful of the impact of these sheep, otherwise it will be miserable. These wild sheep are not actively attacking monsters. Even if they see Sufeng and his men, they will not actively attack as long as they are not within their attack range. Chapter 24, Equipment Repair Stone. Like wild wolves, these wild sheep are monsters that attack in groups, and the number of these wild sheep is much greater than that of wild wolves. There were probably more than 20 wild sheep in front of Sufeng. And there is also a black iron treasure chest among this group of wild sheep. Sufeng once again planned an ambush. He asked the soldiers to tie ropes to tree trunks. When he went to attract the flock of sheep, the soldiers would pull the ropes. After the sheep fell down, the soldiers hiding beside the tree would take the opportunity to attack the sheep. After getting ready, Sufeng continued his journey of attracting monsters, simply because he had the highest agility. Sufeng entered the range of the sheep's hatred, and they really chased him. Moreover, the wild sheep in the distance did not chase him. There were only a dozen wild sheep chasing him. Bang! The flock of sheep rushed towards Sufeng, not noticing the soldiers on both sides of the tree at all. As the flock of sheep entered the ambush range, the wild sheep in front stumbled and began to fall to the ground, dragging its entire body on the ground for several meters before stopping. Soon after, its companions behind also fell to the ground and collided with each other. 6 or 7 wild sheep fell down. The soldiers next to them immediately attacked the fallen sheep, raising bamboo sticks and poking them at them. Puff, puff, puff! The wild sheep screamed in pain and tried to stand up and attack, but the soldiers were more numerous and attacked quickly, so they stabbed at them again and again. One by one, the wild sheep fell to the ground and were finally killed by the Soviet soldiers. Using this method, the Soviet side killed all the wild sheep. When the level is raised to 4, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After another level upgrade, Sufeng quickly allocated attribute points, then took out the corn and started to fuse it. Every time you upgrade, your body will return to its peak state. Now it has been proven that even if you lose limbs, you can recover after upgrading. Therefore, as long as the Lord is upgraded, no matter what disease he has or whether he is healthy or not, he will be in a healthy state now. Sheep horns 2. Sheepskin 1. Lamb 1. After Shufu quickly processed all the spoils, they could have mutton hot pot in the evening. Mutton is a good thing. It can not only be roasted, eaten in mutton hot pot, but also stewed. After opening the black iron treasure chest among the flock of sheep, Sufeng found a white quality shield, which was not bad, at least it was an equipment. At this stage, equipment is still very important to them. Sufeng continued to hunt wild sheep and wolves, killing wave after wave of monsters. His experience points increased rapidly, and the level of the soldiers soon rose to level 3. Then Sufeng opened a very good thing called Equipment Repair Stone, which can repair the durability of equipment. However, this Equipment Repair Stone is of white quality, so it can only restore the durability of white equipment to 100%. If you use a white Equipment Repair Stone to repair green equipment, it can only restore 50%. If you use a white Equipment Repair Stone to repair blue equipment, it can only restore 20%. If you use a white Equipment Repair Stone to repair purple equipment, it can only restore 5%. White Equipment Repair Stones cannot repair gold equipment. If you want to repair gold equipment, you can only use more advanced Equipment Repair Stones. After Sufeng saw this thing, he found that it was very important. Every piece of equipment has durability. If the durability drops to 1%, it will basically be scrapped. Even if it is golden equipment, if the durability drops too low, it will be scrapped. This shows the benefit of Equipment Repair Stones. This thing will definitely be a very rare thing in the future. It's a pity that he only opened one. As for whether the others were opened, Sufeng was not very clear. Sufeng believed that he was definitely not the only one who had opened it. With so many people in the world, there must be a few who were lucky. After killing several groups of wild sheep, Zhang San said to Sufeng in surprise, "Lord, I found a wild sheep boss." "Oh, boss!" Sufeng immediately became happy when he heard it. "Not only is it a boss, but it's also a green boss. However, there are a lot of sheep around that boss." Zhang San continued. When Sufeng heard this, he immediately said, "Can't you just finish what you want to say at once?"
Haha, isn't this too exciting? Zhang San replied happily. Very good. The boss's drop rate is much better, and it can drop good stuff, which is not comparable to ordinary monsters. Sufeng immediately followed Zhang San to check it out and found that the herd of wild sheep was not only large in number, but also contained a bronze treasure chest. Oh my god, there must be at least a few hundred sheep in this flock. Sufeng was very surprised when he looked at the sheep. Although the number of sheep is large, the Sufeng and his men already have a lot of experience in dealing with them. In addition, the Soviet side is not far from the level 5 threshold. The Soviet side began to make arrangements again, luring waves of sheep into the forest to kill them. Every time after luring a monster, Sufeng's experience points would increase a lot. When the level is increased to 5, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Sufeng finally upgraded to level 5 and began to allocate attribute points again, then fused the corn and consumed his mental power without wasting any of his mental power. A few hundred wild sheep were enough for them to kill for a while. After Sufeng was upgraded to level 5, the experience points he gained from killing these low-level monsters again were much less, but the number of monsters was large, so the experience points increased quite a lot. For each wild sheep, Sufeng can gain 7 to 8 experience points. The process of killing these wild sheep was not very smooth. Some soldiers were injured, but they were all superficial wounds and were not serious. Soon, the soldiers began to upgrade in 2s and 3s, and their level was raised to level 4, and the speed of hunting monsters became faster. After hunting many wild sheep, Sufeng's level was upgraded to level 6 again. After upgrading to level 6, Sufeng could only get 4 to 5 experience points after participating in killing these wild sheep. It was not until the afternoon that they killed all the wild sheep they could attract, and by this time, Sufeng's level had been raised to level 7. His soldier's level has been upgraded to level 5. There was only a level 5 green quality boss and a dozen ordinary level 4 wild sheep left in the flock of wild sheep. They could not be attracted over, so Sufeng led his soldiers to kill them directly. The rewards brought to him by this herd of wild sheep were very rich, especially experience, so much that it directly raised his level to level 7. Only 3 levels away from upgrading to level 10. Monster, Wild Sheep Boss. Quality Green. Level 5. Skills Charge Horns. Introduction. This is the leader of a group of wild sheep. Not only does he have a bad temper, he is also very strong. Don't get hit by his horns. Chapter 25. Kill the Green Boss. The boss that Sufeng killed before was a white boss, and its level was only 2. But this boss is green in quality, and has reached level 5. However, Sufeng's strength is not weak either. His level has reached 7, and his attributes are definitely far beyond that of this boss. Zhang San, I'll leave those ordinary wild sheep to you, Sufeng said. Don't worry, Lord. Just focus on dealing with the boss. Zhang San quickly led his soldiers and attacked those ordinary wild sheep. Sufeng picked up the willow leaf spear and looked at the wild sheep boss. This boss was not in a good mood. After seeing Sufeng, he immediately rushed towards Sufeng. It is quite fast, and its impact force must be very strong. This boss is emitting a faint green light all over its body, and its size is 1.5 times that of an ordinary wild sheep. Sufeng immediately dodged to the side and stabbed the boss quickly with the willow leaf spear in his hand. Puff! The boss yelled, turned around immediately, and attacked Sufeng again. Their attack method was like a bullfight, lowering their heads and hitting people with their heads. Sufeng dodged and stabbed at the boss again. With his current speed and strength, it was only a matter of time to kill the boss. The boss was attacked by the Sioux side again and again, and turned around and attacked the Sioux side again and again, but unfortunately he failed every time. The snow-white wool had been stained red with blood. The boss was losing more and more blood, and had more and more scars on its body. No matter how strong the monster was, it couldn't withstand these countless attacks. Sufeng never let his guard down. The monster's dying attack is the most deadly. As long as he doesn't hear the sound of experience points, Sufeng will never let his guard down. Boom! The boss finally fell down and started gasping for breath. It was now on the verge of death, but had not completely died. Sufeng came behind the boss and stabbed hard at the boss's neck. The boss jumped up in pain. Sufeng quickly took back the willow leaf spear and saw that the boss struggled for a long time before stopping. Experience 80. Reputation 10. Boss is boss, even if there is a 2-level difference, there is still such a rich experience. Moreover, this boss actually comes with a 10-point reputation reward. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first to kill the first green quality boss, and will be rewarded with 20 free attribute points and 20 reputation points. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first to kill the first green quality boss, and will be rewarded with 20 free attribute points and 20 reputation points. Sufeng was very surprised when he heard about the reward, because this time he was rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 10 more than before, and even 10 more reputation points. It seems that there are rewards for killing bosses of different qualities. Next time, only those who kill blue quality bosses can get rewards, Sufeng guessed. Boss is not an easy task. You can't meet it whenever you want. People with strength naturally want to meet it, but people without strength can only be killed if they meet it. Sufeng still distributed the additional 20 attribute points according to the previous ratio. At this time, Sufeng had already obtained an additional 50 free attribute points through the reward from heaven. The chat room became lively again, but the Soviet side was used to it and ignored them. His good friends also sent messages of congratulations again, and the Soviet side sent a group message of thanks as usual. What made Sufeng happiest was not the experience points or the reputation, but the things dropped by the boss. In addition to a dozen gold coins, this boss also dropped a green equipment. To see how powerful the green equipment is, just look at the willow leaf spear in Sufeng's hand. This is a pair of boots. Sufeng looked at the properties of the equipment. Equipment, goat boots. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, agility 15. It only increases the agility attribute by 15 points, but it is also very good, equivalent to the attribute points of level 1.5. After the Soviets were equipped, the speed became faster, but it still took a little time to adapt. After running for a while, Sufeng had completely adapted to this speed and felt pretty good. The Soviet side began to collect the boss's body. Wool 1. Sheep horns 1. First order crystal nucleus 1. I got another crystal core! After Sufeng collected this crystal core, he was finally able to upgrade the crystal again. The crystal of the territory must have a first level crystal core to upgrade, but this crystal core can only be collected by the gathering boss nowadays. Lord, we have killed all the other wild goats. Zhang San hurried over to report and gathered the goat carcasses together. Okay, go get that bronze treasure chest, Sufeng said. Yes. Zhang San immediately walked towards the bronze treasure chest and brought the box to Sufeng. Sufeng first collected all the wild sheep, and then he took the bronze treasure chest and opened it. A green light appeared, and this was another thing of green quality. A drawing appeared in front of the Soviet side. After seeing the drawing, the Soviet side discovered that it was a green wooden house drawing. It seems that my green wooden house can be merged into a blue wooden house. Sufeng was very happy. In this way, he will have a more comfortable house to live in. Sufeng finally got a building blueprint, and it was he who drew it. This made Sufeng feel that his luck was not useless. It was getting late, so Sufeng led his soldiers and started back towards the road they had not taken before. This way, they could hunt more monsters and open more boxes. After hunting dozens of monsters, we found more than a dozen wooden boxes filled with various supplies, including clothes, shampoo, soy sauce, and so on. Sufeng first came to the lake, collected all the bottled water, and then started selling the water on the shelves. Then he started to take off his clothes, jumped into the lake and started taking a bath. He found that there were still fish in the lake, but no one had caught them before. He planned to make a few bamboo rafts tomorrow and let the soldiers fish in the water. However, the lake was not safe. Not long after, he saw a fish more than 2 meters long attacking him. Sufeng immediately took out the lance and started poking the fish. Blood suddenly emerged from the water surface, and the fish struggled and sank into the water. Sufeng chased after it, and attacked the big fish several times in a row. A few minutes later, the big fish finally died. Experience 20. With his attributes improved, Sufeng felt that there would be no problem even if he fought in the water for more than 10 minutes. The reason why he did not go into the lake before was because he was not strong enough. Even now, Sufeng felt that he could not run too far from this lake. Who knew how powerful the monsters in the lake were? Chapter 26, Upgrading Crystals. When the killed fish was brought ashore, we saw the water surface fluttering, and then many fish appeared in the water and swam to the place where the blood was. Not long after, the blood disappeared. Oh my god, this lake is really dangerous. Sufeng felt that he still had to see if fishing was the right choice tomorrow. After all, this lake was really too dangerous. Besides, he does not lack food now. If he loses a soldier because of fishing, the Soviet side still thinks it is not cost-effective. Every soldier in the territory is precious, and no accidents can happen. After Sufeng collected the fish, he headed towards the bamboo forest. A soldier spotted Sufeng and ran over to him, saying happily, "Lord, good news! We found a mineral vein!" "What? We discovered a mineral vein!" Sufeng was really happy and asked quickly, "Where is the mineral vein?" Take me to see it quickly. For the territory, any mineral vein is a very important resource. No matter what kind of mineral vein it is, at this time, it is a very happy thing for him. Also, do you know what kind of mineral vein this is? Sufeng asked hurriedly. It's iron ore, the soldier replied. Iron ore is a good resource. It is necessary for making equipment. Although equipment cannot be made now, these resources can be used sooner or later. The iron mine is behind the bamboo forest. I'll take you there now. The soldier quickly took Sufeng to the back of the bamboo forest and said, After we found the vein, we took the initiative and mined some first. Sufeng nodded and said with great satisfaction, The territory is very short of resources now. You have done a great job. I don't have anything to reward you now. I can only let you eat more. As long as we have enough to eat, the stronger our territory is, the better our lives will be, the soldier replied. Sufeng was very satisfied. They now had a strong sense of belonging to the territory, which was a very good thing. It proved that he was a very qualified lord. As long as the soldiers are given enough food, there will basically be no soldiers defecting. If soldiers are not well fed and are forced to do this and that, it would be strange if their loyalty could be increased. After a long time, Sufeng discovered that there was a small hill behind the bamboo forest and a mine. After Sufeng walked in, he heard the sound of tinkling. There were 2 soldiers inside digging iron ore vigorously. A lot of iron ore had already piled up on the ground. Lord! When the soldiers saw Sufeng, they immediately greeted him. Sufeng nodded with satisfaction and then said, You have all worked hard. It's getting late now. Come back to mine tomorrow. Go to the lake to wash yourself, but don't go deep into the lake, there are many powerful fish monsters there. Yes, Lord! The soldiers nodded and left together. The Soviets collected all the iron ore on the ground and found that there were hundreds of units, which were the majority of the iron ore they mined themselves. Afterwards, the Soviet side came to the place where the soldiers were cutting wood and collected the wood as well. The amount of wood was even greater. After all, he has a green quality axe, and there are also those foods to replenish his physical strength and increase his power, so his efficiency is naturally high. Finally, Sufeng returned to the territory. The soldiers took all the monster corpses collected today back to the territory, and Sufeng began to collect the monster corpses. He also said to the soldiers, These are the golden seeds I have fused. Take these golden seeds and plant them. Yes. The soldiers were farming, cooking, and fetching water. Today they dug out 2 large vats that could hold a lot of water, which made the Soviet side very satisfied. After completing the collection, Sufeng started selling water, meat and food while eating the delicious food. After being busy for several hours, they finally arrived at the crystal and checked out the building. Construction, crystal. Quality, white. Level, LV1. The lower level requires 200 gold coins and 2 first-level crystal cores. Durability, 100%. Introduction, protect your crystal, it is the most important thing for the Lord. Once it is broken, you will no longer be able to stay in the Lord's world. Now Sufeng already has 2 first-level crystal cores, so he can naturally upgrade the level of the crystal. Gold coins 200, first-order crystal cores 2, crystal level 1, current level LV2. Your territory can be upgraded. Do you want to upgrade it? Oh, the territory can be upgraded again. Although Sufeng doesn't know what changes will happen after the territory is upgraded, it must have an effect. Gold coins minus 100, the territory was successfully upgraded to level 2. There is still no change. It should be because the territory level is still too low. Sufeng does not believe that the territory upgrade will have no effect. Later, the Soviet side discovered that there was someone in the world selling weapons blueprints, so the Soviet side added that person as a friend. You are friends with this crappy world. It turns out to be the famous lord of Huaxia City. This crappy world took the initiative to send a message to Sufeng. It's just luck. I won't waste any more time on idle talk. Let me see your drawings and tell me your price, Sufeng said quickly. Okay. This crappy world first showed the blueprint to Sufeng. There were actually 2 blueprints, both of which were equipment blueprints. One was for a knife, and the other was for a piece of armor. Both required iron ore and a blacksmith. Tell me your price. Do you want gold coins, supplies, or food? Sufeng asked. You are indeed a rich man. You are more confident than others. Let me exchange the golden seeds in your hand. This crappy world said directly. You want to exchange my seeds for these 2 equipment blueprints? Sorry, I can't agree to this deal. Sufeng refused directly. If it was a building, he would still consider it, but the equipment blueprints were far from worth the price. These are 2 equipment blueprints, don't you consider it? This crappy world still didn't want to give up. Do you think these two equipment blueprints are valuable? Or do you think I don't have the equipment blueprints? Or do you think that someone can forge the equipment at this stage? Sufeng asked back. The other party actually knew that those who bought the drawings from him just wanted to collect them first, but no one could offer the price he proposed. If you overestimate the value of these drawings, then just keep them. You will definitely have a lot of them in the future. You want to exchange these two drawings for my golden seeds? I think you haven't faced the reality yet. Sufeng said sarcastically without mercy. Well, I'll exchange it for food. This crappy world also understood that Sufeng didn't really want his blueprints, and other people simply couldn't afford to buy anything extra from him, so it would be wisest to sell them to Sufeng. Chapter 27, Upgrading Buildings. In the end, the Soviet side successfully exchanged some golden food for two drawings. The Unparalleled then sent a message to Sufeng asking, "Brother, do you have anything good to show me?" Sufeng felt that this guy was a big supplier of timber to him. The more timber he had, the more timber he could exchange for. So, Sufeng immediately showed the golden sweet potato to the other party. When Unparalleled in the World saw it, he was immediately blown away and said quickly, "Fuck! Big brother, are you a wholesaler of golden seeds? You even have stuff like this. I have only one request, you must sell it to me. Selling gold coins is impossible, it will always be impossible. I just want your wood." Sufeng also spoke. "Okay, big brother, as long as you sell me this golden sweet potato, I will be able to cut more wood and will definitely trade more wood with you. This is the best of both worlds." After seeing this golden sweet potato, Unparalleled in the World started drooling. This thing is so powerful. It doubles the strength attribute. What a heaven-defying attribute. After eating this sweet potato, you will instantly turn into a macho man. After hearing what the Unrivaled said, Sufeng laughed again. He was not afraid that the other party would not take the bait. He would never have too many tools like this. Let me make it clear first, this thing can only be used by people in your own territory. Once I find out that you sold it to someone else, you won't be able to get it in the future, Sufeng said. Brother, I will never sell good stuff like this to anyone else. I don't even have enough for myself, so how can I sell it to others? I promise. Unparalleled in the World was not that stupid. He knew the value of this thing was very great. The other party was willing to trade it with him because he had a large amount of wood. 100 pieces of wood for one golden sweet potato, this price is absolutely a good deal. I won't bargain with you. Sufeng calculated today that if the strength is doubled in 4 hours, more than 200 units can be cut down. Even if the level of the enemy soldiers is too low, they are definitely much better than those who have not eaten this sweet potato. Moreover, the benefits of this thing will increase as the level increases. Although Tian Xia Wu Shuang felt that he was at a disadvantage, he also knew that the higher the level, the stronger the soldiers would be and the higher the increased effect would be. Good! The Unparalleled naturally agreed. Although it was still exploited, the Soviet side was right. Eating the sweet potato would bring much higher returns than not eating it. But now, Unparalleled in the World can only exchange for 5 sweet potatoes to try out the effect. Then Sufeng sent the same message to Lonely Cigarette again, asking, "Hey, buddy, I have something I don't know if you are interested in it." When Lonely Cigarette heard this, he immediately asked, "If you have anything good, just bring it out. I know you need stone, so I'll trade it with you." Lonely Cigarette is not stupid either. He believes that Sufeng must have set his sights on his stone again. Anyway, Sufeng is now his biggest customer, and he needs to purchase many of his things from Sufeng. When Lonely Cigarette saw the golden sweet potato attributes, he was also surprised and began to directly ask Sufeng for his request. Thus, the Soviet side successfully exploited another lord who served him. Of course, the Soviet side felt that this was a win-win situation. Finally, Sufeng fixed his eyes on the childlike grandma of Tianshan and asked, "There is something you will definitely like. Let's take a look." The child fairy of Tianshan asked very straightforwardly. After looking at the properties of the sweet potato, he asked directly, "How much soil is needed? I just like doing business with smart people. You also know the value of this thing." Afterwards, the Sioux side started to haggle with the childlike grandma of Tianshan, and finally, after successfully negotiating the price, the Sioux side also successfully obtained a large amount of soil. After harvesting a large amount of resources, Sufeng took out the blueprint of the green wooden house. He found that it could be directly integrated without the need for a building. So, Sufeng looked at his mental power, which was almost recovered. The integration of high-quality things requires more mental energy. Sufeng began to integrate the green architectural drawings with the current wooden house. When the fusion was completed, a blue light flashed in the wooden house in front of Sufeng. Moreover, the wooden house became twice as large after the fusion. Not only was the whole wooden house more solid, but its shape was also more refined. Fusion into a blue-quality cabin. A high-quality wooden house just looks different. Sufeng was very satisfied and looked at the properties of the wooden house. Building, log house. Quality blue. Level, LV4, lower level requires 500 gold coins and 500 wood. Introduction. This is an exquisite house that not only shelters from wind and rain, but also automatically repels mosquitoes and prevents moisture. Both the barracks and the wooden house are buildings that need to be upgraded first. Gold coins 500, wood 500, wooden house level 1, current level LV5. Gold coins 1000, wood 1000, wooden house level 1, current level LV10. After the wooden house was upgraded to level 10, it has become larger. Sufeng looked at the wooden house and thought that it should not be a problem for more than 100 people to live in it now. Next, the Soviet side began to upgrade the farmland. After upgrading the level of the farmland directly to LV6, there is not enough soil left. Because there is not much soil in Tian Shan Tong Lao, we can only wait until tomorrow to trade. Next, the Soviet side upgraded the level of the fence to LV6. Finally, the Soviet side began to upgrade the barracks, but they could only upgrade one level. Gold 1200, wood 1200, barracks level 1, current level LV11. After the barracks was upgraded to level 11, 20 more soldiers could be summoned. Sufeng still planned to summon again tomorrow morning as before. In the next period of time, the Soviet side will give priority to upgrading the barracks building to see if it can trigger the heavenly reward after upgrading to level 20. He also has a plan for tomorrow, which is to upgrade his level to 10 tomorrow. After walking into the blue-quality wooden house, Sufeng felt that the house had become more comfortable. There were many more rooms, the space inside was very wide, and there were many more things that could be placed. The most important thing is that a kitchen has been added to this wooden house. From now on, cooking can be done in the kitchen and there is no need to cook outside anymore. Chapter 28, Green Monster Group. Today's dinner is very sumptuous, not only with mutton but also fish soup. Moreover, with a kitchen, cooking becomes more convenient and efficient, and the food made is also much more delicious. As the soldiers ate these things, each of them showed an expression of happiness and satisfaction, and they were all very full. Today we hunted more monsters, gathered more meat, and sold more. Mutton, in particular, sells the best and more people like to buy it. The next is wolf meat, which is also very good and tastes better than dog meat. After eating, Sufeng lay on the soft bed and started opening the chat channel. It's another miserable and lonely day. I have to suffer from the cold every night. This broken house can't even block the wind. Everyone is the same now. There are no good houses. It's good to have a place to live. I am now living with the soldiers. It's warmer this way. The biggest problems for us now are food and shelter. If these two issues are not resolved, the loyalty of the soldiers will drop too quickly. Stop talking. I just gave the soldiers a meal, but 2 of them ran away. These bastards don't even realize that I can't even eat enough. The food grown in the farmland is really too little, not enough for 10 people. Although the monsters outside can eat it, there is no water source to deal with it. It's really painful. I really want to leave here, but I can't bear to leave. At this stage, most people are still worried about food and shelter. The yield of white quality seeds is indeed very low. If the farmland is not upgraded, that small piece of farmland alone cannot solve the problem at all. However, they were still able to hunt monsters for food, but dealing with animal carcasses stumped everyone. Even if it's a pheasant, how can you eat it if you don't know how to prepare it? Food is still selling very well now, not to mention the golden quality food like Sufeng, which will basically be sold out as soon as it is put on the shelves. The Soviet side collected a lot of resources in this way. And there is a material called clay among them. Although he doesn't know what this thing can be used for the time being, since it is a resource, it must be useful. Sufeng looked at the number of gold coins he had, which had reached about 300,000. He was really happy to earn this little money. Sufeng also wanted to buy more soil, but apart from Tian Shan Tong Lao, he hasn't found anyone else selling it. It seems that not everyone has this thing. Sufeng believed that the childlike fairy of Tian Shan also gained a lot of benefits by relying on this resource. After all, there are too many people who need soil resources. As long as you are a lord, you must upgrade the farmland. Sufeng wanted to buy some equipment such as pickaxes, axes or saws, but unfortunately, no one was selling them. These things can be used to collect resources, and everyone is in short supply. How could anyone possibly sell them? The day passed like this. Early the next morning, the Soviet side began to put the corn cooked by the soldiers last night on the shelves again. The Soviet side would exchange this corn for resources, such as wood, stone, soil, and clay. After the corn was put on the shelves, lords all over the world saw what was on it, and the exchange rate increased a lot compared to yesterday. For this reason, many people in the world cursed the Soviet side for being heartless. Some people even said they would not buy, but Sufeng's things were sold out very quickly, and Sufeng did not even read the news. He had no idea what they were scolding him for, and even if he knew, he would not pay any attention. The properties of golden food are so powerful that there will always be smart people who will buy it. From the resources obtained, it can be seen that there are indeed more people in the world who own soil resources than just the child fairy of Tianshan. The Soviet side harvested a large amount of supplies, so they began to upgrade the farmland, directly upgrading the level of the farmland to LV10. Then upgrade the level of the barracks to LV13 again. In this way, the Soviet side can summon 60 more people. After spending 6,000 gold coins to summon the soldiers, Sufeng once again began to arrange tasks for these 120 people. After the arrangements were made, the Soviet side continued to go out and upgrade. Today is already the 4th day, and the 7-day novice protection period is getting closer and closer. Sufeng must make his territory stronger as soon as possible. As soon as he walked out of the territory, Sufeng discovered a level 1 monster. This proved that the number of monsters outside the territory was increasing every day, and their levels were also increasing. Some soldiers will be assigned to mine today. Iron ore is also a very important resource, and will be very important in the later stages. The monsters in the bamboo forest also need to be cleared. As for the fish in the lake, since Sufeng is not short of food now, he has no intention of attacking them for the time being. He will wait until he wants to eat and then go and catch some fish. After arranging all the soldiers, Sufeng led them to open up new land and kill monsters again. The number of monsters increased every day, and so did the number of treasure chests. Before long, they discovered quite a few treasure chests and opened up a lot of supplies, but most of them were wooden chests, and black iron treasure chests were still a minority. As for the bronze treasure chest, it is definitely guarded by monsters, and there are quite a few of them. Sufeng was very powerful, so he went straight towards the group of low-level monsters. He injured these low-level monsters and then let the low-level soldiers kill them. Their levels were quickly raised, and with the high-level soldiers nearby, they suffered no injuries. They once again came into the range of wild sheep and wolves. These monsters no longer posed any threat to the Su side, so he led his soldiers to hunt these monsters. The experience gained in this way was indeed very little, so Sufeng asked the soldiers to continue hunting these wild sheep and wolves, while he continued to lead Zhang Yi to Zhangshi to go deeper. Not long after, Sufeng quickly discovered a group of level 8 monsters. Monster Bison. Quality Green. Level 8. Skill Charge. Introduction. The violent bison will launch a fierce attack if you enter their territory. It's actually a group of green monsters. Sufeng was very surprised. Green monsters are much stronger than white monsters. At the same time, these monsters are very experienced. These bison are of high level and are a group of monsters that will not actively attack. As long as you don't enter their range, nothing will happen. This is beef. Sufeng was thinking about how to eat it, whether to stew it or stir-fry it. I believe that these beefs will be able to be sold at a good price. Just like mutton, there will be many people who like them. It was naturally impossible for Sufeng to rush into the herd of bison. These bison were very strong, and Sufeng did not want to be chased by them. Chapter 29, Blue Quality Monster. Sufeng began to lure the monsters and threw stones at one of the bison. He found that the bison actually left the herd and chased after him. Only one has come. This makes it easy. Sufeng smiled, led the bison to the distant forest, and then began to let the soldiers besiege it. The bison became angry and started charging at the soldiers. Sufeng immediately said, "Get out of the way. Don't fight it head-on." The impact force of the bison is very strong, and the soldiers are of low rank, so they will definitely be injured after being hit. Sufeng then thought of the bison who seemed to be more sensitive to red things, so he took out a pair of red underwear, and then raised it up, like a bullfighter, and said to the bison, "Old bull, look here." After seeing the red underwear in Sufeng's hand, bison turned his target to him, and launched an attack. When Sufeng saw the bison rushing towards him, he immediately dodged to the side and placed his red underwear in front of a tree. Bang! The bison hit a big tree directly and fell to the ground. Then Sufeng said, "Kill!" Sufeng stepped forward and attacked the bison's neck with the spear. The powerful force directly pierced through the bison's neck. The bison screamed and started to attack people everywhere. The power unleashed by the bison at this time was extremely terrifying, so the Soviet side ordered the soldiers to retreat immediately so as not to be hurt by it. Sufeng didn't even have time to draw out his spear, but after retreating for a distance, he took out his bow and arrow and shot at the bison's head. Call out! At such a close distance, Sufeng's bow and arrow accurately hit the bison's head. Moo! The bison screamed and struggled again. Sufeng shot 2 more arrows, which made the buffalo's condition worse. As its vitality disappeared, the bison finally fell down. Experience 20. The green monster naturally gave more than this much experience points, but because it was killed by 11 people, each person received different amounts of experience points. The Soviet side's level is high, so they get less experience, while other soldiers get more experience. A few gold coins dropped, but he could forget about getting any equipment because he had never seen any equipment drop from the monsters. Sufeng asked the soldiers to attract the monsters, while he began to collect the carcasses of bison. Beef 3. Tripe 1. Beef tendon 1. Bison are large in size and can produce a lot of beef. One bison can be sold for a lot of resources, which the Soviets think is very cost-effective. The Soviet side did this, and as they cooperated, they became more and more adept at dealing with this kind of bison. The Soviet side even had its soldiers start digging a trap. As long as the bison fell into the trap, it would be much easier to kill it. After the trap was dug, the soldiers lured the bison into the trap, and then they continued to attack the bison in the trap. In this way, bison continued to die in their hands. The other soldiers upgraded first, and then the Soviet side also began to upgrade. When the level is increased to 8, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After allocating attribute points, they continued to trap these bison. The Soviet side put some beef on the shelves and offered it at the price of 3 pieces of beef in exchange for 1 piece of wood. 1 piece of wood can be exchanged for 3 pieces of beef, so the minimum is 5 pieces. This is beef. I don't know what level of monster it is, but it looks pretty good. Brother, the price is too expensive. That's right, it's only 3 pieces of beef, change it to 10 pieces. Someone in the chat channel asked Sufeng what level of monster this was, and someone asked Sufeng to raise the price, but someone still bought it. When Sufeng saw that people were buying it, he decided not to add more beef and put all the collected beef on the shelves. The beef was gradually bought by people, which allowed the Soviet side to obtain a large amount of timber. After killing the last bison, Sufeng walked forward to look at the treasure chest guarded by the bison. It was a black iron treasure chest. After opening it, he got a hoe. It's not bad. A hoe is a very good thing. A hoe is indispensable in farmland and also for digging traps. With 1 more hoe, you can dig 1 more trap. Sufeng continued to look for the next wave of monsters and discovered another level 7 monster, but this monster was not in a group, but alone. Monster, wild deer. Quality, white. Level 8. Skills, none. Description, a docile wild deer that will actively run away when encountering unfamiliar species. This was the only wild monster that Sufeng encountered that would not attack. However, after seeing the antlers on its head, Sufeng decided not to let it run away. Separate and surround it, Sufeng said to his soldiers. Because Sufeng was not very confident in his bow and arrow, the probability of it escaping was still very high. After the soldiers surrounded it, Sufeng took out his bow and arrow and attacked the wild deer. Call out! The shot hit the deer's body but did not kill it, so the deer ran away. Surround it! The soldiers came out and surrounded the wild deer. The wild deer had no choice but to be surrounded, and then Sufeng shot another arrow and hit its thigh. The wild deer fell down, and Sufeng stepped forward and shot it dead. Experience 50. The experience gained from this wild deer was taken away by him alone. If it were not surrounded by soldiers, it would be difficult to catch up with it, as the wild deer was quite fast. Antlers 2. Venison 1. Deer whip 1. Deer is a very nutritious food. Sufeng has never eaten venison before, so he can have a good nourishment tonight. After collecting, they continued searching. There were many monsters, and they encountered a stronger monster. Monster, black fox. Quality, blue. Level 10. Skills, claw, bite, fart. Introduction, a cunning and ferocious monster with sharp teeth and claws. Be careful of its farts. As soon as Sufeng saw the monster, he immediately said to the soldiers, Gather! This is a level 10 monster, and most importantly, it is of blue quality. This black fox looks only as big as an adult dog, but after seeing Sufeng and others, it did not run away, but prepared to launch an attack. Sufeng had previously taken out a gas mask from the white treasure chest and put it on. This black fox can fart, so put on a gas mask first. Sufeng's current level is naturally not lower than that of an ordinary level 10 monster, but this monster is of blue quality. Although it is not a boss, it should not be underestimated. The soldiers gathered together, picked up their weapons and pointed them at the black fox. The black fox walked back and forth, looking for the best direction to attack. This black fox has very good intelligence, and must not be underestimated, otherwise it will be killed. Call out! The black fox quickly dodged to the side, hid beside a tree, and then disappeared. When Sufeng saw this, he immediately said, "Everyone stand back to back and be careful of the black fox's attack." Sufeng did not expect that this black fox was so cunning that it knew how to hide and launch attacks. It seems that monsters above level 10 are not easy to deal with. They must be careful of these monsters. Sufeng's attributes were strong, so his hearing and perception were naturally not weak. He saw the black foxes running back and forth between the trees, and then they were ready to attack them. Sufeng naturally couldn't rush into the herd of bison. These bison were very strong, and Sufeng didn't want to be chased by them. Chapter 30 Bison Boss. The black fox is very fast and can climb trees. It is also very intelligent and knows how to launch sneak attacks. It is a blue quality monster, which makes Sufeng feel threatened. The black fox did not attack. It was very cunning and would not attack easily without absolute certainty. It was like a hunter hunting prey, and Sufeng was the black fox's prey. The black fox was waiting for an opportunity to strike, and the Sioux side was also waiting for the other side to strike. Whoosh! The black fox attacked a soldier from behind a tree and aimed at the soldier's head. Once the soldier was caught by its sharp claws, the consequences would be serious. Call out! A cold light flashed, and Sufeng stabbed the black fox with a gun, nailing it to the ground. At this time, the black fox released a stinky smell, but because the Soviet side had already put on a gas mask, the stinky fart released by the black fox had no effect on the Soviet side. Sufeng quickly took out a weapon and stabbed the black fox. The black fox struggled for a while, and then died. Experience 320. A level 10 blue-black fox brought Sufeng hundreds of experience points. This experience is indeed very rich. Moreover, in addition to the rich experience points, a book was also dropped, which surprised Sufeng very much. This was the second time he saw something other than gold coins drop from monsters. Sufeng felt that it was related to the quality of the wild monsters. The higher the quality of the monster, the more likely it was to drop extra items. It was a blue quality monster, but unfortunately it was not a boss and did not receive any heavenly reward. Skill, Taming. Quality, White. Introduction. You can tame monsters by consuming mental energy. The success rate for taming monsters that are larger than you is getting lower and lower. Another skill! Sufeng was very surprised, and this was the taming technique, which was a very good skill, but this skill also consumed mental energy. Sufeng found that his mental strength was becoming more and more important. Fortunately, the golden apple could speed up the recovery of his mental strength. Sufeng felt that this kind of black fox could be tamed, but there shouldn't be many of these monsters. After that, Sufeng did not encounter the black fox again, but there were more lone monsters. Occasionally, he could see some boxes, and he also opened 2 axes and a pickaxe, all of which were of white quality. An hour later, they encountered another herd of bison. This time, there were more bison than the previous one. There were hundreds of them. They also found a blue bison again, a king bison that was half the size of an ordinary bison. This is a boss, and there is a bronze treasure chest next to the boss. Monster, Bison Boss. Quality Blue. Level 10. Skills, Charge, Trample, Rage. Introduction. The Violent Buffalo King has a very strong physique. He is the leader of a group of buffaloes and possesses terrifying explosive power. The Soviet side immediately began to order the soldiers to dig traps, and to dig 2 more traps. This time, they had to kill all the bison. The Blue Bison Boss is also level 10, and the most difficult to deal with. It has 3 skills, so Sufeng must be careful when dealing with it. This time we dug 3 traps, which can lure 3 bison at a time, making it more efficient to kill them. 2 soldiers went over to lure the monsters, and the others got ready. Soon 3 bison were lured over. The soldiers brought it to the trap, and the first bison quickly fell into the trap. The soldiers skillfully attacked it. Then the second and third bison fell into the trap one by one, and the Soviet side began to clean up these bison. After killing the bison, Sufeng quickly cleaned up the carcass and then rearranged the trap. When the level is increased to 9, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After killing dozens of them, Sufeng upgraded again. He was just 1 level away from achieving his goal for today. Continue! Sufeng quickly assigned attributes and asked the soldiers to continue luring monsters. As for these 10 soldiers, their current levels have reached level 7, and 2 of them have even been upgraded to level 8. It should be difficult for them to reach level 10 today, but tomorrow, They will definitely be able to upgrade to level 10. The soldiers continued to lure monsters. After Sufeng participated in killing these bison, he was only allocated 15 points of experience, and sometimes only 10 points, which was a significant reduction. With food like sweet potatoes that doubles strength, it is naturally easier to kill these monsters. If it were someone else, it would not be so easy to face these monsters. This group of bison were quickly killed by the Soviet side, and only 5 bison were left. Next, they not only have to face the 5 green quality bison, but also the level 10 blue quality bison. Although this is a challenge for them, they are confident that they can overcome it. The soldiers' levels have all reached level 8, and as for the Soviet side, it is approaching level 10. You must be careful this time. With your current level and number, facing 5 bison should not be a problem. I will deal with the boss, so you must be careful, Sufeng ordered. Don't worry, Lord. We will be careful, Zhang San and others responded immediately. After giving the instructions, they walked towards the bison. Moo! 5 bison roared at Sufeng and his men, then rushed towards them. Sufeng saw that the boss did not move, so he wanted to deal with the 5 monsters first. Flash! Everyone dodged the bison's attack, then quickly turned around and attacked them before the bison turned around. After being injured, the bison became irritable, began to roar continuously, and kept hitting them. But the soldiers did not fight them head-on and began to dodge. Zhang San even used the only shield in the territory to block the bison. Sufeng looked for an opportunity and launched a powerful attack on the bison. Call out! Sufeng was very powerful, and after his powerful attack, his strength increased a lot. The spear went straight through the bison's head, killing it in one blow. After killing one bison, Sufeng continued to kill the next one, but at this time, the blue bison boss attacked them. Sufeng had no choice but to give up killing these bison and said to the soldiers, "Be careful, I will deal with the boss." Yes. Sufeng drew out his spear and rushed towards the boss. When he was about to meet the bison, Sufeng leaped up, stepped directly on the back of the bison boss, and stabbed it directly with the spear. Moo! The bison boss roared, then his eyes turned red and he became even more violent. The bison boss activated his rage skill, and all the attributes of his body were improved a lot. The bison boss rushed towards Sufeng, but Sufeng did not fight it head-on and started running away. The bison boss was now attracted to Sufeng and kept chasing him. Sufeng had high agility and wore boots that increased agility, so the bison boss could not catch up with Sufeng at all. The Soviet side led them to the trap they had dug earlier. Chapter 31, Rewards for Killing Blue Boss. Now! Sufeng jumped with all his might, crossed the trap, and turned back immediately after landing. Moo! The bison boss rushed towards Sufeng with red eyes, not paying attention to his feet at all. The next second, with a bang, the bison boss fell into the trap. Sufeng immediately stepped forward, picked up the lance, and used his skills to attack the bison boss with all his might. Puff! The willow leaf spear pierced into the eyes of the bison boss. Sufeng wanted to stab it hard, but the bison boss was in pain and the force it burst out was too strong. Sufeng could only pull out the willow leaf spear and then retreat immediately to avoid being injured by mistake. As expected of a boss, it actually jumped out from the trap directly, and then kept attacking around. Fortunately, Sufeng retreated in time, otherwise he would have been injured. The power of the bison boss is still very strong. But after losing an eye, the bison boss's vision was seriously affected. It staggered and rushed towards Sufeng again. Sufeng dodged to the side. Bang! The bison boss crashed into a tree. The horrible impact force almost broke the tree. This is the power of the blue quality boss. After Sufeng dodged, he stabbed the buffalo boss again, causing damage to the buffalo boss again. The buffalo boss roared angrily and turned around to attack Sufeng. Sufeng was very agile and dodged again. He began to use the surrounding terrain to play hide-and-seek with the bison boss and began to continuously consume the vitality of the bison boss. There were many more wounds on the bison boss's body, all caused by Sufeng, and Sufeng once again lured the bison boss into the next trap. The bison boss had lost one eye and all his attention was focused on Sufeng, not even thinking about the second trap. Result. Bang! The bison boss fell into the second trap again, and then Sufeng used a powerful attack again. This time, Sufeng aimed at the other eye of the bison boss. Puff! Sufeng's shooting skills were very accurate. After all, he had practiced for so many years. The bison boss became a blind bull, and began to struggle constantly, bumping around everywhere. Sufeng did not approach the boss at this time, as the bison boss at this time was very dangerous. Sufeng put away the willow leaf spear, took out the bow and arrow, and shot at the bison boss. Puff! The bison boss was hit by an arrow and started to rush around everywhere. The huge pain made it miserable. Large amounts of blood were flowing on the ground. Its speed was getting slower and slower. In addition, it couldn't see the road, so it could only rush around randomly. The next second, it fell headfirst into the previous trap. Good opportunity! Sufeng stepped forward, changed to the willow leaf spear, and used it for the third time with all his might, stabbing it hard into the body of the bison boss. A large part of the spear went in, which made the bison boss scream and start struggling violently. Sufeng retreated quickly without taking back the willow leaf spear. He took out the bow and arrow again and shot at the buffalo boss, arrow after arrow. Every time the bison boss struggled, more blood flowed. Now the boss couldn't even leave the trap and could only wait for death. The vitality of the bison boss was disappearing rapidly until it died completely. After the death of the bison boss, Sufeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blue quality boss was really powerful. Experience 390. Reputation 30. When the level is increased to 10, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. Tiandao Tips, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first in the world to upgrade his level to level 10, and is rewarded with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, and 1 building lottery. Tiandao Tips, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first in the world to upgrade his level to level 10, and is rewarded with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, and 1 building lottery. After the 3 heavenly reminders sounded, lords all over the world were in an uproar again. But it's not over yet, and then, another message from the heavenly Tao appeared. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first to kill the first blue quality boss, and will be rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, is the first to kill the first blue quality boss, and will be rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points. After hearing the 2 hints from heaven, the people in the entire Lord's world were shocked once again. Not only the people in the Lord's world, but also the people watching the live broadcast on the Jiuzhou planet were all excited. Is this Lord of Huaxia City trying to monopolize the Heavenly Tao reward? Heavenly Tao should remind you at least once a day. Can you give others a chance to survive? Shit! 2 consecutive reminders from the Heavenly Tao, this guy has gotten stronger. This is a blue quality boss. How did he do it? Longding Nation is awesome. The Lord of Huaxia City is awesome, Ali G. Amazing, really amazing, really amazing. The person above, what are you talking about? I am actually pretty good at it too. Sufeng allocated all the free attribute points, and then looked at his own attributes. Name, Sufeng. Talent, Fusion Unique. Level, 10, Experience 189/2000. Strength, 4812, Constitution, 48, Stamina, 48, Agility, 4819, Spirit, 48, Magic Defense, 10, Physical Defense, 10-5. Luck, 10, Talent, 10. Reputation, 122. Free attribute points, 0. Skill points, 13. Combat skill. White strong attack LV1. Life skills. White gathering skill LV1. White taming skill LV1. After adding the bonus of equipment to the strength attribute, it has reached 60 points. After eating the bonus of golden sweet potato, it directly reaches 108 points. The golden sweet potato alone cannot increase the strength attribute of the equipment, otherwise Sufeng's strength attribute would have increased a lot. Sufeng turned his gaze towards the bison boss in the trap and collected it first. Bison 2. Second Order Nucleus 1. Bison Tendon 1. After the collection was completed, Sufeng saw that a lot of things had exploded in the pit, including 2 green pieces of equipment. The explosion rate of the level 10 blue boss is really high. Sufeng was very happy. The boss dropped hundreds of gold coins, 2 green equipment, and even a skill book. Equipment, Exquisite Iron Sword. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, Strength 12, Constitution 3. Equipment, Bison Armor. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, Physical Defense 15, Magical Defense 5. Good stuff. The iron sword can be used by soldiers, and as for this bison armor, Sufeng can use it himself. After putting on the bison armor, Sufeng's defense became much stronger. There was also a skill book. Sufeng took a look and found that it was a skill book for a secondary profession, and it was green in color, which was very rare. Chapter 32, Building Rewards. Once Sufeng looked at the information of this skill book. Skill, Blacksmithing. Quality, green. Introduction, can increase forging speed by 20%. Good stuff. Sufeng was very satisfied. There are already quite a lot of ores in the territory, but without a blacksmith shop and blacksmith skills, even more ores will be useless. Now that we have the forging technique, all we need is a blacksmith shop to directly forge equipment. But it's hard to say about this building. I haven't seen anyone selling it in the world. If it were for sale, the Soviets would definitely buy it first. Sufeng could not use this forging technique himself. He did not want to forge the equipment himself. As a lord, he should let his soldiers forge the equipment. But you can't just pick any soldier. You must choose someone with good basic strength. I'll talk about this after I return to the territory. Sufeng quickly returned to the previous area and was relieved to see that the bison were almost dying. Lord Bronze treasure chest! After killing the monster, Zhang San brought the treasure chest to Sufeng. Sufeng opened the treasure chest and found another skill book inside, which surprised Sufeng. After reading it, he found that it was another book on collecting techniques. Sufeng smiled, and then said to Zhang San, "Learn this skill book." "Thank you, Lord." Zhang San took the skill and saw that it was collecting technique. He was not disappointed because it was also a skill after all. "Go and collect the carcasses of those bison," Sufeng said. "Yes." Zhang San happily went to collect the bison's corpses. After all the treasure chests were opened, Sufeng received the building lottery reward from heaven. In the building lottery, the things you draw are definitely buildings. But this time the lottery was not the lucky wheel like before. What appeared this time were 10 mysterious boxes with question marks, and he had to choose one from 10. Sufeng randomly chose one, and the box suddenly turned into a golden box. Golden treasure chest! Sufeng was very surprised. He didn't expect to draw another golden treasure chest. This means that he can open a golden building. Thinking of this, Sufeng couldn't help but feel a little excited, and then opened the treasure chest. Swish! A golden light appeared. Sufeng looked at the building in his hand and quickly began to check it out. Building black market shop. Quality, gold only. Level, LV1, needs 200 gold coins and 200 wood to upgrade. Introduction. This is a mysterious building wandering in the black market. An item will appear randomly every day, and you can choose to buy it or not. Oh my god, there is such a building! Sufeng was shocked when he saw the building. He didn't expect that there would be such a magical building. But when I saw that only one item would appear every day, and it was random, I suddenly felt a little annoyed. After all, it was a golden building, but only one item was refreshed. Could it be that this number can only be increased after upgrading the buildings? Sufeng made a guess. At this stage, materials cannot be wasted and need to be used where they are useful, so this building can only be built when there are surplus materials in the territory. But after returning to the territory, you can still upgrade it to a higher level to see what changes this building has. Afterwards, Sufeng stepped forward and packed up the beef collected by Zhang San. Except for the lord, the soldiers did not have packages or anything like that, so they had to carry everything by hand. This is very inconvenient, but it is the same for everyone. Next time, we have to ask Zhang San to bring a bag with his things. Let's go back. Looking at the time, it was already late. Today's mission had been completed, and Sufeng had successfully upgraded to level 10. As for Zhang San and the others, they would also be able to successfully upgrade to level 10 tomorrow. Just like yesterday, Sufeng went to the lake to collect the water that the soldiers had brought. Then he saw a raft made nearby and said to Zhang San, "Zhang San, come on, let's catch some fish to eat today." "Okay," Zhang San replied quickly. The other soldiers all laughed. Their lives were very good. They had all kinds of meat to eat, as well as plenty of snacks and drinks. They lived in very comfortable huts. Their lives were so wonderful. Sufeng came to the bamboo raft and threw a lot of corn kernels into the river. The fish in the distance seemed to feel the volatility of these corn kernels and swam towards here quickly. Put! As a group of fish swam over, Sufeng and Zhang San immediately threw out the fishing net. Crash! Sufeng was very strong and caught a lot of fish with one net. He then asked the soldiers to quickly drag the fish to the shore, and then helped Zhang San to drag the fish to the shore. There were a lot of fish in the net, and Sufeng thought he could come and catch some fish to eat every day. But Sufeng soon discovered that a big guy was coming into the lake, and hurriedly said to Zhang San, "Run!" Zhang San didn't hesitate, and immediately ran towards the shore. Sufeng was very agile and ran the fastest, returning to the shore in a few seconds. Crash! A fish as big as a cow bit off a large section of the raft in one bite, shocking everyone. "Oh my god, such a big fish!" Zhang San was a little surprised. This lake is too dangerous. It's better for them not to go down unless they are safe. Generally speaking, it is impossible for a fish of this size to come to the shore, because the lake's surface near the shore is too shallow, which is not conducive to the activity of such large fish. The Soviet side also told soldiers not to go fishing easily, because at this stage they did not have the ability to fight against this kind of fish. Once it falls into the water, it becomes the world of fish. No one knows how many of these large fish monsters are still in the water. Sufeng asked the soldiers to bring the caught fish back to the territory, while he went to the bamboo forest to collect the bamboo, then went to the mine to collect the iron ore, and finally went to the logging area to collect the timber. After doing all this, Sufeng returned to the territory and found Zhang San collecting the monster corpses brought back by other soldiers. Zhang Yi came over and told Sufeng, "Lord, the warehouse building in the territory is too small and is already full of supplies. So fast." The Soviet side looked at the warehouse building and found that it was indeed too small, so the Soviet side began to upgrade the warehouse building. Building, warehouse. Quality, white. Level, LV1, lower level requires 200 gold coins, 100 wood, 100 stone. Introduction. This is a simple warehouse that can be used to store various materials. Gold 200, wood 100, stone 100, warehouse level 1, current level LV2. Gold 500, wood 400, stone 400, warehouse level 1, current level LV5. After upgrading the warehouse to level 5, the Soviet side did not continue to upgrade it. "Brother, do you have any golden sweet potatoes left? We need them urgently." The Unrivaled sent a message. "How much do you need?" Sufeng asked. 50, said Unparalleled in the world. Immediately. "Oh my god, kid, you have such a big appetite today." These are 5,000 pieces of wood. Sufeng is really curious about where this Unparalleled in the world got so much wood from. But everyone has secrets, so Sufeng naturally wouldn't ask so many questions. For him, the more the Unparalleled wants, the greater his gains will be. Chapter 33, Buying Equipment at the Black Market Store. "I called all the soldiers to cut wood, so naturally we collected more wood," the Unparalleled replied. "Where did you get so many axes?" Sufeng was indeed very curious. "Brother, don't ask this. Can you tell me where the golden seeds came from?" the Unparalleled asked back. That's true. Sufeng would definitely not tell anyone the origin of the golden seed, so the Unparalleled would definitely not tell himself the origin of the axe. Everyone has their own secrets, so Sufeng didn't ask any more questions. Therefore, the Unparalleled exchanged 5,000 pieces of wood for 50 golden sweet potatoes from the Soviet side. Later, friends such as Lonely Cigarette, Little Butterfly, I'm a Female Tom, Tian Shan Tong Lao, and others also sent trade requests. They all wanted to use the golden sweet potatoes in Sufeng's hands to buy some other things, and they would use the resources in their hands to trade with Sufeng. Sufeng would definitely not refuse. After completing the transaction with them, Sufeng looked at his own building. Sufeng took out the black market store building and placed it on an open space. Successfully constructed the black market shop building. After the Soviet side completed the construction, they began to upgrade it to see if there would be any changes to this black market store. Gold 200, wood 200, black market shop level 1, current level 2. After the upgrade, the Soviet side found that the building had not changed at all. If there was any change, it was that more materials were needed for the upgrade. Sufeng stopped upgrading and looked inside the building. This is a building similar to a convenience store, but it looks extremely luxurious and is beautifully built. After all, it is a golden building, so it is naturally extraordinary. Sufeng walked in. There was no one inside, only a counter, and on the counter, there was only one item displayed. "Oh, this is equipment, and it is of green quality." Sufeng was very surprised that the first item was a piece of equipment. Sufeng looked at the attributes of this equipment. Equipment, black iron knife. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 18. Price, 1,800 gold coins. The attributes of the equipment are very powerful, and 2 points are equivalent to the attributes of level 2. This is a purely offensive weapon, but Sufeng doesn't like it. However, the territory is very short of equipment. Although this equipment requires 1,800 gold coins, Sufeng thinks it is still worth buying. Gold coins 1,800, successfully purchased a black iron knife. It's worthy of being a gold quality building. It's a pity that only one item can be refreshed per day. It would be better if more items could be refreshed. Although helpless, the Soviet side was also very content. After walking out of the black market store, Sufeng came outside and said to Zhang San, "Zhang San, come here." "Yes." Zhang San came to Sufeng and asked, "Lord, what's the matter?" "Take this equipment and use it." Sufeng handed the black iron knife to Zhang San, which made Zhang San very excited. He quickly said, "Thank you, Lord. I will definitely work hard." "I understand." Sufeng nodded, then called Zhang Yi and said, "Zhang Yi, come here." Zhang Yi also came to Sufeng excitedly. "Lord, you are looking for me. Take this weapon." Sufeng took out another exquisite iron sword and handed it to him. "Thank you, Lord," Zhang Yi said happily. This made the other soldiers very envious, and Sufeng naturally saw it. Then he looked at the soldiers' loyalty. Zhang Yi and Zhang San's loyalty had reached 100, and as for the others, their loyalty was around 80 or 90. Afterwards, Sufeng began to check the attributes of more than 100 soldiers and found that Zhang Xi's initial strength attribute was 10 points. Although his other attributes were relatively low, he was very suitable for forging. So, Sufeng came to Zhang Xi and said, "This skill book is for you." Zhang Xi looked at the skill book in his hand and said quickly, "Thank you, Lord. Follow me to upgrade tomorrow. You will be the chief equipment master of our territory in the future," Sufeng said. "Don't worry, I will work hard and won't let the Lord down." Zhang Xi looked like a simple and honest person, and this kind of person is most suitable to be a blacksmith. "Well, I'm optimistic about you." Sufeng nodded with satisfaction. Later, Sufeng started selling golden corn and water, and also started selling various kinds of meat. Sufeng shouted in the chat channel, "Is there anyone who needs fresh beef, beef tendons, and bullwhip? They are now on the shelves." After he finished speaking, Sufeng saw a group of replies below. "I want 10 bullwhips." "The one upstairs, you are so lonely at night, are you going to use the 5th girl to solve it?" "He can solve it with the soldiers around him." "Boss, how much is the beef?" "It's this lord of Huaxia City again. Can you tell me how you process the meat? You have such good knife skills and it's so smooth." This is the life skill gathering technique. You probably don't know this, but I just happened to open a copy today. Unfortunately, the meat is not enough for my soldiers to eat. Fuck! He actually has such a skill. No wonder he can process meat. If you want to buy the collection technique, call me, the price is negotiable. Seeing that some people have already activated the gathering technique skill, Sufeng didn't care at all. The wild monsters outside were difficult to deal with. They wanted to hunt a large number of monsters like himself, which was simply impossible. Most of them could only ensure that they and their soldiers would not go hungry. Even if they had extra food, they could not sell much. There are so many people in the market, and there are so many lords who are short of food. How can they possibly compete with me? Sufeng began to sell these foods according to the market. Most people would choose to buy them with gold coins. Only those who did not have enough gold coins would use their resources to buy from him. At this stage, many people are aware of the importance of resources and will take the lead in storing resources. "Lord, it's time for dinner." Zhang Er came over and shouted. "Okay." Sufeng came to the dining table and looked at the food on the table. Sufeng was very satisfied. There were beef, mutton, fish, corn, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and a large bucket of rice. The rice is not grown, but opened from wooden boxes. Every time the rice is opened, 10 to 50 kilograms of rice are obtained, all packaged like the ones in supermarkets. So Sufeng said to Zhang Er, "Tomorrow arrange for some soldiers to cultivate a paddy field, and I will teach you how to grow rice." Sufeng was born in the countryside, so he must have done such common farm work as sowing, transplanting rice and harvesting. However, Sufeng did not know how to mill rice yet, so he thought he could give it a try first. The Soviets already have a lot of golden rice seeds in their hands, and they want to try out the effects of the crops grown from these golden rice seeds. Sufeng also discovered that the higher the level, the more energy is required, and naturally the more food is eaten. Fortunately, most of the meat they ate was of relatively high quality, and there was also gold quality food available, so starving was impossible. The soldiers in his territory were all provided with enough food. Chapter 34, Purchase of Coal Resources. After eating and drinking, the Soviet side began to upgrade the buildings. The first building that the Soviet side wants to upgrade is definitely the barracks. The more people there are, the more labor force can be added, which is also the most important for the development of the territory. Gold, 200 wood 2000, barracks level 1, current level LV15. Gold, 2600 wood, 2600, barracks level 1, current level LV18. The Soviet side upgraded the barracks to level 18, and then there was no more materials for further upgrades. The later these buildings are, the more materials they require. Sufeng looked at the barracks building again. Building barracks. Quality, white. Level, LV18, lower level requires 2,800 gold coins and 2,800 wood. Introduction, consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently, 160/260 soldiers can be summoned. To summon soldiers, he must wait until the next day, and Sufeng will be able to upgrade the barracks level to level 20 tomorrow. By then, he doesn't know if there will be any heavenly rewards. After the building was upgraded, Sufeng looked at the chat channel. Who has the skill of gathering technique? I'll buy it for 1,000 gold coins. You want to buy a skill book for only 1,000 gold coins. If there is a skill book, I am willing to spend 2,000 gold coins. Who needs coal resources? If you sell coal resources, you can also exchange them for other materials, including food. I have 10 iron pots for sale. If anyone wants one, add me as your friend. As soon as Sufeng saw the coal mine, he immediately became interested and added the other party as a friend. You become friends with. All crows are black. So you are the lord of Huaxia City. No matter how many resources you want, the price is negotiable. After seeing Sufeng at him as a friend, all crows are black immediately saw hope. The coal mine in All crows are black is very difficult to sell, and it can even be said that not many people need it, which makes him very sad. In order to mine these resources, he has not gone out to upgrade for 2 days. Now that these coal mines cannot be sold, his life is extremely difficult. After seeing Sufeng, it was like seeing hope. Sufeng heard anxiety and uneasiness in the other party's tone, and he knew why no one needed this kind of resource now. If it is used for cooking or heating, others can just cut down extra branches instead. There is no need to waste gold coins and resources to buy this thing. Are coal mines a good thing? Of course, coal can be used for blacksmithing. He had collected some before, but not much. Now seeing someone buying coal in large quantities, Sufeng was very happy. How many coal mines do you have? Sufeng asked. How many units do you need? After hearing Sufeng's words, all crows are black, seemed to understand that the other party needed a lot. As long as the price is right, I will take as much as you have, and I can establish long-term cooperation with you. No matter what materials you need, I can trade with you. Sufeng also stated his requirements. Great, I now have more than 3,000 units of coal mines. All crows are black, said quickly. When Sufeng heard this, he was very happy. So many resources were really great. This guy could become his coal supplier. What do you need? Sufeng asked. I need food, and it would be even better if I had a pickaxe. I'm short of a few pickaxes, as well as food, clothes, and quilts. All crows are black was basically lacking in all living supplies, which surprised Sufeng. He asked, Didn't you go out to hunt monsters and open treasure chests? The monsters outside are too powerful. We dare not go out. All crows are black, said directly. Sufeng. Have you built the barracks? Sufeng asked. It was just built today, but there is not much food and not enough gold coins, so no soldiers were summoned. All crows are black replied. After listening to him, Sufeng said, I will give you 1,000 gold coins and provide you with a lot of food. In the future you can use coal mines to trade various materials with me. I hope to trade coal mines with you for a long time. In the future you can just sell the coal mines to me. Really? That's great. This way, I can save myself a lot of trouble. All crows are black was indeed very grateful to Sufeng. Next, the Soviet side began to negotiate the price with the other party. The Soviet side appeared very sincere and did not set the price too high, because the Soviet side learned that the other party used to be a migrant worker in a mine, so he was very enthusiastic about collecting resources. But he was timid and didn't even dare to go out to hunt monsters that were too powerful. This was something that many people would be afraid of, not just him. After Sufeng taught him how to summon soldiers, he still had to upgrade first, and then collect resources. The Su side did not want to lose such a big coal miner, so it wanted to help the other party become stronger. All crows are black was also very grateful to the Su side and said that it would definitely follow his methods to strengthen its territory in the future. After obtaining a large amount of coal resources, the Soviet side now only needs to build a blacksmith shop before they can start making equipment directly. This building cannot be rushed, and there is no way to rush it. Afterwards, Sufeng looked at the world channel again, added several friends, and purchased several pieces of equipment, and even a few pickaxes from them. Then, Sufeng traded 2 pickaxes to All crows are black, so that he could dig more coal and sell it to him. If you pay attention to the world channel every day, you can still find some good things, but they can't pay attention to the things there every day, so you can only rely on luck. Later, the Soviet side discovered 2 foreigners who were selling green quality equipment, but the prices were too high and no one bought them. After Sufeng added the friend, he began to look at the equipment, and then asked about the price. It was a long sword with strength 14 and stamina 2. The asking price was 2,000 gold coins, which was indeed very expensive. Sufeng was in great need of gold coins to upgrade buildings, so he lowered the price to 1,500 gold coins and successfully bought the weapon. As for the other foreign lord, he was selling a spear with the attributes of Strength 15, Stamina 2, and Constitution 2. The attributes were indeed quite a lot, but the price he offered was outrageous, at 5,000 gold coins. The Soviet side began to bargain with the other party for the price, and at this stage, he was the only one who could buy it. After chatting for about half an hour, the other party finally sold it to Sufeng for 2,500 gold coins. Although the price is a bit high, Sufeng is not short of money. He is in great need of equipment now, especially green equipment, so he will take as many as he can. The white equipment was not for sale, and even if it was available, it was quickly bought up. But the green equipment is too expensive, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. Only rich people like Sufeng can afford it. Sufeng gave the long sword to Zhang Er, and the spear to Zhang Si, which made Zhang Er and Zhang Si very happy. Afterwards, the Soviet side saw several people selling steel. When Sufeng saw this, he realized that this was a good thing, but no one wanted it, so he had to get it. Chapter 35, I have a big steel bar. You become friends with the kindergarten boss. You become friends with I am so cute. You are friends with cool leg hair. After Sufeng added 3 people, he was stunned for a moment, and found that among these 3 people, 2 were from Longting country, and the last one was a foreign friend. But no matter which country the people are from, it will be automatically converted into the text they know. This translation function is still very powerful. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The boss actually added me as a friend, am I dreaming? After hearing that Sufeng added him as a friend, the kindergarten boss became excited. Sufeng was stunned. This guy was actually a funny guy. You have steel to sell, where did this stuff come from? Sufeng was indeed very curious. It's not a secret. This thing was opened from a treasure chest. When I got this thing, I was stunned for a moment. This thing can't be eaten, and I thought no one wanted it. The kindergarten leader answered directly. It was actually found from the treasure chest. Sufeng sighed. Why couldn't he get it? This is steel, a good material that does not require hammering and forging. If we don't purchase it now, when will we buy it? The Soviet side must take it down. Give me a price. I plan to use it to build a house. Sufeng found an excuse. Build a house? The kindergarten leader was also obviously stunned for a moment, and then said, Big guys are big guys, and they even want to build a steel house. I admire you. Hearing the other party's thoughts, Sufeng smiled. It turned out that there were actually people who believed that this thing could be used to build a house. Can I exchange food? Asked the kindergarten boss. Of course, but I need to talk to you about the price. Sufeng immediately revealed his nature as a businessman. Although Sufeng is not a businessman, he is now increasingly showing the nature of a profiteer. The Soviets used to hate capitalists very much. That's because he was not a capitalist at that time. Now that he has become a capitalist, he feels that being a capitalist. Damn, it's so good. The Soviet side carefully inquired about the shape of the steel and how big and thick it was. The kindergarten boss replied that the steel he obtained was in the shape of a rectangular block, not the kind of steel bars used in construction. After understanding this, they realized that these steels were better than iron ore. At least they did not need to be refined. They could be directly made into weapons after being melted. Moreover, many of the impurities in these steels have been removed, making them much stronger than those forged by hand. The Soviet side was not very clear about how much this piece of steel was worth, but it gave the other party a price, 50 gold coins per piece. The kindergarten leader was stunned on the spot. This price is really too low. The kindergarten boss immediately realized that the legendary black businessman turned out to be someone like Sufeng. Double the price. After that kindergarten boss brought up his own interests, he immediately started negotiating the price. 60. Too low, it should be at least 120. 80, that's reasonable. In the end, the Soviet side successfully purchased the steel from the other party for 100 gold coins. Of course, this price must have been converted into food for the transaction. The Soviet side gave the other party an extra corn, which made the other party quite satisfied. Next, Sufeng chatted with I am cute again and asked, How do you sell the steel you have? This is not steel, it's a steel plate. I don't know exactly how many centimeters it is, but it's about the thickness of a finger. The length is about 6 meters, and the width should be more than 2 meters. I am so cute. Carefully introduced what he had obtained, and then asked, How much can you offer? This steel plate is obviously better than steel, and can be forged into more weapons. As for how much it costs, Sufeng asked. How much do you want to sell it for? If the price is too high, I won't consider it. 500 gold coins. I am just cute, replied. Half, Sufeng replied. Isn't this just 250? You cut it too harshly. I am so cute, was speechless. At this stage, I am the only one willing to pay for it. If it were someone else, would they be able to come up with so many gold coins? Sufeng knew very well that other lords would never be willing to spend so many gold coins to buy this steel plate. Everyone knows that this thing can be used to forge weapons after fusion, but knowing this is one thing, and now no one in the entire Lord continent can forge weapons. Who would spend gold coins to buy this thing and keep it? Wouldn't it be nice to use it to upgrade buildings or buy food? Those who bought these things were all for the future, and Sufeng was the richest among them. Even though 250 gold coins may seem like a small amount, you should know that an ordinary monster can only drop 1 or 2 gold coins. Even a level 9 monster can only drop a few more. If you rely solely on hunting monsters, you will have to kill at least 100 monsters to get so many gold coins. It is naturally difficult for ordinary lords to obtain gold coins, and most transactions are based on barter. After all, gold coins are still needed to upgrade buildings and summon soldiers, which is still very important. You are a rich man, so just add more. Besides, this number doesn't sound good. I am so cute. Indeed could not be sold. The price offered by those people was either dozens of gold coins or 100 gold coins. After more than 100 gold coins, they would not mention it anymore. Sufeng was indeed very generous. He gave her more than 200 gold coins right away, which had already met her expectations. Then I'll add a little, 251 gold coins, Sufeng said. I am so cute, infinity. Finally, the steel plate was purchased by the Soviet side for 251 gold coins. The Soviet side began to contact the last person. Young man, what is your steel? It's steel bars, the kind used to build houses, Cool Leg Hair replied. How thick? How long? Sufeng asked. It's as thick as my thumb. As for the length, it's hard to say. It should be around 10 meters. Anyway, I can only rely on visual estimation. Cool Leg Hair continued. I want 30 gold coins, Sufeng said. 30 gold coins is too low. It should be at least 50 gold coins, said Cool Leg Hair. Deal, Sufeng said. Cool Leg Hair. Did I add too little? Regardless, the deal was done. The Soviet side began to shout on the World Channel and the National Channel. Purchase large quantities of steel, whether it is steel pipes, steel bars, steel plates, or iron pipes, iron plates, etc. I will accept them all. If you have any, please leave a message and I will contact you. I have a big steel bar. I also have a big steel bar, bigger than yours. You have it, I have it, and everyone has it. Not long after this was said, many people left messages saying that they had a large steel bar and asked the Soviet side if they wanted it. Sufeng always felt something was wrong, but he still added the other party as a friend and asked for the other party's price. Then the other party asked Sufeng to teleport it over, and as for the price, it could be free. Sufeng was confused, and then he realized. Delete this guy decisively. Chapter 36, What a Big Cabbage. Fortunately, not everyone is so dishonest. The Soviet side has started to purchase materials such as steel in advance. No one wants them now, so there is a huge market for them. The Soviet side had been busy for a long time but had not yet finished purchasing, so they could only tell them that they would continue purchasing tomorrow night. Now Sufeng, looking at the mountains of steel in front of him, smiled. These steels will return him more than 10 times the profit in the future. The next day, Sufeng got up early, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and then put food on the shelf as usual. This time he put a lot of cabbage on the shelf, because the cabbage was whole and not cooked, but raw. Because this thing could not be used as a seed, Sufeng naturally would not cook it. Because it is a whole cabbage, the price is relatively high. After everyone saw the properties of this white color, they were all shocked again. Fuck! It's actually for recovering from injuries. This is simply a pill. There is no pill at this stage. The value of this thing is really too great, but the price, damn. It's selling for 200 gold coins each. The whole cabbage is quite big, but the price really puts us in a dilemma for the moment. Look, there are also single leaves for sale. The price is 10 gold coins per piece. Can anyone tell me how many leaves a cabbage has? Who would pay attention to this stuff if they have nothing to do? The Soviet side asked the soldiers to tear the cabbages and count the number at the same time. Each cabbage had about the same number of pieces, ranging from 22 to 25 pieces. There are indeed not many people who have the money to buy the whole thing, but there are still many people who buy a few slices. Many of their soldiers are injured and need treatment. Now this cabbage is the best thing. The Soviet side started to sell cabbage by exchanging materials, and many people also liked to buy it this way. To them, materials were more valuable than gold coins. Sometimes the Soviet side could sell a whole head of cabbage and exchange it for a lot of materials. The cabbage you buy must be eaten as soon as possible, otherwise it will rot in a few days. However, because it is golden quality cabbage, its shelf life should be much longer. However, it cannot be stored for too long, so it still needs to be eaten as soon as possible. In this way, Sufeng's business will only get better and better unless he finds an alternative to healing. Brother, please get us some cabbage. The unparalleled obviously also needs cabbage. You have such a good thing, but you don't even give it to us to use first. Lonely Cigarette also said immediately. My sister is injured, why don't you know how to love her? Little Butterfly also sent a message. How much soil do you need to exchange for cabbage? The childlike fairy of Tianshan is very direct. The Soviet side sent them a message, telling them that they still had a lot of cabbage and asked them not to worry. So, the Soviet side started to trade cabbage with them and purchased a large amount of materials from them. The Soviet side had to expand its fence, otherwise there was too much material, and it would not be able to accommodate it. Gold 500, wood 500, fence level 1, current level LV10. After upgrading the fence to level 10, Sufeng looked at his own fence building. Building fence. Quality, white. Level, LV10, needs 1000 gold coins and 1000 wood to upgrade. Description, you can build a fence for your territory to resist monsters. The upgrade method of this building is different from that of other buildings. It does not increase in every level, but is upgraded with fixed materials. After the fence was upgraded, the Soviet side began to upgrade the barracks again. Gold, 2800, wood, 2800, barracks level 1, current level 19. Gold, 3000, wood 3000, barracks level 1, current level LV20. Building barracks. Quality, white. Level, LV20, needs 3300 gold coins and 3300 wood to reach the next level. Introduction, consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently, 160/300 soldiers can be summoned. Tiandao tip, the first lord of Huaxia City, to upgrade one of the buildings to level 20 will be rewarded with 3000 gold coins, 30 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. Chat channel. Early in the morning, I heard someone pretending to be cool. The key is that I've been tricked again. Can I hire a lawyer to ask him to compensate for mental damages? Hey! Is that Jiaoling? It's like this, I heard someone pretending to be cool, please catch him. Thank me, you're welcome, I'm serving the people. Lord of Huaxia City, can you tell me what building you upgraded? The doghouse, I guess. Doghouse 1. Doghouse 2. People all over the world are envious and jealous. The further these buildings go, the more materials they need to upgrade, and the more gold coins they need. They haven't even upgraded to level 10, but Sufeng has already upgraded to level 20. The gap between them is so huge that it makes them very sad and depressed. Gold coins minus 100, summon a white soldier. Gold coins minus 100, summon a white soldier. After summoning out the remaining soldiers, the Soviet side upgraded the farmland to level 15. The Soviet side now owns 15 plots of land. Building farmland. Quality, white. Level, LV15, lower level requires 220 gold coins and 220 soil. Description, land that can be used to grow crops. Sufeng looked at his existing buildings again, and suddenly discovered that the Soul Hall building actually had 56 soul points. Where does this soul value come from? Sufeng was very surprised. Then he thought about it again and muttered, except for the fishing yesterday, nothing special happened. Could it be that those fish can also gain soul points after being killed within the territory? After thinking about this, Sufeng was very happy. So the fishing operation had to go on. Zhang San, Sufeng said. Lord, what's the matter? Zhang San hurried over and asked. Can we gain experience points from the fish we killed yesterday? Sufeng asked. Yes, but the experience points are very few. Those fish are low-level monsters. Sometimes you have to kill several to get one experience point. Zhang San replied. Sufeng understood, so he said, it seems that we have to find a way to deal with the fish monster in the water. Lord, didn't you say before that we have enough food and don't need to go fishing? Zhang San said puzzledly. The Soul Hall requires soul points to summon, and those fish can obtain soul points after being killed in the territory. I want to see what that building can summon, Sufeng explained. Then leave this matter to me, said Zhang San. Okay, then you take a few people to fish today, but you must ensure your own safety. If you encounter a powerful fish monster, return to the shore immediately, Sufeng said. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely get this done, Zhang San replied. So, the Soviet side asked Zhang San to do this. Chapter 37, Two-Headed Tiger Sheep. For the newly summoned soldiers, the Soviet side let high-level soldiers take them to upgrade, so that the efficiency of upgrading can be greatly improved. Sufeng has already planned to train Zhang Yi, Zhang Er, Zhang Shi to become team leaders. They are the first to be summoned and have the highest levels. After today, their levels will all reach level 10. Sufeng's current level is already far ahead of others, but Sufeng will not be satisfied with the status quo. Everything in the territory is still too weak. There is only one house. Although it is of green quality, it is still not enough to live in. The Soviet side still needs to work hard, collect more resources, build more buildings, and strive to develop the territory into a stronger one. Especially in terms of level, he must always be ahead of everyone else, so as to ensure that every reward from heaven can be taken away by him. After arranging the soldiers properly, the Soviet side took the soldiers out to upgrade. Today is the 4th day, and there are only 3 days left before the novice protection period. After this period of time, the Soviet side must work hard to become stronger and upgrade more. The number of monsters outside has doubled again compared to yesterday. For Sufeng, these monsters are naturally not a problem, but for other weaker lords, they are a big problem. Sufeng led his soldiers to quickly clear a path. These low-level monsters were left to the newly summoned soldiers to upgrade, while they began to open up new land further away. Sufeng was not very interested in monsters below level 8, but he still hunted some bison and wild sheep, and even accidentally killed a level 6 boss, from which he collected a first-level crystal core. This thing is very important. It is a necessary material for upgrading crystals. Moreover, if the territory wants to be upgraded, the crystals must also be upgraded. The crystal core must be the most important material that prevents everyone from upgrading the territory level. This thing can only be dropped by the boss, and the monsters don't have it at all. Moreover, the probability of the boss appearing is very small, and you can't kill it whenever you want. After the hunt, Sufeng continued to walk towards the distance and finally saw higher-level monsters. Sufeng discovered that monsters above level 10 were very different from monsters below level 10. Sufeng looked at the information of the monsters in front of him. Monster, Two-Headed Tiger Goat. Quality Green. Level 14. Skills Bite Slam. Introduction. These are very ferocious monsters. Don't treat them as ordinary sheep, or you will die miserably. This is a group of green monsters, with a level as high as 14. They have 2 heads and tiger-like wool on their bodies, and look very ferocious. The key is that their teeth are also very sharp. Sufeng even saw them eating meat. A rabbit was caught by a 2-headed tiger sheep and eaten in just a few bites. They not only eat grass, but also meat, which is really unusual. Among these 2-headed tiger sheep, there is a bronze treasure chest. Sufeng will definitely not give up. Anyway, there are only 12 of them. As long as they are properly arranged, killing them will not be a problem. Zhang San did not come today, but there are still 11 of them, because Sufeng called Zhang Shi. The blacksmith shop has not been built yet, so they have to upgrade Zhang Shi's level first. Dig the trap first, and dig it deeper, and choose a location where there are trees. After doing all this, Sufeng began to lure monsters. A 2-headed tiger sheep was attracted by Sufeng and chased after him. Its speed was quite fast, but it still couldn't catch up with Sufeng. Sufeng quickly came to the trap and waited for the 2-headed tiger sheep in front. The 2-headed tiger goat chased quickly, its sharp fangs looking ferocious in the sunlight. Pull! Said Sufeng. The soldier pulled the rope, and the running 2-headed tiger sheep staggered and fell directly into the trap dug in front. Then, everyone took out bamboos and poked the 2-headed tiger sheep under the trap. Sufeng even directly pierced the body of the 2-headed tiger goat with his spear. His strength was too strong, and with the bonus of a powerful attack, even a level 14 2-headed tiger goat could only fall down with hatred. Experience 35. The Soviet side gained 35 experience points, but the soldiers got more. Since they were at a lower level, they naturally got more experience points. After collecting the spoils, the Soviet side used this method to begin to clean up these 2-headed tiger sheep. Finally, there are 3 2-headed tiger rams left guarding the bronze treasure chest. Sufeng and his team need to confront these 3 2-headed tiger rams head-on. Sufeng can fight one alone, and as for the remaining 2, it should not be a problem for the 10 of them to deal with them. They moved forward and the 2-headed tiger goat roared at them. When they were within 20 meters, they took the initiative to run and charge towards the crowd. Hide! Sufeng dodged and immediately picked up his spear, ran, and attacked the two-headed tiger goat that had not turned back yet. Puff! The monster screamed in pain, turned around immediately, opened its sharp mouth, and bit towards Sufeng. The two heads of the two-headed tiger goat were very sharp. Sufeng used the advantage of his spear and shot through one of the goat's heads with one shot, going straight through it. The two-headed tiger goat rushed towards Sufeng in pain. Sufeng dodged flexibly and then made a sudden counterattack, stabbing the two-headed tiger goat directly in the butt. The two-headed tiger goat screamed again and looked back again, but one of its heads was obviously dead. Sufeng took the initiative to attack the two-headed tiger goat. He attacked it again with his spear. The powerful force penetrated the two-headed tiger goat's head again. The Soviets nailed the two-headed tiger sheep to the ground and prevented it from getting up. The two-headed tiger goat kept struggling, trying to get up, but Sufeng's strength was too strong, and it couldn't get up at all. After eating the sweet potatoes, Sufeng's current strength attribute has reached 116 points. Experience 300. The experience value is quite good. After Sufeng killed this monster, he immediately went to kill the next monster. Sufeng leaped up, raised his spear and attacked a two-headed tiger goat that was surrounded by soldiers. Get out of the way! After hearing the sound, the soldiers quickly made way. Puff! The spear pierced the monster's body, and then Sufeng nailed the monster to the ground. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and began to finish off the monsters on the ground. Experience 70. After killing this two-headed tiger goat, Sufeng attacked the last two-headed tiger goat. The last two-headed tiger goat also soon died in their hands. Experience 70. With fewer people, the distribution of experience points has increased a lot. Wool 5. Sheep horns 2. Lamb 1. After collecting all the two-headed tiger sheep, Sufeng walked towards the treasure chest guarded by the group of two-headed tiger sheep. This is another bronze treasure chest, which is very precious and has a high probability of containing green equipment. Swish! There was a flash of light, and Sufeng looked at the items inside. Chapter 38, Fusion of Farm Tools. This is a skill book, and it is a green skill book. This makes Sufeng very happy. He picked it up and took a look. Skill Kill. Quality Green. Description: Kill the target, causing 20% additional damage. Nice skills. The Soviet side learned it. Learn. Green Kill LV1. Sufeng now has 13 skill points and feels that this green skill is worth upgrading, so Sufeng begins to upgrade this skill. Skill point -1. Green Kill LV1. Skill 1, current skill level LV2. Skill point -1. Green Kill LV4. Skill 1, current skill level LV5. After consuming 5 skill points and upgrading the Behead skill to level 5, Sufeng only had 8 skill points left. After that Behead skill was upgraded, Sufeng checked the changes of this skill again. Skill Kill. Quality Green. Level LV5. Description: Kill the target, causing 60% additional damage. As the skill level increases, the proportion of additional damage can be increased. The stronger the attack, the greater the damage that can be caused. At this stage, level 5 skills are enough for Sufeng to use. He also needs to save skill points for upgrading skills and not waste them. Sufeng continued to open up new land and hunt monsters. Later, they encountered a group of level 12 hamsters who were only guarding a black iron treasure chest, but Sufeng did not let them go and completely wiped them out. The soldiers' levels began to upgrade again. After killing this group of hamsters, Sufeng took out a shovel from the black iron treasure chest, which was pretty good. The monster groups nowadays are pretty good. After killing them, you can get some stuff, but mostly farm tools. Such as pickaxes, axes, hoes, sickles, shovels, etc., made Sufeng wonder if he had particularly bad luck today. But Sufeng looked at the chat channel and found that everyone was the same. I opened a lot of farm tools today. I thought I was the only one, but it turns out everyone is the same as me. Is today a special day? It should be Lord Peasant Day. Who knows, but I opened a green quality pickaxe. Anyone who wants it is welcome to buy it. Sufeng contacted the man selling the green pickaxe without hesitation, and exchanged food for the green quality pickaxe. Equipment: Pickaxe. Quality: Green. Durability: 100%. Attributes: Strength 12, Mining Efficiency 15%, Physical Strength Consumption -15%. Compared to the axe he had obtained before, this pickaxe has much greater power, but its attributes have been reduced. There are gains and losses, and this thing is a good thing. The Soviet side asked the soldier to deliver the pickaxe to the mine. With this pickaxe, more iron ore can be dug today. Afterwards, Sufeng began to purchase agricultural tools in large quantities. He bought them because he found someone selling them. They don't need so many, but Sufeng doesn't mind at all. For him, the more of these things the better, as they will always be useful in the future. After the acquisition was completed, Sufeng looked at his mental strength and found that it had recovered to 28 points. Therefore, the Soviet side began to try to see if they could merge the two farm tools. Sufeng tried to fuse two white quality axes. As Sufeng began to fuse the two axes, his mental power disappeared little by little. After 10 points of mental power disappeared, a green quality axe appeared. Fusion into a green quality axe. Fuck! I'm rich! Sufeng almost laughed. Before, there were not many farm tools and no one sold them. But the probability of agricultural tools being open today was too high, allowing the Su side to successfully collect a lot of agricultural tools, and this gave them the opportunity to try to integrate the agricultural tools. As long as he can fuse farm tools, he can also fuse equipment. In the future, he only needs to purchase low-level equipment to obtain high-quality equipment continuously. It's wonderful to think about it. However, mental power is a fatal flaw. Sufeng now has to fuse both seeds and equipment, which consumes a lot of mental power. But there is no other way. It is impossible for Sufeng to allocate all attributes to mental power. He must develop them in a balanced way. I don't know how much mental energy it will take to fuse two pieces of green quality equipment. Sufeng thought about it and decided that it would be uneconomical to do so at this stage. The Soviet side decided to integrate a few more green axes so that the soldiers could cut more wood. Sufeng continued to kill monsters and always paid attention to his experience points. When Sufeng found that his experience value was about to upgrade, he first consumed his mental power and fused the green axe again. When the level is increased to 11, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After hunting monsters, Sufeng upgraded again. After allocating the attributes, Sufeng began to consume his mental energy and began to fuse the axe. And Sufeng began to try to fuse the hole with the axe, and in the end it really worked, and he was able to control the changes in the fusion, and he could freely choose whether to keep the hoe or the axe. This also proves that different types of equipment can indeed be integrated. This made Sufeng very happy. He found a way to quickly obtain high-quality equipment, but his mental power still troubled Sufeng. Even with an apple that could double his mental power recovery, it was still far from enough to keep up with the rate of consumption. John C., give these axes to the brothers who are cutting wood, and ask a few more people to start cutting wood, Sufeng ordered. Yes. John C. took the green quality axes and left. With these green quality axes, the soldiers' efficiency in logging can be greatly improved. Sufeng continued to kill monsters, wanting to find the bronze treasure chest again, but there were still not many bronze treasure chests. It was not until the afternoon that Sufeng found another bronze treasure chest, and also a boss. This was also a group of two-headed tiger sheep. There were quite a few of them, more than 100 in total. Sufeng felt that by the time they had hunted down these monsters, it would be dark. This two-headed tiger sheep boss is of green quality, level 15, and is half the size of an ordinary two-headed tiger sheep. It was getting late, so Sufeng started asking everyone to dig traps. For this purpose, Sufeng also integrated 2 green quality hoes. After the trap was dug, Sufeng started to ask people to pull monsters. Their current levels have reached level 10, and Sufeng has reached level 12. If he wants to upgrade again today, he must be able to kill many two-headed tiger sheep by himself. However, bosses are generally very experienced, so Sufeng will naturally hunt them alone. The two-headed tiger sheep were pulled over and killed one by the soldiers. They were now stronger and could deal with these monsters much faster. The Soviet side ordered people to start digging a second trap, preparing to kill the enemy in 2 groups, which would greatly improve efficiency. Sometimes the soldiers were able to pull back 3 monsters, and Sufeng would deal with one alone, while the soldiers would hunt down the other 2 themselves. In this way, the Soviet side gained a lot of experience points. As the number of two-headed tiger sheep decreased, the experience points of the Sioux side and its soldiers increased rapidly. The levels of many soldiers have been upgraded again. Chapter 39 Blacksmith Shop Blueprint. Sufeng and his soldiers hunted monsters quite quickly, and soon they had killed most of them. So next, they would face the boss. There are 5 small monsters and a boss left, a total of 6. There are only 11 of them, so the pressure is quite high. These monsters are all green in quality, and as high as level 14, making them very difficult to deal with. But Sufeng made a plan to see if he could hunt down the monsters first. If the monsters were dealt with, it would be much easier to deal with the boss next. But the boss still needs people to intercept it. The level of the soldiers is still too low. After eating sweet potatoes, their strength is still very good, but it is still very difficult to deal with so many high-level monsters at one time. Come on, everyone! This was all the Soviet side could say. When fighting, one still needed to be able to adapt to circumstances. After arriving within the range of the two-headed tiger sheep, Sufeng first tried to see if he could attract a monster first, but unfortunately, all the monsters came together, but the boss had not moved for the time being, which gave Sufeng an opportunity. Sufeng took the lead in attacking one of the two-headed tiger goats, raising his spear and stabbing it hard at the monster. Puff! The two-headed tiger goat was hit by Sufeng, but the other 4 monsters rushed over, forcing Sufeng to give up the attack. Fortunately, the soldiers also attacked the two-headed tiger goats in time, which prevented Sufeng from being surrounded by the two-headed tiger goats. The boss still didn't move, but Sufeng discovered that the boss had already started to act, and they had to kill a small monster as soon as possible. Kill this one first. Sufeng stepped forward and attacked one of the two-headed tiger goat fiercely. The spear pierced its body directly. Then Sufeng pushed the injured two-headed tiger goat aside with force. The two-headed tiger goat lost its balance and fell to the ground. The soldiers quickly stepped forward to finish it off. Sufeng took out a long sword and chopped at the neck of the two-headed tiger goat. Puff! The monster is dead. Lord, the boss is coming, be careful! A soldier warned. Sufeng turned around and saw the boss rushing towards him. Sufeng immediately rolled to the side and the boss rushed past him. The level 15 green boss was quite fast. Sufeng ignored it and attacked the monsters again, wounding one of them with one shot. Afterwards, Sufeng heard the boss coming towards him again. Sufeng leaped up and stood on the boss. Then he raised the spear in his hand and stabbed at the boss. Puff! The boss raised its front foot, and Sufeng fell to the ground, pulled out his spear, and then stabbed at the boss again. Puff! The boss felt the pain and turned around quickly, biting towards Sufeng with both heads. Sufeng dodged to the side and ran around a few trees. The boss was chasing him from behind. Sufeng saw 2 trees, and suddenly had an idea, so he ran towards them. The boss also followed behind and rushed forward, and then, with a bang, the boss's huge body was stuck between 2 trees. Sufeng seized the opportunity and stabbed one of the bosses into the mouth. Puff! One of the heads of the two-headed tiger sheep boss was killed by Sufeng, leaving only the last head. Sufeng pulled back his weapon again and attacked the other head of the two-headed tiger sheep boss. Puff! Sufeng stabbed several times in succession, and the boss's vitality was quickly drained away. Experience, 420. Reputation 30. When the level is increased to 13, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After killing the boss alone, Sufeng upgraded again. After quickly allocating attribute points, he attacked the remaining 4 two-headed tiger goats again. 2 of the soldiers had been slightly injured, but fortunately they were not seriously injured and could still fight. With Sufeng's joining, the 4 monsters were quickly killed. Are you okay? Sufeng looked at them. It's alright, Lord, they replied quickly. Sufeng nodded and began to collect the corpses of the two-headed tiger sheep. From the level 15 boss, another second-order crystal core was collected. The crystal cores dropped by boss above level 10 are all second-order crystal cores. The first-order crystal cores can only be obtained from boss below level 9. Sufeng's crystal is already level 2. To upgrade it to level 3, he needs 3 first-level crystal cores. Sufeng came to the bronze treasure chest and opened it. A blue light appeared. Sufeng was startled and looked at the blueprint. It's a blue-quality architectural drawing! Sufeng was very shocked and immediately checked the information of this building. Item: Blacksmith's Blueprint. Quality blue. Introduction: requires 100 gold coins, 100 wood, and 100 stone. It's actually a blacksmith shop blueprint, ha 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 ha. Sufeng was indeed very happy. He had been looking forward to getting the blueprint, but he did not expect to get the blue-quality blacksmith shop blueprint in one go. Go back to the territory! Sufeng wanted to start building this blacksmith shop immediately, which meant that there would be a steady supply of equipment in his territory. Sufeng went back quickly, collected water, iron ore and wood, then returned to the territory immediately. Then he took out the blacksmith shop drawings and started construction. Gold coins 100, wood 100, stone 100, successfully built blacksmith shop. A blue-quality blacksmith shop appeared in front of Sufeng. Building blacksmith. Quality blue. Level, LV1. The next level requires 200 gold coins, 200 wood, and 200 stone. Introduction. This is a very sophisticated blacksmith shop that can reduce the blacksmith's physical strength, reduce materials, and increase forging speed. This building is very good. After all, it is a blue-quality building, which was something the Soviet side had never expected. Gold coins 200, wood 100, stone 100, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level LV2. Gold coins 1100, wood 550, stone 550, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level LV10. Sufeng upgraded the blacksmith shop to level 10 in one go, and then said to Zhang Shi, "Shi, from now on, you can forge equipment as much as you want. These are the blueprints. Take them and study them." Sufeng immediately handed over several blueprints he had acquired previously to Zhang Shi, and then dispatched several soldiers to help. He also used 4 white quality hammers to fuse into 2 green quality hammers, and then spent 30 points of mental power to fuse the 2 green quality hammers. Equipment, hammer. Quality blue. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 20, stamina 10, forging equipment efficiency 30%, stamina consumption minus 20%. Chapter 40, Tile Workshop. Zhang Shi immediately started to make weapons. This time, he made white weapons such as long swords. Anyway, Sufeng was able to integrate green quality weapons. Sufeng only needs to forge a lot of white swords and he will be able to integrate many high-quality weapons. The entire Lord's continent is now in great shortage of equipment, and weapons are the key. Only after having weapons can one kill monsters and level up. Nowadays, the price of equipment is generally determined by the number of attribute points. For example, a weapon that only adds 5 points of strength has a market price of 500 gold coins, and 1 attribute point is 100 gold coins. But in the current market, because there are so few equipments, the prices fluctuate greatly. Some people even pay 150 gold coins per attribute point to buy a better weapon. However, fusing these equipments would consume too much mental energy, which is far less than what could be earned from fusing seeds. Therefore, Sufeng would only fuse high-level equipment for the soldiers in his own territory. "Lord, we have made quite a harvest today. We have caught at least 1,000 fish, including 2 boss-quality grass carps." When Zhang San saw Sufeng was free, he immediately stepped forward to report. "Oh, the fish also have a boss, that's good. Are you not injured?" Sufeng was indeed surprised and quickly asked about the soldiers' situation. 2 soldiers were bitten by big fish, but after I asked them to kill the caught fish, they upgraded and are now fine. After Zhang San answered, he handed the 2 first-level crystal cores in his hand to Sufeng and said, "These were collected from the 2 bosses." "Great!" Sufeng was indeed very satisfied. The higher the level of the crystal, the stronger the defense, and the higher the security of the territory. Crystal is the most important building in the territory, and Sufeng is very eager to improve the safety of the crystal in the territory. After Sufeng got the crystal core, he immediately began to upgrade the crystal. Gold coins 300, first order crystal cores 3, crystal, level 1, current level LV3. After the upgrade, the crystal's light seemed to be stronger. The territory can be upgraded. Do you want to upgrade it? Yes. Gold coins minus 300, territory level increased to LV3. After the territory was upgraded, Sufeng still discovered some changes. The ground outside the territory became much wider and the number of surrounding trees was reduced. Sufeng felt that if the territory continued to be upgraded, the open space outside the territory would continue to expand outward, and the surrounding forests would slowly disappear. This does have its advantages. Such territories are all built on flat ground and there won't be any bumps or uneven areas. Sufeng looked at the soul hall again and found that the soul value of this building had increased to 687. Zhang San said that he caught at least 1,000 fish today. From this we can see that not every fish can gain soul value. At this rate, I could probably gain more than 600 soul points a day, but it would still take a long time to reach 10,000 soul points. "Lord, we have obtained a lot of rice today, but we have no way to get the rice down." The soldier hurried over and said to Sufeng, "I'll go and take a look." Sufeng came to the side of the farmland and looked at the piles of rice. These rices were all golden rice and of golden quality, so they looked very good. When thinking about how to deal with the rice, the first thing Sufeng thought of was harvesting technology, so he began to try it. Rice 1000. When Sufeng heard this, he was very surprised. It turned out that this rice would be turned into rice directly after being collected, without the need to dry the rice grains. This skill was really useful. Sufeng immediately called Zhang San and asked him to collect all the rice. Sufeng looked at the special properties of this golden quality rice. Name: rice. Quality: gold. Introduction: after consumption, within the next 4 hours, hunger will be reduced by 100% and physical strength will be restored by 50%. Rice is also a good thing, and it is also the staple food, so in the future, soldiers will switch to this golden rice. The Soviet side still does not plan to sell this kind of rice. Compared with corn, golden rice is still inferior. There are already quite a lot of farmland in the territory, and Sufeng is also preparing to integrate new seeds, that is, strawberry seeds. After Su Feng fused it into a golden strawberry seed, he asked the soldiers to plant it first to see what its properties were. Next, Su Feng began to put today's items on the shelves: golden corn, golden potatoes, various types of collected meat, fish, and cans of water. Su Feng looked at the trading market and found that many people had started selling water, so the profit from water was greatly reduced. As for food, there is still a shortage in the market, but it is much better than the previous 2 days. The Soviet side has lowered the price slightly. The price of any item should be determined according to the market. Many people paid attention to the items put on the shelves by Su Feng, so when many people buy things, the first thing they consider is what he sells. These are old customers. Su Feng has accumulated quite a few customers now, so he needs to consider discounts to attract them to buy things from him in the future. As for golden food, there is only one of its kind in the world. It is estimated that for a long time, no one will be able to challenge Su Feng's status of golden food. Su Feng even feels that others cannot challenge it at all. Brother, there are people in the world who are selling buildings. Don't you want to go and take a look? The Unparalleled suddenly sent a message to Su Feng. Building. Su Feng heard it and immediately looked at the chat channel. Sure enough, he found someone selling a building. Su Feng looked at the message and found that the building the other party was selling was called a tile workshop, and it seemed that no one was interested in it. Su Feng was stunned. How could there be such a building? So Su Feng said to Tian Xiaowu Shuang, "Thank you, I didn't read the chat message. That's why I reminded you that I think you are the only one who has the spare money to buy the building," said the Unparalleled. "I'll go and chat," Su Feng said, and added that person as a friend. You become friends with no underwear. The Su Feng thought that the names these people came up with were really weird, and they couldn't just give them something more normal. "Can you send me the building information first?" Su Feng asked. "So you're a rich man. No problem. I've been calling you for a long time and finally I saw that you're interested," No Underwear said quickly. Su Feng was stunned. It turned out that the other party had been waiting for him. "When did I become rich?" "I'm not a rich man," Su Feng replied. "Don't be polite. You are the richest person in the entire Lord continent. You are the only one who can buy these things," No Underwear replied. Afterwards, the other party sent the construction information of the tile workshop to the Soviet side. Chapter 41, Stone Fence Building. Item, Tile Workshop Blueprint. Quality, white. Description, requires 100 gold coins, 100 wood, and 100 stone. This is the information about this building. We will have to wait until it is built to know how to make it specifically. What are tiles used for? Naturally, they are used as roofs to protect against rain. Moreover, in Longtan country, tiles have existed from ancient times to the present, and have been passed down for thousands of years. This shows how long these tiles have been used to build houses. Although reinforced concrete is used to build houses nowadays, Su Feng feels that it should be impossible to build that kind of building in the Lord's continent. At least no one has ever used cement so far. Some people even knew how to make cement, but they found that they couldn't make it at all. Either the buildings they didn't have were not allowed to make it, or the world didn't allow it. The Soviet side was not very clear about the specific factors. The Soviet side felt that this tile workshop building would definitely be useful, but it was not needed now, and even the Soviet side would not build it immediately. It would be a good idea to buy this building now and keep it there. No matter how much it costs, if it's too high, I won't buy it. It's useless even if I buy it, Su Feng answered directly. This is also the reason why the other party has not been able to sell it. If the price is too high, others will not buy it at all. If it is too low, they will feel it is not worth it. It's a building after all. How about 1,000 gold coins? Said No Underwear. The price was neither high nor low. To Su Feng, it was still acceptable, but he couldn't just agree to it. He said directly, 500 gold coins. 500 is too low, 950 gold coins, replied No Underwear. Finally, Su Feng used 650 gold coins to purchase the tile workshop building. After he bought it, he put it in the warehouse. As for when it could be used, that depended on the situation. Lord, the weapons have been forged. Zhang Shi came to Su Feng with a weapon. Su Feng took the long sword from Zhang Shi's hand and looked at its attributes. Equipment, long sword. Quality, white. Durability, 100%. Attributes, Strength 4, Constitution 1. Being able to increase 5 attribute points is not bad. Su Feng said. Keep working hard. Yes, Lord, I will work hard. Zhang Shi hurried back to forge equipment. Next, the Soviet side began to purchase materials such as steel. Zhang Shi did not use melted steel to make the weapon. He wanted to try the feel of it first, and then forge it. Su Feng thought that made sense. Is the rich man busy? Send a message to Sufeng. I'm fine, what do you need? Sufeng didn't care what others called him. I found a good thing. I wonder if you are interested in it. Little Butterfly seemed to be in a very good mood. What is that? Take it out and let me see it. Sufeng asked. How about blacksmith skills? Are you interested? Said Little Butterfly. When Sufeng heard this, he immediately became interested and asked quickly, Why don't you keep it for yourself? Forget it. There is no such building at this stage. Even if there is, we may not have the materials to build it. It is better to exchange it for something useful. Little Butterfly replied. Okay, what do you need? Sufeng asked. A green quality weapon, it must be a sword type, and I also need some food. Little Butterfly replied. You want to exchange so many things for just a skill book. Do you know how much a green weapon is worth now? Sufeng asked. We are friends after all, don't be so stingy. I will sell you all the good things in the future. Little Butterfly knew that she asked for too much, but she just wanted more. Green equipment is fine, but other things are impossible. Moreover, it will take some time to trade green weapons to you. Give me the skill book first, Sufeng said. When? Little Butterfly felt that Sufeng could not possibly deceive her. After all, Sufeng was so famous that he would not cheat her of anything. 2 hours later, Sufeng replied. Little Butterfly was startled, and then asked, Is there anyone in your territory who can make green equipment? If this is true, it would be really shocking to Little Butterfly. This guy's territory is developing too fast. Guess. Sufeng smiled. Okay, you have to give me discounts on equipment in the future. Little Butterfly felt that he must build a good relationship with the other party, as he would definitely have to deal with guys like him in the future. Don't worry, we are old friends, I will definitely give you a discount. Su Xiang has always been honest and trustworthy. After the conversation, Sufeng obtained a white quality blacksmith skill book. Compared with the green forger skill, the white blacksmith skill was still one level lower in quality. But at this stage, this thing is a constant source of wealth for him. This time, Sufeng found Zhang 12, asked him to learn the blacksmith skills, and also let him join the ranks of equipment making. After making the arrangements, Sufeng entered the black market store and took a look at what was refreshed today. After seeing what was above, Sufeng was surprised. It turned out to be an architectural drawing, and a green quality one at that. Item, stone fence blueprint. Quality, green. Introduction. Requires 100 gold coins and 100 stones. Price, 5,000 gold coins. The price is 5,000 gold coins. Although it is a bit expensive, the Soviet side knows that this building is very important and can greatly increase the security of the territory. Gold coins 5,000, successfully purchased the stone fence blueprint. Sufeng looked at his own stones. This building would consume a lot of materials, so he had to prepare the materials first. Because there are already wooden fence buildings in the territory, if Sufeng wants to build stone fences, the level must be higher than the wooden fences, and the stone resources cannot be too scarce. There were quite a few stones in the territory, tens of thousands of units, but Sufeng still contacted Lonely Cigarette and asked, Do you have any extra stones? Yes, but I still need gold quality sweet potatoes. Lonely Cigarette replied quickly. No problem. I need a lot of stone this time. Just trade all of it to me. You won't be able to use it for much anyway, Sufeng said. Okay, I have nearly 20,000 units this time, and I'll trade them all to you. Lonely Cigarette was also very straightforward. As long as there were golden sweet potatoes, a lot more stone could be mined. I have a green pickaxe this time, which should increase your digging speed a lot. Do you want it? In order to obtain more stones, Sufeng had to help the other party improve productivity. Fuck! Brother, you have such good equipment, you should have taken it out earlier, Lonely Cigarette said enviously. From now on, you can only sell the stone to me. The Soviet side made a request. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely sell them all to you, but I need some gold coins now, said Lonely Cigarette. No problem. Next, the Soviet side began to discuss the specific transaction with the other party, and the Soviet side soon obtained 20,000 units of stone. Lonely Cigarette was also very happy. With the green pickaxe, the amount of stone he could obtain would increase several times. This is very beneficial to both parties, and both parties are very satisfied with this transaction. Chapter 42, Golden Strawberry. Since Sufeng wanted to purchase stone, he certainly didn't just buy it from Lonely Cigarette. He had many other friends who bought materials. It was just true that the amount they sold to Sufeng was not as much as that of Lonely Cigarette. After Sufeng bought about 20,000 stones from a group of friends, he began to build the stone fence. Gold coins 100, stone 100, successfully built the stone fence building. After it was built, the Soviet side began to upgrade the building. Gold 200, stone fence, level 1, current level 2. Gold 3000, stone fence, level 1, current level LV20. Building stone fence. Quality green. Level LV20, lower level requires 3,300 gold coins and 3,300 stone. Introduction. This is a good stone fence that can withstand strong monster attacks and make the territory safer. The stone fence building is very important and will become the largest barrier to protect the territory. With this building, even if there is a monster attack, it will not be so easy to break through the defense of the stone fence. Plus there is a fence in the territory, which forms a double layer of protection. Although the fence does not have much effect, it can always play a good role. Sufeng looked at the stone railing and found that it was not very high. If he encountered a powerful monster like that, he could jump over it with just one leap. After the stone railing was upgraded to level 20, Sufeng discovered that he still had tens of thousands of stones left, and the novice protection period was not far away. Sufeng still felt that this building needed to be upgraded first. Gold, 3300, stone, 3300, stone fence, level 1, current level 21. Gold 6000, stone fence, level 1, current level LV30. Tiandao tip, the first lord of Huaxia City, to upgrade one of the buildings to level 30 will be rewarded with 5,000 gold coins, 50 reputation points, 30 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. When Sufeng heard this, he laughed again. He had received another reward from heaven, which was also within his expectations. Moreover, after reaching level 30, the stone railing building has not only become larger, but also increased in height. It is now 3 meters high. As the level of stone railing buildings increases, they will become more solid and taller, and the security of the territory will become better and better. After assigning the attributes, Tian Xiao Wu Shuang sent a message to Sufeng saying, "You bought the stone materials to upgrade the buildings, right?" "Of course," Sufeng replied. "How much money will it cost to upgrade the building to level 30? Unrivaled in the world." Was speechless. Even if ordinary people had the materials, they would need so many gold coins to upgrade it. "I haven't calculated it, so I don't know how much it will cost." Sufeng indeed hadn't calculated it, but as long as he had the money, it would be fine. "Mr. Rich, do you want some materials? I'm a Tamba," suddenly sent a message to Sufeng. When Sufeng heard this, he quickly asked, "What material is it?" "It's good stuff, it's silver ore, which we discovered today while clearing the land." "I'm a Tamba," replied. "As long as you are willing to sell it, I will definitely take it," Sufeng said. "How can you talk like that? I won't sell it, okay? Of course, if it were you, I could accept it." As soon as I heard, "I am a female man," I immediately answered. Sufeng. What did he say wrong? "I'm talking about ore, don't get me wrong," Sufeng replied quickly. He was very serious, okay? They were doing business now, not talking about feelings. Women now only affect his motivation to develop his territory. "Okay, look at you, you're obviously a virgin." "I'm a Tamba," said very directly. "I think we should talk about the price," Sufeng said. "I'm not selling it. Of course, if you can find a way to teleport me to you, I'll do it for free," said. "I'm a Tamba." Sufeng. "Can we still have a pleasant chat? I'm doing business with you, and you want to sleep with me. For the sake of ore, I'll endure it." Finally, under the teasing of, "I'm a Tamba," they still agreed on the price. "It's the price of ore. It's ore. It's ore." Important things should be said 3 times. Today's lords not only lack materials, but also lack gold coins to upgrade buildings. Materials can be collected, but gold coins can only be obtained by killing monsters, or by selling things, but now everyone likes to trade by barter. Only the landlord Sufeng has a lot of cash. In secret, I don't know how many people curse Sufeng as a profiteer and a hateful capitalist. Sufeng, breathe. Whoever compliments me, smells so good. "Lord, the strawberries are ripe." A soldier holding a basket of strawberries quickly walked towards Sufeng. "Oh, let me see it quickly." Sufeng immediately took out a strawberry from the basket and checked the information. Name, strawberry. Quality, gold. Introduction. After consumption, within the next 4 hours, your physical fitness will increase by 150%. It improves physical fitness. After seeing it, Sufeng also thought it was very good. There are many benefits to having a strong physique. The particles on the strawberries are strawberry seeds. Sufeng tried to see if he could collect them. Golden strawberry seeds 10. Oh my god, this gathering skill is simply a magical skill! Sufeng felt more and more that this gathering skill was extremely important. It was a pity that he only had 2 now, otherwise it would be great if every soldier had 1 gathering skill. Talented skills cannot be upgraded using skill points, otherwise Sufeng would have upgraded his talent long ago. After the Soviets collected all the strawberry seeds, they handed them over to the soldiers to dry, and then they were sown and planted. But there is no need to plant too many strawberries. The Soviets think that the market for this kind of fruit is not big, so it is better to just give them to their soldiers. The soldiers received a lot of supplies today. The Soviet side took a look and found that they were all good stuff, even some charcoal and barbecue grills. So the Soviet side asked the soldiers to take out the charcoal and grill, and then taught the soldiers how to make real barbecue. After all kinds of meat and vegetables were skewered, the charcoal was successfully ignited, and various seasonings were placed in front of Sufeng. Thus, a real barbecue feast officially began. As the aroma wafted out, all the soldiers swallowed their saliva. It smells so good! Come on, the authentic Su's barbecue is now out of the oven. Sufeng laughed, and tasted a skewer of barbecue himself. It tasted great. The soldiers in the Soviet territory have already enjoyed the delicious barbecue. As for other people's territories, it would be good enough if the soldiers could not go hungry. As for barbecue, forget it. But the lives of many lords are getting better and better now. After all, with more people, there are more monsters to hunt. In addition, many people have begun to learn how to process monsters' internal organs, so the food situation is also slowly improving. Everyone is growing up, learning things they don't know how to do, and also learning to do things they don't want to do. Another new day has arrived. Chapter 43. Purchase Green Spear Equipment. The next day, Sufeng sold corn as usual. Then he traded a large amount of timber with his friends. After obtaining a large amount of materials, the Soviet side took the lead in upgrading the barracks. Gold, 3,300, wood 3,300, barracks level 1, current level LV21. Gold, 6,000, wood 6,000, barracks level 1, current level LV30. Building barracks. Quality, white. Level, LV30, needs 6,400 gold coins and 6,400 wood to reach the next level. Introduction. Consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently, 300/600 soldiers can be summoned. After upgrading the barracks to level 30, Sufeng found that he could summon 300 more soldiers, but accommodation was a problem. However, Sufeng thought it would be better to summon them first. With more soldiers, he could create greater productivity. Gold coins -100, summon a white soldier. Whether it is upgrading buildings or summoning soldiers, a large amount of gold coins and materials are needed. Sufeng now has a large amount of gold coin support, and can develop faster than others. Sufeng now officially began to divide the soldiers of the entire territory into teams, with Zhang Yi to Zhang Shi as the main ones, and appointed them as centurions. And 10 people were formed into decanters, and the specific appointment was left to their respective centurions. This made Zhang Yi and the other 10 people very happy, so they had greater motivation to do things next. Zhang Shi and Zhang 12 have already forged some weapons, but it is still far from enough for each person to have one. Sufeng still asked them to use bamboo as weapons first. Anyway, bamboo is really useful and not much worse than a white weapon. Sufeng asked everyone to carry 2 as a backup. Sufeng even carried dozens of bamboos by himself. Starting today, Zhang Yi and his men will need to lead their soldiers to upgrade on their own. They were summoned the earliest and have a better understanding of the situation around the territory. Their levels are also high, and the Su side is very satisfied with them. Except for the necessary people to mine wood, iron ore, farm and fish, everyone else was sent out to upgrade. As for selling water, Sufeng found that too many people were already selling water today, so he decided not to get involved. Anyway, he had already earned enough benefits. With more people, they can open up a lot more land. Sufeng also took Zhang Shursan to Zhang 22 to upgrade. They will be the next batch of candidates to become centurions. The 10 people were very happy, their loyalty was immediately high, and they paid great attention to everything they did. They were obviously very envious of the feeling of Zhang Yi and his friends becoming centurions. The levels of Zhang Shursan and others were still very low, only around level 9. Sufeng took them to hunt monsters around level 10. After raising their levels to level 10, he brought them into the range of the 2-headed tiger sheep. These 2-headed tiger sheep are not only high level, but also green quality monsters, and the experience is very good. But Sufeng did not see the boss today. It seemed that after killing the boss yesterday, it did not refresh so quickly. Moreover, Sufeng did not find any bronze quality treasure chests today. There were quite a few wooden boxes and black iron treasure chests, and 2 pieces of equipment were opened. It seems that today's equipment is quite good. And the Soviet side also looked at the chat channel. Today's treasure chests are pretty good. I opened 10 boxes and actually found 2 pieces of equipment. Yes, it's rare that there are so many equipments in the Lord's continent today. I'll open a few more. The soldiers in my territory can only kill monsters with wood. My soldiers use rocks to hit monsters. You guys are awesome. I carved a piece of wood into a spear shape, but it became useless after just a few stabs. A green quality spear is available. Bring the price if you want one. Fuck, such a good weapon is not used by yourself. I'm selling it because I'm poor. Do you have any objection? No. Sufeng added the other party as a friend without hesitation. You are friends with. Little sister, don't run. Mr. Rich, I have been thinking about you just now. I didn't expect you to show up so soon. Little sister, don't run, said hurriedly. Mr. Rich, let's not beat around the bush. This is good equipment. The price cannot be lowered. I know you have money. Little sister, don't run, continued. Now everyone in the Longting Country chat channel has accepted his nickname of the rich man. Although Sufeng disagrees, no one has ever asked him what he thinks. Take a look at the properties of the equipment first, not my offer, Sufeng replied. Okay, rich man. Little sister, don't run away, replied. Don't call me a rich man, Sufeng replied. Okay, rich man. Little sister, don't run away, continued to answer. I said don't call me a rich man, I'm not a rich man, Sufeng said helplessly. Okay, rich man, said. Little sister, don't run away. It's up to you. Sufeng had already accepted his fate. Little sister, don't run. Quickly sent the attributes of this spear. Strength 11, Agility 4, Constitution 1. The attributes are the same as his lance. As for the price, everyone knows roughly how much it costs, so Sufeng directly bids. 1,500 gold coins. Little sister, don't run away. Mr. Rich, you can't be so evil. The price is 100 gold coins lower than the market price, said. Little sister, don't run away. Okay, then it's 1,600 gold coins, Sufeng continued. Little sister, don't run away. Is confusing. Damn, it turns out this is a routine. Black businessman. Profiteer. Big bastard. Little sister, don't run away. Still wanted a high price, but Sufeng refused to add a single gold coin, and even threatened. There are so many equipment today. If you don't sell it, there will definitely be someone else to trade with me. I don't need your equipment. Okay, just 1,600 gold coins. Little sister, don't run away. Had no choice. The highest offer from other people was only 1,300 gold coins, but he knew that everyone was short of gold coins now, so he could use it for himself if he didn't sell it to Sufeng. But now it is more cost-effective to exchange a piece of equipment for 1,600 gold coins. Gold coins are really hard to get. After Sufeng bought it, he handed it to one of his soldiers. Sufeng's current attack power is already strong enough, and he has no intention of upgrading the blue-quality spear. He continued to purchase equipment, not only from domestic sources but also from foreign sources. If they dared to sell, the Soviets would dare to buy. These people will definitely have to be bought back at a higher price in the future, so the Soviet side will not suffer any loss at all. After collecting the equipment, Sufeng continued to lead his soldiers to open up new land, fight monsters, and upgrade. As the soldiers' levels were raised to level 11, they became more adept at dealing with the two-headed tiger sheep. After Sufeng killed all the two-headed tiger sheep around him, he began to look for new monsters. Lord, we found several level 16 monsters. Zhang Shuwu came over and said. Let's go and take a look. Sufeng went towards where the monsters were and saw several new monsters. Chapter 44, Discovering the Monster Camp. Monster, Mountain Leopard. Quality, White. Level, 16. Skills, Bite, Charge, Claw. Introduction, these monsters are agile and nimble, and few monsters can escape their pursuit range. They are just white monsters, and there are not many of them, so you can deal with them. Be careful of the monsters' attacks, they are very fast. Sufeng began to remind the soldiers that these monsters should not be underestimated. Except for him, the other soldiers were no match for the mountain leopard in terms of speed. When the leopard saw them, it indeed treated them as prey and started to attack them. They were moving very fast, and when they were about to get close to Sufeng and the others, they suddenly sped up. This should be the charging speed of a mountain leopard. There were 3 leopards running towards Sufeng and his companions at the same time. They jumped over from 10 meters away, opened their mouths, exposed their claws, and attacked Sufeng and his companions. The Soviet side stabbed the leopard in the neck with a gun, and other soldiers also took out long bamboos and stabbed the leopard. Puff, puff, puff! As a result, the 3 leopards were pierced through the body by the bamboos because of their fast speed and strong impact. After struggling for a while, they died instantly. This was probably the funniest thing they had ever seen, but the leopard really died, and it was a very miserable death. It's like they committed suicide. Experience 190. We can eat leopard meat tonight, Sufeng said. The soldiers also laughed, and went forward to pick up the dropped gold coins. A mountain leopard of more than 10 levels dropped a total of 15 gold coins. Sufeng found that the dropped gold coins were indeed too few. Now is still the novice period with a 10-fold explosion rate. If the 10-fold explosion rate is gone, wouldn't it be another matter whether gold coins can be dropped? Fortunately, Sufeng had harvested a lot of leeks before, collected a lot of gold coins, so he didn't have to worry about gold coins for a long time, and he could even buy a lot of things that others couldn't buy. Lord Black Iron Treasure Chest. A soldier found a black iron treasure chest and stepped forward to take it. There was a flash of light, and inside was another long sword equipment with a strength of 6, which was pretty good. It was handed to one of the soldiers. Afterwards, the Soviet side discovered many more leopards. Relying on the advantage of the length of bamboo, they slowed down the leopards. The leopards at the back did not do anything stupid like the first 3 leopards. That was purely an accident. These leopards only appeared in numbers at a time, never more than 5 at most. After they killed about 100 of them, the Soviet side and the soldiers upgraded again. When the level is increased to 14, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After Sufeng distributed the attribute points, he began to consume his mental power to fuse the seeds. Continuing to search for monsters, Sufeng and his team finally found a level 16 mountain leopard boss. Lord Bronze Treasure Chest. A soldier pointed ahead. I saw it. Sufeng nodded. The boss was sleeping next to the treasure chest. There are 5 monsters and 1 boss in total. The Soviet side threw a stone at them, and 3 leopards chased after the Soviet side, and then the other 2 also chased after them. Fortunately, the boss was still sleeping, so the Soviet side asked the soldiers to run away, hoping not to wake up the boss. After walking a few hundred meters away, Sufeng said, "Turn back and kill them!" The soldiers stopped running, turned around, took out bamboos and attacked the leopards. The leopards kept clawing at the bamboos, which had been torn into pieces, but they still had a lot of bamboos. They were just a few small monsters. Apart from being a little faster, their defense was very poor. I couldn't stop them at all and they were quickly killed. After completing the collection, they continued to move towards the boss and found that it was still a sleepy boss and had not woken up yet. Shh! The Soviet side asked the soldiers to be careful and not make too much noise. Sufeng tiptoed towards the boss and found that it was still sleeping. It was drooling while sleeping. Sufeng was stunned. This leopard was a dreamer. Sufeng stabbed hard at the sleeping boss. Oh ah! The dreaming mountain leopard boss was happily playing with a group of female leopards, but who knew that he would be stabbed by someone? This person is really hateful. Strike while the leopard is sleeping. What a fucking lack of martial ethics. Sha Na looked at Sufeng angrily, and even after his death he stared at Sufeng with his eyes wide open, hating Sufeng until his death. Experience 400. Reputation 16. Sufeng took a look at the things that the boss dropped. There were quite a lot of gold coins, more than 100. In addition to the gold coins, there were also 2 green pieces of equipment. The equipment drop rate is quite high today. Sufeng was a little confused after looking at the 2 pieces of equipment. 2 green hats. Equipment, mountain leopard helmet. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, Spirit 5, Physical Defense 6. Equipment, mountain leopard helmet. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, Spirit 8, Physical Defense 5. Although the equipment is the same, the properties are very different. Sufeng didn't want it at first, but after seeing the properties of the equipment, he decisively put on the second helmet that added 8 points of spirit. Although this helmet is indeed a bit green, if you want to live a decent life, how can you live without some green on your head? The other green helmet was given to a soldier who had not yet been equipped. Sufeng looked at the bronze treasure chest. Could it be that there was also a green equipment inside? After opening the bronze treasure chest, a white light appeared. This isn't the green stuff, it's of ordinary quality. Oh, it's a blueprint. It is a white quality wooden house blueprint. Sufeng now only needs 1 wooden house blueprint to synthesize a green quality wooden house. It just so happened that the soldiers in the territory had no house to live in, so this wooden house had to be built. Keep looking for monsters and keep exploring. After a long time, A soldier who was searching for monsters suddenly said to Sufeng, "Lord, we found a monster camp." "What? A monster camp?" Sufeng was surprised and asked quickly, "Are you sure? A monster camp?" "I looked carefully, and it is indeed a monster camp. You will know when you go and take a look," Zhang Shiba said. "Okay, let's go and take a look together." Sufeng was indeed surprised. He never thought that there would be a monster camp. More than 10 minutes later, Sufeng hid beside a tree, then looked into the distance, and found a monster camp. It was a group of monsters with wolf heads and human bodies, and the key point was that these monsters had weapons in their hands. A group of werewolf monsters armed with weapons. Sufeng looked at their information. Monster, wolf soldier. Quality, white. Level 8. Skill, chopping. Introduction. It is the wolf's responsibility to protect the werewolf village. Chapter 45, Killing the Wolf Soldier Elite. This is indeed a camp, and it is a werewolf camp. But the Sufeng didn't know how many werewolves there were in these werewolf camps, nor did he know the level of their highest leaders or the condition of their equipment. "Lord, do you want to go back and call for help?" Zhang Shiwu asked. No, hurry. We can't just act rashly without fully understanding the enemy's situation." The Soviet side refused. They were still not very clear about the werewolf camp and could not attack rashly. The losses would be too great, and it would not be worth it. "Lord, I saw a group of wolf soldiers going out, about a dozen of them, walking towards that direction. I don't know what they were going to do," Zhang Shiba replied quickly. "Oh, go and take a look. Be careful and don't get discovered," Sufeng reminded everyone. "Yes." The soldiers advanced carefully towards the forest. Soon, they saw several wolf soldiers in front of them carrying the monster's corpse back towards the werewolf camp. Sufeng understood that they were hunting monsters. Sufeng looked at their levels and found that none of them were above level 10, so he said to the soldiers, "Hide, and kill them with one strike." The soldiers hid behind the big trees, waiting for the wolf soldiers to come. Not long after, the wolf soldiers walked past them, and then Sufeng and others took out their weapons and attacked the wolf soldiers' necks. Puff, puff, puff! Experience 20. The 3 wolf soldiers were hacked to death before they could react. Moreover, the experience points of the humanoid monster are quite good. Even though Sufeng is 5 levels lower than the opponent, he can still gain 20 experience points. The sneak attack was successful, and the Soviet side quickly ordered the soldiers to drag the werewolf's body into the jungle. Then, the Soviet side first collected the monster corpse that the other side was carrying. As for what to do with the bodies of these 3 wolf soldiers, the soldiers all looked at the Soviet side. Sufeng thought about it and decided to try the collection technique. Leather Armor 1. The leather armor on the wolf soldier disappeared and appeared in Sufeng's package. This works too. Sufeng was a little surprised and continued to collect. Unable to collect from humanoid monsters. Sufeng received a hint that the wolf soldiers were humanoid monsters and could not be collected unless they had something else on them. Sufeng also collected the leather armor from the other 2 wolf soldiers and handed it to the soldiers to wear. This leather armor can increase some physical defense, which is quite good. Unfortunately, these 3 wolf soldiers should only carry the monster corpses and do not carry any weapons. "Throw the body far away," Sufeng said. The soldiers threw the wolf soldiers into a pit. "It seems that there are more than a dozen wolf soldiers here. We should be careful and kill them one by one," Sufeng said. "Yes." The soldiers walked forward carefully. Sufeng regretted not bringing a telescope with him. He had collected more than a dozen telescopes before, and he was determined to bring one with him tomorrow. There were bloodstains and signs of fighting on the ground, which should have been left by the wolf soldiers after they killed the monsters. There's a pig squealing ahead. Sufeng heard the sound of the wild boar and walked forward carefully with his soldiers. It was discovered that this group of soldiers were hunting several level 18 monsters called wailing boars, and these wild boars were of green quality. No wonder they heard pig squeals before. It turned out that they were made by these wild boars. These guys are stealing monsters from them. However, Sufeng still looked at the level of this group of wolf soldiers. There are 15 wolf soldiers in total. The lowest level is level 12, and the highest is level 18, and it is a white elite. Monster, wolf soldier elite captain. Quality, white. Level 18. Skill, chopping. Introduction. The captain of the wolf soldier team has certain command capabilities. Elite captain? This shouldn't be a boss, but it's much stronger than the monsters. Even the captain of a team is level 18, so it is conceivable that the boss of the werewolf camp must be above level 19. Judging from the current situation of the territory, it will be very difficult to capture the werewolf camp. Therefore, the Soviet side felt that it would be more cost-effective to slowly consume the manpower in the enemy camp. Sufeng told the soldiers not to move, and he left in a certain direction and soon found a group of green-quality wailing wild boars. There are 6 wild boars, enough to give the wolf soldiers a hard time. Sufeng laughed and walked towards the group of wailing wild boars. Then he threw stones at the wailing boar. The wild boar howled and screamed, then rushed towards Sufeng. "You want to push me? I won't let you do that!" Sufeng was very agile. He ran towards the direction of the wolf soldiers and then quickly dodged them. The howling wild boar heard the screams of its companion, quickened its speed, and ran towards the direction of the wolf soldiers. When the howling wild boar saw the group of wolf soldiers, it rushed towards them without hesitation. Oh ah! The wolf soldier was pushed away from behind by the howling wild boars, and then was trampled and seriously injured. The wolf soldier elites never expected such a drastic change to happen, and quickly organized their soldiers to attack the newly appeared wailing wild boars. The Soviets returned to the soldiers and began to observe their battle. "Lord, I knew it was you who did it! These wolf soldiers are in trouble. I think they are all injured." The soldiers spoke one after another. "Let them fight for a while first, and we'll wait patiently." Sufeng smiled. There are more than a dozen wolf soldiers, but there are already 9 howling boars. Although 3 of them are seriously injured, they are still not something the wolf soldiers can deal with. They already have several wolf soldiers injured, and 2 of them are seriously injured. Both sides began to fight desperately. After more than 10 minutes, even the elite wolf soldiers were seriously injured. The wailing boars were not feeling well either, and were more or less injured. Sufeng saw that it was almost time, so he picked up the bow and arrow and shot at the wolf soldier elites who posed the greatest threat. Puff! The wolf soldier elite was hit by an arrow in the back. The powerful force penetrated directly through him. The wolf soldier elite turned around, then fell down unwillingly. Experience, 460. This experience value is very good. Kill! Sufeng walked out with his soldiers and shot an arrow at a wolf soldier. Sufeng's archery skills were getting better and better, and he could hit the target 8 out of 10 times. With more practice, your archery skills will definitely improve. The wolf soldiers never expected that someone would ambush them. How could they, who were seriously injured, be a match for Sufeng and his men? They fell to the ground one after another. Afterwards, they attacked the wailing boars again, and they quickly killed them. The soldiers were upgraded again, but Sufeng had not yet upgraded because he needed too much experience points. Not bad, I got more than 10 white-quality weapons at once. The Soviet side let the unarmed soldiers take a handful, then took away their leather armor, and finally collected the wailing wild boars. This time the harvest was very good. The Soviet side ordered the soldiers to throw the bodies of the wolf soldiers into a ravine in the distance, and then search for these wolf soldiers again. Chapter 46, Acquisition of Barracks Blueprints. After a while, the Soviet side once again discovered several wolf soldiers carrying the monster corpses back, and this time they had weapons. The Soviets once again hid their soldiers and then ambushed and killed them. It is relatively easy to kill this kind of humanoid monster, but the prerequisite is a sneak attack. If you confront them head-on, they are much more difficult to deal with than monsters. Sufeng and these soldiers searched for these wolf soldiers along the way, killing them one by one through sneak attacks and obtaining weapons and leather armor one by one. The Soviet side felt that these wolf soldiers were the ones who provided him with weapons, and he was very satisfied. Because Sufeng and these soldiers killed high-level wolf soldiers, they gained a lot of experience, and Sufeng quickly upgraded to level 15. The soldiers' levels have also been upgraded to level 13, and they are not far from level 14. There were no wolf soldiers left around, and Sufeng also obtained more than 60 weapons and leather armor, and also collected a lot of wild boar meat and wild boar tusks. Even the treasure chests were opened quite a lot, but most of the items contained were white quality, and not a single green item was found. The time is almost up and today's battle can be ended. The Soviet side decided to bring more people here tomorrow. He now doesn't know whether the wolf soldiers in the werewolf camp will be refreshed. If possible, Sufeng will definitely make good use of these wolf soldiers to continuously obtain weapons and leather armor. If the wolf soldiers don't make good use of such tools, the Soviet side would be very stupid. As usual, Sufeng collected all the wood and iron ore from outside, and also collected a lot of bamboo and brought it back to the territory. The Centurion began to report today's results to Sufeng. Each of their teams had obtained at least 2,000 gold coins, and the levels of the soldiers had also increased by 1 or 2 levels. Even the soldiers who had just been summoned had been upgraded to level 8, and would be able to be upgraded to around level 11 tomorrow. In addition to these, the soldiers opened a lot of equipment today, adding up to more than 100 pieces, and even a green weapon. It seems that the soldiers in the territory have pretty good luck. But the territory had as many as 600 soldiers, and their equipment was still insufficient, with more than 100 of them still lacking weapons. Even though the territory has 2 blacksmiths, it is still impossible to meet everyone's needs for equipment in a short period of time. If a lot of weapons had not been opened today, I am afraid that the territory would have even fewer weapons. In addition to these, they also obtained 2 first-level crystal cores and hunted 2 bosses. As for the rest, nothing too important. After Sufeng started to put corn on the shelves and obtained a large amount of wood, he looked at the construction. Sufeng started building a white-quality wooden house and then began to upgrade it to level 10. Afterwards, the blue-quality wooden house was upgraded to level 30. In this way, the soldiers in the territory will have houses to live in again. Sufeng looked at the chat channel. Buying white equipment, some friends add me as a friend, and those who want to exchange materials can add me again. White equipment blueprints bring the price if you need it. I'm selling a blueprint of the white barracks. Anyone interested? I got 10 pieces of equipment today. I'm really lucky. Fuck, I only got 5. Is my luck too bad? The Soviet side added those who were selling things, especially the one who was selling the white barracks blueprints. You become friends with. Too handsome to drop. The rich man has added me, so I won't be polite. I want to sell gold coins. Handsome as hell, said directly. I was wondering if you could change your name, like calling me boss or something like that. Sufeng asked. No, rich man, we think this name is very appropriate. Handsome as hell, replied. How many gold coins do you want to sell? Sufeng asked. 1,000 gold coins. Handsome as hell, directly offered the price. This can summon 10 soldiers, and you dare to make an offer. The Soviet side certainly could not satisfy the other party and would definitely bargain. You are a rich man, so I only have 900 for others. Handsome as hell, replied. So you are killing me openly? 800 gold coins, Sufeng said. Deal. Handsome as hell, replied. Sufeng. Sufeng felt that he had been fooled. He was caught off guard by the sudden agreement. But the Soviet side did not care about these things. The blueprint of the white barracks was of great significance to the Soviet side. After buying the barracks blueprint, Sufeng looked at his mental power, which was only 10 points. It was not safe, so Sufeng decided to restore his mental power first. The mental power added by the equipment cannot be consumed. However, even if all of his mental strength was consumed, he would not faint. During this period, the Soviet side continued to purchase blueprints and equipment, and spent some gold coins to buy a rifle blueprint and a pair of boots blueprint. People in the market now like gold coins, which shows that gold coins are still very scarce for the lords. Do you want a blueprint? The childlike fairy of Tianshan suddenly said to Sufeng. Of course, let's see what the drawings are, Sufeng replied quickly. The child fairy of Tianshan quickly sent the information about the drawings. Item, flowing knife blueprint. Quality, green. Introduction. It requires 10 iron ore, 10 silver ore, and a person with forging skills to forge in a blacksmith shop. Oh my god, green weapon blueprints! Sufeng was surprised. He didn't expect that Tianshan Tong Lao could produce such good things. It just so happened that he had silver mines and iron mines. As long as he bought them, he could forge them directly without the need for financial integration. What do you want? Sufeng asked. Can I exchange it for golden corn seeds? Asked the childlike grandma of Tianshan. Well, Sufeng thought for a moment then said, okay, but there's only one. Okay. The childlike grandma of Tianshan obviously did not expect the Soviet side to agree. But she didn't know that this thing couldn't always grow golden quality corn, and buying it would only increase the yield. After the Soviet side obtained the green equipment blueprint, they were able to directly create green quality equipment. The profit would be beyond the imagination of a seed. The childlike grandma of Tianshan thought she had made a fortune. Little did she know that she had lost too much. Sufeng immediately handed the green blueprint to Zhang Shi, and then said, Next, we will forge this green equipment. Green weapons! Zhang Shi was surprised and quickly replied, Okay. While eating, Sufeng shouted in the world, I want blacksmith skill books. If you have any, please leave a message and the price is negotiable. Boss, I have a cooking skill book, do you want it? I have a skill book for an archer. I have a foodie skill. I have all the skills, rich man, do you want to try? After seeing the message, Sufeng still felt that he should add the other party to see how it goes. The first thing is to add the 2 people who said they have cooking skills and archer skills. Chapter 47, Fusion of Green Barracks. You become friends with Leixiao 91. You become friends with Riding an ant to see the sea. The rich man has added me, said Latio 91, excitedly. I finally waited for you. As long as you accept me as your brother, I will immediately offer you my skills. Riding an ant to see the sea, said directly. Sufeng replied to the two of them separately. Name a price for your skills, and don't talk about other irrelevant things. No, brother, I really want to hang out with you. Riding an ant to see the sea, said quickly. Okay, give me all the resources in your territory. Sufeng directly made things difficult for the other party. He was free and did not need any younger brothers. Riding an ant to see the sea, let's talk about skills. Sufeng. Make an offer. That's right. Since it's a combat skill, the price must be high. Although archers are rare and difficult to practice, it is still a long-range attack skill after all. How about this, 2,000 gold coins? I didn't ask for this price randomly. Although I can't be your little brother, it's okay for us to be friends. When talking about the price of skills in riding ants to see the sea, there is no ambiguity at all, and things like big brother are put aside. According to Sufeng's understanding, the price of riding ants to see the sea was indeed not sky high. Skills are very scarce nowadays, and 2,000 gold coins is still a reasonable range. It's not like before when some people offered 5,000 or 10,000 gold coins, as if they thought the skills they had were very precious. But gold coins are in short supply now, and the Soviet side cannot just agree to the other party. Since he is a profiteer, he certainly cannot let him down. 1,000 gold coins, Sufeng replied. 1,000 gold coins, oh carrot, oh! The corner of riding an ant to see the sea. S mouth twitched, and then he replied, You are indeed a profiteer. This price is too outrageous. Isn't that outrageous? I heard that some people offered 500 gold coins, Sufeng replied. How can they compare with you? You are a rich man. Riding an ant to see the sea, replied. Sufeng was unhappy about this. Others' offer of 500 was reasonable, but when it came to him, it was simply a profiteer. The minimum is 1,800 gold coins, said riding an ant to see the sea. 1,000 gold coins. Sufeng did not raise the price. That won't do. Why are you so stingy? Asked riding an ant to see the sea. Since you say I'm stingy, if I'm not stingy, would I still be me? Sufeng replied. This answer actually left riding an ant to see the sea speechless. There are people who answer like this. I don't necessarily need this skill. If you don't want to sell it, you can keep it for yourself or sell it to someone else, Sufeng replied. He did not steal or rob his gold coins, but earned them with his own strength, and he would not force others to sell them to him. 1,500 gold coins. If you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself. Riding an ant to see the sea. Still back down. Deal. This was the price Sufeng had in mind, and it was acceptable. After the transaction was completed, Sufeng checked this skill. Skill, Deadly Arrow. Quality, White. Introduction, Bow and Arrow Skill, Burst out a fatal arrow, increase damage by 10%. After learning, Sufeng gained another combat skill, and it was an archer's skill. Afterwards, Sufeng continued chatting with 91, and said, What do you think? 500 gold coins is the highest price. Cooking skills are life skills, not combat skills, so their value is naturally low. Sufeng gave 500 gold coins. It's too low, maybe 1,000 gold coins, replied Latio 91. I charge 1,000 gold coins for my combat skills. Do you think this skill is good as a combat skill? Sufeng started to deceive. This is the nature of a profiteer. Whether he can succeed in deceiving others is another matter. How is this possible? It's impossible for a combat skill to cost 1,000 gold coins. How could it be so low? Latio 91 obviously didn't believe it either. The other party was in urgent need of gold coins, and I was the most straightforward, so I bought them, Sufeng replied. Take the 800 gold coins. Latio 1991 backed off. 500. In the end, Sufeng spent 680 gold coins to buy this cooking skill book. This skill can be used to make delicious meals. Sufeng found a soldier with relatively high mental power and asked him to learn this cooking skill. In the future, the meals for the territory will be left to him. Next, the Soviet side purchased some things from the world, and some people wanted to sell some materials in exchange for gold coins. The Soviet side agreed, and the price was relatively low. It was obvious that the other party was in urgent need of gold coins. Sufeng began to use gold coins to purchase a lot of wood and stone. As for other materials, Sufeng did not purchase too much. Although he had hundreds of thousands of gold coins, they were limited and he could not purchase materials without limit. Sufeng even saw someone selling a first-level crystal core. Sufeng asked the other party about the price. The other party offered 500 gold coins. Sufeng began to bargain with the other party and finally bought it for 300 gold coins. The price of materials fluctuates every day. In the early days, wood could be sold for 20 gold coins per unit, because there was too little wood at that time and everyone was in urgent need of building barracks. But now everyone has built barracks and upgraded the barracks and wooden houses. With people, everyone has more materials, but not enough gold coins. So now the price of wood has dropped to 15 gold coins per unit. As for stone, since there are too few people who need it, the price is 10 gold coins per unit. Sufeng felt that the price of stone would definitely exceed that of wood in the future, so he began to contact those who sold stone and trade with them using golden food. If it were other things, they would indeed be unwilling to trade, but the golden food was of great use, and every one of them was willing to trade with the Soviet side. Precisely because Sufeng's golden food is so effective, Sufeng has also started to raise prices. Anyway, the reputation and effectiveness of golden food have been demonstrated, and they also like to buy it very much. There is a shortage of supply every day, so Sufeng will definitely raise prices. No matter how others scold him, he is the only lord in the world who sells golden food. Even if they are unwilling to buy it, there will always be someone who is willing to buy it. Because of this, Sufeng used the golden food in his hands to exchange for a lot of materials again. After doing all this, Sufeng looked at his mental power and found that it had recovered to 58 points. So, the Soviet side began to integrate its own barracks. After consuming 20 points of mental power, Sufeng successfully integrated the white barracks into green quality. Fusion into green quality, barracks. After the successful fusion, the entire barracks building underwent tremendous changes. First, the color of the barracks turned green, and the appearance became more beautiful, no longer as rough as it used to be. The Soviet side plans to start upgrading the green barracks, and then start summoning soldiers to see if there are any changes. Gold 6400, wood 6400, barracks level 1, current level LV31. Gold 8000, wood 8000, barracks level 1, current level LV35. Chapter 48, what did I lie to you about? Building barracks. Quality green. Level, LV35, lower level requires 8,800 gold coins and 8,800 wood. Introduction. Consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently, 600/800 soldiers can be summoned. After upgrading to level 35, the Soviet side no longer has enough wood, and can now summon 200 more soldiers. Gold coins minus 100, summon a white quality soldier. Sufeng was stunned. Could it be that the green barracks could only summon white soldiers? Sufeng continued to summon, and it was not until the 6th time that changes occurred. Gold coins minus 100, summon a green quality soldier. Sufeng looked at the soldier with a green glow, and checked his information. Name Zhang Hu. Talent none. Quality green. Loyalty 50, the initial value is 50, if it is lower than 10, there will be a risk of rebellion. Level 0, experience 0 out of 100. Strength 12, Constitution 8, Stamina 7, Agility 8, Spirit 9, Magic Defense 6, Physical Defense 7. Luck 5, Talent 9. Combat skills none. Life skills none. The Soviet side discovered that this soldier's initial strength was 2 points higher than that of a normal person. In other words, green quality soldiers should be divided according to a certain initial strength. The upgrade methods of soldiers and lords are different. Their upgrade methods are allocated according to their initial attributes. If a soldier's initial attribute is particularly high, then after upgrading, this attribute will be even higher. Zhang Hu's talent is also very good, reaching 9 points, which is only 1 point short of Sufeng. He has great potential. Although Sufeng didn't know what this talent was for. Apart from this initial attribute, Sufeng could not see any other differences for the time being. He could only wait until Zhang Hu was upgraded to see what the difference was. Gold coins minus 100, summon a white quality soldier. Next, Sufeng continued to summon soldiers. When he was lucky, he could summon a green quality soldier in 5 or 6 times. When he was unlucky, he could not summon a soldier in more than 10 times. When 200 new soldiers were summoned, 15 of them were of green quality. After the quality of the barracks is upgraded, there is only a certain probability of summoning green quality soldiers, but not all soldiers of green quality can be summoned. I believe that a high-quality barracks can have a greater probability of summoning high-quality soldiers. Building blueprints are not easy to get, and even if they appear, you may not necessarily get barracks blueprints. It all depends on luck. The Soviet side also wanted a lot of barracks blueprints, but they were difficult to get. They could not be bought with money. Another day passed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Sufeng started selling food again. This was the first thing he did when he woke up every day. After selling all the food, Sufeng sold other food to his friends, and then asked them if they wanted to buy golden strawberries. Golden strawberries can increase physical fitness by 150% within 4 hours. Sufeng tried it yesterday and found that this strawberry is still very effective. Once your physique becomes strong, it will help with recovery from injuries, consumption of physical strength, and defense, and it can even enhance the ability to exert strength. Physical fitness is also a very powerful attribute. Because it was just the beginning, they all wanted to try out the effect of the golden strawberry. Sufeng didn't sell it to them at too high a price the first time. This was a necessary business measure, and he didn't lack these golden strawberries. Instead, Tianshan Tonglao sent a message to Sufeng asking, "Why is it that after the golden quality corn seeds come out, we can only get purple quality corn? And after planting purple corn again, you can only get blue quality corn, but you can always plant gold quality corn. How do you do it?" The childlike grandma of Tianshan thought that she could grow golden quality corn like Sufeng, but the result was completely different from what she imagined. She was stunned, as this was something she had never expected. "Everyone has secrets, I won't tell you," Sufeng said directly. The Tianshan child grandma thought for a moment, then said, "You're a liar! Did I deceive you about your feelings or your body?" Sufeng asked. The childlike grandma of Tianshan was stunned. She only said that she wanted to trade golden corn seeds but did not ask anything else. The other party did not deceive her, but just did not tell her these circumstances. Moreover, these high-quality corns have a high yield, much higher than ordinary food, so it can be considered a harvest. Therefore, the childlike grandma of Tianshan cannot say that Sufeng lied to her. Humph! Forget it, I didn't ask clearly. The childlike grandma of Tianshan could only admit defeat. It was she who proposed the transaction with golden seeds, but she didn't expect it to turn out like this. It is no wonder that Sufeng agreed immediately. However, she did not gain nothing. At least she increased a lot of food sources. However, the childlike grandma of Tianshan was very curious about what methods the Sufeng used to be able to grow golden quality corn all the time. Sufeng then started eating, and found that today's food was particularly delicious. He asked, "Today's food is different from the usual ones. Is it because Zhang Yibai has the cooking skills? The Lord is really smart. This cooking skill is really good. The food is much more delicious than before. It's just that only one person has the skill. I hope to have more skills," Zhang San replied. "Skills are rare in themselves, and whether you can get them depends entirely on luck," Zhang Yi said. "It's already very good that the Lord can receive a copy. It depends on our luck from now on," Zhang Si also said. In fact, the monsters can also drop extra items, but the probability is really too low. Sufeng still remembers that his first skill, collecting technique, was dropped from a wild rabbit. As for how Sufeng knew about it, it was naturally the news he got from the chat channel. Someone has already confirmed that they did get items from the monsters. Some are equipment, some are blueprints, and some are skills. But they are only a minority after all. If you want something to drop, the boss will definitely drop it. As for what you can drop, it depends on luck. But no one expects anything to drop from the monsters. For everyone, the main source of equipment is still opening boxes. Among the treasure chests outside, wooden boxes are the most common, followed by black iron boxes. As for bronze treasure chests, there are too few of them. Unless you encounter new monsters, it is difficult to encounter bronze treasure chests. The Soviet side had other targets today, so there were quite a lot of people going today, a total of 50 people, including the 15 green quality soldiers. The Soviet side wanted to see what specific differences there were between them and the white soldiers after the upgrade. Chapter 49. The difference between green soldiers and white soldiers. After arranging all kinds of work for the soldiers, Sufeng came to Zhang Shi. "Lord, this is a well-crafted flowing light knife." Zhang Shi handed a green quality knife to Sufeng. Zhang Shi and Zhang 12 have both upgraded their blacksmith skills to the maximum level. The white blacksmith skill can only be upgraded to level 10. But the green forging skill can be upgraded to level 12. Zhang Shi is already level 13, so he knows that his forging skill can only be upgraded to level 12. Sufeng looked at the properties of this equipment. Equipment, streamer knife. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 12, constitution 2. The properties are good. How many pieces have been made? Sufeng asked. 11 in total, Zhang Shi replied. Keep working hard, but you also need to rest. Your body is the capital of the revolution, the Soviet side said. It's the Lord. Jiang Shi was very moved. The Soviet side distributed the prepared equipment to each soldier. Afterwards, Sufeng led his soldiers towards the werewolf camp discovered yesterday. On the way, the soldiers collected a lot of treasure chests again. Sufeng asked the soldiers to gather them all and hand them over to him. These treasure chests could not be put into the Lord's package, let alone traded, so no one sold them. After the Soviets opened it, they obtained various supplies, farm tools and equipment. The items opened today were very evenly distributed. Yesterday, 40% of what was opened were equipment, but today it was back to normal, with all kinds of things opened, even a blueprint for a white quality gauntlet equipment. Sufeng then took good care of those green quality soldiers, and deliberately crippled a lot of high-level monsters, and then let Zhang Hu and others kill them, because Sufeng found that the person who killed the monster last could get more extra experience points. Zhang Hu was upgraded quickly, and Sufeng immediately looked at Zhang Hu's attributes after the upgrade. Name: Zhang Hu. Talent: none. Quality: green. Loyalty: 68, the initial value is 50, and if it is lower than 10, there will be a risk of rebellion. Level: 1, Experience 2/200. Strength: 16, Constitution: 10, Stamina: 8, Agility: 9, Spirit: 12, Magic Defense: 6, Physical Defense: 7. Luck: 5, Talent: 9. Combat Skills: none. Life Skills: none. Sufeng was stunned. He clearly remembered that everyone could only obtain 10 free attribute points after upgrading. But after Zhang Hu upgraded, he had one more attribute point than everyone else. The Soviet side was shocked. Green quality soldiers actually have one more attribute point than white quality soldiers at each level. The Soviet side then discovered from other green quality soldiers that they were all the same, gaining 11 attribute points each time they leveled up. This made Sufeng very happy. The attribute gap was really too big. At a low level, you naturally can't see the difference, but after reaching dozens of levels, the difference in attribute points will reach dozens of points. After level 100, the difference is just 100 attribute points. These are soldiers of green quality. What if they are soldiers of blue, purple, or even gold quality? The Soviet side has not yet obtained it, so the gap is not known for the time being. But Sufeng thought of his only golden quality building, which was the Soul Hall. This building can summon gold quality heroes, but it requires soul points, and soul points can only be obtained by killing monsters within 100 meters of the territory. The only way for Sufeng to obtain soul points now is to catch fish, bring them back to the territory and kill them, which can obtain 500 or 600 soul points. But now it seems that Sufeng must send more people to fish. He wants to try to summon a gold quality hero as soon as possible. He thinks that a gold quality hero will definitely gain more attribute points after upgrading. The Soviet side immediately sent a soldier back and asked Zhang San to organize several teams to fish in several places on the lakeside, and asked him to pay attention to safety and not get hurt by the fish monster while fishing. After the explanation was completed, the Soviet side began to shout on the world. Collect the fishing nets. Friends who have fishing nets, leave a message. Is the rich man planning to go into business? Maybe it's another way to make money, rich man. You sold water before, so there must be a lake next to you. The water in the sea is salty. Did you find any special fish in the lake? Remember to sell them to me. I just opened the fishing net the day before yesterday. Rich man, please add me as your friend. There were still more than a dozen people who left messages saying they had fishing nets for sale. After Sufeng added them, it turned out that only half of them had fishing nets. As for the others, they were all trying to trick him into adding him as a friend. Sufeng deleted them directly, saying that people who deceived him were not worthy of being friends. As for those who did not deceive him, Sufeng did not delete them, and they were able to buy other things from him privately. After the Soviets bought the fishing nets, they asked 2 soldiers to take them back to Zhongshan. Next, Sufeng continued to upgrade these 15 green soldiers. Because they killed high-level monsters, their levels increased very quickly. After their levels were raised to level 10, Sufeng led a large group of people towards the werewolf camp. This time he brought 10 pairs of binoculars, one for himself and the rest to 9 soldiers, whom he taught them how to use. This thing is not difficult to learn, and they learned it quickly. After approaching the werewolf camp, the Soviet side asked people to use binoculars to observe the enemy's situation. Sufeng soon received news that many werewolves were outside hunting monsters, ranging in levels from 8 to 16. The Soviet side ordered the soldiers to prepare for a sneak attack on these werewolves. Since they were numerous, it would not be difficult to kill these wolf soldiers. As for those high-level wolf soldiers, let the Soviet side deal with them. Sufeng walked towards a group of wolf soldiers with an elite captain. Through the telescope, he found that there were 12 people in the group. Sufeng asked the soldiers to move closer. Sufeng first took out the bow and arrow, and used the archer's skill. The fatal arrow. Call out! The arrow flew towards the wolf soldier elite at an extremely fast speed. The powerful force allowed the arrow to directly penetrate the body of the wolf soldier elite captain. The leather armor on his body could not defend against Sufeng's terrifying arrow at all. But the Soviet side did not attack the wolf soldier's fatal point, and the wolf soldier's captain was not dead yet. But 5 or 6 soldiers with bows and arrows also shot arrows at the wolf soldiers. Although their accuracy was not good, 2 wolf soldiers were still injured. Then, the soldiers surrounded them and began to kill them. Sufeng stepped forward and killed the wolf soldier captain. The remaining wolf soldiers were quickly killed under the siege of numerous soldiers. After cleaning up the battlefield, the Soviet side began to clear out the surrounding wolf soldiers and killed another 50 or 60 wolf soldiers. Sufeng did not attack the wolf soldiers' camp. There were many level 16 wolf soldier captains among the wolf soldiers. Sufeng decided to level up the 15 green quality soldiers first. You have to raise their level to at least level 15 before deciding to attack the werewolf camp. The Su side then arranged for a soldier to pay attention to the situation in the werewolf camp, and on the other hand, began to hunt the surrounding monsters. There are quite a lot of monsters here, all of them are level 15 to 20 monsters. And they found a group of level 18 wailing boars, which contained not only a boss but also a bronze treasure chest. Chapter 50, Occupational Certificate. The howling boars are quite powerful, and they are all level 18, and their quality is green. The boss has even reached level 20. Monster, Howling Boar Boss. Quality green. Level 20. Skills Brutal Charge, Trample. Introduction. The Wailing Boar leader has savage strength and powerful defense. It is best to stay away from them when you meet them. Sufeng now has a lot of people, so there is no need to be polite when facing this group of wailing wild boars. There will be no problem at all for Sufeng to deal with the level 20 wailing wild boar boss on his own. Sufeng gave some instructions and then had the soldiers surround the group of howling wild boars. Sufeng and several soldiers who had bows and arrows took out their bows and arrows and shot at the howling wild boars. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! Several arrows were fired at the monster, but only 2 hit it. The rest missed. One of the arrows, a wailing wild boar, was directly pierced by Sufeng's arrow. His strength was very strong, so the damage to the monster was naturally greater. After being attacked, the monsters rushed towards Sufeng and others, but the boss did not move. It just stood there and howled at Sufeng and others. Sufeng first looked at the situation and found that the soldiers did not have much problem dealing with these wailing wild boars. They had the advantage in numbers, so naturally they would not have much pressure dealing with these monsters. In addition, each of them has a piece of equipment, and has considerable experience in dealing with these monsters. Sufeng walked directly towards the boss. The boss was very huge and also the strongest. Sufeng walked towards it, and when it approached the 20-meter hatred range, it immediately launched a brutal charge at Sufeng. The boss was very fast, and its impact must have been huge. Su had a lot of experience dealing with this kind of monsters, and as a warrior, his reactions were much faster than others. 15 meters, 10 meters, 6 meters, 3 meters. Sufeng waited until the boss approached, then immediately dodged to the side and made a swift and accurate counterattack directly at the boss. Puff! The boss's defense was quite strong, so the sword only penetrated a little, but it still caused damage to the boss. The boss felt pain and quickly turned around and rushed towards Sufeng. Sufeng somersaulted on the spot and came behind the boss again, then continued to attack the monster with bullets. He was fast, and his moves were swift. He made 7 or 8 moves within a few seconds. The monster turned around again, attacking and charging at Sufeng, but Sufeng's reaction was too fast, and he dodged the attack again. After flashing, he quickly used his skills and attacked the monster. This time, Sufeng only used the green skill, Kill, which was upgraded to level 5 by Sufeng, and can increase the damage by 60%. After Sufeng has eaten the sweet potato, plus his current equipment attribute bonus, it has reached 136 points. After using this skill, his strength can exceed 200 points. The terrifying power burst out from the willow leaf spear in Sufeng's hand, and then hit the wailing wild boar boss. A scream came from the mouth of the howling wild boar boss, and then the monster fell directly to the ground. This blow caused extremely horrible and serious damage to the monster. Sufeng seized the opportunity and used his mighty attack again, stabbing at the wound of the wailing wild boar. Puff! Sufeng's spear penetrated directly into the body of the howling wild boar boss, and Sufeng stabbed it hard, stabbing the spear into the ground, and a stream of blood spurted out from the wound. The boss struggled for several minutes before finally dying completely. Experience 500. Reputation 40. Tiandao Tip, Lord of Huaxia City, Be the first to kill the first level 20 green quality boss, and you will be rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, and 2 skill points. After hearing this tip from heaven, Sufeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be a reward for killing a level 20 boss. This means that for every 10 level difference between these bosses, one can get a reward for each quality of boss. This is just the Soviet Union's guess. As to whether it is true or not, we still have to verify it. The rich man can kill the level 20 green boss, but I am still dealing with a level 10 monster. I have killed green monsters before, and they are much stronger than white ones. I didn't expect the rich man to be so powerful. He is worthy of being the strongest man in Longting country. At this moment, all I can say is, wow, that's awesome. Can you share what the boss dropped? The level 20 green boss gives a lot of experience. Sufeng took a look at what the boss dropped. The things that exploded this time were very good. There were more than 200 gold coins alone. Sufeng saw that there were also 2 books. In addition to the 2 books, there are also 2 pieces of equipment, and both are green equipment. This is indeed a big explosion. The Soviet side first looked at the 2 pieces of equipment. Equipment, gauntlets. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 10, physical defense 10. Equipment, gauntlets. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, physical defense 5, magical defense 5. When Sufeng saw them, he found that both pieces of equipment were very good, and were worthy of his wearing. After wearing the 2 pieces of equipment, Sufeng's strength increased by 15 points again, agility increased by 5 points, physical defense increased by 15 points, and magic defense increased by 5 points. Next, Sufeng picked up the 2 books and took a look. Oops, one of them was a skill book, but it was of white quality, collection techniques. Not bad. Sufeng looked at another book. After seeing this book, Sufeng was indeed surprised, because it was a green warrior job change certificate. It turns out there is a job change. I thought there wasn't one. Sufeng was indeed surprised and took a look at the introduction of the job change certificate. Item, Warrior Occupation Certificate. Quality, green. Introduction. After reaching level 10, you can use this occupation certificate to change to the warrior occupation. After the job change, all warrior skills will have 20% more damage. After the job change, you can use a higher quality warrior occupation certificate to replace it. It's a good thing, and it comes with a green quality professional certificate. There's no reason not to use it. Sufeng did not wait until later to use it. When you come across a better professional certificate in the future, you can replace it. Moreover, the warrior profession is a profession that he is good at and likes. The Soviet side took the soldier's professional certificate and used it. You have changed your job to green warrior, and all warrior skills have 20% damage. Tiandao Tip, the lord of Huaxia City, will be the first to change his profession, and will be rewarded with 50 free attribute points, 50 reputation points, 5 skill points, and 1 lottery for this profession. Chapter 51, Skill Lottery. 3 more heavenly Dao prompts appeared in front of everyone. Not only were the lords from all over the world shocked again, but even the lords who were eliminated from the Kyushu world were shocked again. Lord World Chat Channel. Oh my gosh! This rich man actually has a job. Can I ask what it is? Mr. Rich, please introduce me to some professions. Do you know how many professions there are? What is the job transfer for the rich man? Where can I get the job certificate? Another 2 consecutive heavenly Dao tips and 2 rewards. This person is simply incomparable. As for those who were eliminated from the Kyushu world, they would open their mobile phones whenever they had time. Some of them have been out for several days, while others have only stayed in the Lord's continent for a short time. They watch the development of the people in the Lord's world every day. After all, this is what everyone cares about most. They all wanted to see how the Lord's world would eventually develop into. The person who was watched the most by the people of Longting was undoubtedly the Sufeng. Sufeng received rewards from heaven time and time again, shocked countless people time and time again, and brought surprises to everyone time and time again. Sufeng has now become an idol of the entire Longting country, although Sufeng himself doesn't know it, and has no idea how many people in Longting country are watching him, let alone that Sufeng's daily live broadcasts outside are watched by countless people. This time, Sufeng once again received 2 rewards from heaven in a row, and all the people in Longting country exclaimed in amazement. Well done to Sufeng, he is so powerful. From the beginning to now, every heavenly Dao reward has been won by him. He is the pride of us Longting people. Sufeng has now surpassed the others by a huge margin. From the beginning to now, he is not only far ahead of others in terms of level, but also has more than 100 more attributes than others. Sufeng is the pride of our Longting people, the god of the East. Old Iron 666. Keep going, Sufeng. I'm rooting for you. Sufeng, if you come out, I will definitely chase you. Sufeng's live broadcast was filled with praise, and there were countless comments below, all praising Sufeng. Every day, some lords who were unlucky and were killed by monsters returned to Jojo Planet, or some lords who could not survive voluntarily sent themselves to die and returned to Jojo Planet. After these lords returned to Jojo Planet, their levels remained the same, and some people who had various diseases recovered after the upgrade. After returning to Jojo Planet, they were all healthy. Even many people with cancer or missing limbs became normal people after returning to the planet Jojo. Although they did not make it to the end in the Lord's continent, they did gain a new life. As Sufeng received more and more attention, his information was soon made public. It turned out that Sufeng came from a family of martial arts since he was a child, which was why he was able to rise quickly and become so powerful. Moreover, Sufeng is an orphan, very young and full of sense of justice. Moreover, after seeing that Sufeng was even hospitalized for saving someone, many people found that Sufeng was a very righteous young man and praised him as a role model for the Chinese people. The top leaders of Longting country also intended to publicize the Soviet side and regarded him as positive energy. Because Tiandao took over the entire Kyushu planet, not only did it destroy all the nuclear weapons in the world, but also all countries were prohibited from going to war for 100 years. As long as a war breaks out, all their thermal weapons will become toy guns. Although they are still weapons, all firearms will become ineffective and missiles will be useless. Therefore, although the whole world is still able to develop high technology, they cannot use all their firearms and artillery shells and can only use the most primitive cold weapons. This is a restricted era of peace, and it will last for 100 years. As for 100 years later, Tianao has also made it clear that except for nuclear weapons which will no longer exist and cannot be produced by any means, all thermal weapons can be used again. In the past 100 years, all countries in the world are safe because the laws of nature do not allow war to happen. Moreover, the country that takes the initiative to launch a war will be punished by heaven. As for what kind of punishment it will be, no one knows, but no one dares to take the initiative to start a war. They all know the ways of heaven, so they are not stupid. Top leaders from all over the world have signed an armistice agreement, and the agreement is for 100 years. Even if they don't sign it, no one dares to start a war, as they will be punished by heaven. This is a good thing for peace-loving people all over the world. Although the top leaders from all over the world also had the opportunity to become lords, most of them chose to return to the Kyushu world as soon as possible. In addition to these national leaders, there are also people who are already wealthy, live a very good life, or have huge careers. The vast majority of people will choose to return to the Kyushu world. Most of those who stay behind are those at the bottom of society, those young people, or those who have dreams and ambitions. They dare to fight and take risks, and they want to change their destiny. No matter how difficult and dangerous the early days of the territory were, they chose to stay in the Lord's world and become lords. After going through the most difficult times, many people have now developed. Although their territories are still small, the buildings have not been upgraded much, and there are even few soldiers. But they are all working hard to change and fighting for tomorrow every day. After Sufeng heard Tiandao's reminder, he smiled slightly. Although he had thought about the reward for this job change, he did not expect the reward to be so generous. Seeing so many messages in the chat room, Sufeng said, "Although I am the first one to change my job, I don't know exactly how many jobs there are. As for the job certificate, I'm sure you have guessed it. It was dropped from the boss. I don't know if it can be dropped by a boss below level 20, but mine was dropped by a level 20 boss. I wish you good luck." After saying that, Sufeng ignored them. This profession proved to be no secret. Smart people would quickly figure out that he would change his profession immediately after hunting down this level 20 boss. You can definitely guess that this professional certificate was dropped from the boss, so it's better to give everyone some information so that everyone can have a better impression of me. At least this will make your business better. There is no reason for the Soviet side not to do such a thing. As for what profession he changed to, there was no need to tell them, so just let them guess it themselves. Sufeng handed the collection technique to one of the soldiers, and then began to choose to receive his own professional skill lottery. Since it is a professional skill lottery, it is impossible to draw skills of other professions. After receiving it, 10 question mark treasure chests appeared in front of Sufeng. This was obviously not the first time Sufeng had encountered this kind of lottery method. Anyway, everything is the same, so Sufeng chose the first treasure chest. After making his choice, Sufeng began to open the boxes. Chapter 52, Ambush the Wolf Soldiers. A golden light flashed, and Sufeng was surprised. This was a golden skill. Sufeng quickly checked the information about this skill. Skills: Dragon Swimming. Quality: Gold. Introduction: any profession can learn it. After using it, it can increase speed by 100%. The duration is related to various physical attributes. What a powerful skill! Sufeng was very shocked. A gold quality skill that can increase speed by 100% at level 1. This skill is really powerful. After Sufeng learned the Dragon Swimming skill, he immediately upgraded this skill to level 10, and he still had 10 skill points left. Skills: Dragon Swimming. Quality: Gold. Level: LV10. Introduction: any profession can learn it. After using it, it can increase speed by 1000%. The duration is related to various physical attributes. The level 10 Dragon Swimming skills is enough for Sufeng to use at this stage, and the remaining skill points have to be saved for later use. Name: Sufeng. Talent: Fusion Unique. Occupation: Green Warrior. Level: 15. Experience 3287/6000. Strength: 8227, Constitution: 82, Stamina: 82, Agility: 8224, Spirit: 82-8, Magic Defense: 10-10, Physical Defense: 10-35. Luck: 10, Talent: 10. Reputation: 278. Free Attribute Points: 0. Skill Points: 10. Combat Skills: White Strong Attack LV1. Green Decapitation LV5. White Death Arrow LV1. Gold Dragon Swimming LV10. Life Skills: White Gathering Skill LV1. White Taming Skill LV1. Territory Level: LV3. Upgrade Conditions: 5 Level 4 buildings, of which the Crystal Building must reach LV4, 400 gold coins. After checking his own attributes, Sufeng looked around. They had all packed up their spoils. Sufeng put everything away and continued looking for monsters to upgrade. After a long time, the soldier who was sent to monitor the werewolf camp came running over and said to Sufeng, "Lord, more than 30 wolf soldiers have come out of the werewolf camp and are heading in this direction." "Oh, there is finally some movement. There are more than 30 wolf soldiers." "Very good. What is the highest level of wolf soldiers?" Sufeng asked. "The highest ranking wolf soldier is only a level 18 werewolf elite captain, and the other wolf soldiers are between level 10 and 16. The soldier replied. "Gather, let's set an ambush." Sufeng immediately gave the order. Okay. According to Sufeng's arrangements, the soldiers began to make traps and dig pits. Then several soldiers climbed up the tree. Sufeng then took out bamboo from the package and gave it to them, telling them to just throw it at the wolf soldiers when they saw them. The soldiers immediately understood what to do. With the strength they now have after eating sweet potatoes, if they throw it out with all their strength, the wolf soldiers will definitely die. Afterwards, the Soviet side took out several fishing nets and made a few traps, and taught them how to make them. There are 33 wolf soldiers. In order to reduce casualties among their own soldiers, the Soviet side will naturally not choose to fight the wolf soldiers head-on. After everything was done, Sufeng said to one of the soldiers, "Go and lure the enemy over here." "Okay." The soldier nodded quickly. "Hide." Sufeng ordered the remaining soldiers to hide and wait for the enemy to arrive. 10 minutes later, the soldiers came back, followed by a group of wolf soldiers. Bang! A few wolf soldiers were running when they suddenly fell into a trap and were pierced by the bamboo below. Swoosh! 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 Sufeng killed a wolf soldier with one arrow, and the other soldiers also shot at the wolf soldiers but did not kill them. Several wolf soldiers chased after them but were soon ambushed and killed by the soldiers hiding nearby. Several more wolf soldiers were pierced by the bamboos thrown by the soldiers on the trees, and the soldiers on the trees hurriedly left the trees. The number of these wolf soldiers was decreasing. After half of them were killed by the trap, Sufeng shouted, "Kill!" Dozens of people surrounded these wolf soldiers, and Sufeng and several other soldiers continued to shoot at them with bows and arrows. Not long after, the werewolf elite captain also died in their hands. "Pack up the spoils and send 2 people to monitor the werewolf camps." Sufeng continued to give orders. "Lord, I'll go." "I'm going too." Sufeng nodded, and the 2 soldiers hurriedly continued to stare in the direction of the werewolf camp. The Sioux side also obtained 33 white weapons and leather armor. These werewolf camps are simply the Soviet Union's equipment warehouses. As long as they come out, the Soviet Union will be able to gain considerable gains. Sufeng really wanted to let more of them come out, but he was not sure about the exact number of wolf soldiers in their camp and was afraid that too many of them would come out, which would be bad. Sufeng had people monitor the werewolf camp while looking for monsters to kill. 2 hours later, the Soviet side received news from the soldiers again. This time, there were more than 50 wolf soldiers. At this time, the Soviet side's level had been raised to 16, and the levels of the soldiers were around level 14 or 15. The Soviets began to use the previous traps again and made some more traps. They had previous experience, so they were more skilled in dealing with these wolf soldiers this time. However, the soldiers said that among the more than 50 wolf soldiers this time, there is a stronger wolf leader. Sufeng nodded and continued his ambush. This time, Sufeng went to pull the monster himself. After getting close to the group of wolf soldiers, Sufeng took out a telescope to look at the strength of the wolf soldier leader. Monster, wolf soldier leader boss. Quality, white. Level 20. Skill, werewolf / Introduction, one of the 3 major bosses in Werewolf Village, with good attack power. It was just a level 20 white quality boss, and a humanoid monster at that. Sufeng was curious whether he could get extra heavenly rewards after killing this boss. Sufeng asked the soldiers to leave first, then he took out the bow and arrow, pulled it to full draw, and shot at the wolf soldier leader. Call out! Oh ah! Sufeng shot an arrow at the wolf leader's arm, but did not kill him. Although it's a pity, Sufeng is not an archery god. He has only learned archery for a few days. It's good enough for him to hit the enemy. The leader of the wolf soldiers shouted angrily, and ordered the wolf soldiers to chase in the direction of Sufeng. The Soviet side was very fast, and they turned back and shot at the wolf soldiers while running. The opponent also has archers, but Sufeng has the dragon body skills. After this skill is upgraded to level 10, it can increase Sufeng's speed by 1000%. Sufeng cannot master such a fast speed all at once. Moreover, such a fast speed put too much strain on his body. Sufeng could not hold on for too long, so he did not use his full speed. Chapter 53, Werewolf / Even so, Sufeng was like a ghost. After shooting an arrow, he immediately moved to the next direction to shoot. All the attacks of the wolf soldiers failed. None of them could figure out where the Sufeng was because they were too fast. Experience 320. Experience 300. Experience 280. The wolf soldiers were killed one by the Soviet side, and they could not find the specific location of the Soviet side at all, so they could only be led by the nose by the Soviet side. The 15 arrows were quickly shot away by Sufeng. About 8 wolf soldiers were killed by Sufeng, 5 were injured, and the rest were shot away. The Soviet side began to lead the wolf soldiers to the ambush site. The wolf soldiers began to fall into the traps dug by the soldiers, and their numbers began to slowly decrease. Sufeng came to a soldier with a bow and arrow, took his arrows, and then attacked the wolf soldiers again. The Soviet side was like a hunter in the jungle, putting a lot of pressure on these wolf soldiers. They were even a little afraid of Sufeng, because Sufeng was like a ghost. Every time he shot, he could kill a wolf soldier, and they couldn't see where the other side was, just like a ghost. This time, Sufeng specifically shot the enemy's archers to reduce the enemy's long-range attacks. After Sufeng took action, the number of these wolf soldiers became even smaller. Sufeng soon saw the injured wolf leader. So the Soviet side found a place again and shot at the head of the wolf soldier leader. The killing arrow! Call out! Puff! After Sufeng killed the wolf soldier leader with an arrow, the wolf soldier leader fell down with an arrow stuck in his head. This is the power of ranged professions. As long as you have enough arrows, you can bring great fear to the enemy. Sufeng felt that he needed to train an army of archers, but there were too few bows and arrows now, so he could only give them to the soldiers for practice, and could not form an army of archers for the time being. Experience, 480. Reputation 20. Tiandao Tip, Lord of Huaxia City, be the first to kill the first level 20 white quality boss, and you will be rewarded with 10 free attribute points, 10 reputation points, and 1 skill point. Sufeng once again confirmed his previous guess that after every 10 levels, there would be rewards for killing each boss of different qualities. Lord World Chat Channel. Damn it, I see someone showing off again. It's him. It's still him. Why is it still him? Will you let me live? What level is this guy? He should not even be level 20, yet he dares to kill a level 20 monster while I am still killing a level 8 monster. Boss, can you wait for us in front? Sufeng once again attracted the attention of the people in the Lord's world. Sufeng was so strong that from the beginning to now, all the rewards from heaven were about him. All they can do is envy, jealousy, and hatred. After seeing their leader die, the morale of the wolf soldiers seemed to be very low, and some of them even began to flee. After seeing this situation, the Soviet side immediately ordered the soldiers to give chase. Sufeng went around to the front of their escape route, stood there, took out his bow and arrow and shot at the wolf soldiers. These wolf soldiers seemed to be very afraid of Sufeng, but they still rushed towards him. Sufeng put away his bow and arrow, used the dragon body movement, and quickly rushed towards the wolf soldiers. Sufeng's speed was so fast that he quickly rushed into the group of wolf soldiers. With a flick of his spear, he poked, chopped, and stabbed, and with one sweep he knocked 7 or 8 wolf soldiers to the ground. The soldiers behind also surrounded them and began to kill these wolf soldiers. These wolf soldiers had lost their morale and only wanted to escape, so they were soon killed by the soldiers. Sufeng asked the soldiers to clean up the battlefield, and Sufeng came to the place where the wolf soldier leader died and picked up a book from the ground. Another skill book. Sufeng was very satisfied and looked at the information about this skill. Skill, werewolf slash. Quality, white. Description, attack the target, causing 10% additional damage. This skill was not suitable for Sufeng, so Sufeng put it away first and planned to use it on his soldiers. Each skill cannot be used continuously. The more powerful the skill, the greater the demand on the body. If used continuously, it will cause backlash to the body, which is not worth the cost. Although Sufeng's dragon swimming skills was indeed upgraded to level 10, it did not mean that he was fully able to use it. This skill was too fast and the demands on the body were too high. If it burst out at full speed, the Soviet side might not even be able to see the road ahead and would crash directly into it. Any skill requires more practice and you need to rely on yourself to master it before it can become your own combat effectiveness. Today is the last day of the novice period. Looking at the sky, Sufeng decided to go back. No one knows what will happen tomorrow, but now that the 7-day novice protection period has ended, there will definitely be huge changes in the Lord's continent. Today's harvest was very good. Weapons and leather armor, a total of more than 80 pieces, all of which were obtained by killing werewolves. On the way back, Sufeng and his team again harvested dozens of treasure chests, from which they opened 3 pieces of equipment, and the rest were some basic supplies. After collecting all the resources outside, the Soviet side asked about the basic situation of other teams. Although some soldiers were injured, they were not seriously injured, which made the Soviet side feel relieved. Zhang San, this skill book is for you. Sufeng gave Werewolf Slayer to Zhang San. Thank you, Lord. Zhang San was very touched. The Lord was so kind to him. Zhang San didn't know, it was just because of his name. An outlaw. After learning about other people's situations, Sufeng started selling golden corn again. Not long after the products were put on the shelves, they were sold out again. There are too many people needed, and the Soviet Union's farmland is so small, and there is only so much corn that can be grown every day. Besides, Sufeng's mental strength is limited, and the daily quantity is only this much. Even if he wants to sell more, there is no way. Check the chat channel. Today is the last day of the novice protection period. The novice protection period will end tomorrow. I hope everyone can get through it safely. There are only 20 soldiers in my territory, and none of them have reached level 10. They only have 5 pieces of equipment. I am so panicked. We just got the wooden barrier and have started building it. Do you think it can stop the monsters from hitting us? I already have 50 soldiers and 20 weapons, and I am using green equipment. I am looking forward to what changes will happen tomorrow. The boss upstairs has developed so well. The one who has the best development should be the rich man. He only comes out to chat for a few minutes when collecting things, but he has never been seen at other times. He's an important person, how can we just come out and meet him casually? Chapter 54, Blue Bow and Arrow Blueprint. The Soviet side was not interested in what they said, he just wanted to see if there was anything that interested him. As he searched, he found a few things that interested him. One is a material called spider silk, and the other is a material called silk. Although he doesn't know where the other party got them from, Sufeng feels that these 2 things must be valuable. You are friends with. My mom gave me birth to be useful. You are friends with Waist Up. The names of the 2 people's territories are really awesome. Sufeng first asked. My mother gave birth to me for use, how much is the silk? I am so happy that the rich man is interested in my silk. I thought the silkworms I raised were useless. I have been selling them for several days but failed to do so. My mother gave me a lifetime of use, said hurriedly. They shouted for a few days, but I didn't see anything. Sufeng replied. Yeah, I thought about contacting you before, but I couldn't add you as my friend. I've been shouting on the world every day, but unfortunately no one pays attention to me. My mom gave me a lifetime of use, said depressedly. I really don't find any use for silk now, I just want to collect some. Sufeng was not lying. He just thought that this reward would be very useful from a businessman's perspective. At least someone needs it. I won't have to raise these silkworms in vain and not be able to sell them. My mom gave me birth to be useful. Also knows that this thing must be useful, but if no one buys it, her development will lag behind others. What do you need? Supplies, food, gold coins, whatever you choose. Sufeng asked. As expected of a wealthy man, I'll choose food and gold coins. My mom gave me a life. Answered directly. The Soviet side felt that this silk must be of great use, so they planned to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with the other party. Since it was a long-term relationship, the Soviet side would definitely not be as stingy as those who only did short-term transactions. The price offered by Sufeng made my mom gave me birth to be useful very satisfied. She also said that she would definitely raise these silkworms well and then sell all the silk to Sufeng. Sufeng was also very satisfied. At least at this stage, with someone like him acquiring the product, she would definitely not look for anyone else. No one knew what this thing could be made into now, but Sufeng had the money to hoard it, while others wanted to hoard it but did not have the funds. When my beard reaches my waist, has already asked Sufeng several questions. Mr. Rich, are you not here? What are you doing? No way, you just added me as a friend and you won't chat with me. I'm here. I was just busy. How much is your spider silk? Sufeng asked. Can I trade you some golden corn? Linamar asked. Of course. We need to discuss the specific exchange method carefully. Sufeng replied. I got this stuff from collecting monsters. If you want, I can get a lot every day. Wait until my beard reaches my waist. Answered directly. So how much do you have now? Sufeng asked. There are more than 1,000 in total. I collected them over the past few days. It was not easy. Wait until my beard reaches my waist. Said hurriedly. Sufeng's golden corn is now sold for 50 gold coins. If he exchanges it for materials, there will definitely be a discount. Anyway, the materials Sufeng needs now will never be met. After negotiating with the other party exchanged 15 spider silks for a golden corn. No one knows what spider silk can do, but Sufeng also thinks that this thing is useful, and it will definitely not be a loss to collect it now. Next, the Soviet side purchased wood, stone, soil, charcoal, coal, silver and other materials from its friends. Next, the Soviet side continued to upgrade its existing buildings. First of all, there is farmland. This thing is very important. The higher the level, the more farmland can be developed. After upgrading the level of the farmland to LV25, Sufeng had 25 plots of land on which to grow crops. Naturally, the number of people required has increased a lot, but it is all worth it. Next, the Soviet side began to upgrade the barracks. Gold 8400, wood 8400 barracks, level 1, current level LV36. Gold 8800, wood 8800 barracks, level 1, current level LV37. Gold 9200, wood 9200 barracks, level 1, current level LV38. Now the Soviet side can only upgrade the barracks to level 38. The higher you upgrade, the more gold coins and materials you will need. Building barracks. Quality green. Level LV38. Lower level requires 9,600 gold coins and 9,600 wood. Introduction. Consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently, 800/920 soldiers can be summoned. We cannot summon soldiers now, otherwise the living quarters will be too crowded. The Soviet side has always been considerate of the soldiers, so we plan to summon soldiers tomorrow. Finally, the Soviet side began to upgrade the stone railings, and directly raised the level of the stone railings to level 35 before it ended. Today, the soldiers hunted 3 bosses below level 10 outside and obtained 3 first-level crystal cores. Together with the previous ones, it is enough for upgrading, so Sufeng upgraded the level of the crystal again. Gold coins 400, first-order crystal cores 4, crystal, level 1, current level LV4. We'll deal with the remaining wooden houses later. This is all we have for now. The soul hall now has more than 3,000 soul points, and is only 7,000 away from 10,000. I believe that enough soul points will be collected to summon heroes in a few days. Sufeng looked at the black market shop again. Today, there were 1,000 pieces of wood, each priced at 10 gold coins, which was cheaper than outside, so Sufeng naturally bought them. Today the soldiers opened a huge bathtub. After Sufeng finished dealing with the matters concerning the territory, he went straight into the room and started taking a bath. Comfortable. At this stage, in the entire Lord world, Sufeng is probably the only one who can live so comfortably. While taking a bath, Sufeng opened the chat channel. Looking to buy women's products, price is negotiable. Girl, I have several boxes. Do you need to do it yourself? I am selling a blue bow and arrow blueprint. If you need it, come and discuss the price. Fuck! Big brother, you are so awesome that you can even come up with a blueprint like this. It's a pity that it's not blue equipment. My happiness was in vain. The blueprint is also good. It can produce blue quality bows and arrows continuously. It must be more than that. It must require corresponding buildings, otherwise how could he sell it? The Soviet side added the other party as soon as possible. You are friends with system is disconnected. Sufeng was the first to say. Send me the information on the drawings. The system is disconnected. No problem. Chapter 55, Announcement of Acquisition Materials News. Item Bow and Arrow Blueprint. Quality Blue. Introduction. It requires 1 unit of ash wood, 1 unit of animal tendon, and 2 units of animal horn. It requires a carpenter to make. The Soviet side saw that there were indeed special requirements. Not only is beechwood needed, but also animal tendons, and people who are carpenters are also needed. Animal tendons and horns are relatively easy to obtain, but Sufeng really has no idea what this elm wood looks like. The white quality bow and arrow in Sufeng's hand is made of bamboo, so Sufeng specially asked people to cut a lot of bamboo every day, just to be able to make a bow and arrow one day. But Sufeng did not expect that the blue quality bow and arrow actually required other materials, which made Sufeng embarrassed. After all, he didn't have any talent in the carpentry profession at the moment, nor did he have any information about ashwood. Although this blueprint is indeed precious and is of blue quality, it does not mean much to people today. But Sufeng still offered the other party a price. 2,000 gold coins. Brother, are you kidding me? 2,000 gold coins, this is a blue quality bow and arrow blueprint. System disconnected said quickly. Okay, you can sell it to someone else. This thing is too advanced and I have no use for it now. Sufeng said bluntly. The system is disconnected. Give me a little more. I know that no one can make this thing, but it will definitely be a good thing in the future. If I didn't have the materials and the money now, I wouldn't think of selling it. System disconnected also knew that this blueprint was of no use at all now. Not to mention the materials, the carpenter profession alone was difficult to handle. If you keep this blueprint, it will be worth several times as much in a month, but I can only give you 2,000 now. What Sufeng said was absolutely true, and he believed that the other party was also very clear about it. How about 4,000 gold coins? System disconnected, naturally knew that the most others offered was only 1,000 gold coins. Sufeng already had 1,000 more gold coins than others, but the blueprint was definitely worth more than that. But there is absolutely no point in keeping it now, so it would be better to sell it for more gold coins. I told you to keep it. The 2,000 gold coins I gave you can only be used to buy it. As for when you can use it, I don't know. Sufeng replied. How about this, 3,000 gold coins for one price? System disconnected took a step back, knowing that this blueprint could not be sold at a high price. Keep it for a month? Who knows what will happen in a month? He didn't think that far ahead. 2,000. 2,005. This is the lowest. After all, it is a blue quality equipment blueprint. If it is produced, the profit will definitely be more than this. System disconnected said again. Okay, then I'll take it. Just 500 more gold coins, which was acceptable to Sufeng. A month later, the price of this drawing would surely increase several times, but the Soviet side had no idea what would happen in a month, so it could only leave it alone. As for the issue of materials, it's better to send out the message now and let people pay attention to it. Therefore, Sufeng began to send messages to his friends in a group about his purchase of elm wood, animal horns and animal tendons, and also posted it on the chat channel. The rich man has sent another message. What is the elm wood? Can it be eaten? This is a kind of wood, I don't know what it is used for. It should be for making weapons. Mr. Rich, add me as your friend. You left behind a lot of animal horns and tendons. The Soviet side added those people as friends and took away the materials in their hands. After purchasing the materials, Sufeng looked around to see if there was anything else he hadn't done today. Suddenly he saw that his territory could be upgraded, so he upgraded the level of the territory. Gold coins minus 400, territory level increased to LV4. After looking carefully again and finding that there was nothing to do, Sufeng got up from the bathtub, wiped his body, put on pajamas, and then began to rest. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Sufeng woke up on time, looked at the watch on his hand, got dressed, and started a busy new day. Sufeng started putting various things on the shelves, checked his friends' messages, and replied to them. It's really early, rich man. Little Butterfly quickly responded to Sufeng. Why did you stay up so late yesterday? What do you want from me? Sufeng asked. Didn't you send us a message yesterday, saying you wanted ash wood? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I have some outside my territory. I went to cut it down before and wanted to sell it as ordinary wood, but who knew that ash wood was so hard? It took me the time to cut 10 pieces of ordinary wood to cut 1 piece of ash wood. Little Butterfly talked about the situation of the beech wood, and specifically emphasized that this beech wood is very difficult to cut down in order to increase the value of the beech wood. Sufeng really didn't expect that this Little Butterfly actually had wood like ash wood. In this way, all the materials for his blue quality bow and arrow were available. All he needed was a carpenter, and he could start making it immediately. This made Sufeng very happy, and he immediately said, "Don't worry, the price will definitely satisfy you. After all, we have been friends for so many days. If I have any good stuff, I will definitely show it to you as soon as possible." Little Butterfly really helped her a lot. She was the only one who had this kind of material now. Collecting it earlier would only benefit the Soviet side. As for the price, that was a small matter. The price of a blue quality weapon is absolutely inestimable. Sufeng must find a way to collect the carpenter professional skill book no matter what. Little Butterfly can be considered as his good friend. They have traded many items and are familiar with each other. Sufeng is quite nice to them and has never cared too much about them. Little Butterfly naturally believed Sufeng and said directly, "I didn't lie at all. If you come across a eucalyptus tree, you can try to cut it down yourself. It is really too difficult to cut it down. This time, you must have enough golden sweet potatoes. Don't worry, we not only have golden quality sweet potatoes, but also green quality axes. Do you want one?" Sufeng said quickly. "Oh my god, if there is such a good thing, you must take it, so that I can give you more beechwood materials." Little Butterfly was very surprised. "Can I ask what this beechwood is used to make?" asked Little Butterfly. "We need this wood to build a building." Sufeng still didn't tell the truth. The blue quality bow and arrow were too precious, so it would be better not to tell anyone else the news. "Oh, I see." Little Butterfly understood. Next, the two discussed the price of the ash wood, and then traded it in the form of equivalent golden food and gold coins. The other party also needed gold coins to upgrade buildings, so it could not be traded entirely with food. Sufeng also understood this, and he could accept any transaction method now. After the discussion, Little Butterfly began to let his soldiers eat the golden sweet potatoes, picked up the green quality axes and began to chop down the oak trees. The Soviet side also collected carpenter professional skill books from all over the world. Unfortunately, no one sold this thing, but I did receive some other things, which was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 56, End of the First Day for Beginners. After selling the golden food, Sufeng obtained a lot of materials. Sufeng's friends also woke up one after another and started daily transactions with Sufeng. Soldiers from many territories had to collect resources very late before they finished. The Soviet side did not allow its soldiers to do so, and would stop working as soon as evening came. Of course, farmland and blacksmiths can be built within the territory, so they are different. The soldiers in charge of the farmland were divided into two groups. As for the two soldiers with blacksmith skills, the Soviet side would not let them work too late, and would let them rest at 9 o'clock in the evening. However, the two were very diligent and worked until 11 o'clock every day. The Soviet side was naturally satisfied with them. What they ate and used were the best in the territory, and they deserved such treatment. After Sufeng finished the transaction with his friends, he started to upgrade the barracks again. Gold 9600, wood 9600, barracks, level 1, current level LV39. Gold 10,000, wood 10,000, barracks, level 1, current level 40. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, the first to upgrade one of the buildings to level 40, will be rewarded with 6,000 gold coins, 60 reputation points, 40 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. Lord Continent Chat Channel. Oh my god, I heard this reminder right after I woke up. I must not be awake yet and still dreaming. It's so early in the morning, can I sleep? How did the Lord of this Huaxia City level up? My tallest building is just level 10, but yours is already level 40. How much materials and gold coins does it cost? Lord of Huaxia City, do you have a girlfriend? If not, please consider me. This is my photo. A JPG photo was attached. Fuck! When can I post pictures? Someone found it just after midnight. It's quite useful. The following is a JPG photo of a creepy uncle. Some explicit pictures can't be posted at all. Forget about posting those pictures. The review is very strict. Damn it! They didn't give us any benefits at all. Bad review. Bad review 1. Bad review 2. Sufeng was also very surprised. He didn't expect that today's function included taking photos. This surprised him a little. It seems that there will definitely be more functions like today's. Today, a photo-taking function has been added, probably because the 7-day novice period has passed. Sufeng looked at his watch and found that it was almost 8 o'clock. When the time comes to 8 hours in the morning, Tian Dao tip, the novice protection period has officially ended. Congratulations to all the lords who are still in the Lord continent. You have successfully passed the 7-day novice period. From now on, your territory is no longer safe. Please protect your territory, especially the crystal. Once the crystal is shattered, you will be teleported away from the Lord's continent. The Lord's continent has everything you want, but you need to rely on yourself to discover, search, and work hard. In the next 7 days, the explosion rate outside the territory will increase by 100 times, and there will be dangers waiting for you. Cherish these 7 days. After the Heavenly Tao's reminder ended, not only the people of the Lord continent were discussing it, but even the people of the Kyushu planet were also discussing these things. The 7-day novice period is finally over. It seems that the Lord's world has undergone a huge change, with the addition of a camera function. It seems that video cannot be played yet. I think this function will definitely be available in the future. That's not the point. Today is the first day of the end of the novice period, and we don't know what dangers their territory will face. It shouldn't be too difficult. There are low-level monsters outside their territory. Our level is higher than those monsters, and there are so many soldiers. It shouldn't be a problem. All the lords were discussing the end of the novice period today, especially the danger and the 100-fold explosion rate mentioned by Tian Dao. The previous 10-fold explosion rate did not make them feel that they could get anything out of it, and they all hoped that the 100-fold explosion rate could bring them something better. But the Soviet side ignored all this, and what was meant to come would eventually come. The Soviet side began to summon soldiers, summoning all the upgraded soldiers. After the summoning was completed, Sufeng's territory had 1,000 soldiers. Among these 1,000 soldiers, there are 35 green-quality soldiers. Green-quality soldiers have more attributes than white-quality soldiers. They will become the future captains of the territory. The Soviet side pulled them out individually and led them personally. For the rest of the people, Sufeng let Zhang Yi to Jiangshi lead them. They were all centurions of these soldiers, and they had also set up some decanters so that they could be better managed. With more people, more food is needed, but the rewards can also be greater. Sufeng naturally needs to leave a lot of golden food for the soldiers in his territory to eat. No matter what, he needs to satisfy his soldiers first. At least 2 ears of golden corn per soldier per day were required. As for the soldiers' equipment, it is not much different now. Those who do not have weapons use bamboo instead. The Soviet side let the soldiers eat first. There were not many tables at the moment, so many people could only eat while standing. But the soldiers didn't care, as long as they could have enough food to eat. The Soviet side can still satisfy this point. Sufeng was about to arrange today's work, but a soldier came to report. Lord, monsters have appeared around the territory, and they are heading towards the territory. Oh, are they in groups or in 2s and 3s? Sufeng asked. They are in groups of 3 or 4. They are probably roaming monsters, the soldier replied. When they were newbies, these monsters would not roam within 200 meters of the territory, but starting today, these monsters would appear, so the safety of the territory had to be carefully considered. Next, a team of people must be left behind to protect the territory. The appearance of these monsters within the territory is not a bad thing, because of the Soul Palace, as long as these monsters die, their soul value can be absorbed by the Soul Palace. At this time, another soldier hurried over and said to Sufeng, Lord, a group of monsters appeared in the direction of the main gate. Oh, a group of monsters! When Sufeng heard it, he thought of the danger that Tian Dao had hinted at. It should be the danger that these monsters would actively attack the territory. Sufeng quickly gave the order. Except for the soldiers in charge of the farmland and blacksmiths, the other centurions, please pay attention and divide into 3 teams to guard the other 3 directions of the territory. The rest of you, follow me to the main gate. Yes. I'm going to the west side of the territory. Zhang Shi took the initiative to say. I'm going to the south. Zhang Jiu also replied. My people follow me to the north gate. Zhang Ba replied. Sufeng brought hundreds of soldiers to the east of the territory and looked at the situation outside the territory. Chapter 57 Black Snake. In the distance, many monsters have appeared, but the levels of these monsters are not high. They are all monsters below level 10. However, there are not a small number of them, and there seem to be hundreds of them. The soldiers stationed outside the gate had already started hunting those monsters. Sufeng ordered, Everyone, don't disperse, quickly hunt down all the monsters outside. Yes. There are many soldiers in the territory, so facing these low-level monsters will naturally not be a big problem. As the soldiers rushed out, low-level monsters died in their hands one after another. There were only a few hundred monsters and they could not have much impact on them. Sufeng felt that these monsters must be attacking the territory intentionally. If this happened, many undeveloped territories would be in trouble. Lord World Chat Channel. There's a monster attack in my territory. I'm so scared. Is there any problem in your territory? It was followed by a JPG photo taken by the other party of the monster attacking the territory. It's not just your territory. We have some too, but not in large numbers, only about 100, and they are all low-level monsters. Everyone, I'm afraid my territory is about to be destroyed by monsters. I just want to say goodbye to you. Wow, why are these monsters attacking my territory? I can't take it anymore. Damn it. My soldiers actually escaped. Whatever, I'll escape too. At worst, I can just teleport back to Kyushu planet. After the first day of the novice protection period, those lords who did not summon many soldiers and were attacked by monsters were quickly eliminated. Some were killed directly by monsters, while others were teleported away because the crystals of their territories were shattered by monsters. The number of lords in the entire lordship system suddenly decreased by at least several million, which is nothing compared to the 10 billion lords. But this also made other lords feel a great crisis, and they all felt that they had to work harder. Although there are only low-level monsters today, who knows if stronger monsters will appear in the future. During the novice protection period, they did not have any sense of crisis, and as long as they did not go out of the territory, nothing would happen. But now, if they don't work hard to develop, they will be eliminated. Those who want to stay in the Lord's continent but are unwilling to make any effort are basically eliminated. If you want to continue staying in the Lord's continent, you have to work hard and make good use of every moment. When netizens from the planet Gyojou saw the lords from the Lord's continent who were teleported back after their territories were destroyed, they all sighed, saying that those monsters were truly terrifying. But most of the lords destroyed the monsters that attacked their territories. There were not many of these monsters, and the number of monsters in each territory was different. In Sufeng's territory, there are the most monsters. The better and more advanced the buildings in the territory, and the more buildings there are, the more monsters will attack the territory. Sufeng naturally also discovered this situation. He learned from the conversations among many lords on the chat channel that most of their monsters were around 1 or 200 in number. But Sufeng discovered that the number of his monsters was at least over 400. But there are 1,000 soldiers in Sufeng's territory. Except for the soldiers who have just been summoned who are only level 0, the other soldiers are all above level 11. These monsters can hardly pose any threat to Soviet territory. Lord, the monster has been destroyed, and 5 or 6 pieces of equipment and a large amount of gold coins have dropped. Zhang San came over and said, Oh, these monsters can all drop equipment. It seems that the 100-fold drop rate is quite effective, Sufeng said. Sufeng looked at the equipment, all of which were white-quality equipment. Sufeng asked Zhang San to distribute them to his soldiers and said to Zhang San, The current situation is unclear. Arrange a team of people to guard the territory. The remaining soldiers will take the territory as the center and kill all the monsters around it to prevent the monsters from entering the territory and causing damage. Also, the soldiers who are collecting resources still need to be allowed to continue collecting resources. They must not stop. Yes. Zhang San immediately went to pass the order. Today, Sufeng brought 35 green-quality soldiers and continued to attack the werewolf village from yesterday. But after coming out, Sufeng found that the treasure chest outside was gone. This surprised Sufeng. Could it be that the treasure chest would never appear? If this is the case, it may not be a good thing for all the lords. However, Sufeng still discovered that the treasures had not disappeared. There were still treasure chests in some monster-gathering places, and they needed to kill these monsters to get the treasure chests. After the Soviet side understood, they continued to move forward. Then I found a level 10 white boss and killed it, gaining 10 reputation points. He can only get reputation rewards if he kills these bosses himself. He cannot gain reputation if his soldiers kill them. This boss dropped several hundred gold coins and 3 white equipment. The drop rate has indeed increased a lot, especially the drop rate of equipment. The boss was guarding a white treasure chest, and Sufeng opened it by the way, and a white blacksmith skill book appeared in his hand. Not bad. Sufeng was very satisfied, and then said, Give this skill book to Zhang San, and let Zhang San find a soldier to learn it. Yes. The soldier immediately took the skill book, and went back to look for Zhang San. Sufeng continued to lead his soldiers towards the wild. Because some of these green soldiers were just summoned, Sufeng injured many high-level monsters along the way and then let them kill them. Sufeng wanted to raise their levels first. I opened several treasure chests along the way and found that the supplies inside had decreased. The things that came out of the white treasure chests were more materials, gold coins, and equipment. This time, Sufeng opened 500 gold coins, which was a good thing. Although the number of treasure chests decreased, the number of good things obtained increased. Afterwards, Sufeng hunted a group of level 16 green monsters and obtained a black iron treasure chest from it, which unexpectedly contained a miner skill book that could improve mining efficiency. Good, it looks like today's harvest will not be too low. Sufeng was very satisfied and felt that he should not look for trouble with the werewolf camp today. He should find more treasure chests to open today. So, Sufeng began to look for monsters with treasure chests to open, and left with his soldiers from another direction. This was a place Sufeng had never been to before, so he wanted to see what he could gain from this area. Sufeng discovered another kind of monster, a level 20 white monster, the black striped snake. Monster, black striped snake. Quality, white. Level 20. Skills, entanglement, bite. Introduction. These powerful snakes are not poisonous, but once they wrap around your body, you will die with your bones broken. A non-venomous snake is not bad. Sufeng was really worried that the snake was poisonous, and he didn't have any antidote, or anything like that. Although these snakes are not venomous, they are difficult to deal with. Each one is as thick as an adult's thigh and can be called a giant python. These snakes have black lines on their bodies and densely packed teeth. If you get bitten by them, it would probably be very uncomfortable. Sufeng asked the soldiers to be careful. There were 5 black striped snakes in total, and they were guarding a black iron treasure chest. Chapter 58, Black Snake Boss. 5 black striped snakes came towards the soldiers with their tongues spitting out. Their bodies were very long, probably more than 20 meters long. One of the black striped snakes attacked them. Sufeng shot it with a gun. The huge force smashed the snake's head to the ground. Other black striped snakes also attacked the soldiers. The soldiers took out their weapons and attacked them, blocking them. Zhang Hu even used his shield to block one of the black striped snakes, and then injured it with a knife. It was not a big problem for dozens of people to deal with 4 black striped snakes. They have all eaten gold quality sweet potatoes, and their strength is above that of these black striped snakes. In addition, they are all green quality soldiers, and their attributes are higher than those of the white soldiers. Sufeng faced the black striped snake alone. After attacking it several times, he pierced the snake's head with a bullet, nailing it to the ground. He then found the snake's heart, took out a dagger, and stabbed it hard. It is said that when you kill a snake, you should hit it at the 7-inch point, because the snake's heart is located above the 7-inch point. However, a snake this long cannot be hunted according to normal snake standards. The 7-inch point of this black striped snake is not easy to find, but Sufeng still roughly determined where the black striped snake's heart is. RIP! The huge body of the black striped snake began to twist violently, but Sufeng's strength exceeded that of the black striped snake. He held down the body of the black striped snake with one hand, and with the other hand, he held the dagger and continued to stab it towards the heart of the black striped snake. The black striped snake's head was fixed by the willow leaf spear, but after Sufeng attacked its vital point, the black striped snake struggled to throw the willow leaf spear away and bit Sufeng. Sufeng dodged nimbly and the black striped snake bit the ground and ate the dirt. Sufeng performed the dragon swimming body technique and regained the willow leaf spear he had thrown out. The black striped snake was very tenacious, and although its heart was stabbed several times, it was not dead yet. Sufeng once again used the dragon swimming body technique and quickly rushed towards the black striped snake. The black striped snake could not see the direction of Sufeng's movement at all. By the time it reacted, Sufeng had already pierced its heart with a shot again. Bang! After Sufeng shot the black striped snake through the heart, the black striped snake finally fell down. Experience 240. A skill book has dropped. Sufeng looked at the skill book on the ground, picked it up and looked at it, and said in surprise, "It's the gathering technique. Again, not bad. I need as many of these skills as drop." After Sufeng picked up the skill book, he looked at the other 4 black snakes and said to the soldier, "Their weakness is where the back of their neck starts to get thicker." "No, it's too low. Move it up a little bit." "Yes, that's right. We must penetrate it with all our strength to kill it completely." While watching, the Soviet side instructed the soldiers to kill the black striped snakes. They quickly found the weaknesses of the black striped snakes and killed them one by one. Good! Sufeng nodded with satisfaction after seeing 4 black striped snakes being killed by the soldiers. Sufeng taught the collecting technique to one of the soldiers, and the other soldiers began to pick up the gold coins on the ground. Snakeskin 1. Snake gallbladder 1. Snake meat 1. Sufeng walked towards the black iron treasure chest guarded by the black striped snake. After opening it, a white light flashed and Sufeng looked at a book inside. This is another skill book, and it is a lumberjack skill book, a skill book that can speed up logging efficiency. There are a lot of skill books today, probably because the explosion rate is 100 times higher these days, plus his luck value is full. These are mostly life skills, but there are very few attack skills. Both attack skills and life skills are very important, and Sufeng doesn't mind. He must take advantage of the 100-fold explosion rate during these 7 days and open up more lands so that he can reap greater rewards. After collecting the spoils, Sufeng started looking for monsters again. There are many monsters here. 7 black striped snakes were found 100 meters away. They were guarding the black iron treasure chest. After knowing the weakness of the black striped snake, the Soviet side began a large-scale sweep of the area. Because it is a level 20 monster, and you can kill monsters above your level, the experience gained is quite good. Not long after, Sufeng's level was upgraded again. After allocating the attributes, he continued to clean up the surroundings. After a long time, Sufeng discovered a group of black striped snakes again. There were 20 black striped snakes in this group, and there was a level 21 boss among them. In addition to the boss, Sufeng saw another bronze treasure chest. Monster, black striped snake boss. Quality, white. Level, 21. Skills, entanglement, bite, paralysis. Introduction, a powerful snake leader. Although it is not poisonous, its teeth have paralyzing ability. If you encounter it, run away quickly. The black striped snake boss is larger and longer than the ordinary black striped snake, and its defense is also stronger. There are quite a lot of monsters. The soldiers under Sufeng are now around level 15, and it is obviously very difficult for them to deal with so many black striped snakes. Sufeng threw another stone at the black striped snake. They lured out several black striped snakes and then killed them. Relying on this tactic, the Su team quickly lured away 15 of the 20 black striped snakes, and the remaining 5 black striped snakes no longer posed much of a threat to them. "Leave the black striped snake boss to me, and the rest are up to you," Sufeng said. Sufeng and others walked towards the black striped snake boss. This black striped snake boss had stronger power, a stronger body, and was faster. But no matter how fast it moves, it can never be a match for Sufeng's dragon body movement. Sufeng circled around with the black striped snake boss, always looking for opportunities to attack its weak spot. It was not so easy for Sufeng to defeat the black striped snake boss. Sufeng used his speed advantage and moved away. The black striped snake boss chased after Sufeng. Sufeng used his skills to quickly disappear in front of the black striped snake boss. He picked up the willow leaf spear, turned around quickly, and attacked the black striped snake boss's heart. "Strike with all your strength!" Puff! The spear pierced through the body of the black striped snake boss, and the terrifying force allowed the willow leaf spear to penetrate directly into it. The boss struggled to throw Sufeng out. Sufeng was hit by a huge force, but Sufeng did not suffer much damage. The moment he was knocked out, he did a backflip and stood steadily on the ground. The black striped snake boss has a very strong vitality. Even though its heart was pierced, it was still struggling, and its blood was splattered everywhere. Sufeng hid behind a tree, watching the movements of the black striped snake boss. After seeing that it was struggling slowly, Sufeng once again used the dragon body movement, and quickly stepped forward to pull out the willow leaf spear that was inserted into the heart of the black striped snake boss. Puff! Blood splattered out, and Sufeng left quickly. The next second, the black striped snake boss bit towards the place where he was before. But Sufeng had already left, and the black striped snake boss ate the dirt all over the floor. The vitality of this black striped snake boss is so strong that it is still alive even like this, but it definitely can't hold on for too much longer. The black striped snake still wanted to chase Sufeng, but it was already difficult for it to move its body. After a few minutes, it finally died. Chapter 59, Tailor's Shop Blueprint. Experience 500. Reputation 20. When the level is increased to 18, you will gain 10 free attribute points and 1 skill point. After allocating the attributes, Sufeng saw that the boss had dropped a lot of things. There are 2 books, 2 of which are skill books, and one of them is the carpenter skill that Sufeng wants to acquire. Great! Sufeng was very satisfied. This job came at the right time. Skills: carpentry. Quality: white. Introduction: able to make various carpentry-related things with an efficiency of 10%. In addition to carpentry skills, there is also a book on tailoring skills. Skills: tailoring. Quality: white. Introduction: able to make various types of sewing equipment and clothes, with an efficiency of 10%. These are life-type skill books, which are generally hard to come by, but I didn't expect 2 of them to appear at once. In addition to the 2 skill books, there is also a scroll and 2 pieces of equipment. That scroll was exactly the job transfer scroll, and it was also a warrior job transfer scroll, but it was white in color, and it could increase the additional damage of warrior skills by 10%. Not only lords can change their jobs, but even soldiers can change their jobs. Sufeng decided to let Zhang Hu change his job. After all, he is a green quality soldier, and his attribute growth is very good. As for the equipment, it is a pair of green quality pants and a pair of white quality boots. Equipment, black scale pants. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5. Sufeng just didn't have any pants type equipment. After he got the equipment, his strength increased a lot. The Soviet side's current equipment includes 5 items: weapons, gauntlets, armor, pants, and boots. Sufeng also knew that there was a helmet and a shield. As for other equipment, Sufeng was not sure how many there were because he had not obtained them yet. Snake Gallbladder 1. Second Order Nucleus 1. Snake Fang 5. Snake Sack 1. Sufeng began to collect the boss's corpse and obtained a lot of materials and snake meat. I also picked up nearly 600 gold coins. With a 100-fold explosion rate, the items that pop up are really abundant. Sufeng looked at the chat channel again. The 100x drop rate is awesome. The monsters dropped a green quality piece of equipment for me. I'm rich! I found a pair of pants blueprints in the wooden box. Does anyone want them? I got a tailor's skill book from a level 8 boss. It's not a combat skill. I also opened a cooking skill book. I want a combat skill book. Why are all the skills for life professions given to me? Sufeng immediately added those people as friends and posted a message to the world. Purchasing various life and professional skill books, leave a message and add friends to trade directly. You want a book on life skills? I have a book called Fishing Techniques. Do you want it? Duga's sword. Sent a message. I seem to have heard that you have acquired carpentry skills before. I just happened to get a green quality copy of Carpentry Skills. I'm a Tombo. Also sent a message to Sufeng. Mr. Rich, I have a book called Miner, and a book called Cooking. Do you need them? I have a lollipop. Also sent a message. Dozens of friends sent messages to Sufeng. They all had jobs and made a living. Sufeng replied to them all. Take it. We want all. Because there are quite a few skill books for life professions available today, the price given by Sufeng is very straightforward. 500 gold coins for the white one and 1,000 gold coins for the green one. They all chose to accept the white skill book, but they all felt that the green skills should be improved a little bit. Sufeng gave them 100 more gold coins, and they immediately agreed. After completing the acquisition with his friends, Sufeng began to add the lords who left messages on the world, and then started to acquire them at the price of 400 gold coins for white life professions and 800 gold coins for green life professions. Although many people wanted to raise the price, Sufeng would only give 500 gold coins at most for the white life skill book. As for the green life skill book, he would not give it if it was more than 1,000 gold coins. Even so, I still received several hundred books on various life and professional skills. If you don't buy these skill books now, it will be difficult to buy them later. Although he spent nearly 100,000 gold coins, Sufeng felt that it was all worth it. Not all of them wanted to trade with gold coins. Many of them wanted to exchange them for the golden food in his hands, so Sufeng naturally agreed. But Sufeng didn't have any golden food on him, so he told them to wait until he returned to his territory before trading, and they all chose to agree. The Soviet side also acquired some people in the world who sold materials and drawings. These things were good things and they wanted to sell them, so the Soviet side naturally had to acquire them as soon as possible. Afterwards, Sufeng came to the bronze treasure chest and opened it. Swish! A green light flashed, and Sufeng looked at what was inside. It was a blueprint, and it was an architectural blueprint. Item: Tailor Shop Blueprint. Quality: green. Introduction: requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood. Good stuff. Sufeng now has a lot of drawings in his hands that require tailors to make. This building must be built after he returns. Lord, a pot of green quality arrows exploded. Zhang Hu handed a pot of arrows to Sufeng. Sufeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that all arrows were of green quality, so he picked it up and looked at the properties of the arrow. Equipment: arrows. Quality: green. Durability: 100%. Attribute: extra penetration 10, needs to be triggered with a bow. Oh, what good stuff! It's actually arrows that can penetrate armor. Sufeng was very satisfied. There were 20 arrows in this pot, which were very good. Sufeng put them away. Sufeng had previously collected the snake sack of the black-scaled snake boss. That snake sack also has a paralysis attribute. If the arrow is coated with that snake sack, the power of the arrow will have a paralysis attribute. By the way, this occupation scroll is for you. Sufeng handed the warrior occupation certificate to Zhang Hu. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Hu smiled as soon as he saw it, and expressed his gratitude quickly. Under Sufeng's witness, Zhang Hu also successfully used the job transfer scroll and successfully changed his job. Tiandao tips, soldiers under the Lord of Huaxia City, the second job transfer profession in the world, reward the Lord of Huaxia City with 40 free attribute points, 40 reputation points, 4 skill points, and 1 lottery for this profession. After Sufeng heard this hint from heaven, he was completely stunned. Not only did his subordinates change their jobs, but he could also receive a reward from heaven. Not only was Sufeng shocked, but the people of the entire Lord Continent were shocked again. Lord Continent chat channel. What the hell? Are you kidding me? My soldiers can get rewards by changing their jobs. Is this fair? Does this prove that more than one person can get the job change reward? Did the other party kill another level 20 boss? That kind of boss is too strong and is simply beyond our ability to deal with right now. Is it possible that we will not be able to get the job transfer scroll? The gap is too big. Others have already obtained their second job transfer certificate, but we don't know when we will get our job transfer certificate. I seriously doubt whether this Lord of Huaxia City is the biological son of Tian now. The one upstairs, remove your doubts, there is no need to doubt, he is it. Chapter 60, Surprising Technique Skills. Sufeng ignored what people in the chat channel said about him. For Sufeng, getting a reward was a good thing. After allocating the attributes, without adding the bonus from the equipment, his various attributes have now reached 106 points. Friends sent messages one after another. Brother, can you help me get a professional scroll? You can name the price. I also want to make a heavenly announcement now. Lonely Cigarette said quickly. Brother, do you only get these drops after killing a level 20 boss? The Unrivaled also asked. The occupation scrolls were wasted on the soldiers. If you sell them to me, how much soil do you think I need to exchange them for? Tian Shan Tong Lao also asked immediately. Based on the system's prompts this time, Sufeng felt that the next reward should only be 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, and 3 skill points, and there should be more after one draw for this profession. If Sufeng gets the professional scroll, he will naturally get a reward, but if he sells it, it is hard to say the price. However, the childlike grandma of Tianshan immediately took out a building drawing and showed it to Sufeng. Sufeng hurriedly looked at the building and was very surprised. He did not expect that the other party even had such a building. Item: Blacksmith Market Blueprint. Quality: Purple. Introduction: requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood. Although he didn't know the specific function of this building, it must be a blueprint related to blacksmiths. After Sufeng saw this building, he felt that it definitely played a very important role in the territory. The key point is that this building is purple. This is already a very advanced building, and Sufeng feels it is worthwhile to exchange it for those rewards. So Sufeng immediately replied, "No problem, just use this drawing to trade, but I can't guarantee when it will be released. I believe that at this stage only you can hunt down a level 20 boss. If I didn't have the blacksmith shop blueprint, I would never be willing to trade such a high-level building." Tian Shantong Lao replied, "You will get an extra 30 attribute points and 1 skill draw. You won't lose money on this transaction." Sufeng replied. "I know, so I'll be waiting for your good news," said the child fairy of Tianshan. "Don't worry, I'll go find the boss now." Sufeng really wanted to build the blueprint immediately, and the next step would be to work hard to find a boss above level 20. Sufeng also talked to his other friends. If they could offer something that tempted him enough, he would definitely sell it to them. If not, he would not give up the rewards. They also understood this point. After all, the extra attribute points were too precious. If they were in his shoes, they would make the same choice. Sufeng received the skill lottery first. The scene changed, and another 10 question mark treasure chests appeared in front of him. Sufeng chose a treasure chest again and opened it. Swish! A blue light appeared, and Sufeng knew that this was a blue skill. Sufeng was not disappointed, the blue skill was already very good. Sufeng began to look up information about this skill. Skills: Breathing Technique. Quality: Blue. Introduction: this technique can be used to cultivate fighting spirit, and can only be learned by those who have switched to a melee profession. When Sufeng heard this, he was shocked. This one actually has some martial arts type skills. It really shocked him. This should be something like the MP of each profession. He had not seen it in the attributes before and thought that this thing would not exist. He did not expect that it would require skills to learn it. The Soviets used it immediately. Learn the blue skill. Qi Na Ju. After learning the Qi absorbing technique, Sufeng checked the skill again. Skills breathing technique. Quality blue. Level LV1. Introduction. The higher the skill and character level, the faster the battle Qi value can be cultivated per hour, and the maximum number of hours of cultivation per day is 6. The battle Qi value has infinite uses, and the specific application needs to be experienced by yourself. The current technique can cultivate a maximum battle Qi value of 0/200000. Sufeng was stunned. He didn't expect that this technique actually had an upper limit on the battle Qi value. After practicing to 200,000 battle Qi values, he could no longer practice it. This may be very depressing for others, but for Sufeng, it is not a problem at all. As long as he obtains more skills, he can improve the quality of this skill. After the quality of the skills is improved, the upper limit of the battle energy value will definitely be increased. Moreover, this technique can only be practiced for 6 hours a day. The sooner you acquire it, the more fighting spirit you will be able to cultivate than others. Sufeng looked at his information again. Name: Sufeng. Talent: Fusion Unique. Occupation: Green Warrior. Level: 18, Experience 8/8000. Battle Spirit Value 0. Strength: 106/32, Constitution: 106/5, Stamina: 106, Agility: 106/29, Spirit: 106/8, Magic Defense: 10/10, Physical Defense: 10/35. Luck: 10, Talent: 10. Reputation: 418. Free Attribute Points: 0. Skill Points: 18. Combat Skills: White Strong Attack LV1. Green Decapitation LV5. White Death Arrow LV1. Gold Dragon Swimming LV10. Life Skills: White Gathering Skill LV1. White Taming Skill LV1. Skills: Blue Qi Gathering Technique LV1. Territory Level LV4. Upgrade Conditions: 5 level 5 buildings, of which the Crystal Building must reach LV5, 500 gold coins. Sufeng has not started to practice yet, so he can only practice after returning to the territory. Next, Sufeng continued to look for monsters, and obtained equipment one after another from these monsters, and even a lot of skill books were revealed. But these skill books are all skill books for life professions. There is still not a single skill book for combat professions. The drop rate of combat profession skill books is still too low, and only a few people possess them. As for the more powerful skills of martial arts, there is no need to mention them. Sufeng continued to look for other monsters because he felt that after he killed one black-scaled snake boss, it would be impossible for a second black-scaled snake boss to appear. Sufeng found another level 25 monster called the Spotted Blue Leopard, which had blue stripes all over its body and very sharp teeth. This leopard is not only very fast, but also a blue quality monster. The key point is that Sufeng discovered that it could actually spit out blue energy attacks from its mouth. This was the first time Sufeng saw a monster that could launch energy attacks. Monster: Blue Leopard. Quality: Blue. Level: 25. Skills: Rip, Heavy Claw, Energy Blast. Introduction: An extremely dangerous monster. Not only is it fast, it also emits blue energy waves. Being targeted by it is not a good thing. Although this monster is powerful, it travels alone and has no other companions, so it is very difficult to deal with. Chapter 61. Blue Quality Monster Explosion Rate. Since Sufeng encountered them, he had been targeted by them. Although Sufeng was very reluctant to fight such a fast and powerful monster, the soldiers were not as fast as it. Surround it. It's looking for an opportunity to attack us in the dark. Don't panic. We can handle it. Sufeng immediately stabilized the morale of the troops. No matter what happened, as a lord, he must remain calm first so that the soldiers would not panic. After hearing what Sufeng said, the soldiers immediately surrounded him back to back. Seeing Sufeng so calm gave them great confidence. The soldiers quickly calmed down and began to be alert to their surroundings. Sufeng looked around and saw that the striped blue leopard was lurking around and ready to attack them. The level 25 blue quality striped blue leopard is very powerful. Even Sufeng does not dare to be careless because the level gap between the striped blue leopard and them is too big. Whoosh! The striped blue leopard kept moving around, trying to confuse their eyes. The Soviet side naturally would not let the monster affect their judgment. Over time, it would easily cause psychological pressure on the soldiers. Sufeng said to the soldiers, "Don't panic, I will lead it out." "Lord, be careful," said the soldiers. Nodding, Sufeng held the willow leaf spear in his hand, performed the dragon body movement, and rushed towards the direction of the striped blue leopard. Sufeng used his body skills to a speed that surpassed the blue leopard. After seeing the blue leopard, Sufeng shot at the monster. The striped blue leopard was not simple either. It knocked Sufeng's willow leaf spear away with one claw, then opened its mouth and spit out a stream of blue energy towards Sufeng. Call out! Sufeng dodged immediately, and a blue energy wave passed through the place where Sufeng was in front of him and landed heavily on the tree behind him. Bang! A charred mark appeared on the tree. If it fell on a person, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The energy attack of the striped blue leopard was too strong, so Sufeng did not dare to be careless. The striped blue leopard looked at Sufeng again and stared at him. Then, the striped blue leopard ran quickly, jumped up, and slapped Sufeng with its paw. Sufeng dodged again. His speed was much faster than the blue leopard. It was not easy for the blue leopard to attack Sufeng. The blue leopard slapped the ground with its claw, leaving a scratch mark. This should be the blue leopard's heavy claw attack, which was very powerful. Sufeng did not dare to be careless and went forward to attack the blue leopard. The leopard was very agile and kept slapping Sufeng with its claws. Sufeng used weapons to fight against it. After the blue leopard released another energy attack, the Soviet side attracted the blue leopard to the soldiers. Then, the Soviet side threw a dozen ropes to the soldiers and said to them, "Use the ropes to tie up the blue leopard's hands and feet to limit its speed." The soldiers immediately grabbed the rope and prepared to lasso the blue leopard. The blue leopard wanted to attack the soldiers, but with the Soviet Union there, it was no match for the Soviet Union in terms of strength or speed. The Soviet side firmly attracted the monster and did not give it the opportunity to attack the soldiers. The soldiers began to look for opportunities to attack the striped blue leopard. Although it had energy light wave attacks, it could not be used all the time. After using it once, it would take several minutes to use it again. This is the opportunity for the Soviet side. They can take advantage of this opportunity to hunt it down. Soon, several soldiers lassoed one foot and one paw of the blue leopard, and then several people began to pull it. Sufeng seized the opportunity, took out a rope, rushed towards the blue leopard quickly, put the rope on the opponent's other paw again, and then threw the rope at the soldier. Pull! Roar! The blue leopard cheetah struggled and tried to bite the claws open with its teeth, but the Soviet side did not give it a chance. The soldiers were also very strong, and even though the blue leopard struggled, it could not bite the rope. Next, it was time for the Soviet side and other soldiers to attack. After being restrained, the blue leopard lost its threat, and its energy attack had not yet cooled down. Puff! Sufeng and his soldiers began to attack the blue leopard, and Sufeng even shot a gun directly into the blue leopard's mouth. The blue leopard began to struggle violently, but there were several soldiers holding each rope. No matter how strong the blue leopard was, it could not be a match for so many soldiers. As life passed, it finally died. Experience 35. A level 25 blue monster, the experience gained by dividing it equally is quite good. The key thing was that a green quality shield and a green quality cooking skill book were also dropped. Apart from that, there was a pile of gold coins. High quality monsters have very good drop rates. Sufeng feels that hunting such monsters will yield good rewards. The Soviet side began to discuss with the soldiers the specific methods for encountering blue leopards. The most important thing was to avoid their energy attacks, and then to limit their speed. Once you tie the rope around its hands and feet, it's time for it to die. So the Soviet side began to look for the traces of the spotted blue leopard again. They searched for and hunted blue leopards one by one, and the rewards they received continued to increase. The drop rate of these level 25 blue monsters is really amazing. Every time you kill them, you can get equipment. Although not every time you kill them, there will be white equipment every time you kill them, and sometimes it will appear several times. Soldiers are wearing more and more equipment. High risk also has high rewards. These monsters can drop 500 or 600 gold coins each time, which is much more than ordinary monsters. But they haven't encountered the boss yet, and they all act alone. If they encounter 2 or 3 of them, they would be in danger. Sufeng then encountered another kind of monster, a level 23 ironclad lizard, which was of green quality. The characteristics of this monster are its slow speed and strong defense. You also need to be careful with its tongue, which is long and sticky. Once you get touched by it, you can easily be dragged into its mouth and bitten to death. There are only these 2 types of monsters nearby. They would rather deal with these slow monsters because they have gold quality sweet potatoes, which double their strength and can easily break through their defenses. The materials of these armored lizards are very good. According to Sufeng's estimation, this armor skin can be used to make good armor, and he also has such drawings. Along the way, he opened quite a few boxes, among which there was a green quality armor blueprint, and the material used was a monster skin. The Soviets began to lead soldiers to hunt armored lizards and blue leopards in this area. The soldiers' levels have reached around level 16, and some are not far from level 17. Sufeng finally met the boss he had always dreamed of. A level 25 green quality armored lizard with 5 small monsters around it. According to the old plan, Sufeng first went to attract the monsters, killed them, and then hunted the boss. Chapter 62, Trading Proof of Career. The small monsters were easy to deal with. After I pulled out 2 of them and killed them, the remaining 3 refused to come out. Sufeng and the soldiers began to attack actively. There was a bronze treasure chest next to the armored lizard boss waiting for Sufeng to open it, so Sufeng naturally could not miss it. "I'll hold back the boss and leave the remaining 3 monsters to you. Is that a problem?" Sufeng asked. "Don't worry, Lord. There will be no problem in leaving these 3 monsters to us," Zhang Hu and others said hurriedly. They are all green quality soldiers, each of them has at least 2 pieces of equipment, and there are dozens of them. It really won't be a big problem for them to deal with 3 level 24 armored lizards. They began to move forward, and the armored lizards roared at them. One of the armored lizards stretched out its long tongue and attacked the soldiers. Sufeng used the killing skill to cut off the tongue of the armored lizard. Puff! The armored lizard screamed and attacked Sufeng. Sufeng avoided the ordinary armored lizard and looked at the armored lizard boss. This armored lizard boss is much stronger than the ordinary armored lizard. Not only is it twice as large, it is also 1 level higher. In terms of strength and defense, it is also much stronger than the ordinary armored lizard. They look like giant crocodiles, but the crocodile's defenses should be much stronger than theirs. Call out! The iron-armored lizard boss quickly attacked Sufeng, sticking out its long tongue. Sufeng had been prepared for it, and quickly dodged. But the tongue of the iron-armored lizard boss failed to hit Sufeng, and it retracted very quickly, so Sufeng failed to cut it off. The iron-armored lizard boss quickly crawled towards Sufeng. Although Sufeng was stronger than it, there was no need for him to confront the monster head-on. After dodging it, he came to the side of the iron-armored lizard boss and attacked it continuously. The iron-armored lizard boss felt pain and swung its long tail towards Sufeng. Sufeng flipped over and jumped, avoiding the tail of the iron-armored lizard boss. After landing, Sufeng glared hard again and jumped directly onto the body of the iron-armored lizard boss. He grabbed the spear and stabbed it at the head of the iron-armored lizard boss. Roar! The iron-armored lizard boss howled continuously and threw Sufeng out. Sufeng landed on the ground nimbly without any damage. The iron-armored lizard boss looked at Sufeng with eyes full of hatred and rage. It increased its speed and intensified its attacks. Its tongue, mouth, claws, and tail continuously attacked Sufeng. The Soviet side dodged and looked for opportunities to counterattack. A few minutes later, Sufeng used the killing skill again and successfully cut off the tongue of the iron-armored lizard boss. This further stimulated the iron-armored lizard boss to attack him. Sufeng continued to dodge and look for opportunities to attack. Sufeng dodged the attacks of the iron-armored lizard boss again and again, and attacked its vital points again and again. 15 minutes later, the iron-clad lizard boss was covered in wounds and blood. The soldiers had already killed the monsters and were ready to kill it together. Sufeng had already seriously injured it, with a bullet piercing its neck. Now, every time the iron-armored lizard boss moved, it would leave a large amount of blood. A few minutes later, Sufeng once again pierced the neck of the iron-armored lizard boss, causing it even more serious injuries. The boss's vitality is still very strong. Sufeng is not in a hurry and continues to fight with the boss. With the recovery of gold-quality food, he doesn't need to worry about recovering his physical strength. A few minutes later, the iron-armored lizard boss was almost exhausted. Sufeng ordered the soldiers to retreat, and then he stepped forward and gave the boss the final blow. Puff! Experience 40. Reputation 50. A lot of things exploded around the iron-armored lizard boss, with gold coins being the most numerous. In addition to gold coins, there are also 2 green quality equipment and 2 white books. Sufeng immediately looked at the books. One of them was a skill book on tailoring for a daily life profession. As for the other one, Sufeng laughed. It is the warrior's occupation certification book. After Sufeng revealed the professional proof, he immediately contacted the childlike grandma of Tianshan. The professional skills have been revealed. Awesome! The childlike grandma of Tianshan was indeed very surprised. She didn't expect Sufeng to be so powerful, and it really became a hit. Let's do the transaction right away. The childlike grandma of Tianshan didn't want to wait any longer. In order to obtain the reward from heaven this time, she even took out the purple building blueprints. Only something like this can make Sufeng interested. If it were something else, Sufeng might not be interested. Sufeng did not hesitate and traded the professional certificate to Tianshan Tong Lao, and the other party also put up the previous drawing. Happy cooperation! Both of them got what they needed and were very satisfied. Tian Now Tips. Tian Shan Tong Lao. Overlord, the third job transfer profession in the world. Rewards. Tian Shan Tong Lao. Overlord with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points, 3 skill points, and 1 lottery for this profession. After 3 heavenly Dao prompts appeared, the entire Lord continent was shocked again. Lord World Chat Channel. I thought only the Lord of Huaxia City was so awesome, but I didn't expect there was someone so awesome who actually succeeded in changing his job. Is this Tian Shan Tong Lao a professional scroll that you get from opening a box? Who knows? I think this possibility is very high. This person is also from our Longting country. I didn't expect that our Longting country has hidden talents and is so powerful. There are masters among the people. Except for Sufeng's friends who suspected that this Tian Shan Child Grandma was a professional certificate that traded precious things with Sufeng, no one else thought that this Tian Shan Child Grandma did not become famous by relying on his own strength. They thought that this Tian Shan Tong Lao was a professional certificate obtained through their own strength, and many people even believed that they could get professional scrolls by opening treasure chests. The childlike fairy of Tian Shan also enjoyed the feeling of being on TV and getting extra rewards, which was very good. Tian Shan Tong Lao also started drawing skill rewards, and finally drew a green quality combat skill, which made her very happy. She did not regret this transaction. After the transaction was completed, Sufeng looked at the 2 green quality equipment. One of them was a green quality helmet with good defense, and the other was a battle axe. Equipment, iron helmet. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 5, physical defense 10. Equipment, ironclad battle axe. Quality, green. Durability, 100%. Attributes, strength 16. Both pieces of equipment are pretty good, but the axe weapon is not what the soldiers like. Sufeng put it away and see if there are any soldiers in the territory who like to use it. Sufeng has handed over the task of collecting monsters to his soldiers. As a lord, he does not need to do such a thing. Sufeng walked towards the bronze treasure chest guarded by the boss, hoping to get something good out of it. Chapter 63, Pharmacist. Sufeng came to the bronze treasure chest and opened it. A blue light flashed. Sufeng was very happy and immediately looked inside. Books! Sufeng checked the information of this book. Skill, Pharmacist. Quality, blue. Introduction. After use, you can learn various medicine formulas with a success rate and efficiency of 30%. A pharmacist, and a blue quality one, what good luck. Sufeng was very happy. This pharmacist would definitely be able to bring greater benefits to the territory. It seems that I haven't seen anyone selling medicine formulas. Sufeng looked at the world and found that indeed no one was selling medicine formulas today. I looked in the trading hall again, but couldn't find any recipes for medicines. There were many people selling skill books for various occupations, and Sufeng bought dozens of them. Lord, we have collected all the monsters. Zhang Hu placed the collected things in front of Sufeng. After Sufeng put them away, he continued to ask them to look for new monsters. Sufeng wants to hunt down one more boss above level 20 today, and also wants to see if he can raise his own level to level 20. We didn't encounter the boss later, and the blue leopard we encountered later only appeared alone. Every time the armored lizards appeared, there would be 2 or 3 of them together. There are quite a lot of wooden boxes here, and one can be found near each striped blue leopard. Sufeng took out a lot of things from the wooden boxes, mostly daily necessities, and there were also quite a few life and professional skill books. But he still couldn't get the potion formula blueprint he wanted. It seemed that the potion formula was not so easy to obtain. He has posted the message on the world, but has not received any response so far, nor has he seen any messages regarding the potion formula. There were a lot of random information, and there were also messages from people who wanted to sell other things. Sufeng bought all the ones he thought were useful, and ignored the rest that he was not interested in. It was not until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Sufeng's level finally reached 19 again. He felt that it was impossible to upgrade to level 20 today. It was too late in terms of time. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Sufeng still failed to see the blue leopard boss. He looked at his experience points and found that he was several thousand points short. However, his team had a very good harvest today, earning 50,000 to 60,000 gold coins alone, not including what other soldiers had earned. Sufeng only led a team of 35 green quality soldiers to kill monsters. If the gold coins of other soldiers were added, Sufeng felt that he could get at least hundreds of thousands. Today's explosion rate is really high, 100 times explosion rate, which is really awesome. Not only gold coins, but also various equipment, life and professional skill books, and daily necessities are all very good. This situation will last for 7 days. This is Sufeng's opportunity, and he must cherish it. After bringing back all the supplies outside the territory, the centurions began to report to Sufeng about their gains of the day. They placed the gold coins in front of Sufeng. There were indeed a lot of them, bags of gold coins. Sufeng didn't know how many there were. He put them all into the package and finally looked at the number of gold coins today. Just as he expected, he obtained a lot of gold coins today. The total amount of gold coins obtained by other soldiers today reached more than 500,000. Their harvest was not as much as that of the Soviet team, but it was still very good when added together. These gold coins could be of great help to the Soviet side. This is the advantage of having more people. After all, the number of Soviet soldiers has now reached 1,000. In addition to those who are farming, making equipment, cutting wood, and mining, there are still about 800 people hunting monsters. The explosion rate in these 7 days is 100 times. The Soviet side still feels that it is necessary to summon more soldiers. With more people, more supplies and more benefits can be obtained. In addition to gold coins, Sufeng also obtained a large number of life occupation skill books, and even 2 combat skill books, but they were all white. Sufeng gave them to the centurions to start studying. As for those life occupation skill books, Sufeng kept most of them, and then selected dozens of people to learn various life occupation skills. Especially the blacksmith skills. After Sufeng let them learn them, he let them forge equipment. To this end, Sufeng also decided to upgrade the level of the blacksmith's shop. After all, with more people, the space for forging equipment also needs to be expanded. Gold 1200, wood 600, stone 600, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level LV11. Gold 6000, wood 3000, stone 3000, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level LV30. After upgrading the blacksmith shop to level 30, there will be a lot more space, allowing more people to forge equipment. In addition to the life occupation skill books, the soldiers also obtained a large number of equipment, both white and green, but they only obtained 3 pieces of green equipment. There are a lot of white equipment, hundreds of pieces in total. In addition to the equipment, these soldiers also obtained more than a dozen blueprints and several equipment repair stones. The blueprints were basically white equipment blueprints, but there were actually 2 building blueprints among them. And there were 2 white wooden house blueprints, which came at the right time as the territory happened to be lacking houses. Fusion into green quality, wooden house. Sufeng merged 2 white quality wooden houses into 1 green quality wooden house. Gold coins 100, wood 100, successfully built, wooden house. The Soviet side then built it and upgraded the level of the wooden house to level 20. As for the equipment repair stones obtained by the soldiers, they are also useful, and this kind of thing is more suitable for repairing green quality equipment. If it is used to repair white equipment, it would feel a bit wasteful. Because at this stage, this thing is still very rare, green quality equipment repair stones have not yet appeared, and this thing is difficult to carry, so it is already sold for 200 gold coins per piece in the trading hall. Equipment repair stones are very good, mainly because they are easy to carry and can make equipment restored to its original state in no time. However, few people are willing to use equipment repair stones to repair equipment, mainly because they are too expensive. There are no blacksmiths in other people's territories, so if the equipment is damaged, they can only replace it with new ones, but there is a blacksmith in Sufeng's territory, so the equipment can be repaired directly. However, repairing these equipment also requires some iron ore, and repairing equipment also takes time. But this is much faster than forging a piece of equipment, and if the quantity is large, you can still make a lot of money. However, Zhang San saw something in the black market store and thought it was very good. He immediately came over to Sufeng and said, "Lord, you can see what it does if you go and have a look. I think it's pretty good." Sufeng walked into the black shop curiously. Chapter 64, Store Trouble. After entering, Sufeng looked at the thing and was immediately shocked. Item: Shop Occupation Certificate. Quality: None. Introduction: You can spend 100,000 gold coins to open a store in the trading hall, where you can freely recycle and trade various items, set up various barter trading methods, leave messages on the store, and even receive messages from customers. Price: 100,000 gold coins. Oh my God! Isn't this exactly what I need now? Sufeng was very shocked. But after seeing the price, the Soviet side was speechless. This price is too damn expensive, it's 100,000 gold coins. It also costs 100,000 gold coins to buy something equivalent to a store, but Sufeng thinks he still has to buy it. With this shop, he can reduce a lot of things related to recycling items. If he needs anything, he can just recycle it in his own shop. So, Sufeng gritted his teeth and bought it. Gold coins 100,000, purchase 1 store occupation certificate. After the purchase, the Soviet side began to choose to use it. Do you want to open a shop for 100,000 gold coins? Yes? No? Yes. Gold coins 100,000. Congratulations on successfully opening a store of your own. The store is permanently numbered 0 and can be transferred. Each lord can only own one store. Except when the lord dies, the store will be reclaimed by the heavenly Tao. Please name your store. The name cannot exceed 10 characters. Sufeng thought about it, and then named the shop, Huaxiao Baodian. There is no duplication in the name, the store is named successfully, and Huaxiao Baodian is officially opened successfully. Tiandao Tip, the lord of Huaxia City, is the first in the world to open a shop. The shop number is number 0, and the name of the shop is Huaxia Treasure Shop. The Lord Continent will permanently put the shop at the top and reward the lord of Huaxia City with 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and the reward title. The first merchant. Tiandao Tip, the lord of Huaxia City, is the first in the world to open a shop. The shop number is number 0, and the name of the shop is Huaxia Treasure Shop. The Lord Continent will permanently put the shop at the top and reward the lord of Huaxia City with 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and the reward title. The first merchant. This time, the heavenly reminder appeared 10 times. Sufeng felt that this was because he spent money. Is this the happiness of RMB players? Sufeng looked at the Tiandao prompt and felt like he was the only VIP player in the world. He spent 100,000 gold coins in the black market store and 100,000 gold coins in the initial shop. He felt that the 200,000 gold coins were well spent. If there are any more, Sufeng decided to buy more, and he can sell them to others. But at this stage, it seems that other people cannot afford so much money to buy it. After 10 reminders from the heavenly Tao, the people in the entire Lord's world fell silent again. Then, the lords of the entire Lord Continent were in an uproar again. At this moment, I just want to say one thing, awesome! Look! The Son of Heaven is showing off again. Will the next announcement say that he has become a god? The people of Longting Country cheated. Why did the first place in the world go to this Lord of Huaxia City? This is not fair to us at all. How on earth did this guy do it? Beguilo! We don't accept it. Why did he take away all the benefits? Why? This Lord of Huaxia City must be cheating. We don't accept it. We demand that this Lord of Huaxia City get out of the Lord Continent. The lords of Longting Country were actually very happy when they saw so many people on the World Channel were envious, jealous, and resentful of Sufeng. For no reason, just because Sufeng was from Longting Country. When they saw these people were envious, jealous, and resentful of Sufeng, not only did they stop being jealous, but they began to help Sufeng speak on the World Channel. Whose dog is barking? Why isn't it tied up? If you have the ability, you can also get the reward. Oh, by the way, you don't have that ability, so you can only envy and be jealous. The Lord of Huaxia City is the pride of our Longting nation. If you don't agree, go and bite him. The father of the Lord of Huaxia City in our Longting Country is called Tiandao. If you have the guts, go and talk to Tiandao and see if he will listen to you. The Lord of Longting Kingdom suddenly started a war of words with the lords of other countries. The live broadcasts in various countries on the planet Jojo also sparked heated discussions, and the comments below the Soviet side were even more explosive. The netizens of Longting Country were naturally very excited. After all, Sufeng was from their Longting Country, and this was the pride of their Longting Country. Unfortunately, the Soviet side cannot see these comments and barrages. Foreign netizens came to Sufeng's live broadcast room to insult and slander him. They were completely jealous, but how could the people of Longting Country allow them to do this? So, both sides started to curse each other in Sufeng's live broadcast room. Sufeng ignored what was happening outside. He knew that people outside were talking about him, but isn't this normal? Outstanding people will always be envied and talked about by too many people. Sufeng immediately began to check the functions of his store. Opening the trading hall, it was divided into 2 parts. One part was where everyone in the Lord Continent sold their goods, and the other half was the shop, and the first one was his Huaxia Treasure Shop. Now Sufeng is the only one who owns a shop, and it is the only shop in the entire Lord Continent. After having his own shop, Sufeng immediately set up recycling equipment in the shop. However, recycling equipment requires depositing a certain amount of gold coins in the store for recycling. Sufeng directly deposited 300,000 gold coins into it. After doing all this, Sufeng began to shout on the world. A new store has opened. We are recycling damaged equipment. White quality equipment is 40 gold coins each, and green equipment is 80 gold coins each. If there are a large number of damaged equipment, the price can be raised. Welcome to leave a message. After the Soviet side announced the transaction information several times on its own national channel, it began to talk about its own shop on the world channel. Anyway, Tian now has helped him promote it, so there will definitely be a lot of people paying attention to his shop now. Lord Continent Chat Channel. He started doing business right after opening the store. You are indeed a wealthy man. Will damaged equipment also be recycled? It seems that my equipment can be sold for a little money. The equipment repair stone can repair the durability of equipment. It can completely restore the durability of white quality equipment. It can also be used to repair equipment of other qualities. The only problem is that the price is too expensive. The Lord of Huaxia City must have built a building like a blacksmith shop. He wants to recycle the past and reforge it into equipment, and then sell it to us. So what? These equipments are useless to us. We might as well sell them for some gold coins. I just happen to have some scrapped equipment. I'll go to the store and sell them. Chapter 65, Recycling, Recycling, Recycling. Although they all knew Sufeng's plan, they did not have a building like a blacksmith shop, so they could only choose to sell it to Sufeng. Anyway, these broken equipment were of no use in their hands. Sufeng looked at his store and found that the number of people collecting and following his store was constantly increasing. The number kept jumping and soon rose to tens of millions, and was still increasing. Good, this business is really good. Sufeng has also been paying attention to the recycling situation of his store, and found that hundreds of thousands of gold coins are constantly decreasing. Sufeng had to deposit another 500,000 gold coins into it. He did not expect that he could recover so much equipment. Even he was shocked. This is the advantage of the shop. If there were no shop, Sufeng would need to make friends with various lords and continue to trade. This not only wastes time, but also consumes a lot of mental energy. Once you have a store, you only need to set the price for recycling equipment, and you can directly recycle various things. Sufeng hurried to the blacksmith shop and immediately took out the recovered equipment. The surrounding soldiers were stunned when they saw their lord piling up the equipment into mountains. They had no idea where their lord got all these shabby equipment, and were truly shocked. After Sufeng took out all the equipment, he immediately said to Jiangxi and the others, "You should start repairing these equipment immediately. After this period of time, if there are good things, I will give priority to you." Now these soldiers with blacksmith skills are simply the gods of wealth in the territory. Once these equipment are repaired, they will be sold with at least 10 times the profit. This is 10 times the profit. It's exciting to think about. After doing all this, Sufeng remembered that he still had a blueprint that had not been built. Sufeng took out the blueprint of the blacksmith market and clicked to build. Gold 100, wood 100, successfully built blacksmith market. The drawing turned into a wooden house with 4 big words, blacksmith market, written on it. Sufeng clicked on the information of this building out of curiosity. Building blacksmith market. Quality purple. Level, LV1, needs 200 gold coins and 200 wood to upgrade. Introduction. For every 100 gold coins you spend, you can randomly summon a person with a blacksmith talent below purple. Currently 0 out of 10 people can be summoned. When Sufeng saw it, he was shocked. I didn't expect that this building could directly summon a blacksmith. This is really like a pillow when you are sleepy. It made the Soviet side very happy. The Soviet side immediately upgraded the blacksmith market building. Gold 200, wood 200, blacksmith market, level 1, current level LV2. Gold 1100, wood 1100, blacksmith market, level 1, current level LV10. Building blacksmith market. Quality purple. Level, LV10, needs 1200 gold coins and 1200 wood to upgrade. Introduction. For every 100 gold coins you spend, you can randomly summon a person with a blacksmith talent below purple. Currently 0 out of 100 people can be summoned. After the upgrade was completed, Sufeng immediately began to summon the blacksmith. Gold coins minus 100, summon a white quality blacksmith. Gold coins minus 100, summon a blue quality blacksmith. Yeah! A blue quality blacksmith! After hearing the reminder, the Soviet side was very happy and immediately asked them to start repairing their equipment. And Sufeng continued to summon the blacksmith. Although this building is purple, it is still not easy to summon a purple quality blacksmith. Most of the blacksmiths are of white and green quality, and there are only about 1/10 of them who are of blue quality. Gold coins minus 100, summon a purple quality blacksmith. Purple! Finally, a purple quality blacksmith appears. Sufeng was very happy, then he looked at the blacksmith shop and found that there were too many blacksmiths. It seems that we have to upgrade the blacksmith shop again. Sufeng had to upgrade the blacksmith shop. This was a building that could make a lot of money at this stage, so no matter how much money he spent, he had to spend it. However, the Soviet side had started selling corn before this, and all of it was sold in exchange for wood and stone. There were too many people paying attention to Sufeng's store, and when they saw Sufeng put new things on the shelves, they were quickly sold out. After Sufeng had a large amount of materials, he continued to upgrade the blacksmith shop. Gold 6400, with 3200, stone 3200, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level LD 31. Gold 10,000, wood 5,000, stone 5,000, blacksmith shop, level 1, current level 40. Tiandao Tip, the Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 40, will be rewarded with 8,000 gold coins, 80 reputation points, 40 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. After Sufeng upgraded the blacksmith shop to level 40, he ran out of materials for further upgrades. This is all Sufeng can do now. Fortunately, the quality of this blacksmith shop is blue. After the expansion, it can accommodate hundreds of blacksmiths to make equipment together. After the upgrade was completed, Sufeng continued to summon the blacksmith. After summoning 100 blacksmiths, Sufeng finally obtained 50 white quality blacksmiths, 31 green quality blacksmiths, 15 blue quality blacksmiths, and 4 purple quality blacksmiths. The Soviet side was pleased to see the soldiers busy repairing the equipment. The scene of more than 100 blacksmiths working together to make equipment was absolutely shocking. These blacksmiths have just been summoned and have not been upgraded yet, which makes their attributes a bit low. Sufeng can only wait until tomorrow to upgrade their levels to level 10. With the soldiers helping these blacksmiths upgrade to level 10, it is very easy. For these blacksmiths, level 10 is enough. Sufeng has now used most of his gold coins to recover equipment. Now he can only wait for the equipment to be repaired before recovering the funds. Taking advantage of this time, Sufeng began to look at his friends' messages. They asked him how he got the store. Sufeng directly replied that at least 500,000 gold coins were needed to buy a store certificate, and he only had one now. 500,000! After hearing the amount of gold coins, they were all speechless. The number was indeed too large, and only Sufeng had the gold coins to buy and open a store. Does it really take 500,000 gold coins? The child fairy of Tianshan obviously wanted to open a store. Even if you give me 500,000 gold coins now, I don't have a store certificate. That thing is not cabbage. I am lucky to get one. Sufeng was not lying. He had no idea when the next store certificate would be refreshed. It was very likely that it would never be refreshed. If it appears, I hope you can keep it for me, replied the child fairy of Tianshan. Okay. Sufeng naturally wanted to sell some gold coins. After all, if he had a few 100,000 more gold coins, he could make 10 times the profit. Chapter 66, Powerful Title Attributes. After Sufeng finished chatting with the child fairy of Tianshan, he began to receive the title reward that belonged to him. Sufeng looked at the attributes of this title. Title, First Merchant. Quality, None. Attributes, Experience value 20%, Gold coin explosion rate 100%, Luck value 10. Introduction, an exclusive title for the first store opened in the Lord Continent. This title is very good, it can actually increase experience points. In this way, Sufeng will be able to level up much faster than others. Also, the gold coin explosion rate is doubled. Even the luck value increased by 10 points. This attribute is really awesome. The 200,000 gold coins were well worth it. Fortunately, he did not hesitate at the beginning, otherwise he would have suffered a huge loss. The Soviet side now has quite a few buildings, and there are even more buildings that need to be upgraded. Whether it is wood or stone, these are buildings that the Soviet side is currently in great shortage of. The later these buildings are, the more materials they will require. At present, the Soviet Union can only mine wood and iron ore on its own. Apart from that, all other resources need to be collected from others. It is impossible for each person's territory to possess all the resources. The Soviet side can only collect as many resources as possible that it does not have, so that it can develop faster than others. After looking at the store, Sufeng found that the number of lords all over the world had not decreased, and his gold coins were once again used up by recycling damaged equipment. There are many messages on it. Why aren't they recycling it? Is it possible that even the rich don't have the money to recycle it? Add me as a friend. I want to trade materials with you. Can we use golden food to recycle these equipment? Can you spend gold coins to help me repair my equipment? Sufeng looked at the messages one by one. Some people made good suggestions, which Sufeng thought were feasible, but he now had neither golden food nor gold coins. It's just that he is the only one in the entire Lord continent who recycles these equipments. The market is too huge. Even if Sufeng now has 100 million gold coins, he will definitely not be able to recycle them all. The Soviet side decided to lower the price of recycling equipment. Anyway, the current market needs him, not him. With his current gold coins, he simply cannot recycle so much equipment. Lord, the first batch of repaired equipment has been completed. A soldier came to report. Great! Sufeng hurried over, looked at the brand new equipment, and immediately started putting it on sale. When he collected these equipment, he bought them according to the prices of different qualities, but when he sold them, he did not sell them according to the above prices. The Soviet side sold them according to the attributes of the equipment. The current equipment is in a hot selling period. Equipment with one attribute point can be sold for between 130 gold coins and 150 gold coins. The Soviet side began to put these equipments on the shelves according to the attributes of each equipment. The equipment sold by the Soviet side are all weapons. As for other types of equipment, the Soviet side still has to give priority to satisfying the soldiers in its own territory. Anyway, the recovered equipment is mainly weapons. The Soviet side set the price of each piece of equipment that adds one attribute point to be 140 gold coins. A piece of equipment that adds 3 attribute points can be sold for 420 gold coins. Although many of the recycled equipment only increase 1 or 2 points, there are also many that increase 4 or 5 points. On average, they can be sold at 10 times the price. After the equipment was put on the shelves, some people left messages saying that it was too expensive, but the Soviet side ignored their complaints because the equipment had already been sold. The market has proven that current equipment is still scarce, so the Soviet side is not worried about not being able to sell it. The Soviet side reduced the price of recycling white equipment to 30 gold coins per piece, and the price of recycling green quality equipment to 60 gold coins. Naturally, he was scolded by others again, and the entire chat channel was full of people calling him black-hearted, a black businessman, etc. If the Soviet side cared about them, they would probably be angry to death, so the Soviet side chose to ignore them. The Soviet side had limited funds, and even though the price of recycled equipment was lowered a lot, he still used up all the gold coins he had just received. All night long, the Soviet side was in the process of recovering and loading equipment. During this period, the Soviet side once again exchanged gold and food for a lot of timber resources. The reason why only wood was exchanged this time was because the Soviet side wanted to upgrade the blacksmith market first. After the blacksmith market is upgraded to level 20, a total of 300 blacksmiths can be summoned. Sufeng summoned the remaining 200 blacksmiths and asked them to start repairing the equipment immediately. The entire territory now has more than 300 blacksmiths working together to repair equipment, and they are creating wealth for the territory all the time. Although Sufeng didn't sleep all night, he was still very excited. He has not seen any trace of the potion formula from yesterday until now. Even though he left a message at the store, he still has not received the relevant potion formula. Originally, Sufeng also wanted to make a blue quality bow and arrow, but now he can only put it on hold. The profit from repairing equipment is too great, and Sufeng is reluctant to give up such a good opportunity to make money. After Sufeng and the soldiers had breakfast, another soldier came to report that many monsters had appeared outside and were heading towards the territory. And soldiers from both the east and west came together to report. Yesterday the monsters only attacked from one direction, but now it has become 2 directions. Sufeng roughly asked about the number and level of the monsters. The number is much larger than yesterday, at least 800, ranging from level 0 to level 12. The soldier on the east replied. The situation I have learned is similar, about 7 or 800, and their levels are similar. The soldier stationed in the west also replied. After Sufeng understood the situation, he said to Zhang San, "Each of us will lead a team of soldiers to eliminate the attacking monsters. After eliminating these monsters, we will bring the level of those blacksmiths to level 10 in batches." "Yes, Lord, I will arrange it right away." Zhang San hurried to gather the soldiers. The soldiers gathered quite quickly and completed the assembly in no time. While the soldiers were gathering, Sufeng looked at the chat channel and saw their situation today. "Everyone, the situation today is a bit bad. There are twice as many monsters as yesterday." "Me too. My subordinates told me that 100 monsters attacked the territory today." "Only 100. That's not a lot. I have 300. We will attack from 2 locations." "Boss, what bad things have you done to make so many monsters fall in love with you?" "The number of monsters for each lord is different. The stronger the territory, the greater the number of monsters. Good luck to you. I'd love to know how many monsters the Lord of the Great Wealth has. There must be more than 500 of them." Chapter 67, Level 20. After Sufeng learned about the situation of other lords, he took the initiative to attack with his soldiers. Every Soviet soldier has a weapon, and many of them have green quality weapons. As for other equipment, the soldiers in the territory basically all have a piece of armor. Moreover, the blacksmiths in the territory are still repairing the equipment continuously. Once all the equipment is repaired, each soldier will be able to have at least several pieces of equipment. Sufeng first led 10 blacksmiths to kill outside the territory, and chop these low-level monsters, and then let the blacksmiths kill them. Sufeng wanted to quickly upgrade the levels of these blacksmiths. Although there were a large number of these low-level monsters, the soldiers of the territory were very powerful. There were only about 800 monsters, and they were killed outside by the soldiers before they could get close to the stone railings. After the monster died, a lot of gold coins exploded, so densely packed that the ground was covered with gold coins. But today, fewer pieces of equipment dropped. Among 800 monsters, there were only 8 pieces of equipment, and they were all white quality equipment. Compared with yesterday, the equipment drop rate today was much lower. However, the number of gold coins is several times more than yesterday. Although it is also due to the bonus of Sufeng's title, so many gold coins still indicate a big problem. Sufeng guessed that during these 7 days, there was a fixed explosion rate of something every day. Yesterday it was the drop rate of life profession skill books and equipment, and today it is the drop rate of gold coins. There were only 800 monsters, but more than 200,000 gold coins dropped. The drop rate of gold coins is really good. Sufeng returned to the territory, and Zhang Sen also ended the battle. He said, "Lord, the gold coin explosion rate today is very high. I don't know how much it exploded. It's all here." Zhang Sen asked someone to carry the gold coins to Sufeng. Sufeng packed them up and found that there were about 80,000 of them. Although it was far less than what he had, it was still pretty good. After adding several 100,000 gold coins, Sufeng said to Zhang Sen, "Hurry up and bring the blacksmiths up to level 10. As for other arrangements, today is the same as yesterday. All the resources that should be collected must be collected. Before that, clear out all the monsters around the territory, and then find a suitable monster to kill." "Yes." Zhang Sen immediately started to make arrangements. Sufeng asked 10 soldiers above level 10 to lead a level 0 blacksmith to upgrade, and asked them to ensure the safety of the blacksmith. Every blacksmith can now create a lot of wealth for the territory, and there must not be any casualties. After everything was arranged, the soldiers took the blacksmiths out of the territory to upgrade. Sufeng looked at the soul value on the soul hall. It was now more than 7,000. Sufeng felt that if he worked hard, he would be able to summon a hero tomorrow. He was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of hero he would be able to summon. He just hoped that it wasn't a low-quality one. After all, 10,000 soul points are not easy to collect. Sufeng continued to go out to hunt monsters with more than 30 green-quality soldiers, and Sufeng planned to explore the details of the werewolf camp today. In order to prevent any emergencies, Sufeng also ordered 2 teams of 100 people to clear out the monsters in the direction he left. In case the monsters in the werewolf village were lured out, the worst that could happen was that the werewolf village would be destroyed. Hunting various monsters along the way, the blacksmith's level was slowly improving, and the monsters' corpses were also collected one by the soldiers. With the increase in gathering techniques, Sufeng can no longer make money by selling monster meat, but there are so many soldiers in the territory that he can eat it himself. The higher the level of the monster, the more energy it contains and the tastier it tastes. Sufeng looked at his attributes and realized that he had forgotten to practice yesterday. The main reason was that he was busy making money yesterday and forgot about it. He must not forget to practice today. He really wants to try out what changes will happen after his skills are enhanced with fighting spirit. The gold coin explosion rate today is really too high. Every time the suicide kills a monster, hundreds or even thousands of gold coins will be dropped. The soldiers are so busy just picking up the money that their hands are tired. In the end, the Soviet side had to send some soldiers to pick up the gold coins. They were hunting monsters too quickly. Before the soldiers had finished picking up the gold coins, the Soviet side had killed several more monsters and a lot of gold coins dropped. Every time Sufeng picked up a few thousand gold coins, he would deposit them into his own shop to recycle equipment, so along the way, Sufeng didn't know how many gold coins he had picked up. After these blacksmiths reached level 10, Sufeng sent people to send them back, and then asked others to escort the next batch of blacksmiths back for upgrading. After the second batch of blacksmiths had completed their level upgrade, the blacksmiths in the territory had basically all reached level 10. After the blacksmith is upgraded, the speed of repairing equipment is greatly increased several times, and more equipment can be repaired. Along the way, Sufeng also hunted a level 12 green boss and a level 16 white boss, and obtained a large amount of gold coins, a piece of green quality equipment, and 2 pieces of white quality equipment. The lower the equipment drop rate is now, the easier it is for Sufeng's equipment to sell. For white quality equipment, they don't even know how to repair it with equipment repair stones. After all, the price of an equipment repair stone is rising every day, and now it has risen to about 260 gold coins. Moreover, equipment repair stones are extremely rare and scarce in the market. Even if you want to buy them, no one is selling them. It would be better to sell the old equipment and buy a new weapon. They would be reluctant to sell it unless it is equipment with green attributes. After all, green equipment is still very good. The equipment recovered by the Soviet side were all white equipment. Only dozens of green equipment were recovered, and all of them had particularly poor attributes. Sufeng's own willow leaf spear had also been repaired using the equipment repair stone, otherwise how could it have been used until now? Sufeng soon arrived near the werewolf village. He first sent people to inquire about the situation in the werewolf village. After a long time, the soldiers came to report that there were many werewolves outside hunting monsters again. Sufeng still followed the old method and took care of all the werewolves outside first. They are very experienced in dealing with these werewolves, and they know what to do without any instructions. The soldiers' current level and strength are much stronger than these werewolves. There is no need to set traps. All they need to do is launch sneak attacks. As one wolf soldier after another died, Sufeng's experience was getting closer and closer to the edge of upgrading. After dealing with all the wolf soldiers outside, Sufeng's level was finally raised to level 20. Tiandao Tip, the lord of Huaxia City, is the first in the world to upgrade his level to level 20, and is rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, and 1 building lottery. 3 more reminders from the heavenly Tao made the lords of the world exclaim again. Sufeng's upgrade speed was too fast. Many people's levels have just broken through level 10, while Sufeng has already reached level 20. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 68, Attacking the Werewolf Village. Tiandao Tip, Lord, noble gentleman, the second person in the world to kill a green quality boss, is rewarded with 10 free attribute points and 10 reputation points. Not long after Sufeng's heavenly Tao prompt came down, another heavenly Tao prompt appeared. Lord World Chat Channel. Who is this person? He actually killed a green quality boss. That kind of boss should be very strong. Not only is the boss strong, even the green monsters are strong. The noble gentleman has appeared on the World Channel. He himself said he is from the United States. The people of the United States are cheering. No matter how arrogant you are, can you ever compare to the rich man of our lonely nation? That makes sense. They are just a bunch of clowns. We, the wealthy, should keep a low profile. When netizens from the beautiful country on the planet Kyushu saw that people from their own country had finally received a hint from the heavens, they also began to cheer. They came to the live broadcast room of the noble gentleman, one after another, claiming that he was the future of the beautiful country and the most powerful warrior, and that it was only a matter of time before Sufeng surpassed the Longting country. After all, Sufeng alone took so much of the world's rewards, and every one of them had been unhappy for a long time. Now that a different hint from heaven has finally appeared, how can they not be happy and cheer? Although they know that the noble gentleman, is a bit behind the Soviet version, they feel that their beautiful countries, the noble gentleman, will definitely surpass the Soviet version. Don't ask anything, because they always comfort themselves like this. The people of the beautiful country were very happy and shouted to the people of the Longting country to wait and see. Netizens in Longting country are not worried at all that the Soviet side will be surpassed by people from other countries. How long has Sufeng been monopolizing the rewards from heaven? The extra attribute points he has obtained are several hundred more than others. This huge gap will become larger as Sufeng becomes stronger. The noble gentleman only received a small reward. What does it matter to the Soviet side? Sufeng really didn't care. He had never thought of monopolizing the rewards from heaven. It was simply impossible, and he had never thought about it. After Sufeng upgraded, he quickly allocated attributes, fused seeds to consume mental energy, and finally claimed the building lottery. There are 10 familiar question mark treasure chests, and this time Sufeng chose the last question mark treasure chest. Swish! A purple light flashed, and Sufeng knew that this was a purple building. Looking at the courtyard building with purple light in his hand, Sufeng curiously checked the information of the building. Architecture, Sihiyuan. Quality, purple. Level, LV1, lower level requires 200 gold coins, 200 wood, 200 stone, 200 tiles. Special properties, greatly relieves fatigue, enhances physical and mental recovery, and speeds up wound healing. Introduction. This is a very comfortable courtyard house. It is not only warm in winter and cool in summer, but also very exquisite, automatically moisture-proof, and anti-rat, ant and mosquito. Sufeng was surprised. He didn't expect that this was actually a courtyard house. Moreover, this purple courtyard house has special properties, each of which is very good, which makes Sufeng very satisfied. Wood and stone are easy to make, but the tiles, can't they be made with the tile workshop drawings I got earlier? Only then did Sufeng remember that the blueprint he had obtained before should be used to make tiles. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Sufeng was very satisfied. That is the Sihiyuan, which was the house where wealthy families lived in the era when there were no concrete buildings. After returning today, Sufeng insisted on finding a way to build the tile workshop first. There are now more than 1,000 people in the territory, and the living quarters are too crowded. The Soviet side must build more houses for the soldiers in the territory. This courtyard house came at the right time, and the Soviet side was determined to build it. Sufeng said to one of the soldiers, "Go and call those 200 soldiers over." Then, Sufeng said to Zhang Hu, "Go outside the werewolf village and lure the werewolves out." "Lord, are you planning to destroy this werewolf village?" Zhang Hu asked. "The gold coins dropped by hunting these werewolves are twice as much as those dropped by monsters. I really want to kill them all today." When Sufeng killed the first werewolf, he discovered that the gold coin drop rate of humanoid monsters was twice that of wild monsters, so he had already made this plan. "Okay." Zhang Hu smiled and immediately went to attract the werewolf. "Be careful," Sufeng still reminded. Zhang Hu was not stupid. He threw a stone at the wolf soldiers guarding the door from a distance. The 6 wolf soldiers roared angrily and immediately chased after Zhang Hu. Those wolf soldiers just chased after them and didn't even guard the gate of the werewolf village. This made Sufeng feel a little surprised. Could it be because they saw that Zhang Hu was the only one there? Zhang Hu quickly entered the jungle, with 6 wolf soldiers chasing him closely. As soon as he entered the jungle, soldiers appeared from all around, raised their weapons and killed the 6 confused werewolves. Before each soldier had even had a chance to strike, the 6 wolf soldiers were dealt with. "Wolf soldier, no moral principles." "Lord, there's no one guarding the werewolf village. Do you want to rush in now?" Zhang Hu asked. "Now is a good opportunity, we must not let it go. Whether we can destroy this werewolf village depends on this time. Leave one person to inform the brothers behind, and everyone else follow me." Sufeng knew that this opportunity could not be missed. After picking up the gold coins on the ground, Sufeng called on dozens of soldiers to charge towards the werewolf village. Sufeng would not rush in recklessly, but moved forward cautiously. After seeing that there was indeed no wolf soldier outside, he opened the gate of the werewolf village and sneaked in. Sufeng saw several wolf soldiers walking over, so he ordered his soldiers to take out their bows and arrows, and then they all shot at the wolf soldiers together. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! More than a dozen arrows shot and killed 3 wolf soldiers. Sufeng ignored the spoils on the ground and continued to kill his way into the werewolf village. This time they encountered a 5-man wolf soldier patrol. Sufeng and his soldiers shot arrows at the 5 wolf soldiers. The 5 wolf soldiers still fell down without making a sound. But their good luck also stopped. A wolf soldier saw Sufeng and his group on a watchtower, and immediately sounded the alarm. "Dang, dang, dang! We've been discovered, everyone be careful." After Sufeng said this, he shot an arrow at the wolf soldier who sounded the alarm. Bang! The wolf soldier fell from the watchtower. Many wolf soldiers rushed out from the werewolf camp, holding weapons and killing the soldiers. Werewolf language. Jiligwala. Translation. Brothers, kill! Attack! After Sufeng shot a few arrows and killed several wolf soldiers, he raised the willow leaf spear in his hand and rushed towards these wolf soldiers. The soldiers also fired a few arrows, killing a dozen wolf soldiers, and then picked up their weapons and rushed towards the wolf soldiers. "Lord, we are coming! Soldiers, follow me! Kill these werewolves!" At this time, the voices of soldiers were heard behind Sufeng. Sufeng smiled, performed the dragon body skill, and quickly rushed towards one of the werewolves. Puff! Sufeng grabbed a werewolf and threw it away. Sufeng's strength was too strong. Every time he fired, he would kill a werewolf to the ground. In addition, his speed was very fast. In a short time, more than a dozen werewolves were killed by him alone. Sufeng was too strong. His terrifying strength and ghostly speed made these wolf soldiers afraid and scared. There were more than 200 Soviet soldiers, and after resisting for a few minutes, the wolf soldiers began to flee for their lives. Chapter 69, Werewolf Leader. Go in! Sufeng was the first to charge into the werewolf village. He was strong and fast, and he killed one enemy after another with one shot. No enemy could withstand his attack. All the enemies who stood in front of Sufeng were killed by him. He was like a god of war, a god of killing, rushing into the werewolf group, stabbing in all directions with his gun, and the corpses of werewolves were scattered all around him. Bang! A wolf soldier walked out of a wooden house. He roared and said something, but Sufeng couldn't understand it. After hearing it, the wolf soldiers immediately surrounded him. Sufeng looked at the information of this wolf soldier. Monster, wolf soldier leader boss. Quality green. Level 20. Skills werewolf sprint. Introduction. One of the 3 major bosses in Werewolf Village, the second leader of Werewolf Village, not only has powerful attacks, but also is very fast. The last time they killed a level 20 white boss, this time a green one appeared. Could it be that their boss is a level 20 blue boss? There are still more than 100 wolf soldiers, and they are now surrounding the boss, but there are still many werewolves in the entire werewolf village, and many of them have escaped into the depths. Sufeng felt that the direction was where the werewolf leader was. He had to quickly get rid of this second leader, otherwise facing 2 bosses at the same time would put a lot of pressure on Sufeng. This werewolf boss was much taller than the surrounding monsters. Holding a huge sword, he walked towards Sufeng step by step. Oh ah! The werewolf boss howled, and the werewolves around it rushed towards Sufeng and the others again. The werewolf boss kicked the ground and rushed towards Sufeng at a very fast speed, raising the weapon in his hand and attacking Sufeng fiercely. Bang! The werewolf boss slashed at Sufeng with a knife, but did not hit Sufeng. Instead, the knife hit the ground. What the werewolf boss hit was just Sufeng's afterimage. Bite! Sufeng stabbed the werewolf boss with a gun, but the werewolf boss was worthy of being a human-shaped boss. His reaction was quick and he raised the weapon in his hand to block Sufeng's gun. But Sufeng's strength was too strong, and the werewolf boss was still knocked back several meters away by Sufeng's powerful strength. The werewolf boss stared at Sufeng with his ferocious eyes, but Sufeng was not afraid at all. He had long been accustomed to this ferocious look. The surrounding soldiers also fought with the wolf soldiers. The Soviet side also saw that several of their own soldiers were injured and some even died. But there will inevitably be casualties in battle, it is only a matter of time. Sufeng took the initiative to attack and performed the dragon swimming body technique with an extremely fast speed. The werewolf boss could not see Sufeng's movements at all and could only keep swinging the weapon in his hand to chop at Sufeng's afterimage. But every time he could only cut into the air and couldn't hurt Sufeng at all. Even if the werewolf boss used the werewolf killing skill, it would be useless. He couldn't hit Sufeng and could only waste his physical strength. Sufeng seized an opportunity, came behind the werewolf boss, and used his killing skills. Puff! A cold light flashed, and a few drops of bright red liquid had already dripped from the tip of Sufeng's gun. Bang! The werewolf boss fell to the ground with a cut on his neck. He was killed by Sufeng's skills. Experience 600. Reputation 40. The werewolf boss dropped a bunch of gold coins. Sufeng didn't know how many there were. Sufeng looked at 2 of the books. Sufeng was very excited and picked them up to have a look. One is a white warrior occupation certificate, and the other is a white combat skill, sprint. Yes, this warrior professional certificate can be sold for a lot of money. Sufeng put away the 2 skill books. The skill, sprint, is the skill used by the werewolf boss before. This skill is very good, and can burst out extremely fast speed in a short period of time, but after acquiring the dragon swimming body skill, Sufeng no longer needs the skill. He planned to give it to other soldiers. The current explosion rate of combat skills was too low. Any combat skill was very important. After the death of the werewolf boss, the morale of the surrounding wolf soldiers suffered a huge blow. After the Soviet side also joined the battlefield, these wolf soldiers were defeated and soon began to flee for their lives. Go in! The Soviet side led their soldiers in pursuit, and in the end only a few wolf soldiers escaped. Sufeng led his soldiers in pursuit, and saw a fat werewolf sitting on a platform in front of them, with a huge mace on the ground. And the fat werewolf was sitting there drinking wine leisurely. He even came to the door, but this werewolf boss was still drinking. I really don't know what to say. Around them, there were hundreds of werewolf soldiers armed with weapons waiting for them. Among them there were even 10 green quality werewolves, all of whom were level 18. There are still more than 200 people on the Soviet side, among which more than 30 soldiers are also of green quality. Both in terms of quantity and level, the Sioux side is stronger than these werewolves. This is a battle that must be won. As for the werewolf leader, Sufeng looked at its information. Monster, werewolf leader boss. Quality blue. Level 20. Skills werewolf slash, werewolf kill, wolf howl sweep. Introduction. One of the 3 bosses in Werewolf Village, the leader of Werewolf Village, possesses extremely terrifying power and very strong defense. Be careful not to be hurt by it, otherwise you will die. It is better to run fast when you meet it. Sufeng was stunned. This werewolf leader actually had 4 skills. Sufeng had seen the first 2 skills on other werewolf bosses. Is wolf howling also a skill? What is the function? Is it used for spring fever? Bang! When the werewolf leader saw Sufeng and others coming, he slammed the table. The wolf soldiers around him rushed up as if they had heard the order. Sufeng charged forward, holding the willow leaf spear in his hand, and continuously attacked the front with bullets. More than a dozen werewolves were pierced through their bodies by him. The werewolf leader threw the wine jar in his hand. Sufeng shot through the jar, kicked on the spot, shot at the werewolf leader, and used powerful attack. When? Thump, thump, thump! Sufeng's spear hit the werewolf leader's mace, and the werewolf leader was knocked back several steps by the huge force. But the werewolf leader raised the mace in his hand and swept it towards Sufeng, and a sound of breaking broke out in the air. Although the werewolf leader is quite fat, he can attack very fiercely. Sufeng does not want to confront him head-on, so he bends down to avoid the attack of the werewolf leader and then kicks him in the chest. Bang! Sufeng felt that he had kicked a huge ball of flesh, but his strength was still very strong. The werewolf leader still felt great pain and screamed. Then the eyes became extremely bloodthirsty. Under Sufeng's gaze, the werewolf leader opened his mouth and let out an angry roar. Afterwards, Sufeng felt that the werewolf leader became a little different, as if he had gone crazy. His eyes became even redder, and his speed doubled after running. This must be a skill similar to Berserk. Sufeng already understood the power of this skill. Chapter 70. Parties seek to purchase occupational certificates. After going berserk, the werewolf leader's strength in all aspects has indeed increased a lot. But it is not so easy to hit Sufeng. Its power is indeed very strong, but when it comes to speed, it is no match for Sufeng. Sufeng kept dodging and refused to engage in a head-on confrontation with the wolf soldier leader. The wolf soldier leader's mace had incredible destructive power, and the entire reviewing platform had been riddled with large holes by it. It attacks very frequently, being an agile fat werewolf. However, such high-intensity attacks would not last long for such an obese wolf leader. Sufeng doesn't fight it head-on now, but waits for its frenzy time to pass before killing it. Sufeng kept using his body skills to fight and dodge. Every time he evaded it seemingly with great danger, it was actually because Sufeng had already calculated the distance. But on the planet Jojo, countless netizens in the live broadcast room saw Sufeng fighting with such a ferocious and terrifying wolf soldier leader, and each of them was very worried. They can all see the attributes of this wolf soldier leader, and every time they encounter a new monster, they can find the specific information of that monster in the live broadcast room. It is precisely because everyone knows that this wolf soldier leader is very powerful and can hold such a terrifying boss in one hand that everyone in the live broadcast room is worried. Sufeng, I believe you can kill this wolf leader. Come on. This wolf soldier leader is too brutal. Sufeng has no ability to fight back at all. If he gets hit, I think he will die. Shut your stinky mouth. I believe nothing will happen to the Sufeng. Sufeng will always be the god of Longting Nation. I believe he can defeat this boss. Come on. Come on. Countless netizens were cheering for Sufeng, but for Sufeng in the Lord's world, he knew nothing and could see nothing. Now Sufeng only has eyes for the werewolf leader. He will not and cannot be distracted. Swish! The werewolf leader waved the mace in his hand again and again, continuously hitting Sufeng. Bang! There were many large broken holes on the entire platform. The platform was made of wood and became shaky after being smashed by the werewolf leader. Sufeng simply smashed the wooden boards around the werewolf leader, and the next second, the werewolf leader fell under the wood. Boom! The werewolf leader smashed all the wooden boards around him. His power was now too violent. He rushed towards Sufeng again and launched a powerful attack. Sufeng would not engage in a head-on confrontation. This was the werewolf leader's skill, werewolf slash, which he had seen before. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind passed over Sufeng's head thrillingly, leaving many netizens with a thrilling experience. This scene was too dangerous. If you were not careful, you would be smashed into a bloody mess. After Sufeng dodged this time, he kicked the werewolf leader in the head. Bang! The werewolf leader's huge body fell backwards and landed heavily on the ground. Sufeng immediately used the killing skill and attacked the werewolf leader fiercely. When? However, this move was blocked by the werewolf leader's mace. The two weapons collided with a loud noise and sparks. The werewolf leader's violent power became extremely powerful, not much weaker than Sufeng. This scene made countless netizens feel regretful. If this move had hit the werewolf leader, Sufeng would have been able to win the battle, but the werewolf leader was too strong. This is the power of the level 20 humanoid boss. They are far stronger than the level 20 beast monsters. They not only have skills, but also weapons and equipment and wisdom, which are advantages that wild monsters do not have. But in the next moment, Sufeng shook his spear, directly picked up the werewolf leader's weapon, and then stabbed the werewolf leader's arm with the spear. Oh ah! The werewolf leader screamed, and the mace in his hand could not be held steadily. Then, Sufeng used force to lift the mace up, and the mace actually flew directly up. The force required was so great that ordinary people could not do it at all. When netizens saw this scene, they exclaimed in amazement, and lamented that Sufeng's strength was too strong. Puff! Sufeng was extremely fast. After knocking the werewolf leader's weapon away with one shot, he stabbed the werewolf leader again with another shot and used a strong attack. Puff! The spear pierced into the werewolf leader's chest, pinning him to the ground. If the werewolf leader had not rolled his body at the critical moment, the spear would have pierced his heart. The next second, Sufeng pulled out his spear and the mace in the air fell down. Puff! The mace directly flattened the body of the werewolf leader. It all seemed to be an accident, but it also seemed to be calculated. From Sufeng's attack to the death of the werewolf leader, the operation was as smooth as flowing water and very neat, making countless netizens call it exciting. Well done! Sufeng is so awesome! Awesome! As expected of you, you are Su Xin, the god of the East. Countless netizens gave unanimous praise, saying that it was a wonderful kill. Although the process was very dangerous and thrilling to watch, it ended with the Su side killing the werewolf leader. Experience 960. Reputation 60. Tiandao Tip, Lord of Huaxia City, be the first to kill the first level 20 blue quality boss, and you will be rewarded with 30 free attribute points, 30 reputation points and 3 skill points. 3 more heavenly doubt prompts appeared, causing netizens on the Jojo planet to exclaim in surprise again. Sufeng once again proved his strength. Many people left comments on Sufeng's live broadcast, all praising Sufeng. The Lords of the Lord World sighed once again, saying that the gap between Sufeng and them was getting bigger and bigger. It now takes a huge price for them to kill even a level 10 white boss, while Sufeng has already killed a level 20 blue boss. There are already countless people in the world looking to purchase professional certificates, and they are all willing to offer a lot of things to trade with the Soviet side. Brother, you are so awesome! Did you reveal your professional credentials this time? The Unparalleled quickly sent a message to Sufeng. Congratulations, congratulations, you have received another reward from heaven. Do you have a professional certificate? I am willing to exchange everything I have for it. Lonely Cigarette also sent a message immediately. Mr. Rich, can you sell me your professional certificate? I have a green barracks building, can we exchange it? Sword of Dugu also immediately put forward its own conditions. At least dozens of friends sent messages to Sufeng. They had only one purpose, which was to trade the professional certificate in Sufeng's hand. Sufeng did have a warrior profession certificate, but it was dropped by the previous boss. He hasn't even seen what the werewolf leader boss dropped. Chapter 71, Blue Quality Equipment. Sufeng directly sent a message to the group. Wait a moment, let me see what happened. Friends all responded. Okay. The experience points this time are very generous, a total of 960 experience points, worthy of being a blue quality boss. Sufeng immediately looked at the things that the werewolf leader dropped. Under a pile of gold coins there were 2 books, a blueprint, and a piece of blue quality equipment. Oh my god, this boss gave so many things! Sufeng was very shocked and quickly picked up the 2 books. The first one is another warrior profession certificate, and it is also of green quality. Yes, another green occupation certificate. I don't know if it can be integrated with my occupation. Sufeng thought about this and looked at his mental power. It was already 76 points, which should be enough. Sufeng immediately began to integrate it. As his mental power was consumed, the green quality warrior occupation certificate in Sufeng's hand turned into a green light and then flew into Sufeng's body. Your profession has successfully changed to blue warrior. It worked! Sufeng was very happy. Sufeng began to check the differences between blue quality professions and green quality professions, and he clicked on the detailed information of his own profession. Occupation, warrior. Quality blue. Description, all melee attacks deal 30% more damage. The Soviet side was surprised. There is indeed a big difference. The green warrior class will only have an additional 20% damage bonus after using skills, while the blue warrior class can even increase the damage of ordinary attacks by 30%. This is not just an ordinary gap, this gap is really too big. In this way, the Soviet attack became stronger, which was a good thing for the Soviet side. Sufeng thinks it is pretty good. Next time when he wants to upgrade the profession quality, he will need a blue quality warrior profession. I just don't know, if I get a different professional certificate next time, can I integrate it? If I can, what changes will happen? The Soviet side needs to try it themselves to find out all this. The other book is a combat skill book, also of white quality. Sufeng is going to give it to other soldiers for use. Sufeng himself already has 2 combat skills, which is enough for him to use. Sufeng looked at the blueprint and was a little surprised. It was a building blueprint, and a barracks blueprint at that. The quality was green, but this barracks was a werewolf barracks blueprint. Item: werewolf barracks blueprint. Quality: green. Introduction: requires 100 gold coins and 100 wood. When Sufeng thought of the appearance of these werewolves, he felt speechless. This werewolf was not the type he wanted. However, Sufeng had previously seen in Duga's sword that he wanted to trade a green quality barracks with him for a professional certificate, so Sufeng thought it was still possible. The Soviet side can completely merge 2 green quality barracks into 1 blue quality barracks. Blue quality barracks are definitely stronger than green quality barracks. Sufeng first looked at his blue equipment, which was a pair of gauntlet equipment, flashing with blue light. This was the first blue equipment that Sufeng had obtained. And it's a pair. Sufeng looked at the properties of the equipment. Equipment: werewolf gauntlets. Quality: blue. Durability: 100%. Attributes: strength 15, stamina 10, physical defense 10. Both gauntlets have the same attributes. Sufeng immediately changed into a pair of blue gauntlets, which increased their attributes a lot. Sufeng looked at the werewolves around him. There were still dozens of them struggling to survive. These werewolves did not need Sufeng to take action. He directly contacted Sword of Dugu and asked, "Do you have a green quality barracks?" "Yes, I want to trade the profession scroll." Dugu's sword replied quickly. "It's not enough. Do you have anything else?" Sufeng said. Dugu's sword thought about it and said, "I still have a lot of resources." "What resources do you need?" "Wood and stone." Sufeng said the resources he needed most. "Okay," Dugu's sword replied. The next step was to discuss the specific amount of resources. After the negotiation, Sufeng used the white warrior profession scroll to successfully trade a large amount of resources and a green quality barracks blueprint. Tian now tip. Duga's sword. Lord, the 4th job transfer profession in the world, rewards. Duga's sword. Lord with 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, 2 skill points, and 1 lottery for this profession. Although the rewards are a little less, you can still get extra attribute rewards and skill draws from the Heavenly Tao, which is definitely a good thing. Lord Chat Channel. Fuck! Another person has successfully changed their job. How did these guys do it? I beg for a professional scroll, sir. Can't you sell me one? I seriously suspect that this person bought the career scroll from a wealthy man. This man is also the lord of Longting country. It seems that our Longting country is really full of talented people. Sufeng's friend asked if he was the one who sold the professional scroll, and Sufeng generously admitted it, and said that the other party took out a green quality barracks and a large amount of materials to trade with him. They really couldn't afford the green quality architectural blueprints, but they all said that they would work hard to obtain them, and then hope to trade a career scroll from Sufeng. Sufeng naturally agreed readily. He didn't mind having too many architectural drawings. The more the better. After the last werewolf in the werewolf village was eliminated by Soviet soldiers, Tiandao gave another hint. Tiandao tip, Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to eliminate a wild camp, will be rewarded with 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and 1 equipment lottery. Tiandao tip, Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to eliminate a wild camp, will be rewarded with 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, 10 skill points, and 1 equipment lottery. Sufeng. Everyone in the Lord's world. Everyone was speechless. Damn. This Lord of Huaxia City is too bad. They actually destroyed all the camps in the wild. This is too powerful. Afterwards, they all discovered one thing. It turned out that there was a camp in the wild outside their territory. They didn't notice it because they didn't go deep into the wild. Their strength was not as strong as Sufeng's, so naturally they didn't dare to go deep into the wild. Lord Chat Channel. There's actually a campsite in the wild. Is the Lord of Huaxia City here? Can you tell me the specific information of the outdoor camp? There should be a level 20 blue boss. The previous Heavenly Tao hint has already proved this. This camp should be difficult to attack. It's a level 20 blue quality boss. I can't even defeat a white one. Ordinary people should forget about it. It's not something we can handle. Chapter 72, Harvest of 16 buildings. Is it difficult to fight in the wild camp? Asked the child fairy of Tianshan Mountains. Can you help me introduce the situation in the wild camp? Asked. I'm a Tombu. Brother, how is the situation in the wild camp? The unparalleled also asked. Sufeng's friends began to ask questions one by one. Sufeng simply sent a message to the group. For the time being, you should not think about attacking the wild camp. There are 3 level 20 bosses in my wild camp. The qualities are white, green, and blue. Each boss has combat skills. There are at least thousands of monsters inside, and they are all humanoid monsters. Each monster has weapons and armor. It took me some time to successfully defeat them. After hearing Sufeng's words, all his friends fell silent. Although every campsite was different, they could roughly know the situation of the campsite. This kind of outdoor camp is indeed difficult to deal with. At this stage, only Sufeng can deal with it. As for them, they really have no way to deal with a camp with thousands of humanoid monsters. The most important thing is the boss in the wild camp, which is the most difficult to deal with. That's not something that ordinary people can deal with. They can only keep getting stronger. Tianao Tip, the Lord of Dragon God World, is the second person in the world to kill a blue quality boss, and is rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 20 reputation points, and 2 skill points. After hearing this prompt, everyone was surprised again. They didn't expect that someone had hunted down another blue quality boss. It seemed that there were still many strong people in the world. Of course, no matter how strong they are no match for Sufeng, who has received enough rewards from the Heavenly Tao. Sufeng took a look at the chat channel and found that this Dragon God World was also from Longtan country, and the other party was very high profile and began to win over various lords, which seemed to have the feeling of forming an alliance. The other party generously sent out his photo. Sufeng took a look and found that he was indeed quite strong, but Sufeng saw ambition in the other party's eyes from the photo. There were even many female lords who sent photos, wanting to become friends with the other party, including some very beautiful women. The Soviet side probably glanced at it and ignored it. Because Sufeng discovered that after the entire werewolf village was destroyed by him, the buildings here actually became collectible. These buildings can actually be taken over. Sufeng was very shocked. This was something he had never expected. Although the wild camp is very difficult to attack, the rewards after the attack are indeed very good. Quickly pack up all the buildings, Sufeng said hurriedly. Yes. The soldiers quickly collected the surrounding buildings. The Soviet side also began to collect. After being busy for a long time, more than a dozen buildings appeared in front of the Soviet side. There are 6 white wooden houses, 1 white barracks, 1 white fence, 4 white lookout towers, 1 white blacksmith shop, 1 white warehouse, 1 white well, and 1 white farmland. There are 16 buildings in total, but after these buildings are put away, their levels are only level 1. In addition to these barracks, the Soviets also obtained tens of thousands of units of wood, stone, and iron ore. As for gold coins, there are even more, at least 600,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins were found in the warehouse of the werewolf village, along with hundreds of weapons and leather armor. It can be said that destroying wild camps is the fastest way to obtain buildings. But campsites in the wild are not so easy to deal with, and the Soviet side has only discovered such a camp now. According to the soldiers' report, 10 soldiers died in the destruction of the werewolf village. 5 of them were directly killed by the enemy's bows and arrows, and the other 5 died in the battle. In addition, dozens of soldiers were injured. Attacking a camp is not as easy as imagined. The Soviets used the gold coins to recover their equipment, and then returned to their territory with the supplies and the bodies of the soldiers. After returning to the territory, the Soviet side asked the soldiers to find a relatively flat place in the wild, then buried the dead soldiers there, and took out a brush to write tombstones for them. The Soviet soldiers were deeply moved after seeing what the Soviet side had done. Not all the soldiers have returned yet, and the Soviet side has decided to hold a mourning ceremony in the territory at 6 p.m. Sufeng returned to the territory and began to build a tile workshop. Gold 100, wood 100, stone 100, successfully built a tile workshop. Sufeng looked at the building. The space inside was not large, and there were a series of tools for making tiles on it. The Soviet side carefully looked at the specific information of the building. Building, tile workshop. Quality, white. Level, LV1, lower level requires 200 gold coins, 200 wood, 200 stone. Introduction, buildings that can make tiles require clay to make tiles. For every 100 gold coins consumed, 1 tiler can be summoned. Currently 0 out of 10 can be summoned. This building can also summon people, and they are bricklayers. It is a level 1 workshop that can accommodate about 10 people to make tiles. As for the clay needed for tiles, it was everywhere outside the territory. Sufeng asked the soldiers to pick up hoes, shoulder poles, and baskets and start going out to dig the clay. Sufeng thought about it and decided to upgrade the level of the tile workshop. Gold coins 200, wood 200, stone 200, tile workshop, level 1, current level LV3. Gold coins 1100, wood 1100, stone 1100, tile workshop, level 1, current level LV10. Building, tile workshop. Quality, white. Level, LV10, lower level requires 1200 gold coins, 1200 wood, 1200 stone. Introduction. Buildings that can make tiles require clay as a material. For every 100 gold coins consumed, 1 tiler can be summoned. Currently 0 out of 100 can be summoned. Gold coins minus 100, summon a white quality bricklayer. After summoning 100 bricklayers, Sufeng immediately asked them to start making tiles. After the entire tile workshop started operating, Sufeng left. Then he came to the farmland and integrated the farmland harvested from the werewolf village into his own territory. Sufeng's mental strength began to be consumed rapidly, and the building in his hand disappeared. Merge into green quality, farmland. The farmland in the territory turned green, and the land that could be used for planting doubled. This was green quality farmland. In this way, the crops that could be harvested in the territory doubled. Building farmland. Quality green. Level LV25, lower level requires 4800 gold coins and 4800 soil. Description: land that can be used to grow crops. Afterwards, the Soviet side integrated the quality of the territory's fences into green. Fusion into green quality, fence. After the quality of the fence was improved, the height was doubled, and it looked more solid. Chapter 73, the only barracks trap camp. Building fence. Quality green. Level LV10, needs 1000 gold coins and 1000 wood to upgrade. Description: you can build a fence for your territory to resist monsters. The level of the fence is still level 10, and the Soviet side has no plans to upgrade it, because there is a stone fence protecting the outer edge of the territory, which is the most important building for the territory. Next, Sufeng originally wanted to merge the 2 green barracks, but after looking at his own mental power, he realized that he did not have that much, so he decided to build 4 watchtowers first. The buildings collected from the werewolf village can be placed directly in the territory. Sufeng came to a place 10 meters inside the stone fence of the territory, and placed one of the watchtowers on it. Building watchtower. Quality, white. Level, LV1, needs 20 gold coins and 20 wood to reach the next level. Introduction: you can build a simple and crude watchtower to observe the situation in the distance. The materials required for this building are very scarce, only 1/10 of those for other buildings. The Soviet side upgraded this building. Gold 20, wood 20, watchtower, level 1, current level LV2. Gold 110, wood 110, watchtower, level 1, current level LV10. A level 10 watchtower was enough for use, so the Soviet side then built 3 more watchtowers in the other 3 directions of the territory. Then he returned to the territory, found a suitable place, and began to build a white quality water well. Building well. Quality, white. Level, LV1, needs 20 gold coins and 20 stones to reach the next level. Description: a well from which water can be drawn. This well building is very useful. With it, soldiers no longer need to go so far to the lake to fetch water. But there is only one well, which obviously cannot meet the needs of more than 1,000 people in the territory. The Soviet side can only hope to obtain more well buildings in the future. Gold 20, stone 20, well, level 1, current level 2. Gold 600, stone 600, well, level 1, current level LV30. Gold 1500, stone 1500, well, level 1, current level LV50. Tiandao tip: the Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 50, will be rewarded with 20,000 gold coins, 200 points of reputation, 50 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. The well requires few materials and is very useful to the territory. After upgrading this building to level 50, I indeed received a reward from heaven. Sufeng continued to look at the well after level 50 and found that this well was bigger and deeper. Anyway, this building was very useful, so Sufeng continued to upgrade it. Gold 2500, stone 2500, well, level 1, current level LV60. Tiandao tip: Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 60, will be rewarded with 30,000 gold coins, 300 points of reputation, 60 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. People in the entire Lord continent were stunned. They saw that Sufeng upgraded the buildings to levels 50 and 60 and had received 2 heavenly rewards in a row. The further the building goes, the more materials are needed. They can't understand how the Soviets got so many materials for upgrades. It doesn't make sense at all. Lord Continent Chat Channel. Lord of Huaxia City, can you tell me where you got your resources? The building has been upgraded 20 levels in a row. This requires too many resources. How did he do it? Could it be that they have robbed the Tiandao's resource library? It must be a bug. They had never obtained buildings like wells and watchtowers, so naturally they didn't know there were buildings with so few resources. They thought that all buildings required a lot of resources to build, which led to them not understanding where the Soviet side got so many resources. Gold 4500, stone 4500, well, level 1, current level LV70. Tiandao tip, Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 70, will be rewarded with 40,000 gold coins, 400 reputation points, 70 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. When the Soviet side upgraded the building to level 70, lords all over the world were stunned again. Do they dare to upgrade the buildings to the maximum level, leaving them with no hope of surpassing others? The Soviets did not continue upgrading, not because they did not want to, but because they no longer had the resources. Building well. Quality, white. Level, LV70. Lower level requires 4,800 gold coins and 4,800 stone. Description: a well from which water can be drawn. The harvest this time was really huge. I obtained more than 200 free attribute points and 900 reputation points from Tianao. The Soviet side is confident that the level of the water well can be upgraded to level 100 within a few days. After allocating all these free attribute points, not counting the bonus from equipment, Sufeng's basic attributes have reached 198 points. This is definitely a very terrifying attribute point. After adding so many attribute points, Sufeng began to merge the 2 green barracks. As mental power was consumed, the 2 green quality barracks turned into 1 blue barracks. Fusion into the only blue quality barracks, entrapment camp. When Sufeng heard this, he was shocked. It turned out to be the trap camp. The Soviet side had indeed not expected that the 2 green quality barracks could be merged into a unique special barracks. And this is just a blue quality barracks, the quality of the barracks can still be improved. But Sufeng really didn't want to summon the soldiers of this barracks, because he also wanted to upgrade the quality of this barracks to purple. The higher the quality, the greater the probability of summoning high-quality soldiers. White soldiers can only gain 10 free attribute points after upgrading, but green soldiers can gain 11 points after upgrading. Although Sufeng does not have blue soldiers, he has blue quality blacksmiths. After they are upgraded, they have 1 more point than green soldiers and can get 12 points. But after the purple blacksmith is upgraded, the free attribute points he can obtain at each level have reached 15 points. Sufeng still doesn't know how many free attribute points a gold quality soldier can obtain at each level, but it is definitely more than 15 points. This is the huge gap between soldiers of different qualities. This Xianjin camp is a unique barracks, and it is impossible for anyone else to obtain it. Therefore, Sufeng chose to keep it, intending to integrate the quality of this barracks into purple. Although he also wanted to merge this barracks into gold, he needed 2 purple barracks. The explosion rate of buildings at this stage is so low, 1 purple barracks equals 2 blue barracks equals 4 green barracks equals 8 white barracks. The Su side does still have a white quality barracks now. Thinking about it this way, as long as they continue to collect white quality barracks, it is still possible to merge the trap camp in their hands into gold. Chapter 74, Draw a Pet Egg. Sufeng collected the blue-only quality trap camp and a white quality barracks. As for the white blacksmith shop, Sufeng did not choose to build it and put it away. The Soviet side also has 6 white quality wooden houses. Sufeng merged the 6 white wooden houses into 3 green quality wooden houses, and then merged the 2 green wooden houses into 1 blue quality wooden house, leaving 1 green wooden house. Sufeng had previously built a white wooden house, a green wooden house, and a blue wooden house in his territory. Therefore, Sufeng integrated the green wooden house in his hand into the built green wooden house, and upgraded the quality of that wooden house to blue. Then he took the blue wooden house in his hand and fused it into a purple one with the level 30 blue wooden house. The purple quality wooden house is not only wider, but also 4 stories high, and each floor can accommodate many soldiers. Sufeng checked the properties of the purple wooden house. Building, log house. Quality purple. Level, LV30, needs 6,400 gold coins and 6,400 wood to reach the next level. Introduction. This is a very exquisite house, which can not only shelter from wind and rain, but also automatically repel mosquitoes, prevent moisture, effectively keep out the cold, is very comfortable to live in, and can also relieve fatigue quickly. But this purple wooden house has no special properties. The Sihiyuan has special properties, and from here we can see that there is a difference between wooden houses and Sihiyuan buildings. The wooden house is a very good place for soldiers to live. It is not only comfortable, but also has many rooms, making it suitable as a dormitory. There were still only 3 wooden houses in the Soviet territory, 1 white, 1 blue, and 1 purple. However, the Soviet side also has a courtyard house, which it built on another vacant lot. The Sihiyuan is also a purple quality building. Sufeng went in to take a look. Not only did it cover a large area, but the rooms and various facilities were also very exquisite. There were rockery, gardens, ponds, pavilions and attics inside. Although the building is beautifully constructed, it does not have many rooms. Sufeng will live in the courtyard in the future, and he also plans to provide housing for people above the rank of centurion in the territory. As for ordinary soldiers, they can only live in wooden houses. The wooden house has many rooms and is suitable for soldiers to live in. The courtyard house has an exquisite shape and is only suitable for a few people to live in. Anyway, wooden houses of blue quality or above are very comfortable, and now we have a purple quality wooden house, so even if there are so many people living in the territory, it won't be crowded. Sufeng plans to upgrade the well building to level 100 next. After getting all the rewards from heaven, he will start preparing to upgrade the level of the wooden house. The Sihiyuan is only level 1. If it is upgraded, both the area and various building facilities will change, but Sufeng does not want to upgrade the Sihiyuan now. Sufeng moved the crystal building of the territory into the courtyard. The crystal is the most important building in the territory and must be well protected. Sufeng already has 5 first-level crystal cores. After upgrading the level of the crystal to level 5, the entire crystal's light has become stronger, and its defense has also become stronger. Sufeng spent 500 gold coins to upgrade his territory to level 5. Territory level, LV5, upgrade conditions, 5 level 6 buildings, of which the crystal building must reach LV6, 60 people, 600 gold coins. The open space outside the territory has expanded a lot. As for the rest, the Soviet side has not made any discoveries for the time being. After sorting out all the buildings in the territory, Sufeng came to the blacksmith shop and put all the repaired equipment on the shelves for sale. After the items were put on the shelves, they could then claim the lucky draw prizes from the previous Heavenly Dao rewards. He has 3 lucky draws in total. The lucky draw this time was a roulette wheel. It was not the first time for Sufeng to play this. He pressed the start button, then the stop button, and then just waited quietly. A minute later, the turntable stopped and the pointer stopped on an egg emitting a purple halo. Purple blue pet egg 1. This is a pet egg. Sufeng was very surprised. He had a white quality taming technique before, but the success rate of that taming technique was too low. Moreover, Sufeng did not have so much mental energy to spend on the taming technique, so he did not use it. This time he got a pet egg, and it was of purple quality, which was definitely an unexpected surprise for Sufeng. Sufeng took out the pet egg from the package. The pet egg was several dozen centimeters long, with various patterns on it, and emitted a purple light. Sufeng was very happy and checked the information of the pet egg. Item, pet egg. Quality purple. Introduction, drop blood to bind a pet and randomly hatch a purple quality pet. Sufeng put the pet egg on the ground, took out a dagger, and stabbed his finger. After a drop of blood fell on the pet egg burst into a dazzling purple light, and Sufeng closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the pet egg began to crack, and then a furry little animal emerged from the egg, looking quite cute. The little animal opened its round eyes, then looked at Sufeng, blinked, and made an eagle sound with its mouth. Sufeng could only use one sentence to describe the feeling the little animal gave him. So cute. Tiandao Tip, the lord of Huaxia City, is the first in the world to own a pet, and is rewarded with 100 free attribute points, 100 reputation points, and 1 pet skill lottery. 3 more reminders from the Heavenly Dao. Today is destined to be a day that will leave lords all over the world speechless. Sufeng received too many rewards from heaven today. Jojo Planet Sufeng Live Room. Sufeng is so amazing, he actually received another reward from heaven. This pet is so cute. I really want to have a pet like this. This was won by Sufeng in the lottery. I also suspect that he is the son of the Heavenly Dao. All the good things were taken away by him. Flying White Tiger, what a domineering name. It doesn't even have wings now and can't fly. Sufeng picked up the little animal and looked at it carefully. He found that there was a vague on its forehead. Sufeng curiously checked the information of the little animal. Pet Flying White Tiger. Name can be named. Quality purple. Level 0. Strength 25, Constitution, 25, Stamina, 21, Agility, 17, Spirit, 12, Magic Defense, 14, Physical Defense, 15. Luck, 15, Talent, 20. Skills, Unawakened. After Sufeng saw the attributes of the flying white tiger, he was completely stunned. It's only level 0, but it has such powerful attributes. Its basic attributes are twice that of Sufeng at level 0. This is the power of the purple pet. Sufeng looked at this cute little guy and found it hard to imagine that it had such powerful basic attributes. It does not have wings yet, but if you look closely, you can still see slight bumps on both sides of its back. It's just that its wings have not grown out yet. Chapter 75, Practicing the Chi Intake Technique. Sufeng first received the pet skill lottery to see what skills he could draw. 10 question mark treasure chests appeared in front of Sufeng. Sufeng took a look and randomly selected one. After opening the treasure chest, a blue light appears. This is a blue skill. Sufeng checked the skill. Pet skill, Heavy Claw Attack. Quality blue. Description, causes a gravity attack on the target, causing 30% additional damage. Little guy, you have a skill. After Sufeng taught the skill to the flying white tiger, it learned the skill. It's time to give you a name. Sufeng thought for a moment, looked at the furry and cute appearance of the flying white tiger, and said, "From now on I'll call you Mauchio." Yeah. After hearing this, Mauchio called out and seemed very satisfied with the name. At least it's better than the so-called Xiaobai and Dabai. Sufeng placed the ball of wool on the ground and continued to collect the remaining 2 lucky draws. The same turntable appeared again. Sufeng continued to click the button. After the turntable started to rotate, Sufeng pressed the stop button. After more than a minute, the turntable stopped and landed on a ring emitting blue light. Ethereal Ring 1. This is a ring, and it is a blue quality equipment. After Sufeng took it out, he checked the properties of the ring. Equipment, Ethereal Ring. Quality blue. Durability, 100%. Attributes, all attributes 5, luck 3, contains 30 cubic meters of space. It's actually a space ring. Sufeng was very surprised. This ring not only can increase attributes, but also has 30 cubic meters of space. The most important thing is that it can actually increase 3 points of luck attributes. Sufeng put it on immediately. The lucky attribute of this ring was very precious and the price was huge. All attributes refer to the 5 basic attributes: strength, agility, constitution, stamina, and spirit. After wearing it, these 5 attributes increase by 5 points each. There is one last lucky draw left. Another new lucky roulette appeared. This time, after Sufeng started it, he waited for a while before pressing the stop button. After a long time, the lucky roulette slowly stopped and then landed on a purple building. Barracks Building 1. Purple Barracks! Sufeng was very shocked. He had previously thought that if he wanted to merge into a golden barracks, it would take a long time to collect enough barracks buildings, but now, he directly drew a purple barracks building. In this way, he only needs to upgrade the quality of the blue-only trap camp to purple, and he can integrate this building into gold quality. The Soviet side now only lacks 3 white barracks buildings. The Soviet side immediately shouted on the world. Collect the barracks buildings. If you want to sell them, please leave a message. The price is negotiable. It's the Lord of Huaxia City in Longting Country. I have it, but I won't sell it to you. This bastard is developing so fast, it really annoys me. I have a barracks, I'll sell it to you. Want to buy soap? I sell a lot. Sufeng added this person and negotiated with him for a long time before purchasing his white barracks blueprint for 1,000 gold coins. But he only received 1 ticket, as no one else sold it. Su was not in a hurry, as he believed that someone would sell it sooner or later. The Soviet side integrated the white barracks blueprint into the white barracks building and soon obtained a green quality barracks building. Sufeng put the golden food in the territory on the shelves again, exchanged them all for wood and stone, and put the equipment repaired by the blacksmith shop on the shelves again. After doing all this, Sufeng did not leave the territory again, but came to the courtyard and asked the soldiers to clean up the room where he had lived before and move everything here. Finally, Sufeng looked at his own martial arts, and then upgraded the level of Intake Chiju to LV10. After upgrading his skills, Sufeng began to practice. An hour later. Battle Spirit Value 21. Battle Spirit Value 21. He could only practice for 6 hours a day, and when Sufeng finished his practice, it was already evening. I looked at my fighting spirit value and it had reached 126 points. You can gain 21 points of fighting spirit every hour. After completing the practice, I found myself full of energy and not feeling tired at all. Sufeng also discovered a very unexpected situation. In this way, he could use practice instead of sleeping every day. I looked at my watch, and it was already past 10 o'clock. Next to him, Mauchio was also sleeping soundly. Sufeng touched the little guy and planned to take it to upgrade tomorrow. Sufeng looked at the messages from his friends and found that they were all trading things with him, but he was practicing and didn't pay any attention to the messages from his friends. The Soviet side began to respond to them one by one, and then traded a large amount of things. Is the rich man here? I want to exchange this material for some equipment. Riding an ant to see the sea. Sent a lot of messages, one every half an hour, all of which were asking to buy equipment. Sufeng asked quickly. I was busy before and didn't see the message. What materials do you want to exchange for equipment? After a while, riding an ant to see the sea, replied. A bronze mine appeared near me, and I mined some. Do you need it? Bronze ore. Sufeng really didn't need this ore for the time being, but he quickly came to the blacksmith shop and asked Jiangxi. Does our territory need bronze ore to make equipment? Because the territory drawings were directly handed over to Jiangxi, the Soviet side couldn't possibly look at every equipment drawing, as the workload would be too heavy. Yes, we do have a lot of equipment blueprints that require this kind of bronze ore. But now everyone is repairing equipment, so there is no time to forge it, Jiangxi replied. After Sufeng understood, he quickly said to riding an ant to see the sea, okay, you can use bronze ore to exchange equipment with me in the future. Great, I now have more than 1,000 units of bronze ore. Can you tell me what price is appropriate for us to trade at? Riding an ant to see the sea, asked hurriedly. The next step is to negotiate the details of the price. The Soviet side will trade based on 20 units of ore for each attribute. If an equipment increases its attributes by a total of 4 points, that would be 80 units of ore. Riding an ant to see the sea also agreed. In this way, he could get more than 10 pieces of equipment, which was a good thing for him. A piece of white quality equipment only requires 6 to 10 units of bronze ore to create. Taking into account labor costs, Sufeng can still earn about double the money. I have a green quality pickaxe here. You should buy it and mine more bronze ore. However, you can only sell this ore to me. Naturally, Sufeng had to collect more ore and immediately began to provide the other party with pickaxes. Great! There are even green quality pickaxes. This way, I can mine a lot more ores. How much ores do I need to exchange? When riding an ant to see the sea heard this, he was very shocked and quickly asked about the price of these pickaxes. After negotiating the specific price, riding ants to see the sea immediately took the pickaxe and gave it to the soldiers. Chapter 76. Monsters attack, and several times the number of monsters. After buying the bronze ore, Sufeng continued to trade items with other friends. The one that made Sufeng happiest was, all crows are black. The other party sent a message saying, I have collected a lot of coal in the past few days, but now monsters have begun to attack the territory. I need a batch of weapons. However, I have obtained a material called mithril. I wonder if you need it. Mithril? Sufeng was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't know what this thing could be used for the time being, but he still said, although we don't need it for the time being, you can dig it first. I will give you a suitable price to buy it. Okay, these mithrils are not easy to collect, and the quantity may be relatively small. Since you need it, I will send soldiers to collect some. All crows are black, replied. After negotiating with all crows are black for a long time and agreeing on the price, I exchanged a batch of equipment with the other party according to the price. Today's blacksmith shop cannot be without coal resources. All crows are black is his largest coal supplier, and he has several good friends who also have coal mines, but they dig less, far less than all crows are black. Sufeng looked at the information in the chat channel again, and then he discovered that during the 6 hours he had been practicing, 2 more Heavenly Dao prompts had appeared, and both were obtained by people from other countries. Sufeng didn't care. He had already gained enough, and no one could surpass him. After trading all the materials with his friends, Sufeng put golden food and weapons on the shelves. The Soviet side began to upgrade the farmland, consuming all the soil and raising the level of the farmland to level 32. I looked at the time and realized it was already past 1 a.m. A new day had arrived and I could continue my practice. As for other buildings, the Soviet side plans to obtain more materials and upgrade them tomorrow. After eating the golden potatoes, Sufeng no longer felt hungry. After returning to the courtyard, Sufeng began to practice. 6 hours later, Sufeng woke up again and looked at his fighting spirit value. It had reached 252. Fortunately, it was not 250. The first thing he did after getting up was to blend a large amount of corn, then he brushed his teeth, washed his face and had breakfast, and finally he came to the black market store and looked at the items inside. My luck today wasn't very good. I only got 100 fishing nets, which were sold for 1,000 gold coins. After Sufeng bought it, he continued to sell food and equipment. After exchanging for more materials, Sufeng began to upgrade the well building. Gold 7,500, stone 7,500, well, level 1, current level LV80. Gold coins 11500, stone 11500, well, level 1, current level LV90. Tiandao tip: the Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 80, will be rewarded with 60,000 gold coins, 600 reputation points, 80 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. Tiandao tip: the Lord of Huaxia City, the first person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 90, will be rewarded with 80,000 gold coins, 800 reputation points, 90 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. After upgrading the well building to level 90, Sufeng no longer had much stone, but he still had quite a lot of wood. This was all he could do for now. Lord World Chat Channel. Scary guy. Level 90 building, are you sure you're not kidding? In order to obtain the Heavenly Dao reward, the Lord of Huaxia City is really trying his best. After all, they have a monopoly on the golden food business in the world. If it were me, I would choose to do the same. Let's upgrade one of the buildings to the maximum level with only 10 levels left. I'm so jealous of all the free attribute points I've received. I'm drooling over it. The Sufeng then began to upgrade the barracks. After raising the level of the barracks to level 45, he began to summon soldiers. After summoning more than 200 soldiers, the Sufeng stopped. Not long after, a bell rang from the watchtower. Judging from the situation in the previous 2 days, it should be a monster attacking. Today we are attacking from 3 sides. Sufeng heard bells coming from 3 directions of the territory. Sufeng said to Zhang San and the others, "Each of you lead your team to deal with the monsters outside." Yes. As for the more than 200 new recruits, the Soviet side let them receive weapons and armor, and then distributed them evenly to various teams, allowing other soldiers to improve their levels first. Sufeng led the team to the main gate, looked at the monsters outside, and carefully observed today's monsters. He found that today's monsters had reached level 15, and there were many green monsters among them. Why are there so many monsters today? Sufeng was a little surprised. It looked like there were at least several thousand of them. There were only about 700 yesterday, but today there were several times more. This really surprised the Soviet side. They could still deal with these monsters, but they had to be careful. With so many monsters, it would be bad if too many soldiers were killed or injured. Sufeng looked at the chat channel again. Everyone, today's monsters are too scary. There are several times more of them than yesterday. I might be eliminated. Oh no! The monster has broken through my fence. Oh no! The monster. The person upstairs was killed, and he didn't even finish his words. If this continues, won't the monsters tomorrow be even stronger? It's a hard truth to work hard to develop. Fortunately, I can deal with these monsters. Not only has the number of monsters on the Su side increased several times, the same is true for all territories around the world. Even today, many lords will be eliminated. As the number of monsters increases, it becomes a huge challenge for every lord. If they cannot overcome this difficulty, they will be eliminated. Sufeng asked the soldiers to prepare. Facing so many monsters, Sufeng felt that he had to make bows and arrows first, otherwise close combat would be too dangerous. The blue quality bow and arrow blueprints and materials have been collected, now all you have to do is make it. Sufeng immediately said to one of them, "Go to the blacksmith shop and tell Zhang Shi to arrange a purple quality blacksmith to start making blue quality bows and arrows." Yes. The soldier hurried over to pass on the order. Sufeng looked at the monster that was getting closer and closer and said, "Archers, get ready!" Dozens of soldiers with bows and arrows picked up their bows, put arrows on them, and aimed at the monsters outside. With so many monsters, they could hit them without even aiming. "Release!" said Sufeng. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! A series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and dozens of arrows attacked the monsters outside. The monster in the front had already fallen. Sufeng also took out a green quality bow and arrow and pulled the bow to its full length. Then, Sufeng thought about it and released the fighting spirit he had cultivated in his body. A warm current emerged from Sufeng's dantian, which is his lower abdomen, and then Sufeng began to control this fighting spirit. This fighting spirit flowed out of Sufeng's arms along the meridians in his body and attached to the bow and arrow in his hand. The entire bow was covered by a light blue gas, and Sufeng felt a very powerful blessing, as if the power of the bow had been increased several times. Chapter 77, The Shocked Netizens of Kyushu Planet. Collapse! Sufeng let go of Jian Xian, and a terrifying impact force burst out from Sufeng's bow and arrow. The arrow turned into a blue light, cut through the air, and rushed out quickly. Puff, puff, puff! The arrow penetrated into the monsters, piercing through the bodies of more than a dozen monsters in succession, and finally landed on a monster with strong defense. Experience 20. Experience 14. Sufeng was shocked. He didn't expect that after being enhanced with fighting spirit, an ordinary bow and arrow could actually burst out with such terrifying power. It really surprised him. This is also related to Sufeng's powerful strength attribute. His current strength attribute has reached 252 points, not to mention the power of equipment. Fighting spirit is a good thing, it can increase attack power several times. Sufeng looked at how much fighting spirit he had just consumed and found that he still had more than 100 points of fighting spirit left. Just now, he had directly consumed more than 100 points of fighting spirit. This was the first time that Sufeng used the battle chi value, and he did not have a good grasp of this energy, so a lot of battle chi was wasted. If he wanted to perfectly control the battle chi value, it would take a long time to control it. Jojo Planet Sufeng Live Room. After seeing so many monsters outside Sufeng's territory, everyone was shocked. There were simply too many monsters. The number of monsters of other people is no more than a few hundred at most, but the number of monsters here of Sufeng is 10 times that of others. Moreover, the monsters attacked from 3 directions, which means that the number of monsters in the 3 directions was the same. There were several thousand monsters on one side, and there were almost 10,000 monsters on 3 sides. Oh my god! With so many monsters, can the Sufeng territory resist them? Why are there so many monsters in Sufeng's territory? Does it mean that the faster the territory develops, the more it will be tested by the heavenly Tao? Trust Sufeng. There are more than 1,000 people in his territory now, and each of them has a lot of weapons and equipment. I believe he will be able to resist these monsters. There are almost tens of thousands of monsters here. The territories of other people only have a few hundred to 1,000 at most. If the Su side can't resist them, the entire territory will be destroyed. Look, many people have been eliminated and left the Lord's continent. There were so many monsters outside Sufeng's territory. At first glance, they were so densely packed that it was really shocking. They were all worried about Sufeng, worried that Sufeng's territory would be destroyed by these monsters. However, after Sufeng shot that arrow, everyone was shocked. Kill more than a dozen monsters in one arrow. Oh my god, what kind of skill is this? It's so powerful? Fuck! When did Sufeng acquire such a powerful skill? It's so powerful? This is not a skill. Have you forgotten that Sufeng had obtained a cultivation technique before? This should be the reason for that technique. Isn't Sufeng going to be like the people in the TV series, flying and hiding in the ground and being able to do anything? I also want to have the ability to practice like Sufeng. I regret it. I want to go back to the Lord's continent to obtain this technique. After Sufeng killed more than a dozen monsters in seconds, he did not use his fighting spirit anymore. Although this thing was powerful, the fighting spirit was very limited and could not be used all the time. After the battle energy value is consumed, it will recover automatically, but the speed is very slow. You need to actively practice to speed up the recovery of the battle energy. After the soldiers used bows and arrows to kill hundreds of monsters in front, the monsters also approached the territory. Sufeng continued to give orders to the soldiers. Soldiers with shields stand in the front row, soldiers with spears stand in the back, soldiers with swords stand behind the spears, and archers stand in the back row of soldiers and continue shooting at the monsters in the distance. The Su side began to make arrangements in an orderly manner. After hearing Sufeng's orders, the soldiers immediately began to follow the instructions. The soldiers with shields took out their shields, stood in the front, and began to resist the monsters' attacks. Sufeng also came to the front with a spear in his hand and attacked the monster in front. These monsters were very low level and were no match for them at all. The highest level of these monsters was no more than level 15. The levels of most soldiers are above level 15, and many have reached above level 18. Even some green quality soldiers are almost catching up with the Soviet side. Sufeng rushed into the group of monsters, sweeping his spear continuously, killing the monsters one by one. Sufeng is strong, fast, and quick to react. In addition, he has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, so his various attributes are also very powerful. He rushed into the group of monsters like a sharp blade, and cut a huge hole in the monsters. Seeing Sufeng being so brave, the soldiers behind him became more motivated and followed Sufeng, killing the monsters around them. Sufeng's experience value is constantly increasing. He now ignores the things that these monsters explode and just wants to destroy all the monsters in front of him. The soldiers had all eaten the golden food, their strength had doubled, their physique had doubled, and their physical recovery speed had also doubled, so they were able to fight for a long time. Although thousands of monsters are a lot, Sufeng and his men are also numerous. There are hundreds of soldiers in the 3 directions of the territory. In addition, they have all eaten golden food, so it is not very difficult to fight against these monsters. It just takes time to completely eliminate them. Seeing Sufeng's powerful strength, and seeing that none of these monsters could survive a single move by Sufeng, and that every monster was killed by him with one shot, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked again. It is said that the spear is the king of all weapons. They did not have much idea about it before. Until the Soviet Union demonstrated the power of this weapon on the battlefield, many people began to like the spear. How they wished they could be like the Soviets and kill everyone on the battlefield. This gave them a great shock. Seeing Sufeng sweeping across all the monsters in front of him like a god of war and killing them all, they felt their blood boiling in their hearts. No matter what level or quality the monster in front of him is, it cannot stop Sufeng. In just half an hour, the monsters here were almost completely dealt with by the Su side. Sufeng's strength once again deeply touched the hearts of netizens on the Kyushu planet. Let's go and support other places. The Soviet side left behind some wounded soldiers, and the other soldiers were divided into 2 teams, heading to support the other 2 places respectively. There are still about half of the monsters left in the other 2 directions. They lack a strong commander like Sufeng to lead them, nor do they have as strong strength as Sufeng. The Sufeng now very much wants a soldier who can lead the entire army. It will be difficult for the territory to become strong relying solely on him. The development of the territory needs him, and various resources also need him to handle. All matters big and small in the territory need to be handled by Sufeng himself. The only solution Sufeng can think of now is the Soul Palace. Today's monsters were beyond his expectations. He believed that after killing all these monsters, the soul value in the Soul Hall should be enough for him to summon a hero. Chapter 78, Summoning Zhaoyun. The Lord is here! Zhang San shouted immediately after seeing Sufeng coming. After seeing Sufeng, the morale of the other soldiers was greatly boosted, as if they had found a backbone, and they felt a lot more powerful. This is the importance of morale on the battlefield. Sufeng had watched many TV dramas about ancient battlefields before, so he naturally understood the importance of morale. Sufeng smiled at them, and after seeing that there were not many monsters here, he summoned the fur ball out of the pet space. There were too many monsters before, and Sufeng was afraid that it would die before it grew up, so he put it in the pet space. After the fur ball came out, it called towards Sufeng in a cute way, not like a flying white tiger at all. Stay with me and don't run around. Sufeng touched the furry fur of the ball of fur. Its current level was too low. It needed to be upgraded to at least level 10 before it could actively kill monsters. Ouch. Maucho nodded obediently, opened his mouth and roared at the monster in the distance, as if to say that I am also very powerful. But this only makes it more cute. Netizens who watched the live broadcast were so moved by the cute fur ball that they didn't want it to get hurt at all. Brothers, follow me and kill! Sufeng raised the willow leaf spear in his hand and performed the dragon swimming body technique, as if he had turned into a dragon, charging through the group of monsters. Wherever Sufeng swam, the monsters fell one after another. Maucho kept following Sufeng and his level immediately improved. Its upgrade is also automatically increased, and the Soviet side does not need to add points to it. Except for the relatively weak mental power, the other attributes of the fur ball are quite average. Moreover, for a purple quality pet, the attribute increases by 15 points when it is upgraded to the next level. This is half more than the lords and white quality soldiers of them. After hearing Sufeng's words, the soldiers shouted one by one, filled with supreme passion. They followed Sufeng and rushed towards the monsters, raising their weapons and chopping at them. Under Sufeng's leadership, these monsters were quickly killed by them. The Soviet side had people collect the spoils, carry the wounded soldiers to the courtyard to bandage their wounds, and then count the casualties. Sufeng looked at the ball of fur. The ball's level had reached level 5. Its entire body was about 1 meter long, and it looked a lot more ferocious. Every time the ball of fur is upgraded to a higher level, the points will be automatically added as follows: Strength 5, Constitution 4, Stamina 3, Agility 2, and Spirit 1. The strength of the level 5 fur ball has increased a lot. If it is fed with golden sweet potatoes, it will have no problem dealing with monsters around level 10. Sufeng was very satisfied and touched the cute head of the fur ball. Sufeng asked Zhang San to arrange the subsequent work of the territory. After a few days of arrangements, Zhang San knew what to do. Sufeng also intended to train him to be the steward of the territory. Zhang San would come to Sufeng for help when he didn't understand something. Sufeng and Maucho came to the Soul Hall and looked at the soul value above, 18621. Sufeng was very satisfied. His soul value finally reached the standard for summoning. He pushed open the door of the soul hall. This long-awaited door was finally opened by Sufeng. Sufeng walked in curiously, and Mao Qiu also looked around curiously. This was a hall emitting fluorescent light. The entire hall was filled with a mysterious atmosphere. At the very front, there appeared an altar, with a ray of light rising into the sky connecting to the top of the hall. Sufeng came to the altar, and just as he was thinking about how to summon, a voice came in his mind. Do you want to consume 10,000 soul points to summon a Hall of Fame hero? Yes. After Sufeng confirmed it, bright rays of light appeared in the entire hall. These lights condensed together like souls, floating and dancing above the entire soul hall. This fluorescence is very similar to the soul values collected in the soul hall. After being guided by the summons, all these soul values gathered in the altar. Sufeng also knew the function of this altar and understood the soul values of those monsters, which were used to summon these hall heroes. But what exactly are these Hall of Fame heroes? Sufeng is still very curious. The light of the altar became brighter and brighter, and Sufeng was also very much looking forward to it. Even Sufeng was fantasizing about those powerful figures in the old TV dramas, those legendary heroes, each of whom was very admirable. Congratulations on summoning the gold quality hall hero, Zhao Yun. When Sufeng heard this, he was shocked. What? It's Zhao Yun! Sufeng widened his eyes and looked at the man on the altar. Sufeng never thought that he would be able to summon Zhao Yun. Because the person that Sufeng had imagined best before was the god of war Zhao Zilong, who went in and out of Chao's camp 7 times and killed 7 people. Fuck! Could it be that this soul palace can summon the powerful people of China's past according to my thoughts? Sufeng felt that he could definitely give it a try the next time he summoned him, otherwise how could he explain the appearance of Zhao Yun? There is no Zhao Yun in the history of Longting Kingdom. The history of this country is completely different from that of China. It can only be because of his previous reasons. Zhao Yun pays respect to the Lord. Zhao Yun has a fair face, a handsome appearance, neat clothes and a dignified appearance. He can be said to be a handsome man. Both his figure and appearance are absolutely standard. Sufeng looked at Zhao Yun, feeling very satisfied, and said, Very good, you will be a part of the territory from now on. Yes. Zhao Yun answered respectfully. Sufeng looked at Zhao Yun's attributes curiously. Name Zhao Yun. Talent none. Quality gold. Loyalty 100. Heroes summoned by the Soul Hall are all full value. Level 0. Experience 0 out of 100. Strength 32, Constitution 29, Stamina 29, Agility 35, Spirit 25, Magic Defense 16, Physical Defense 17. Luck 20, Talent 28. Combat Skills unawakened. Life Skills none. After reading it, Sufeng was very shocked, because Zhao Yun's basic total attributes at level 0 were as high as 150 points, which was 100 points more than when Sufeng was at level 0, and 50 points more than the purple quality ball of hair. This is a hero of gold quality. His strength is indeed amazing. Sufeng is very satisfied. With a hero like Zhao Yun, the territory will be safer. Let's go. Sufeng took Zhao Yun and Mao Qiu away. But Sufeng felt that the level of this Hall of Heroes was too low. It could only absorb souls within 100 meters outside the territory. Moreover, if this building wanted to continue summoning heroes, it must be upgraded. Gold coins 200, wood 200, soul value 200, soul hall, level 1, current level LV2. Gold coins 1100, wood 1100, soul value 1100, soul hall, level 1, current level LV10. Building, soul temple. Quality, gold only. Level, LV10, the next level requires 1200 gold coins, 1200 wood, and 1200 soul points. Attributes, can automatically absorb the souls of those who died within a 1 kilometer radius of the territory. Current soul value, 2121 points. Introduction, every time you consume 10,000 soul points, you can enter the soul hall to summon a gold quality hall hero. Currently, 1 out of 10 can be summoned. Chapter 79, Building a Trap Camp. The soul hall is now able to absorb the souls of monsters within a kilometer. The soul value of this building is also increasing. It should be that the soldiers are clearing the monsters outside the territory. Sufeng prepared a spear, a piece of armor, and a pair of boots for Zhao Yun. After putting on the equipment, Zhao Yun looked even more heroic and extraordinary. I don't know how many female netizens in the live broadcast room were delighted with his eyes shining. At this time, Zhang San came over and said to Sufeng, Lord, we have made a huge harvest this time and obtained a lot of things. I haven't calculated the exact amount yet. Let's go and take a look. Sufeng also wanted to know how much they had gained today. After seeing the pile of gold coins on the ground, Sufeng picked up the coins curiously and said in surprise, "The gold coins have turned into $100 coins." "Yes, it just appeared today. It didn't appear a few days ago. This way, the time to pick up gold coins is greatly reduced." Zhang San also dropped a lot of gold coins yesterday, so it took him a lot of time to pick up the gold coins. Now, these gold coins have face values of 1, 5, 10, 50, and 100, which makes things much more convenient. It seems that the way of heaven is quite humane and knows how to adapt. However, today's gold coin drop rate is not as high as yesterday. After killing so many monsters, there are only more than 500,000 gold coins. If it were yesterday, these gold coins would have been worth several times more. But Sufeng looked at another basket. These were all architectural drawings. Sufeng was very surprised and said, "Are these the drawings that were leaked before?" "Yes, today's building blueprint drop rate is very high. We obtained 15 building blueprints, including 2 white quality barracks." Zhang San handed the drawings to Sufeng. Sufeng was overjoyed and immediately controlled his shop and began to recycle various buildings. Except for the white quality barracks buildings which were purchased at 800 gold coins each, other white quality drawings were purchased at 600 gold coins each. As for the green quality drawings, they were purchased at double the price, and then Sufeng put all his current gold coins into the store for recycling. After setting the recycling price, Sufeng said to the world, "Huaxia Treasure Store has purchased a large number of architectural drawings. You can sell them as fast as you want. The gold coins are limited. We will buy them while they are all gone." Lord Continent Chat Channel. The Lord of Huaxia City is buying things again, but there are indeed a lot of architectural drawings that were dropped today. I am now organizing dozens of soldiers to go out and hunt monsters together. I got 2 blueprints of a white wooden house. They are useless, but I can sell them for money. If someone buys the blueprints, I won't worry about not being able to sell them for money. Aren't you curious about why he acquired so many blueprints? What's the point of being curious? They won't tell us. For other lords, they dare not build too many buildings at this stage. The extra blueprints are not of much use to them, so it is more cost-effective to sell them. They also discovered that the drop rate of building blueprints was higher today, so they organized soldiers to go out and hunt monsters for blueprints. In addition to gold coins and building blueprints, there were also dozens of equipment and other items, with the drop rate being similar to before. Sufeng gave them to Zhang San for distribution, and the rest were directly stored in the warehouse of the territory. After Sufeng finished speaking to the whole world, he began to integrate the 2 white quality barracks blueprints he had obtained. The Su side is now able to merge into a golden quality barracks. After merging into a green barracks blueprint, Sufeng continued to merge into a blue quality barracks. Finally, he merged this blue quality barracks with the only barracks, the Xianjin camp. The Xianjin camp also merged into purple. Sufeng looked at his mental power, which was not much. Integrating the golden building would require more mental power. Sufeng stopped and looked at his shop. I found more than a dozen drawings, including 6 white wooden houses, 3 white warehouses, 1 white barracks, 2 white fences, and 1 white stone fence. No one is selling green quality blueprints yet. The drop rate of green quality blueprints is even lower. Even if someone drops one, I think they will use it to build it themselves. Today is a good opportunity to get a lot of architectural blueprints, so Sufeng asked the others to go outside and hunt monsters first. Sufeng also hopes to get a few more blueprints today. After his mental strength recovered to more than 100 points, Sufeng began to merge the 2 purple barracks. After consuming 100 points of mental power, the 2 purple quality barracks in Sufeng's hand finally turned into gold quality. Merged into the only golden barracks blueprint, Entrapment Camp. Success! Sufeng was very happy and started building immediately. Gold coins 100, wood 100, successfully built the only golden barracks, Entrapment Camp. Building traps. Quality, gold only. Level, LV1, needs 200 gold coins and 200 wood to upgrade. Special attributes, all attributes of soldiers 20%. Introduction, consume 100 gold coins to summon a soldier. Currently 0 out of 10 can be summoned. After seeing the attributes of this barracks, Sufeng was very surprised. There were additional attribute bonuses, and all attributes were increased by 20%. This attribute increased very evenly, and Sufeng immediately began to put the remaining golden food on the shelves and replace it with wood. Golden food has always been the most needed by lords all over the world. This food was just put on the shelves and was redeemed within a minute. Only then did the Soviets begin to upgrade their trap camp. Gold coins 200, wood 200, entrapment camp, level 1, current level LV2. Gold coins 2000, wood 2000, entrapment camp, level 1, current level LV 15. Now he could only upgrade the Xianjin camp to level 15. Sufeng immediately summoned soldiers, wanting to see if this golden barracks could summon soldiers of golden quality. He also wanted to know how big the gap was between the golden quality soldiers and golden heroes like Zhao Yun. Gold coins -100, summon a blue quality, entrapment camp, soldier. A soldier with a blue glow came out of the Xianjin camp barracks and said to Sufeng, "Hello, Lord." Sufeng was able to summon a blue quality soldier for the first time, which made him full of expectations, and he continued to summon. Gold coins -100, summon a purple quality, entrapment camp, soldier. Very good, it's purple this time. It seems that the high-quality barracks have increased the number of high-quality soldiers summoned. Gold coins -100, summon a green quality, entrapment camp, soldier. Gold coins 100, summon a gold quality, entrapment camp, soldier. Finally, a soldier of gold quality has been summoned. Sufeng looked at the information of this gold quality soldier. Name Wang Bo. Talent none. Quality gold. Loyalty 50. The initial value is 50. If it is lower than 10, there will be a risk of rebellion. Level 0. Experience 0 out of 100. Strength 20. Constitution 20. Stamina 20. Agility 20. Spirit 20. Magic defense 10. Physical defense 10. Luck 8. Talent 10. Combat skills none. Life skills none. Sufeng discovered that the attributes of gold quality soldiers were very average, but there was still a big difference compared to gold quality heroes. At least the basic attributes differed by 50 points. Chapter 80, Architectural Blueprint Explosion Rate. Sufeng continued to summon soldiers, and a soldier of golden quality appeared behind him. Sufeng continued to summon, and he stopped only after all 200 soldiers were summoned. After summoning the soldiers, Sufeng looked at the probability of the golden soldiers appearing, which was only about 1 in 10. Moreover, there are no white quality soldiers in the gold quality trap camp. The lowest quality soldiers are green, which is a good thing. Among the 200 soldiers, there are 20 soldiers of gold quality, 60 soldiers of purple quality, 80 soldiers of blue quality, and 40 soldiers of green quality. The Soviet side was very satisfied. These soldiers had an additional 20% attribute bonus, which was already very powerful. The Soviet side was very content. When netizens on the planet Gyozhou saw that Sufeng had actually built a gold quality trap camp, they all exclaimed in amazement. The Soviet side's development speed is really too fast. They have even built a gold quality barracks. The key is that he also summoned a gold quality hero. Look at the attributes of this Zhao Yun. He is simply abnormally strong. Sufeng is simply invincible. The talent he obtained should be the ability to fuse two low quality things into a higher quality. This talent is really too strong. The development speed of others is simply no match for the Soviet side. The Soviet side is developing too fast. The Soviet side should be considered invincible. The Soviet side took these soldiers to the warehouse, let them choose suitable weapons and equipment, and let them eat golden sweet potatoes and strawberries. After all the soldiers had finished eating, Sufeng said, "Come with me to level up." Although they are all level 0, their attributes will be very high after they grow up, and their levels can be raised quickly. Moreover, these soldiers are all from the Xianjin camp. After being summoned, they are much stronger than ordinary soldiers in terms of discipline and combat effectiveness. With their current attributes, they don't need to worry about facing level 5 monsters, especially Zhao Yun. Sufeng feels that the current Zhao Yun will have no problem killing level 10 monsters. Because they had all eaten golden food, their strength increased by 100% and their physique increased by 150%, so their attributes were already very strong. Sufeng saw some low-level monsters and planned to test the strength of these soldiers in the formation trap. These soldiers did not need Sufeng's orders at all. They were able to cooperate and hunt down a level 6 monster. Their performance was very efficient and quick, which made Sufeng very satisfied. Tiandao Tip, Ninja Invincible, Lord, the second person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 20 will be rewarded with 2,000 gold coins, 20 points of reputation, 20 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. After hearing this hint from heaven, Sufeng didn't care much. The best reward had already been taken by him, and no matter how hard the people behind him tried to catch up with him, they would never be able to catch up with him. Sufeng still looked at the World Chat channel. "I am Ninja Invincible, and I am from the Eastern country. I will definitely catch up with Huaxia City, just wait and see. Now more and more people are getting rewards. Come on, everyone, we must catch up with them. These guys are developing so fast, but isn't this Ninja Invincible a joke? The buildings of the Lord of Huaxia City have been upgraded to level 90, but he is only level 20. Is there any need to compare them? The guys from Dongying country are always so arrogant. Even a blind man can see the huge gap between them. He actually dared to provoke the other party. Who gave him the courage? Peppa Pig? Sufeng did not care about the provocation of Ninja Invincible. To Sufeng, this guy was just a clown. Sufeng also saw Zhao Yun taking action, and Zhao Yun's spear skills were even better than Sufeng's. Even though Zhao Yun's attributes are not as good as Sufeng's, Sufeng can see some tricks from Zhao Yun's moves. He himself also learned how to use a spear, so he can naturally see the difference. Zhao Yun has lost all his previous memories, but he has not forgotten his spear skills and strength. Sufeng feels that after Zhao Yun's level reaches a certain requirement, he will definitely be able to awaken his skills. Kill the monsters you encounter along the way and look for treasure chests, but there are a lot fewer treasure chests today than before. Not only did the number of treasure chests outside Sufeng's territory decrease a lot, but the number of treasure chests outside other lords' territory also decreased a lot. They all talked about this problem in the chat channel. Unless it is a newly opened area, there will be more treasure chests. The werewolf village had been destroyed by Sufeng. Sufeng went there to take a look and found that there was no wild camp there anymore, but instead there was a group of level 20 monsters. The level of the soldiers has reached about level 6. With the strength of this group of soldiers, facing these monsters should not be a problem. With him and Zhao Yun here, nothing will happen. Moreover, killing monsters above your level will not only bring more experience, but also increase the drop rate a lot. If Sufeng wants to obtain more blueprints, he has to kill monsters above his level. He was very clear about the cooperation between this group of soldiers. They cooperated very closely. Sufeng and Zhao Yun attracted several monsters over, and these soldiers began to besiege these monsters. With their cooperation, these monsters were quickly eliminated. When this group of monsters was eliminated, Sufeng indeed obtained 2 blueprints. Sufeng did not participate in killing these monsters, he just attracted them over. The soldiers are of low level, so after killing these monsters, they gain a lot of experience points, and the explosion rate is naturally high. In addition to blueprints, there are also equipment and a large amount of gold coins. After the face value of the gold coins changed, it became much easier for them to pick up the gold coins. Sufeng has been looking for this kind of monster. There are other monsters in this area, but they are all monsters of level 10 or so. Sufeng killed the level 15 green boss again and obtained a green quality stone railing blueprint from the boss. The soldiers had more and more equipment on them, and as they killed monsters above their level, more equipment dropped. Sufeng began to move towards unexplored areas. In places like this, he indeed found more treasure chests. Moreover, after killing these monsters, the drop rate of equipment and the like also increased. Sufeng found a large number of monsters. It was a level 22 social monster called Ironback Lynx. This monster looked a bit like a cat and a tiger. But they are not as strong as tigers. Their claws are very sharp, especially the iron armor on their backs, which gives them strong defense and decent speed. Every time we encounter them, there are about 20 of them, and their numbers are distributed widely. A large area is filled with these monsters, and no other monsters appear. Relying on close cooperation, the soldiers began to eliminate these iron-backed lynxes. After a few hours, the soldiers' levels reached above level 10. Zhao Yun's level has reached level 13, and he has obtained more than a dozen equipment and blueprints. At this time, Sufeng also discovered the iron-backed lynx boss, which is as high as level 25. Maochio's level has also reached level 12. It now has the majesty of a tiger king, and its previous burst of strength should not be underestimated. Monster, Ironback Lynx Boss. Quality, White. Level, 25. Skill, Crazy Claw. Introduction, a very ferocious monster that likes to use its sharp claws to hollow out the heart of its prey. Be careful with its claws. Chapter 81, Armor-Piercing Arrow Blueprint. There are quite a lot of monsters in this group. Except for this level 25 Ironback Lynx boss, the other monsters are level 22. Sufeng took a rough look and found that there were at least 500 of them. With the strength of the soldiers in the Xianjin camp, every 5 people could deal with one Ironback Lynx. In addition to the boss, Sufeng once again discovered a bronze treasure chest, but the probability of a bronze treasure chest appearing was still too low. Now it can only be seen in places with a large number of monsters. Bronze treasure chests that exist alone are basically nowhere to be seen. Zhao Yun, let's go lure the monsters, Sufeng said to Zhao Yun beside him. They are both very strong and fast. But Maochio let out a cry and said that he could do it. Okay, you are also very good, let's go together. Sufeng smiled at Maochio, and Maochio smiled with satisfaction, but still looked a little cute. Maochio's strength is indeed good, But it is a pity that there is no bonus from equipment, which makes Sufeng quite regretful, otherwise Mao Qiu's strength would be greatly increased. The two men and one pet began to attract the group of iron-backed lynxes, pulling away dozens of them at one time. After leading them to the group of soldiers, the soldiers of the Xianjun camp began to separate and besiege them. It has to be said that these soldiers are much stronger than ordinary soldiers on the battlefield in terms of combat effectiveness and coordination. Although they only number 200, their actual strength is definitely stronger than the 1,000 white soldiers. This is the huge difference in quality. Sufeng has decided that in the future, the barracks must be upgraded to gold before they can be summoned. Although this takes a lot of time, it can not only reduce the consumption of gold coins, but also improve the overall strength of the territory. Quality is more important than quantity. No matter how many soldiers there are, they cannot compare to a group of well-trained soldiers. The group of iron-backed lynx monsters was constantly decreasing. When there were only dozens of monsters left, Sufeng led his soldiers forward and appeared directly in front of the monsters. Roar! Mao Qiu roared at the iron-backed lynx boss and took the initiative to attack the opponent. Mao Qiu's speed is also very good, and his growth potential is also very good, but no matter how strong he is, he cannot compare to Zhao Yun, a gold-quality hero. When Zhao Yun is promoted to a higher level, his free attribute points will increase by 20 points, which is twice as much as those lords and 5 more than Mao Qiu. This is the power of a gold-quality hero. Even though Sufeng received so many heavenly Dao attribute points as a reward, he will be surpassed by Zhao Yun sooner or later. The hero of gold quality is really too strong. Although the soldiers of gold quality are also quite strong and their attribute points increase by 20 when they are upgraded, there is still a gap compared to Zhao Yun, and this gap is reflected in their combat effectiveness. Zhao Yun's combat effectiveness is so strong that with every level up, his strength in all aspects will increase a lot, which is something that other soldiers cannot surpass. Mao Qiu took the initiative to pounce towards the iron-backed lynx boss. Although its current level is more than 10 levels lower than that of the iron-backed lynx boss, its combat power is quite good, and it can fight on equal terms with the boss. Sufeng stepped forward and began to help Mao Qiu kill the boss. This boss must be killed by him, and killing the boss can also gain additional reputation rewards. This reputation is certainly useful, and it is always right for the Soviet side to gain more. Zhao Yun, Sufeng and Mao Qiu worked together to deal with the boss, but the boss did not last more than a minute before being killed by Sufeng. Experience 120. Reputation 25. Another architectural blueprint, a green equipment, not bad. This is a blueprint of a wooden house, but unfortunately the quality is only white. Sufeng gave this pair of green boots to Zhao Yun, and Zhao Yun's attributes increased a lot. They had more than 200 people and were strong, and they were able to open up the land quickly. Sufeng obtained a lot of treasure chests from this area. After opening the treasure chest, Sufeng obtained a large number of building blueprints, equipment, gold coins, various supplies and resource rewards. After that, he killed several more bosses and Sufeng gained a lot of reputation points again. Sufeng's harvest was indeed great. He obtained several arrow production drawings from the land reclamation. One of them was a green quality arrow blueprint, which Sufeng thought was very good. Item: Flying Cloud Arrow Blueprint. Quality: green. Introduction: requires 1 iron ore, 1 wood, and 1 feather. Sufeng combined the other 2 white arrow blueprints and obtained a green quality arrow blueprint. Afterwards, the Soviet side began to merge 2 green quality arrow drawings. Obtain the blue quality armor piercing arrow blueprint. The fusion has changed again. Sufeng was very surprised. The last time he merged 2 green barracks, changes also occurred, and he obtained the only barracks building, the trap camp. This time I got extra arrow blueprints, armor-piercing arrow blueprints. Item: armor-piercing arrow blueprint. Quality: blue. Introduction: requires iron ore 2, hardwood 1, feather 1. White arrows can be made with only bamboo, but blue arrows have other material requirements. Sufeng knew about hardwood because he had collected a lot of it before, but he still started to recycle these 2 materials, hardwood and feathers, in his own shop. After recycling the materials in the store, Sufeng shouted in the world. The Huaxia treasure store recycles hardwood materials and feather materials. Some friends can go to the store to trade directly. The gold coins are limited, so first come first served. After sending the message, the Soviet side ignored it. He continued to explore new land and kill monsters, hoping to obtain more building blueprints. As they continued to go deeper into the wild, the monsters they encountered became stronger and stronger. Sufeng had already found a group of level 28 green quality monsters again. These monsters are of high quality and relatively strong, but Sufeng and his men are also strong. Most importantly, they have a large number of people, so the speed of eliminating these monsters will not be too slow. Lord, there is a situation. Around 5 o'clock, the reconnaissance soldier came back and reported to the Su's side. What's going on? Sufeng asked. We found a camp in the wild. It should be a monster camp, said the soldier. Oh, another monster camp appears. Sufeng was indeed surprised. He had just destroyed a monster camp and obtained a large amount of rewards from it, which greatly improved the strength of the entire territory. This time he encountered another one, so how could Sufeng not be tempted? Let's go and take a look first. Sufeng followed the soldiers to the outside of the monster camp, then took out a telescope and began to observe the situation in this wild camp. Through the telescope, Sufeng saw information about these monsters. Monster, orc soldier. Quality, white. Level, 25. Skill, chopping. Introduction. We orcs will never be slaves. This is an orc camp. The lowest level orc is level 25, but Sufeng has seen that there are many green quality orcs in this orc camp, and their levels are all level 26. Because these orcs were just gatekeepers, Sufeng could not see the situation in the entire orc camp. Their outer buildings are stone fences. Judging from the current situation, this orc camp far exceeds the previous werewolf camp in terms of level, equipment, scale and number. Chapter 82, Hunting Orcs. Have you found any orc soldiers coming out to hunt monsters? Sufeng asked. Others have already started scouting along the forest near the orc camp. I believe there will be news coming back soon, the soldier replied. These are the soldiers of the Xianjin camp. They will take the initiative to do what they should do without any orders from him. Sufeng continued to observe the orc camp and found that this orc camp was much more difficult to deal with than the werewolf camp. A frontal attack was definitely not a wise choice. The number of enemies in the werewolf camp last time far exceeded his expectations. The number of soldiers in this orc camp would definitely not be less than that of the werewolf camp, and might even be much more. He now wanted to use the same method he used last time to deal with the werewolf camp. First, he would consume all the orc soldiers in the wild, and when they were almost consumed, he would send soldiers to attack the orc camp in one fell swoop. After a long time, another soldier came back to report. We found a large group of orc soldiers hunting monsters. Lord, we have also found signs of orcs fighting and hunting monsters. Soldiers from both directions spotted orc soldiers hunting monsters. Sufeng asked carefully, and then said to Zhao Yun, we split our troops into 2 groups, each leading half of the troops to ambush these orc soldiers. Is there any problem? No problem, Zhao Yun replied. Sufeng and Zhao Yun each led 100 soldiers, chose a direction, and began to hunt these orc soldiers. Tian Now Tip, Lord of the whole world is mine. Be the 3rd person in the world to upgrade one of the buildings to level 20, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins, 10 points of reputation, 10 free attribute points, and a lucky draw. Sufeng was a little surprised that someone else received the reward from heaven so soon. Nowadays, there are more and more rewards from the heavenly Tao. However, only the top 3 people can be known by the whole world. There is no way for the 4th person to be notified by the whole world. I am the whole world is mine. Sooner or later I will rule this Lord continent. Now I will begin to rise up and sweep away everything. Who is this guy? He speaks so arrogantly. The whole world is mine. Appa is so handsome. I believe in you. So they are the Koreans. They claim that even the shit in the world belongs to them. The above person really hit the nail on the head on what the Koreans are thinking. Sufeng ignored the idiot and walked towards the direction of the orc soldiers. There are only more than 40 orc soldiers in this group. They have the advantage in numbers, so it is not a problem to destroy them. After seeing these orc soldiers, Sufeng asked the soldiers to hide, and then they took out bows and arrows and attacked the orc soldiers. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! More than a dozen arrows hit the orc soldiers, and then they fired a second arrow, and another 7 or 8 orc warriors were attacked. As the 3rd arrow flew out, the remaining orc warriors rushed to them. Sufeng changed to a lance, rushed towards the orc soldier, and said, Kill! Sufeng turned into a residual shadow and his gun shot out like a dragon. Puff! Sufeng shot an orc soldier in the neck and killed him. Sufeng turned into a ghost again and killed the remaining soldiers. These orc soldiers couldn't even see Sufeng's movements clearly. After seeing Sufeng coming, they raised their weapons and attacked Sufeng, but their attacks missed every time and they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Sufeng's shadow. Puff, puff, puff! Sufeng was fast and had strong attack power. Every strike was fatal, leaving no chance for the orc soldiers to fight back. Even the green quality orc soldiers could hardly withstand Sufeng's powerful attack power. Experience 390. Experience 390. Half of the Suicide's experience points will be taken away by Mauchio, and because Mauchio's level is low, he can often gain more experience points than the Su's side. Maochio's level has now reached level 14, and he is very close to level 15. Sufeng is also about to level up, and he also plans to leave after reaching level 21. Among the more than 40 orc soldiers, 10 died at the hands of Sufeng, and the rest were killed by the soldiers. The soldier picked up the spoils and handed Sufeng a construction blueprint, which was a white-quality barracks blueprint. Sufeng kept it. However, what surprised the Sufeng was that Maochio walked up to the Sufeng holding a piece of equipment. When Sufeng saw it, he was very surprised because this piece of equipment turned out to be pet equipment. "Oh my god, did you get this from killing monsters?" Sufeng said in shock. Maochio nodded in affirmation. Sufeng immediately understood that as long as the pet killed monsters, there was a chance that equipment would drop. Sufeng looked at the properties of this equipment. Pet equipment claws. Quality, white. Durability, 100%. Attribute, strength 5. Maochio is great. Now you have a piece of equipment. Sufeng gave the equipment to Maochio, and Maochio's strength attribute increased by 5 points. And the fur balls can also wear 3 claw-type equipment. Because they are animals, they don't have equipment such as boots. As for what equipment other parts of the pet have, Sufeng doesn't know yet, so he can only wait and see what happens to Maochio in the future. After getting the equipment, Maochio seemed very happy. He opened his mouth and barked, wagging his tail, just like a little white dog. After collecting the spoils, they began to look for orc soldiers again. There were more than just this wave of orc soldiers nearby. Sure enough, they soon found another wave of orc soldiers. There were quite a lot of them, about 100 people, including an elite orc captain. Monster, orc elite captain. Quality, green. Level, 28. Skill, giant slash. Introduction, a centurion among the orcs, able to command 100 orc soldiers. This group of orcs were besieging a boss, and it was a level 30 boss. Although its quality was white, Sufeng had no intention of letting it go after seeing this boss. So Sufeng asked the soldiers to start making traps in the distance. Then, Sufeng squatted down and looked at the fur ball. While stroking its cute head, he said to the fur ball, "Wait for me here." Ayo. Maochio was obviously worried about Sufeng, but Sufeng smiled and continued to touch its soft fur, saying, "Don't worry, I will be fine. When the orcs come, remember to find a place to hide." Maochio nodded obediently, and was very obedient. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw that Maochio was not only powerful but also so cute, and they all wanted to get a pet like Maochio. The fur ball is so adorable. Now it is as big as an adult puppy, and the 2 small wings on its back have begun to develop. It will probably be able to fly soon. Jojo Planet Sufeng live room. I'm a huge fan of the fur ball, it's so cute. Mom, I also want a cute dog like this. This is not a dog, it's a little tiger, and it's a flying white tiger. So cute. I really want to pet this white tiger like Sufeng. Petting cats and dogs is lame. A real man should pet a white tiger. Come on, if you have the guts, go to the zoo and try to pet a tiger. Try and you will die. Chapter 83, Doc Drawings. Tian Ao Tips, the Lord of Tian Shantong Lao, is the second person in the world to own a pet, and is rewarded with 90 free attribute points, 90 reputation points, and 1 pet skill lottery. Sufeng was also very surprised when he heard the news. He did not expect that Tian Shantong Lao could also get a pet, so he asked, "Congratulations on getting a pet." The Tianshan child father quickly responded, "I harvested this with props. Look, isn't it cute?" JPG. Sufeng opened the photo sent by the other party. There was no appearance of Tian Shantong Lao herself on it, but there was a pet that looked like a dog, and it also looked like a child. It's very cute. Upgrade it well. When the pet's level is high, let it kill monsters, and it will drop equipment for the pet. Sufeng